Chapter 1. With a foggy head, Chen Fan opened his eyes. Strange, why am I here? At this moment, Chen Fan realized he seemed to be in a prison, his hands shackled. Most notably, his body appeared to be that of a 12 or 13-year-old child. Before him loomed iron bars. The dim light within the cell barely illuminated his surroundings. Chen Fan fell into deep contemplation. He distinctly remembered that during his final mission, he had been betrayed by his leader, ultimately resulting in the deaths of all the assassins ambushing him, though he too perished in the explosion. Had he been reborn? As he regained his senses, Chen Fan had not even begun to examine his surroundings when a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his head, a torrent of memories crashing into his mind like a great ship. Minutes passed before he could gather his thoughts. From the memories he had just recalled, Chen Fan understood that he was currently captured. The identity of his former self was quite remarkable. He was a high-ranking officer of the Rocks Pirates, the adopted son of Wang Ji. And now, he found himself captured by the Navy, while his adoptive father seemed to be in a perilous situation. In the memories of his former self, he recalled that while he was unconscious, his adoptive father was engaged in a fierce battle with Carp. Has the Navy gone mad? They actually captured a mere child and imprisoned him in level 6 of Impel Down, sharing a cell with me. At that moment, a somewhat weathered voice echoed. Chen Fan then noticed a robust old man in the corner to his right. Though he appeared quite aged, his presence was commanding. Both his hands and feet were bound by iron chains. Upon hearing the old man's words, Chen Fan's expression darkened. Initially, he had felt a sense of excitement about being reborn into the world of One Piece. After all, his former self had been a half-hearted assassin, and he had some understanding of the One Piece universe. He had hoped to leverage his knowledge of One Piece to ascend to greatness. Yet here he was, imprisoned in level 6 of Impel Down. Moreover, upon assessing his current body, he realized he possessed little strength, at most comparable to his previous physical condition. This level of physicality would be considered exceptional on Blue Star, but in the world of One Piece, it was merely on par with an ordinary Navy soldier. A child with virtually no power had been captured and thrown into the so-called mythical level 6 of Impel Down. Was this not a hellish beginning? Hey, little one, why so silent? Have you been scared into silence? The old man smirked at him. Enough, Barrick, you old coot. Stop scaring the boy. He's probably still dazed from being thrown in here. Indeed, has the Navy lost their minds? Capturing a child and throwing him into level 6, right? All of us here have bounties in the millions, and they throw this child in the same place as us. Seeing a mere child suddenly imprisoned in level 6, the others began to mock him. Chen Fan paid them no mind. He lacked the strength to engage with them at this moment. In his mind, he meticulously sorted through his memories, striving to ascertain which timeline he currently inhabited. Though it was a hellish start, he had been reborn. As long as there was hope, he would not give up. After some contemplation, Chen Fan realized he was in the year 1494 of the Sea Circle calendar, a time when Roger had yet to become the Pirate King. The admirals were not a Kainu and his ilk. This meant that the current timeline was advantageous for him, as he was aware of what was to come. As his thought crossed his mind, he recalled the mysterious thunderfruit from Skypiea. At this point in time, Enel had undoubtedly not consumed the thunderfruit yet. It was well known that Logia-type fruits could grant immense power early on, especially one imbued with the might of thunder. However, as Chen Fan pondered this, his face bore no trace of excitement. After all, he was trapped in level 6 of Impel Down, unable to escape, let alone seize such formidable power. After organizing his memories, Chen Fan's expression grew grim. The only escape routes he could conceive were twofold. The first option was to wait for the Golden Lion to be captured and seize the opportunity to break out alongside him. The second was to find a way to strengthen his abilities to facilitate an escape. After some reflection, he realized the likelihood of either option succeeding was slim. In the case of the first option, Roger had not yet become the Pirate King, and it would be several years before the Golden Lion would be imprisoned. Moreover, by that time, he would need at least the strength of a lieutenant to escape. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance against even the most basic of guards. As for the second option, attempting to break out of level 6 was an undeniably challenging endeavor. In summary, Both methods necessitated that Chen Fan possess formidable strength. It seemed that his immediate course of action would have to be to find a way to enhance his abilities. Chen Fan snapped back to reality, carefully observing his surroundings. The dim light allowed him to see only the condition of his own cell. He could not discern the state of the surrounding cells, only the faint outlines of what lay across from him. He noticed several burly individuals shackled in the corners of their cells, their limbs bound by chains. Others, like himself, bore only simple shackles on their wrists. I would like to inquire why some individuals are bound by 4 chains while others merely have wrist shackles. Chen Fan deliberately asked the group, wanting to confirm his suspicions. Interesting. The little one has finally spoken. I thought you were too scared to say anything, one of the older inmates replied. I initially thought you might be hiding some strength, but it turns out those Navy fools are truly blind, tossing a clueless child in with us. Most of the inmates began to laugh at Chen Fan's inquiry, mocking the Navy's incompetence for placing a child who knew nothing in the same cell as hardened criminals. Youngster, let me enlighten you. Those bound by chains are all formidable martial artists or immensely powerful individuals without devil fruits. Their 4 shackles are no ordinary restraints. Each contains iron needles embedded in their wrists. If they exert the slightest force to break free, those needles will sever their tendons. As for us, the devil fruit users like you, we wear C-prism stone handcuffs that significantly diminish our combat abilities. Some weaker users can barely muster the strength to throw a punch while wearing these cuffs. You, young one, are also wearing C-prism stone handcuffs. At this point, an elderly man, perhaps weary from the silence, patiently answered Chen Fan's question. Upon receiving this definitive answer, Chen Fan felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he was not shackled by chains otherwise. Training in a cell would have proven exceedingly difficult. At that moment, the door to level 6 of Impel Down swung open. A faint light streamed in as 7 or 8 figures entered, hunched over and cloaked in dark robes, their faces obscured. They said nothing, merely placing food in front of each cell. Afterward, they departed, their actions limited to delivering food and leaving without any unnecessary gestures. Chen Fan observed that each cell received 3 plates, seemingly enough for 3 individuals. Looking around, he noted some cells housed 1 person, others 2, and the maximum appeared to be 3. It seemed that each cell could accommodate a maximum of 3 prisoners, however. Why were there 3 portions of food in front of every cell? Gurgle. The sound of hunger emanating from his stomach snapped Chen Fan back to reality. He resolved to fill his belly before commencing any training. Just as Chen Fan was about to grab the food, he sensed an impending danger and instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. A weathered hand suddenly swatted at him, the overwhelming force sending Chen Fan crashing against the far side of the cell, where he finally regained his footing. Oh, interesting. You managed to block that, little brat. But if you want to eat, you might as well starve for 2 days. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I'll toss you a scrap. As for now, all this food is mine. Barrick grinned wickedly at Chen Fan. With a face as dark as thunder, Chen Fan clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. Had he not reacted in time to deflect that blow with his arm, he would have sustained severe injuries or even lost consciousness. Such was the terrifying strength in the world of One Piece. This man was bound by chains, yet still wielded considerable power. Barrick, you old rascal, you ought to show a bit more kindness to the little ones. It would be rather unfortunate if this child were to perish prematurely. Indeed. After all, he is merely a young lad. We wouldn't want him to starve to death. However, your actions are also justified, allowing those scoundrel Navy members a glimpse of just what sort of individuals they dare to send to the 6th level. Around the prison cells, the pirates began to mock, and not a single soul offered assistance to Chen Fan, merely because he was a mere child of 12 or 13. With his head bowed, Chen Fan's gaze was shrouded in darkness, for he was acutely aware that with his current strength, confronting Barrick would surely lead to his demise. Yet, opportunities were not entirely absent. Thus, disregarding the jeers of others, Chen Fan retreated to a corner. Noticing Chen Fan's withdrawal, Barrick felt a wave of boredom. He had anticipated witnessing the boy's defiance. The others shared this sentiment, seeing Chen Fan submit. They realized there would be no entertainment to behold, and so they resumed their aimless lounging within the confines of the cell. As night fell, the individuals tasked with delivering meals to the sixth-level prison returned once more. However, this time, Chen Fan remained seated in the corner, choosing not to approach for the food. Seeing Chen Fan's refusal to advance, Barrick found himself truly disinterested and spoke up. "Little one, if you manage to endure for 3 days, I shall begrudgingly grant you a share of my provisions." In response to this, Chen Fan remained silent, instead retrieving a somewhat sharp stone from the ground. "What a tedious little creature, there's no amusement to be had here." Barrick chuckled softly, treating Chen Fan merely as a plaything for his entertainment. The night breeze howled, and soon it was the early hours of the morning, by which time most of the prisoners had succumbed to sleep. Yet, Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes during the day. He had overheard an elderly man next door mention an unwritten rule of the 6th level that the use of observation haki should not be employed indiscriminately. After all, no one wished to be spied upon, and it was not solely the old man who had expressed this sentiment. Thus, Chen Fan felt reasonably assured of the information's validity. Gazing at the burly man seated diagonally across from him, Chen Fan gripped the sharp stone tightly in his hand, preparing to strike. Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, Barrick was restrained by chains and could not exert his full force. Today, while he still possessed energy, was the ideal moment to confront him. Otherwise, in a couple of days, he might find himself too weak from hunger to act. Without hesitation, Chen Fan stealthily approached Barrick. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps within the eerie silence of the cell, he drew ever closer to Barrick. When Chen Fan was less than a meter from Barrick, he suddenly raised his right hand high, thrusting the sharp stone forcefully toward Barrick's throat. Sensing the imminent danger, Barrick's eyes flew open, but he was too close to evade. With a spray of blood, the stone pierced directly into Barrick's throat. The agony was excruciating. "Ugh!" Barrick attempted to scream, but with his throat bleeding profusely, he could produce no sound. He could only press one hand against the wound while the other formed a fist, aimed at Chen Fan. With a change in expression, Chen Fan was taken aback by Barrick's resilience. Even with a pierced throat, he still possessed the strength to fight back. Without a moment's delay, Chen Fan swiftly evaded to the right. Realizing his first strike had missed, Barrick sought to retaliate, acutely aware of the life force draining from him. His fists flailed wildly, desperate to strike Chen Fan. In that moment, Barrick understood that he might meet his end here, and his sole desire was to take Chen Fan down with him. Feeling the fierce wind of Barrick's punches, Chen Fan could do nothing but dodge continuously. He mused that, true to the world of pirates, even this elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, still possessed such formidable strength. Observing the blood flowing from Barrick's wrists, he realized that Barrick was intent on ensuring a mutual demise. If struck by even one punch, he would likely face severe injury, if not death. Yet, if he could just endure, it would undoubtedly be Barrick who would perish. Fortunately, Barrick remained shackled, his hands and feet restrained. Otherwise, if Chen Fan were cornered, he would surely be unable to escape the onslaught. The commotion within the confines of the cell naturally attracted the attention of other pirates. When they beheld the darkened space illuminated by the crimson spray of blood, they were taken aback, astonished that this young lad had dared to strike so fiercely, attempting to take down the old rascal Barrick. After the initial shock, their faces lit up with excitement, for it had been quite some time since they had witnessed such a spectacle. Though visibility was poor, the sounds alone were exhilarating enough. "The young lad exhibits remarkable audacity, daring to take the initiative. Why do you remain hidden in the shadows? Charge forth and engage that old wretch in combat. What purpose does it serve to cower? Indeed, seize the moment and vanquish him. Mere evasion holds no merit. The essence of a man's romance lies in the visceral struggle." The pirates heard Barrick vehemently chastising Chen Fan for his retreat. They too urged him to confront the old man with fervor. Yet, Chen Fan remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on Barrick, who appeared as a frenzied beast. He could only evade with desperation. He understood that if he weathered the storm, survival would be his. The notion of manly romance paled in comparison to the imperative of living on. As time slipped away, Barrick's vigor waned. his punches losing their swiftness. However, Chen Fan was equally drenched in cold sweat. His expression taut with tension. The relentless dodging had severely drained his stamina. He was nearing his limits, and now, it was a battle of wills to see who would falter first, sensing his impending collapse. Barrick's attacks grew more frenzied. Chen Fan could only muster every ounce of strength to evade, fully aware that with his current physical condition, a single blow could spell his demise. Seconds passed. 1, 2, 10, 30. Chen Fan had reached his absolute limit when Barrick's fist, imbued with formidable force, surged towards him once more. This time, Chen Fan, at the brink of exhaustion, failed to evade in time. He could almost feel the fierce wind of the approaching punch, just as the fist was a mere 5 centimeters from his head. It suddenly halted. It seems victory belongs to me after all. Chen Fan gazed at the immobile Barrick, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. The other pirates in their cells, upon hearing the shift in the tide, shook their heads in disappointment. They recognized that Barrick had indeed lost. A resounding thud echoed as Barrick's aged form collapsed heavily to the ground. Even in death, his eyes radiated a fierce unwillingness and wrath. Fixated on Chen Fan, truly the embodiment of an unyielding spirit in death. Damn it, Barrick, that old fool was utterly useless. If only he had endured a little longer, he could have dispatched that young brat. Indeed, what a pitiful waste. The lad's luck is surprisingly fortuitous, allowing him to survive this encounter. Who could argue otherwise? Yet, the young one possesses a remarkable tenacity, daring to engage Barrick directly. I commend him for that. The pirates in their cells, witnessing Barrick's massive body tumble to the ground, could only hurl insults at him for his ineptitude in his final moments. In that instant, Chen Fan, devoid of concern for their jeers, plopped down onto the ground. Ha! He gasped for breath. The stark reality of life and death had left him in a state of heightened tension. Staring at Barrick's lifeless form, he marveled at the world of pirates. It was filled with monsters. This man, with a pierced throat, had managed to cling to life for nearly 3 minutes and still had the strength to strike. Gurgle, gurgle. The intense pangs of hunger surged within him as he glanced at the remnants of a meal in front of the cell. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached and devoured it ravenously. The first bite revealed something peculiar. A faint warmth began to circulate within him, gradually amplifying his strength, while the injuries on his arms seemed to mend. Chen Fan wondered if he was mistaken, and continued to consume the food voraciously. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, he had polished off an entire basin of food and a bottle of water. During this time, he could distinctly sense that a subtle warmth coursed through him as he ate. This warmth seemed to flow into his meridians, nourishing his organs, enhancing his physical condition, and even aiding in the repair of his injuries and restoration of his energy. A smile graced his lips. Previously, he had little confidence in his ability to escape from the depths of Impel Down's 6th level. Yet now, bolstered by this newfound ability, his confidence surged. With this, he could minimize rest and dedicate more time to training. Furthermore, the gradual enhancement of his physical prowess would undoubtedly accumulate over time, reaching formidable heights. As Chen Fan regained his composure, he felt a slight sense of satiety within him. He marveled at this sensation, considering he had gone an entire day without food and had just engaged in an intense battle. Remarkably, this single serving had left him feeling full. It must contain a considerable amount of energy. After finishing his meal, Chen Fan returned to the corner, still reeling from the harrowing battle he had just endured. Despite the restorative effects of the green energy, he felt his eyelids growing heavy, his only desire being to rest. The victorious Chen Fan had retreated to the corner of his cell, prompting the pirates observing from their own cells to realize that there was no further spectacle to behold. They too returned to their corners, aimlessly seeking rest. This was the terrifying reality of the 6th level of Impel Down. Unlike the preceding 5 levels, it lacked the unbearable environments that tested human endurance. Instead, it was an endless expanse of solitude, where each pirate could only languish in darkness, bereft of any hope of escape. Even the act of relieving oneself was confined to a designated outlet. The unending solitude and darkness embodied the punishment of the 6th level of Impel Down. Yet, Chen Fan felt an immense sense of gratitude for his unique status, which had afforded him a direct transfer to the 6th level. Otherwise, in the extreme conditions of the previous 5 levels, his physical constitution would have faltered. The following day dawned, the first light of morning breaking. Ordinarily, sunlight would stream in, but here in Impel Down, only the feeble glow of fire provided illumination. Chen Fan awoke, having recuperated throughout the night. His mental state significantly improved. Upon rising, he paid no heed to Barrick's corpse but instead began to perform push-ups, having resolved his immediate troubles. He was ready to commence his training regimen to bolster his strength. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000. Sweat cascaded from Chen Fan, each droplet splattering onto the floor. During this time, some pirates, hearing the sounds, realized that Chen Fan was engaged in training, that young lad still has the nerve to train here. He.s. definitely not escaping. They mocked. What's the point of training? Just lie down and accept your fate. The jeers continued. You think your training will lead to freedom? Despite their taunts, Chen Fan remained resolute. Focusing solely on his training. An hour slipped by, and he persisted with his push-ups. 1998, 1999, 2000. Upon completing 2,000 push-ups, his arms trembled uncontrollably. Having reached their limit, he collapsed onto the floor. Chen Fan found himself pleasantly surprised at his ability to perform 2,000 push-ups in one go. Due to his physical conditioning from his previous life, he could only manage 1,800 push-ups in one session. Had this level of physicality been present in his former life, it would have undoubtedly been considered top tier. However, it was unfortunate that this was the world of One Piece. In this realm, such physical prowess could at best only surpass that of an ordinary naval soldier. After completing his push-ups, Chen Fan felt his arms trembling. Acutely aware that he could not continue any further in the short term, he then immediately shifted to practicing horse stance squats, which are known to significantly enhance core strength. Furthermore, Chen Fan's squatting technique was distinctly more demanding than that of an average practitioner. His legs bent to a notable 80 degrees, a feat that was more exhausting than a standard 90-degree squat. Naturally, this also indicated a more potent training effect. As time passed slowly, approximately 2 hours later, Chen Fan's legs began to quiver uncontrollably, having reached their absolute limit. Huff, huff. He could only rise to his feet, gasping for breath. Chen Fan then returned to the corner to rest. At this point, it was nearing noon, and the door to the 6th level swung open once more, with the guards clad in black attire reappearing to deliver food. Once again, they placed 3 portions of food in front of each cell before departing. Seemingly oblivious to the corpse of Barrick. Wait a moment. Chen Fan intended to call out to them. At that moment, one of the pirates chimed in. Little one, there's no need to shout. These guards are mute and deaf. No matter what you say, they cannot hear you. As for disposing of the body, that is not their responsibility, and no one will come to collect it. You can either leave it to rot or cut it up and dispose of it through the waste outlet. An elderly man, shackled with sea-stone cuffs in the cell opposite Chen Fan, spoke to him. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan realized why the food delivery guards remained silent during their visits. They were not only mute, but also deaf. Gazing at Barrick's massive corpse, Chen Fan was naturally reluctant to have such a presence lingering beside him. Without hesitation, he seized a sharp stone and began to dismember Barrick's body for the areas that resisted cutting. He used all his strength to tear them apart. After over 10 minutes of effort, Chen Fan finally managed to expel Barrick's enormous corpse through the waste outlet. Fortunately, Chen Fan's past as an assassin equipped him with the fortitude to handle such a gruesome task. Otherwise, an ordinary person would likely have been repulsed to the point of vomiting at the sight. Once everything was cleared away, Chen Fan glanced at the slightly murky water in the wash basin and gave himself a brief rinse. He then turned his attention to the food in front of his cell. Contemplating, he realized that this level, despite its endless solitude and darkness, was significantly better in many aspects compared to the 5 levels below. This was all part of the Navy's design. They intended for the pirates confined to this level to endure and ultimately succumb to the relentless darkness and isolation, leaving nothing but bones behind. Returning to the present, Chen Fan regarded the 3 identical portions of food, picked one up, and began to eat. Instantly, a familiar surge of green warmth spread throughout his body. The previous fatigue dissipated, and his physical condition began to improve at an exceedingly gradual pace. After finishing one portion, Chen Fan felt he was about 7/10 full. He proceeded to consume a second portion, and after eating 13 bites, he felt he had reached about 9/10 full and decided not to continue. It seemed that with his current appetite, he could manage just a little over 1 portion. However, this was quite advantageous, as it prevented the situation where excessive training would lead to insufficient energy replenishment, which could hinder his ability to enhance his strength swiftly. After finishing his lunch, Chen Fan returned to the corner to rest. 2 hours later, he felt that his stamina had nearly returned. Internally, he marveled at the exceptional physical condition and recovery abilities of individuals in the world of One Piece. Back on Blue Star, his physical capabilities had nearly reached the limits of human potential, and further training there would have been counterproductive. Yet here, he felt no such restrictions, not dwelling on this any longer. Chen Fan resumed his training, mirroring the morning's regimen. He began with 2,000 push-ups, followed by approximately 2 hours of horse stance squats, and added another 1,000 punches to his routine. It was only by evening that he finally completed the approximately 1,000 punches by this time. His hands felt utterly incapable of lifting any further. Simultaneously, the guards delivered dinner. Without hesitation, Chen Fan approached and devoured his meal ravenously. The faint warmth spread through his body like refreshing dew after rain, restoring his energy and gradually enhancing his physical attributes. As before, he could only eat 13 bites of the second portion before feeling a slight distension in his stomach after finishing his meal. Chen Fan lay back in the corner to rest, continuing until the next day when he resumed training. From that point on, Chen Fan's days became remarkably monotonous and tedious. Each day revolved solely around training. Time trickled by like fine sand, and this routine persisted for nearly a year. At this juncture, the many pirates in the 6th level of Impel Down regarded Chen Fan with newfound respect. They had witnessed that any pirate sharing a cell with Chen Fan would inevitably meet their demise at his hands. Moreover, they observed that Chen Fan's strength had increased significantly compared to a year ago. This was, of course, intentional on Chen Fan's part. After all, he intended to escape prison and did not wish for anyone to share his cell, as that could lead to unnecessary complications. 9, 998, 9, 999, 10. 000. Only upon reaching 10,000 push-ups did Chen Fan feel his arms trembling. Unable to continue. This was the culmination of his training over the past year. He had progressed from an initial 1,000 push-ups to an astounding 10,000. His strength had multiplied several times over. And if he were to confront Barrick now, he would not need to resort to stealth. He could defeat Barrick head-on. Of course, this was predicated on Barrick being restrained by chains. If Barrick were to unleash his full strength, Chen Fan would still be no match for him. Nonetheless, despite this progress, Chen Fan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, he recalled that if there was anything particularly foundational in the world of pirates, it would undoubtedly be the Marine 6 styles. Not only did it help naval soldiers rapidly enhance their strength in the early stages, but crucially, 2 of the techniques also facilitated the comprehension of Haki, both Busashoku and Kinbunshaku. It could be said that had Chen Fan not found himself in the 6th level of Impel Down, joining the Navy might have been the best choice for him, as it would allow for steady growth with access to superior training resources. However, here he was, trapped in the 6th level of Impel Down. How could he train in the Marine 6 styles? Chen Fan fell into deep thought, and suddenly it dawned on him. The 6th level of Impel Down might not only house pirates but could also contain defectors from the Navy. Immediately, Chen Fan posed a question to the others. Does anyone know if there are any Navy defectors imprisoned on this level? Interesting, you little rascal, one pirate replied. For an entire year, you've only focused on training. Yet you now have the audacity to ask questions. Indeed, how curious. I advise you to give up. Isn't it better to just lie down quietly? What good is it to train in the 6th level of Impel Down? Besides, you have sea stone cuffs on your wrists. Your strength is reduced to less than 110. Indeed, little one. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless that you've killed at least 6 or 7 people in the past year. You might just have the qualifications to be in the same level as us. Upon hearing Chen Fan's inquiry, none of the pirates took him seriously. Most merely urged him to accept reality, reiterating that with the sea stone cuffs, escape was impossible. In response, Chen Fan merely scoffed, choosing to disregard their comments. After all, he was not a devil fruit user. The 2 circular cuffs were not connected but rather encircled his arms individually, thus having no significant impact on him. As for Navy defectors, an old pirate chimed in. The fellow next to you, Hating Glue, is a Navy major. I recall having fought him before I was imprisoned. Chen Fan initially believed that he would be unable to extract any useful information. However, the middle-aged man seated diagonally across from him spoke up. Chen Fan directed his gaze to the same spot as the man. I recall you are indeed a rear admiral of the Navy, albeit a rebellious one, captured just like us. Hating Glue regarded a square-faced middle-aged man sitting behind him with a mocking expression. In contrast, Budek's face was a mask of fury, yet he felt utterly powerless. He was not only a master of physical combat, but also possessed the abilities granted by a devil fruit. He was restrained not only by iron chains, but also by sea stone handcuffs. On the other hand, Hating Glue was merely bound by chains. The 2 had clashed before, with Budek always finding himself at a disadvantage. Is there something you wish to discuss? Budek asked Chen Fan, his expression somewhat grim. Despite being a renegade rear admiral, He harbored no fondness for pirates, only disdain. That I would like to request that you teach me the Navy's 6 styles, Chen Fan responded earnestly. Upon hearing this, the pirates in the cell erupted in loud derision. Kid, what are you thinking? Training in the Navy's 6 styles? What good could that possibly do? Indeed, the Navy's 6 styles are utterly worthless. I recall a Navy officer who stood still, using a block of iron as a shield while I struck at him. It was truly laughable. Yeah, kid, even if you were to train, you should seek out a more effective technique. Why bother with the Navy's methods? They are of no use at all. The pirates expressed their disdain for the Navy's 6 styles, viewing them as beneath their notice, especially since they were notorious pirates who could hardly respect what the Navy relied upon for its foundational training. Moreover, their opposition to the Navy made it unthinkable to praise anything associated with it. Do you know what you're talking about? Can any of you defeat Vice Admiral Garp? Budek, despite being a traitorous admiral, could not tolerate the insults aimed at the Navy's 6 styles. The mention of Garp's name silenced the gathered crowd for a moment, for they all understood that none among them could hope to contend with the legendary Vice Admiral. Yet, it was not long before another pirate spoke up. Oh, look at you, a Navy traitor. Still invoking the name of a naval hero. How amusing. One might think you were still a rear admiral. Hearing the mocking voice of the gaunt pirate across the cell, Budek glared at him in anger. You, what of it? Are you coming over to fight me, or what? You're no better off than us, are you? A Navy traitor, now locked up here just like the rest of us. Majeri continued the taunting. Faced with such ridicule, Budek clenched his fists, his face a picture of fury, yet he felt powerless, fully aware that they spoke the truth. He was indeed a Navy traitor. Did I beg you to teach me the Navy's 6 styles? Chen Fan interjected, uninterested in their quarrels, only desiring to enhance his strength. Why would I teach you? I have no interest in doing so, Budek replied bluntly. Yes, Budek is right. Let us see if this little brat still has the audacity to be arrogant. Why should he teach you? He simply one-teed at the pirates swiftly shifted their focus to taunting, having grown bored. What must I do for you to teach me the Navy's 6 styles? Just tell me. And I will make it happen, Chen Fan pressed on, unwilling to concede defeat. Hearing this, Budek fell into contemplation. After a few moments, he shook his head and looked at Chen Fan. How dare you utter such words? Even if I had something to accomplish, you are trapped here with me, with no chance of fulfilling that task. Besides, they are right. Training in the 6th level of Impel Down is futile. You will never have the opportunity to escape. Who can say for certain? I simply enjoy training. After all, the days ahead will be dull. Why not tell me the methods and principles behind the Navy's 6 styles? Perhaps I might find a way to assist you once I escape. Chen Fan said earnestly, his gaze fixed on Budek, filled with visions of hope for the future. Budek couldn't help but recall his own past, but the memory quickly turned sour. Budek had devoted his life to the Navy, having slain no fewer than 800 pirates. His betrayal stemmed from a single person, a naval rear admiral who had violated his wife before his very eyes and murdered his daughter. After narrowly escaping, Budek sought revenge, only to fall into a trap laid by the Navy and was captured, lacking evidence to support his claims and with no one to speak on his behalf. He was imprisoned for attempting to assassinate the naval admiral. The thought of this ignited a fire of rage within Budek. His sole purpose for living was to kill that admiral and avenge his wife and daughter. Even if I were to share it with you, you could never accomplish it. After several long seconds, Budek turned to Chen Fan. Seeing a glimmer of hope in Budek's gaze, Chen Fan pressed on. What if? If you tell me, I promise to help you with that task if I ever get the chance. Life must hold some hope. After all, Budek pondered this, as if coming to a realization. After a few more seconds, he finally relented. Find out if you can help me kill Navy Admiral Henry Davy in the future. I will teach you the Navy's 6 styles. Agreed. That I promise that if I can escape, I will assist you in killing that man. Chen Fan readily affirmed, thrilled that Budek had set forth a condition. All right, though I know the chances are slim, but you're right. Staying here is tedious, and perhaps there is hope after all. Budek contemplated, ultimately conceding. The Navy's 6 styles include the Iron Fist, the Iron Block, the Shave, the Moonwalk, the Gale Foot, and the paper drawing. That I suggest you start with the Moonwalk. Budek instructed Chen Fan. Understood, Chen Fan replied, relieved that Budek was not as obstinate as he had feared. The practice of the Moonwalk involves continuously stepping against the air. When you can manage to step 8 times in 1 second, you will have successfully begun your training in the Moonwalk. Budek explained the training methods and principles with the patience of a seasoned instructor, drawing from his past experience teaching recruits as a rear admiral. Chen Fan listened intently, driven by an insatiable desire for strength. Meanwhile, the other pirates in the cell wore expressions of ridicule. These two must be mad. One is genuinely teaching while the other is genuinely learning. Indeed, Budek must be so bored. Surely he doesn't believe that kid has any chance of escaping? Hating Blue's companion was equally foolish. Truly, these Navy folks are even more foolish than we pirates. What good is training when escape is impossible? That Budek must be a fool to think that kid could help him with revenge. The pirates continued their mockery, but both Budek and Chen Fan paid them no mind. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Fan grasped the principles of the moonwalk and began to practice within the confines of his cell. In the days that followed, Chen Fan augmented his basic physical training with the moonwalk, enriching his daily routine. Each time he finished training, feeling utterly exhausted, he would consume food to replenish his energy. Now he could eat 2 portions of high-protein food before feeling even a hint of fullness. Step. Within the cramped confines of the cell, Chen Fan persistently attempted to master stepping on AT first. He could only manage 3 steps in a second, unable to increase that number no matter how hard he tried. Budek observed this scene in silence, offering no words of encouragement or criticism. After all, this initial performance can already be deemed quite commendable. Those naval cadets could barely manage to take 2 steps at the outset. As time gradually passed, day by day, Chen Fan tirelessly trained, while Budek patiently guided him, meticulously correcting his mistakes step by step. Moreover, as time went on, Budek couldn't help but reflect on the intensity of Chen Fan's training and the rapidity of his progress. In his mind, he had already branded Chen Fan as a prodigy, feeling a sense of regret for him. With such talent and diligence, had he not been in Impel Down, he would surely have achieved great feats in the new world. In the initial days of Chen Fan's training, those pirates continuously mocked him, yet they soon realized that he paid them no mind and ignored their taunts. After 2 or 3 days, they found it pointless and ceased their jeers. Nevertheless, they believed in their hearts that Chen Fan was merely squandering his time, destined to remain in Impel Down for life. What use was such rigorous training? 15 days later, a series of loud thuds echoed as Chen Fan executed 8 steps in midair. Observing Chen Fan's success in mastering the moonwalk in just 15 days, Budek was taken aback. He had never encountered anyone who could attain such proficiency so swiftly. He recalled the 3 remarkable figures in the Navy, particularly Sakazuki, who had taken 20 days to master the same technique. Chen Fan had surpassed that monster by 5 days. With a deep breath, Chen Fan's face lit up with excitement. After 15 days of intensive training, he had finally mastered one of the Navy's 6 styles. Fortunately, his access to food had generated heat within his body, alleviating fatigue and aiding recovery, or else he could not have achieved this so swiftly. Witnessing Budek's astonished expression, Chen Fan was certain of his rapid training speed. After several seconds of astonishment, Budek regained his composure and said, "Chen Fan, since your talent is so exceptional, I shall teach you the remaining 5 techniques." He then began to explain the methods and principles behind the remaining 5 styles. 1. Shave. Instantaneous acceleration for a swift dash. 2. Gale kick. A slashing attack akin to sword energy. 3. Iron body. Dispersing energy to cover the body's surface, rendering it as hard as iron. 4. Finger pistol. Concentrating energy in the fingertips, allowing them to penetrate even steel like bullets. 5. Paper drawing. Maneuvering the body with the ease and fluidity of painting on paper. Upon hearing Budek's explanations, Chen Fan grasped the general concepts. In truth, the principles behind the Navy's 6 styles were not overly complex. The primary challenge lay in possessing the physical conditioning necessary to execute these movements. Just as Chen Fan prepared to continue training, the door to the 6th level swung open once more, a faint light illuminating the space and bringing a long-awaited brightness. A heavily injured and seemingly frail giant was escorted in by 4 guards, coincidentally arriving at the cell where Chen Fan resided. Upon entry, the guards bound him with chains made from a special material and a unique set of handcuffs before departing. Chen Fan observed that this giant was taller than the Barrick he had slain, standing over 5 meters tall, with his head nearly brushing the top of the cell. Crucially, the handcuffs he wore were not made of sea stone, indicating he was not a devil fruit user. "Kid, what are you staring at? Looking for trouble?" The giant noticed Chen Fan's gaze and glared at him menacingly. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's previously calm demeanor shifted slightly, revealing a hint of ferocity. He had no intention of allowing this brute to live. The other pirates in their cells watched with keen interest, fully aware that this seemingly harmless boy was, in fact, a formidable threat. Anyone who entered his cell would undoubtedly meet their end, and his strikes were swift. Vicious, precise, and decisive, typically taking advantage of newcomers still weakened from their injuries at that moment. The pirates eagerly anticipated Chen Fan's assault on the newly arrived giant. Although Mond had been captured by a Marine vice-admiral, he was notorious outside, and thus he found it hard to fathom why a seemingly insignificant child would dare to look at him that way. Chen Fan, now 14 years old and standing at a height of 1.70 meters, was not short by conventional standards, yet in this world, he appeared diminutive, primarily due to his youthful features. "Kid, I'm a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million, if you dare to stare at me again." "I'll gouge your eyes out." Mond glared fiercely at Chen Fan this moment. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chen Fan's lips. In the next instant, his form vanished from sight, and his fist moved like a cannonball, hurtling towards Mond's face. Taken aback, Mond had not anticipated that this boy would dare to strike. However, as a pirate with a bounty of 300 million, his reflexes were astonishing. He swiftly extended his right arm to block the blow, staggering back slightly yet managing to absorb the impact. Mond felt a sharp pain in his right arm and was further astonished. He had expected this young boy to possess such strength and ferocity. With an expression devoid of hesitation, Chen Fan unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike raining down upon Mond, bound by chains and still nursing his injuries. Mond could only passively defend himself, wary of exerting too much force lest the spikes within the handcuffs injure his wrists. After an onslaught of relentless punches, Chen Fan delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to Mond's head. With his limbs restrained, Mond had no time to react, and he could only watch helplessly as the forceful kick struck him. Bang! Mond felt his head spin, and his massive body crashed against the wall, rage flooding his features as he glared at Chen Fan with murderous intent. "Kid, you're seeking death." Mond launched a powerful punch towards Chen Fan. In response, Chen Fan's expression remained unperturbed, channeling all his strength into his fist, striking back with equal might. Boom! The two fists collided with the force of boulders, causing both Chen Fan and Mond to stumble back several steps. Seeing himself evenly matched against a mere child ignited even greater fury within Mond. He thought, if he weren't shackled, he could unleash his full power, which would exceed 100. How could he be pushed back by this boy? Chen Fan, too, sensed that this giant was stronger than the previous adversaries he had faced. His excitement surged. This visceral, blood-soaked combat was precisely what he craved. In the next moment, Chen Fan vanished once more, and the two figures, one large, one small, continued to clash within the confines of the cell. Blood splattering everywhere, Chen Fan's right leg lashed out like a whip, striking directly at Mond's body. Simultaneously, Mond's fist, akin to a colossal boulder, crashed into Chen Fan's abdomen. Each blow landed with bone-crushing force as the two figures engaged in a ferocious struggle. Reminiscent of wild beasts battling for supremacy at that moment, Mond's initial disdain had evaporated, replaced by a grave expression, for he understood that in his current state, shackled by chains, he could very well perish if he did not fight with every ounce of his strength. Mond relentlessly hammered his fists toward Chen Fan. As a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million, he possessed considerable skills, yet now he found himself unable to fully utilize them. Overexerting himself risked the sharp spikes of his handcuffs piercing his wrists and ankles, forcing him to fight while carefully managing his strength. Coupled with his unhealed injuries, Mond's stamina had drastically diminished. Ha! He gasped for breath, the speed of his punches slowing significantly. Chen Fan noticed this disparity. Although he too was fatigued, he was in far better shape than Mond. His fist rained down upon Mond like a tempest, offering no respite. However, Mond, endowed with the ability of observation haki, managed to evade despite his restraints. Fortunately for him, the special handcuffs prevented him from employing armament haki in battle. Otherwise, Chen Fan would have found it impossible to hold his ground against him. As time progressed, after more than 10 minutes, Mond's injuries began to worsen, compounded by the need to control his strength and the continuous exertion of his observation haki, leading to a sharp decline in his physical condition. What began as a capacity to counterattack had devolved into a desperate struggle merely to defend himself, and at times, he could scarcely react to Chen Fan's onslaught. Blood streamed from his head, and his body bore numerous wounds. Chen Fan, like a bloodthirsty demon, demonstrated no intention of relenting. Each of his powerful fists struck Mon's skull with devastating force. With an expression of bitter defiance, Mon yearned to resist. Yet his current injuries and dwindling energy rendered him powerless. Boom! Chen Fan delivered a punch, akin to a massive rock, imbued with tremendous strength, crashing into Mon's face. With a resounding thud, Mon's imposing form collapsed heavily to the ground. As his consciousness began to blur and exhaustion consumed him, accompanied by intense pain, Mon realized he had indeed been defeated by this young adversary. He thought to himself, I refuse to accept this. If it were outside, with your meager strength, you wouldn't last 3 moves against me. In a final, desperate struggle, Mon glared at Chen Fan with fury, wishing to rise and continue the fight. But the severity of his injuries and the searing pain within him rendered standing impossible. But what of it? In the end, the victor is I. Chen Fan's gaze was icy as he looked down at the gravely wounded Mon lying on the ground. Showing no hesitation, he struck directly at Mon's throat. Crack! With a sharp sound, Mon's fingers fell limp, his gaze fixed on Chen Fan, yet all breath had left him, transforming him into a lifeless corpse. After dispatching this adversary, Chen Fan sat down, breathing heavily. The pirates who had been spectating could not help but express their astonishment at the outcome. The young man had grown increasingly powerful, having brutally slain the formidable Mon. Indeed, his methods were ruthless, showing no mercy, and those who shared his cell were truly unfortunate. It was also a pity, had this young man been outside. He might have made a name for himself in the new world. Don't you think this young fellow seems hardly affected by the sea prism stone handcuffs? How is that possible? He must also be a devil fruit user. Perhaps through prolonged training, he has managed to utilize a fraction of his abilities. Having observed Chen Fan in numerous battles, some felt puzzled, believing he exhibited little influence from the sea prism stone handcuffs. However, others quickly countered, for they were seasoned pirates of the new world, well versed in the realities of power. They knew that some devil fruit users could still exert significant strength even when restrained by sea prism stone handcuffs. At that moment, Budek surveyed Chen Fan, who had just vanquished his enemy, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret for both him and himself. He pondered that given Chen Fan's talent and determination, coupled with such decisiveness in combat, he would surely become a formidable force if given the chance outside, and could potentially avenge himself. Rest assured, I mean what I say. I will fulfill my promise that I am grateful for your diligent instruction over these past 2 years. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly help you eliminate that scoundrel. Although Chen Fan is somewhat devoid of emotions, he nonetheless possesses a set of principles, feeling the immense power within him over the past year. Chen Fan has made remarkable progress through his training in the Navy's 6 forms and by continuously engaging in physical conditioning. His strength has surged dramatically, and he inquired with Budek about his current prowess, which is equivalent to that of an ordinary Navy colonel. It is worth noting that this is quite formidable. Even the 3 great monsters of the Navy did not necessarily possess such strength at Chen Fan's age. Despite his rapid advancement in power, he realizes it is insufficient for an escape. Merely having the strength of a Navy colonel is far from adequate. He requires at least the equivalent strength of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters. Chen Fan fell into deep contemplation, strategizing on how to further enhance his abilities. Soon, he devised a detailed plan. What type of power is most potent for a master of martial arts? Undoubtedly, it is Haki. Now that he has completed his training in the Navy's 6 forms with high proficiency, further progress seems challenging. However, he could attempt to develop a 7th form. Given his current physical condition, it should be achievable. Of course, the crux lies in mastering armament Haki and observation Haki. It is imperative to understand that without Haki, survival in the new world is utterly impossible. Budek, could you teach me about the 2-colored Haki once more? Chen Fan expressed a sense of gratitude for being in the 6th level, where only the strong reside. Upon hearing that Chen Fan wished to begin learning Haki, Budek was not particularly surprised. After all, with Chen Fan's physical condition, he had indeed reached the threshold for Haki training. Of course, just remember, if you ever manage to escape, you must seek vengeance from me, Budek said, hoping that Chen Fan's strength would continue to grow, thereby increasing his own chances of escape. Budek then prepared to explain the methods of Haki cultivation to Chen Fan. However, at that moment, the door to the 6th level swung open once more. 3 familiar figures entered Chen Fan's line of sight, though they certainly did not recognize him. Leading the trio was a man wearing a white hat, clad in a prison uniform, and draped in a white coat. With a notably broad chin, however, he was covered in wounds, his hands shackled with special handcuffs, resembling a prisoner. This individual was none other than Shiryu of the Rain. Behind him were two others. The one on the left wore a black coat, his appearance somewhat menacing, complete with two black horns atop his head. The one on the right sported what appeared to be an Egyptian pharaoh's headdress, his belly grotesquely swollen, and his face resembling that of a demonic spirit. These two were Magellan and Hannibal, who seemed to be escorting Shiryu into the room. Shiryu, you should take this time to reflect while you're inside. Do you have any idea how many guards have perished because of you? Magellan spoke to Shiryu with a hint of anger. And what of it? When I get out in a few days, I'll make sure to give you a good beating, Shiryu retorted, showing no sign of remorse, and even threatening Magellan. In response, Magellan appeared helpless. Hannibal, lock this guy up, he ordered. Why should I listen to you? You're merely the vice warden, not the warden. When the warden steps down, that position will surely be mine. You might as well curry favor with me now. Who knows? I might take care of you later, Hannibal replied disdainfully, showing no intention of obeying Magellan's commands. Faced with these two, Magellan was filled with rage, yet found himself unable to explode, cursing his misfortune internally for being stuck working with these two. One was chaotic in battle, blurring the lines between friend and foe, while the other incessantly proclaimed his desire to be the warden, claiming that the position would eventually be his. This left Magellan in a quandary, and he had no choice but to personally confine Shiryu to his cell. Afterward, he was eager to leave the presence of the two, primarily because his stomach was acting up again. Hannibal, not wishing to linger in the 6th level, followed Magellan out swiftly. Watching them depart, Chen Fan fell into thought. From the earlier commotion, he discerned that the current warden was not Magellan. He was merely the vice warden, given that Magellan's peers had yet to rise to their ranks. It was understandable that he was not the warden at this time. After all, they appeared to be only in their early 20s, and their power likely had not reached its zenith. Then who is the current warden? Chen Fan pondered, unable to recall any mention of Magellan's predecessor in the original story. However, he was certain that this individual must be a formidable figure, possibly on par with or nearing the level of an admiral. Otherwise, they could not possibly hold the position of warden in Impel Down. Isn't that the infamous chief of the Impel Down guards? How did he end up imprisoned as well? And what happened to your famed sword? You look quite disheveled, the pirates taunted upon seeing Shiryu entered. In response, Shiryu merely smirked coldly. You scoundrels, wait until I get out. You'll regret it. The pirates, however, remained unfazed, as within the endless solitude and despair, hope had long since faded from their eyes. And they felt little fear of death. This was the terrifying aspect of the 6th level, the endless hell. Amidst their bickering, Chen Fan's attention remained focused on the cultivation methods of Haki. Budek, please continue explaining the Haki training techniques we were discussing earlier, he said slowly. Budek showed no intention of withholding information and began to elaborate. Most are aware that Haki is divided into 3 types: observation Haki, armament Haki, and the rare conqueror's Haki. Armament Haki and observation Haki are latent powers within the human body, and our task is to draw them out. Strictly speaking, this power exists in everyone, but one must possess a certain level of physical aptitude to harness it. Of course, drawing it out is just the initial step. The next phase involves utilizing this Haki for oneself. As for conqueror's Haki, it embodies the spirit of a ruler. Even in the New World, it is exceedingly rare, almost innate. Furthermore, possessing the potential to evoke conqueror's Haki does not guarantee its activation. Most who wield it have been subjected to immense stress or have reached the brink of death before comprehending its true nature. Those endowed with conqueror's Haki can exert tremendous pressure, overwhelming ordinary individuals who cannot withstand it, often leading to fainting or even death. However, conqueror's Haki encompasses more than just this. I've heard of an even more advanced application, though I am not well versed in its specifics. Upon hearing about conqueror's Haki, Chen Fan wondered whether he possessed the qualities of a ruler. Meanwhile, Budek continued to elucidate the principles and training methods of Haki. Among the 3 types, the one that can most directly enhance our strength is armament Haki. Armament Haki can envelop the surface of our body, significantly bolstering the defensive capabilities of the covered areas and amplifying the force of our strikes. Additionally, armament Haki is effective against Logia-type devil fruit users, whose elemental forms render them immune to most physical attacks. Without armament Haki or some unusual means, even the mightiest of blows will fail to harm a Logia user. As he spoke, Budek carefully summoned the power within him, and his right fist appeared to be enveloped in a dark, swirling mass, radiating formidable strength. This is armament haki, he explained. After maintaining it for just a few seconds, Budek began to breathe heavily. After all, he must cautiously maneuver his powers. Most importantly, as a wielder of the devil fruit abilities, he finds himself shackled with sea stone handcuffs, rendering him extraordinarily weak. What I just demonstrated to you was the first stage of haki, known as Busashoka Hakai. To my knowledge, there are a total of 5 stages that I have only just begun to grasp the first stage. The initial manifestation of Busashoka Haki, which is the first stage, is referred to as invisible yet colorful. The second stage is termed visible yet colorful, while the third stage is identified as visible yet tangible. As for the fourth stage, it involves fully manifesting Busashoka Haki onto the hands, granting it penetrating power. The fifth stage, even more formidable, is called Haki Patterns. From what I understand, Vice Admiral Garp has mastered Busashoka Haki to the 5th stage. Upon mentioning Vice Admiral Garp, Budek's face betrayed a look of admiration. After all, most in the Navy hold Vice Admiral Garp in high esteem. Regaining his composure, Budek continued to explain Kinbunshika Haki to Chen Fan. Similar to Busashoka Haki, Kinbunshika Haki is also divided into 5 stages. The first stage, autonomous awareness, allows one to evade attacks using instinct. The individual you fought earlier was at this stage. The second stage, autonomous cognition, enables the body to instinctively evade attacks without relying solely on intuition. Had that individual reached this stage, you would not have been able to hit him so easily. The third stage, autonomous perception, allows you to sense your opponent's attacks using Kinbunshika Haki. The fourth stage, premonition, enables you to foresee an enemy's attack in advance, allowing for optimal response. As for the fifth stage, known as foreseeing the future, it is exceedingly terrifying, as it allows one to glimpse future events. If applied in combat, it would be truly fearsome. Of course, I have also heard that the fifth stage of Kinbunshika Haki does not solely pertain to foreseeing the future, it possesses other capabilities. Though I cannot recall the exact name, listening to the voices of all things, Roger possessed this ability. The previously silent Haiding Lu suddenly spoke up. However, he only uttered this one sentence before falling silent once more. The reason he knew Roger had this ability was that he had encountered him before. To be precise, it was not an encounter, but rather a one-sided domination. The other pirates in the cells did not mock Chen Fan and his companion this time. After their previous taunts went ignored, they found it tedious and unamusing, choosing not to continue. What about the training methods for the dual haki? Naturally, Chen Fan was aware that Roger possessed the ability to listen to the voices of all things. As for foreseeing the future, others would come to possess this ability as well. Observing Chen Fan's anxious demeanor, Budek began to explain the training methods for the dual haki within the Navy. The method for cultivating Busashoka Haki involves enduring blows to strengthen the body's defenses until a certain moment allows one to channel Busashoka Haki. As for Kinbunshika Haki, the training method requires emptying the mind, extending one's senses to perceive nature, and evading attacks based on intuition. Based on our past experiences, we have deduced a method to train both haki simultaneously, closing your eyes and enduring hits. This approach not only enhances your physical defenses, but also enables you to evade attacks using instinct, closing my eyes and enduring blows. Chen Fan thought this was indeed a clever method. No wonder most of the Navy in the New World are adept in both Busashoku and Kinbunshika Haki. But in the days to come, I will continuously throw stones at you. During this time, you must solely rely on your intuition to evade my attacks, Budek earnestly conveyed to Chen Fan. The other pirates, upon hearing this training method, did not voice any objections, although they were reluctant to admit it. They had to acknowledge that the Navy's approach was quite effective. At this moment, the imprisoned Reign of Hope also noticed Chen Fan. He was surprised that someone would train in the 6th level of Impel Down, but he did not pay it much mind. After all, what kind of formidable individual could a person lacking both Busashoku and Kinbunshika Haki be? Among the prisoners in this layer, those without haki were nearly at the bottom of the hierarchy. Hardly worth his attention. In the following days, with Budek's assistance, Chen Fan trained diligently, accumulating numerous wounds as he relied on instinct to evade the stone attacks with his eyes closed. Though the principle sounded simple, executing it proved exceedingly challenging. However, as long as he consumed food, his external injuries would gradually heal. Observing this transformation day after day, Budek marveled internally at Chen Fan's monstrous recovery ability. Every day, Chen Fan compressed his time to the utmost, engaging in foundational training in the morning, practicing the Navy's 6 styles in the afternoon, while contemplating profound insights, and dedicating the evenings to cultivating the dual haki. resting only in the early hours of dawn. This intense training regimen left him invigorated the next day. Witnessing this spectacle, the other pirates could not help but exclaim, "A monster, truly a fearsome monster." Yet, only Chen Fan himself understood that such remarkable recovery stemmed primarily from the ability of the thermal flow. Without it, his training pace would have been halved. Although he progressed daily, Chen Fan recognized a growing issue. The 3 portions of food were no longer sufficient to sustain his training demands. At this moment, Budek, perceiving the faint light, noticed that Chen Fan had consumed all 3 portions of food, in the 6th level of Impel Down. Only a meager glimmer of light existed, and even the most diligent observation could only discern the cell opposite. One can only imagine how dim this light was. Had Budek not been leaning against the iron bars, assisting Chen Fan with his training, he would have remained unaware. After contemplating, he tossed the remaining portion of food into Chen Fan's cell. Haiding Lu, lying in the corner, glanced at the sound but merely returned to sleep, disinterested in further discussion, seeing the food Budek had provided, along with the guidance he had received over the days. Even Chen Fan's cold heart experienced some transformation. With a serious expression, he inquired of Budek, "Vice Admiral Budek, if I had the opportunity to take you out, would you be willing to become a pirate?" I am asking this question earnestly. Upon hearing this inquiry, Budek fell into deep thought, recalling his lifelong beliefs. "I apologize, though I harbor resentment towards the Navy. It is solely directed at that beast. My father is a Navy major, and I have lived in the Navy headquarters since childhood. I will not become a pirate." Upon hearing Budek's response, Chen Fan chose not to comment further. Everyone has their own aspirations. He began to eat the food, feeling a slight thermal flow within him that aided in his recovery. Subsequently, with Budek's assistance, he resumed his hockey training, day after day, month after month. A year later, Chen Fan found that a layer of black substance had enveloped his fists. Clearly, his Busashoka Haki had reached the first layer, and now, when facing the stones thrown rapidly by Budek, he could close his eyes and rely on instinct to evade, indicating that his Kinbunshika Haki had also attained the first layer. He had also grasped the Navy's 6 styles, mastering the technique of life return and extending it into a profound move. Yet, despite these accomplishments, Chen Fan displayed no hint of excitement. He sensed that merely achieving the first layer had significantly slowed his training pace. At this rate, it was uncertain when he would reach the second layer. With only the first layers of Busashoku and Kinbunshika Haki, escaping Impel Down was simply impossible. "Vice Admiral Budek, I feel that my training pace has slowed. It seems no matter how hard I train, my understanding of the dual Haki only improves marginally." Lacking experience in this regard, Chen Fan directly posed the question to Budek. "Your talent is truly formidable. Learning dual Haki within a year places you among the top 3 individuals I have encountered. However, everyone encounters a bottleneck. Your current feeling of slow progress is not due to any fault of your own. It is a common experience. Generally, when faced with such a situation, engaging in combat, specifically life and death battles, is the best training method. Unfortunately, in this place, you cannot engage in any form of combat." With a hint of regret, Budek remarked that he had often contemplated how much better it would have been if Chen Fan were not in Impel Down. Thus it was. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and realized that his second phase of planning needed to be expedited. He had long desired to venture towards the 5th level. After all, the current environment of the 6th level offered him scant opportunities for cultivation. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, there existed a certain area on the 5th level, a mezzanine, unknown even to the warden of Impel Down. Subsequently, Chen Fan gestured to Budek, indicating that there were matters they wished to keep from the other inmates. They had devised a series of signals known only to the 2 of them. As visibility in this place was exceedingly poor, even now, standing before the iron bars, they could barely make out each other's indistinct forms. Chen Fan signaled his intent for Budek to eliminate Hating Glue. As the only person who could potentially discover his departure from the 6th level was the very Hating Glue in the opposite cell, for only that cell afforded a glimpse of Chen Fan's silhouette. "Do you have the confidence?" Budek contemplated for a moment before gesturing in response. Whether or not there was certainty, it was worth a try. It was certainly preferable to remaining here indefinitely. Chen Fan also signaled affirmatively. Budek then revealed a look of hesitation, taking several seconds before he gestured once more. "All right, I will find a way to kill Hating Lu. Be careful, Budek, that to be truthful." Chen Fan harbored some concerns. After all, Hatinglu's raw strength surpassed that of Budek by a slight margin. Nevertheless, Chen Fan had no choice but to place his hopes in Budek. Night fell. The abyss of Impel Down was so eerily quiet that one could hear the soft whisper of the evening breeze. At this moment, Budek fixed his gaze upon Hatinglu, who sat in a corner, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a sharp stone and charged at Hatinglu, the latter, in the midst of slumber. Sensed the impending danger and immediately opened his eyes. Alas, the razor-sharp stone had already appeared before him. Accompanied by a pained scream, Hatinglu could not evade the attack, resulting in his right eye being gouged out. Blood gushing forth uncontrollably, he could not comprehend what had driven Budek to such madness. Why would he launch a surprise attack? However, he no longer had the luxury of pondering these questions. His singular focus was to kill Budek. "You damned fool," Hatinglu bellowed, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain as he swung a fist at Budek. Seeing this, Budek did not hesitate. He retaliated with a punch of his own, then immediately grappled with Hatinglu. The two men tumbled to the ground, entangled in a fierce struggle. Budek understood well that he was shackled by chains and unable to reach certain corners of the cell. Previously, he had allowed Hatinglu to create distance, which had led to his defeat. This time, Budek clung tightly to Hatinglu, denying him any chance to escape. The sounds of their scuffle drew the attention of other pirate inmates. Who on earth is causing a ruckus in the middle of the night? It seems to be the cell of that traitorous Navy officer. Really? What's that guy's issue? Does he want to have a cell all to himself like that little brat? Who could say? Regardless, even if they could not see, it was still entertaining to listen to a good show. The other pirates were puzzled as to why Budek would engage Hatinglu in combat, but most simply adopted a spectator's attitude. Only Chen Fan, standing by the iron bars, observed intently, fervently wishing for Budek's victory, for such an outcome would allow him to proceed with his second phase. Inside the cell, Budek relentlessly pummeled Hatinglu, wielding the sharp stone to his advantage and having initiated the attack. He had secured an overwhelming upper hand in no time. Hatinglu was covered in numerous wounds, feeling the warmth of his own blood flowing freely, accompanied by intense agony. Most alarming was Budek's frenzied demeanor. Hatinglu felt a surge of fear and dread. He had never encountered an opponent so reckless. His fists rained down upon Budek, but the latter did not flinch, opting instead for a strategy of trading blows. Risking injury for injury, life for life. That I've never wronged you. Spare me. I want to seek retribution for the loss of my eye, and I promise to forget this night as if it never happened. The blood pouring from his wounds and the excruciating pain left Hatinglu feeling weak. He knew that if this continued, he would perish, and thus he hastily pleaded for mercy. Yet Budek seemed not to hear, his eyes burning with fury as the sharp stone continued to pierce Hatinglu. Time passed, and 10 minutes later, the floor of the cell was awash in blood, with Hatinglu's body riddled with wounds, lifeless and sprawled upon the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Budek exhaled a sigh of relief, for he too bore the brunt of injuries. One could say that had he not launched a surprise attack and decisively engaged Hatinglu in close combat, the outcome might have been uncertain. Budek collapsed onto the floor, staring up at the ceiling of the cell, a smile gracing his lips. Having witnessed the conclusion of the conflict, the pirates reflected on Budek's unexpected ferocity in dispatching Hatinglu. Watching this unfold, Chen Fan clenched his fists, internally vowing to avenge Budek by eliminating that rear admiral. Once he escaped. 2 days later, Budek's injuries had begun to heal somewhat, and Chen Fan prepared to initiate his next plan. I want to get out of here. I'm still young. I refuse to remain trapped for a lifetime. Chen Fan's frantic cries instantly captured the attention of the other pirate inmates. What on earth is that kid shouting about? He must be going stir-crazy from boredom. No way. Isn't he training every day? How could he suddenly lose his mind? Why not? After all these years, haven't you seen how many have succumbed to madness from being confined here? As the pirates speculated, they were suddenly met with a series of loud thuds. Chen Fan was deliberately banging against the wall, creating a cacophony. Have you truly lost your mind? Are you trying to kill yourself by banging against the wall? Budek, already aware of Chen Fan's plan, immediately played along. The other pirates were even more astonished to hear that he was banging his head against the wall in a fit of despair. No way. This little brat really can't take it anymore and is contemplating suicide. I told you, training in the 6th level of Impel Down is futile. He has finally cracked. Indeed, it's been ages since anyone has committed suicide. Kid, hit that wall harder. Haven't you eaten today? Hearing that Chen Fan was attempting to take his own life, the pirates exhibited no sympathy. Instead, they encouraged him to make even louder noise. Are you mad? Stop. You still need to help me seek vengeance. Budek feigned concern as he urged him on. Minutes ticked by, and it was only after 5 minutes that the sounds of Chen Fan's wall-banging ceased. Why is it so quiet? Did that little brat die? Budek, being the only one who could faintly see the situation in that cell, inquired, Is that kid dead? Dead? How could he be? You promised to help me take revenge. How dare you consider suicide? Budek roared in mock outrage, hurling insults at Chen Fan. This naval rear admiral has truly lost his mind. Perhaps you should join him in his madness. Previously, I mentioned that daily training serves no purpose. Escaping is a futile hope. This naval rear admiral truly harbors illusions, believing that the little fellow could make a run for it. Indeed, that hope has dissipated now. The incessant taunts from the pirates went unchallenged. And no one doubted Budek's words. His furious roar lasted nearly a minute before he finally ceased. At that moment, within the confines of his cell, Chen Fan lay quietly, feigning death. It was not until nighttime that he quietly rose to his feet. As for the observation haki, Chen Fan was unperturbed by it. He had learned of an unwritten rule in the 6th level of the prison. One must not use observation haki without cause. After all, even in prison, there exists a semblance of personal space. No one wishes to be constantly spied upon. Chen Fan approached the iron bars, directing his gaze towards the lock. As an assassin, he had acquired the skill of keymaking. The lock was rather simple, and Chen Fan had previously studied it. He crafted a key from bone and also fashioned a key for his own seastone handcuffs. Without further ado, seizing the moment when the others were distracted, Chen Fan prepared to unlock the iron bars of his cell. Simultaneously, he exchanged a knowing glance with Budek, who instantly comprehended the implication of his expression. How the hell did you die like that? He cursed vehemently while feigning displeasure, striking the iron bars. You bastard! What madness is this? If you're feeling despondent, just go die. Don't disturb my sleep. Indeed, the little one you taught has already perished. You might as well join him in death. The pirates were instantly drawn to Budek's incessant banging on the bars, erupting into a cacophony of curses. Meanwhile, Chen Fan took advantage of their distraction to unlock the bars and swiftly close them behind him. With utmost speed, he approached the iron door, navigating through the dimly lit, abyssal hell. Coupled with Budek's raucous shouts attracting attention, no one noticed that Chen Fan had reached the door. Observing it closely, he carefully examined the lock. In no time, he had fashioned a key from bone and unlocked the iron door. In fact, prior to Budek's actions, Chen Fan had already prepared a key to unlock the cuffs and chains binding him. But the low visibility had hindered his ability to discern the lock on Budek's restraints. Upon opening the door, he was met with a pitch-black corridor. Chen Fan had already surveyed this passage before daring to open the door. Otherwise, he would not have risked it. At the end of this corridor lay the exit of the 6th level. To escape the 6th level, there were only 2 options, the lift or the stairs. After some contemplation, Chen Fan decided to descend via the lift. Taking the stairs would inevitably lead him through certain rooms. Rather than gamble on whether those rooms were occupied, it was wiser to descend directly via the lift. After all, the layer below was the ice hell. With that thought in mind, Chen Fan wasted no time and headed to the lift's entrance, looking up at the pitch-black opening that seemed endless. The 6th level lay beneath the sea, implying that the 5th level was directly above it. Without further hesitation, Chen Fan leaped into the air, employing the moonwalk technique to ascend. After climbing 5 to 6 meters, he forcefully kicked off the wall and burst through the opening to the 5th level. As he was met with an overwhelming chill, a temperature well below freezing, Chen Fan mused, so this is the 5th level of Impel Down? Upon arrival, he first utilized the key he had prepared long ago to free himself from the handcuffs that had bound him for 3 long years. Subsequently, he gazed at the vast expanse of white ice and snow, a smile creeping onto his lips. Here, he could train freely and engage in battle without restraint. Without further thought, Chen Fan concealed the handcuffs and set off in search of the 5.5 level. From his memory, the 5.5 level should be near the drainage outlet. As he surveyed the wide expanse, he was at a loss regarding the location of the drainage outlet and could only proceed with cautious exploration. After only a few steps, he encountered a nearly 10-meter-long ice tiger, which stood before him, baring its teeth. Feeling somewhat hungry, Chen Fan smiled, black energy enveloping his fists. His body vanished like a specter, hurtling towards the ice tiger at blinding speed. The ice tiger, sensing the human's audacity in attacking, wasted no time in pouncing towards Chen Fan. The collision of the black-encased fist and the massive tiger's claw resembled that of a small stone against a boulder. Yet the outcome was entirely reversed. With a resounding crack, the ice tiger was sent flying by Chen Fan's punch. Realizing its right paw had been shattered, the massive ice tiger gazed at Chen Fan with palpable terror. It sought to flee, but Chen Fan had no intention of allowing this creature to escape. Shave. Once more, he executed the Marine 6 styles. Chen Fan's form vanished at an astonishing speed, employing the finger pistol technique. He transformed his right hand into a claw imbued with immense power and lunged for the colossal tiger. The enormous beast's head, filled with dread, found no means of evasion as blood gushed forth. Chen Fan's fingers tore through the ice tiger's skull that he then began to feast on the raw flesh. Under such conditions, he had no means to start a fire in a single sitting. He consumed a staggering 20 pounds of meat, illustrating the extent of his ravenous appetite. After swiftly dispatching the ice tiger, Chen Fan did not linger, but continued his search for the drainage outlet point. 3 days later, sunlight streamed into the 5th level. Yet it offered little respite from the frigid temperatures of this ice hell. Chen Fan, who had just hunted another creature, wore a satisfied smile as he finally discovered the drainage outlet. During this time, he had encountered several pirates, all of whom he mercilessly eliminated, treating them as mere stepping stones to sharpen his skills. After all, he had no desire to bring along other pirates into the 5th level. While the pirates of the 5th level were not as formidable as those of the 6th, there were still some capable of minor admiral rank. Given Chen Fan's current strength, which was at the level of a base colonel, he would be no match for a minor admiral. Gazing at the drainage outlet shrouded in ice, Chen Fan pondered who could have envisioned that beneath it lay a hidden space. Without further hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch, causing the ice to shatter and collapse beneath him. He soon found himself in a cavernous space measuring several thousand square meters and soaring nearly 30 meters high. Most notably, he spotted several ice-crafted chairs and stored meat blocks. Among other items, as he looked ahead, his expression shifted. He had encountered a towering middle-aged man, nearly as tall as the 5th level of Impel Down itself. Unmistakably a giant. Chen Fan recalled that this location was likely constructed by a member of the giant race. The individual before him was presumably the architect of this 5.5 level. Who are you? And how did you come to be here? Mori appeared rather genial. Chen Fan approached him cautiously. I'm sorry. I accidentally fell in here. Did you build this place? It's incredible. Indeed, I built this place, but it is my private domain. Mori's countenance reflected a mix of sincerity and contemplation, as if weighing the decision to allow Chen Fan to remain. Deep down, he was reluctant. Otherwise, he would not have been alone for so long. However, he failed to notice that Chen Fan was now less than 5 meters away. Marine 6 styles. Shave. Chen Fan's gaze became fiercely sharp, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Armed finger gun. His fingers transformed into claws, enveloped in a shroud of black gas. Without hesitation, Chen Fan unleashed a lethal strike, his right hand lunging toward Mo Li's head. Mo Li swiftly raised his massive arm to block. Rend. A deep gash appeared on Mo Li's colossal arm, revealing bone beneath, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. You bastard, I will kill you. Even though Mo Li was known for his simplicity, he understood that Chen Fan intended to take his life. His enormous fist surged forward, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. Witnessing the impending attack, Chen Fan's expression remained undeterred. Armed gale kicked, the dark substance enveloped his right foot, which shot out with the sharpness of a blade. Bang! The collision of fists and feet generated a powerful gust, causing both Chen Fan and Mo Li to stagger backwards several paces. Observing this, Chen Fan mused on the might of the giant clan. Even without the use of haki, their strength was formidable. You bastard, I will kill you. Consumed by rage, Mo Li slammed his fist into the ground, and Chen Fan noticed the earth beneath began to twist and contort, creeping toward him like a living entity. Realizing this was the ability of a devil fruit, Chen Fan suddenly recalled the identity of the man before him. Mo Li, one of the future leaders of the Revolutionary Army. The wielder of the push-push fruit, the encroaching earth threatened to envelop him. Chen Fan acted decisively, unleashing Gale Kick once more, delivering a series of powerful slashes that obliterated the towering wall of soil. Afterward, Chen Fan regarded the towering figure of Mo Li, contemplating how much more formidable he was than he had anticipated. But so what? If one had offended him, they must face the consequences that in the next moment. Chen Fan vanished again, his hands transforming into claws, akin to a ferocious tiger, launching himself at Emoli. Earth Wall Fusion, Emoli shouted in a sharp voice, and as his fist made contact with the ground, countless clumps of soil coalesced into a massive sphere, hurtling toward Chen Fan. Faced with this, Chen Fan had no intention of retreating. Bang! Bang! The moment the earthen sphere collided with Chen Fan's claws, it was instantly shattered. However, this also interrupted Chen Fan's assault. In the next heartbeat, Emoli's colossal fist, imbued with terrifying power, came crashing toward him. Without hesitation, Chen Fan summoned the dark substance on his arms to shield himself. A tremendous force impacted him, causing him to stagger backwards several steps. Yet in the next instant, he charged forward again. The two engaged in close-quarters combat, with each of Chen Fan's punches and kicks enveloped in the first level of Haki. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, he could only match Emoli blow for blow, as the giant clan possessed innate strength. Feeling the strain within his body and the minor injuries inflicted by Emoli, Chen Fan realized he could not continue this brute force approach. Thus, he employed Soru, striving for victory through speed. After a fierce exchange, it was evident that this tactic bore fruit. Chen Fan adeptly evaded Emoli's frenzied assaults and the encroaching earth walls. 10 minutes passed. Sweat streamed down Emoli's forehead. Huff, huffed, he panted heavily, his eyes burning with rage as he glared at Chen Fan. You bastard! If you have the guts, stop running and face me head on. Emoli cursed again, his voice sharp with fury. Chen Fan paid him no mind. To him, victory was all that mattered. The relentless barrage of fists continued. Despite Emoli's rugged endurance, he was becoming marred with wounds from the unyielding onslaught. However, Chen Fan was not faring much better, as he struggled to evade both the strikes and the advancing soil walls, his stamina waning significantly. The two continued their fierce struggle, blood spraying, the ground around them ravaged. Time slipped by, and Emoli's injuries worsened, mirroring Chen Fan's own, whose energy reserves were rapidly depleting. Fortunately, the heat generated from the food he had consumed over the years continuously nourished and enhanced his physical condition. Otherwise, he might not have been able to endure. Chen Fan's gaze hardened as he regarded the bloodied Emoli. He sensed the moment had come to determine the victor. Armed secret technique, crumbling fist. Chen Fan's right fist bulged with veins, all his strength coalescing into a single point, shrouded in darkness. This punch was akin to a cannonball, propelled by unparalleled force toward Emoli. You bastard, you finally dared to face me head on. Sensing the might of this fist, Emoli felt no fear. He believed his strength could match Chen Fan's earth-pushing fist. The soil beneath Emoli surged upward, enveloping his enormous fist before thrusting it forward with tremendous force. Rumble. The two fists collided like dragons clashing, producing a deafening roar that obliterated everything in their vicinity, sending countless fragments flying and clouds of dust swirling. Emoli's colossal fist, encased in earth, was shattered by the force of Chen Fan's blow until they finally met. The terrifying power sent shockwaves through Emoli's body, causing his skin to ripple. The overwhelming force reverberated through his insides, and soon, he felt his bones shatter and his organs rupture. One could only imagine the magnitude of Chen Fan's strength. It was inconceivable. How could your power surpass mine? Emoli's face was a mask of disbelief before he collapsed to the ground in agony, silenced. Witnessing this, Chen Fan's eyes held no mercy. This place needed only him to know what had transpired. He then approached the drainage outlet, mirroring Emoli's earlier actions, covering it with ice and snow. Unless someone, like Chen Fan, meticulously searched for the outlet, it would remain undiscovered. After completing this task, Chen Fan turned his attention to the stored provisions. Indulging in the bounty laid before him, with such an abundance of food, he would no longer have to worry about sustenance for the foreseeable future, all thanks to that giant. In the ensuing days, Chen Fan, much like during his time on the 6th level, commenced his training. He bore a massive stone, several meters high, upon his back as he performed push-ups. One after another, he continued, sweat cascading down his body. Reveling in the sensation of gradually enhancing his strength, he felt an exhilarating thrill as he reached 999, then 10,000 repetitions. Only at noon did he cease, having consumed a simple meal afterward. The gentle warmth within him radiated, nourishing his organs and restoring his stamina. In this uncharted realm, Chen Fan trained alone, pouring forth sweat, It was not until 6 months later that he chose to pause his training, sensing a significant enhancement in his strength. He prepared to ascend in search of a worthy opponent. That moment, he cast a glance at the dark substance enveloping his hand. He was merely a step away from the second level of Haki. The same was true for observation Haki. Both were tantalizingly close to advancement. If he continued training as he had, it would be impossible to predict how long it would take to break through. Thus, Chen Fan resolved to seek out some challengers. He departed from level 5.5, gazing at the vast expanse of white. Like a hunter, he prowled the 5th level, searching for his quarry. The former Chen Fan would have never dared to do so. For at that time, his strength was merely at the level of a junior colonel. Now, he possesses strength approaching that of a rear admiral. In this 5th layer of the frozen hell, there are few pirates with such formidable power. This is precisely why Chen Fan has chosen to emerge as a hunter at this moment. As the days pass, and the sun and moon cycle, the cold seeps to the bone. At his feet lies a corpse, the 10th pirate he has slain. However, Chen Fan feels a sense of dissatisfaction, as he has yet to encounter any pirate with the prowess of a rear admiral, which would pose a genuine threat to his life. His armament Haki and observation Haki remain unable to break through to the 2nd level. Shaking his head, Chen Fan chooses to rest on the ground instead of wreaking havoc in the 5th layer. Although the Navy is indifferent to the fates of the pirates within the prison, a significant reduction in their numbers on any given layer would still raise suspicions. Moreover, killing those weaker pirates does little to enhance Chen Fan's power. After resting for a while, he prepares to return and seek out prey the following day. Suddenly, a burly middle-aged man with a buzz cut appears. Their eyes meet, and Chen Fan feels a hint of danger emanating from him. Simultaneously, Agil notices the corpse beside Chen Fan and casts a wary glance in his direction, preparing to leave. Having finally encountered a potential adversary capable of instilling a sense of life-threatening danger, Chen Fan, who has been struggling to break through his limitations, cannot possibly allow him to escape. In the next moment, Chen Fan's figure vanishes like a specter. Armament, spear-like claws, his fingers morph into talons, cloaked in a shroud of black mist. As he lunges at Agil with lightning speed, Agil, taken aback by the suddenness of Chen Fan's strike, quickly regains his composure, having been on guard. Armament, direct punch. With forearms as thick as basketballs, his right arm bulges with veins. As he strikes out with a fist enveloped in armament Haki, aiming directly at Chen Fan. Boom! In an instant, their fists collide with the force of boulders, sending shards of ice flying and creating cracks upon the icy surface. Chen Fan stumbles backward, taking 5 or 6 steps, while Agil only retreats 3. It is evident that Agil possesses slightly greater strength than Chen Fan. Come again. Rather than feeling any trepidation, Chen Fan's face is alight with excitement. He lunges forward once more, his fist imbued with tremendous force as he attacks Agil. Agil, seething with anger at being so provoked, is well aware that he is a pirate, not a saint, and will not tolerate such insolence. You wish to court death? I shall oblige. Agil, his fist also shrouded in black mist, swiftly disappears from sight and charges forward. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the two collide, their fists connecting with brutal ferocity, engaging in a savage struggle akin to feral beasts. Employing every means at their disposal, the battle rages on, their speed so swift that mere mortals can only perceive fleeting shadows colliding. The overwhelming force results in numerous wounds marring Chen Fan's body, blood spilling onto the ground. Yet, Chen Fan wears a grin of exhilaration. For Agil too bears injuries. The two continue to clash. Agil, witnessing Chen Fan's frenzied demeanor, curses his ill fate inwardly, lamenting that he merely sought food and has instead stumbled upon a madman. Bang! Bang! Chen Fan remains undeterred by Agil's thoughts, relentlessly striking with fists imbued with armament Haki. Even a mere mud doll has its limits, and Agil retaliates fiercely, his fists dark as night, continuously launching counterattacks. Time drips away, blood staining the earth. They remain locked in close combat, both masters of pure physicality. Though Agil possesses a slight edge in strength, it is not enough for a decisive victory. Neither can claim superiority in this encounter. You madman, I will kill you. Agil bellows in rage. That suits me just fine. I am here to either kill you or be killed myself. As soon as the words leave his lips, Chen Fan's right foot, cloaked in an inky darkness, strikes like a colossal pillar toward Agil's midsection. Agil, his expression fierce with anger, raises both arms to block. A tremendous force surges forth, causing him to feel a jolt of pain. Nevertheless, he manages to withstand the blow in a swift motion. Agil lunges at Chen Fan's right foot, catching it without time to evade in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan finds himself seized by Agil, flung into the air, spinning violently before being hurled away. Bang! He crashes onto the icy surface, creating a deep crater, then rises, wiping the blood from his mouth. Come again. Sorry. Chen Fan vanishes once more, charging toward Agil for another assault. Witnessing the unfolding situation, Agil, too, envelopes his fists in armament haki, preparing to confront him head-on. Boom! Once again, they collide in a bloody melee, fists, feet, and heads all transformed into weapons of war. They understand that in this battle, the one who can endure until the end will emerge victorious, while the vanquished faces only death. Time ticks away, second by second. Huff, huff. Both Chen Fan and Agil are now gasping for breath, their bodies marred with wounds. In the next moment, they exchange another punishing blow, both staggering backward. You little brat, let me send you to your demise. Agil's eyes blaze with crimson fury as he glares at Chen Fan. I return the sentiment. Chen Fan's expression is one of fierce determination. Armament, tyrant's fist, Agil's blood surges within him, his chest pounding, his right arm swelling with power, veins threatening to rupture, his right fist, engulfed in armament haki, dark as the void, harbors a terrifying force as he strikes. Armament, ultimate collapsing fist. Chen Fan remains unfazed, concentrating all his strength into a single point, his vitality coalescing within him, like a furnace ablaze. His right fist is shrouded in darkness, a culmination of his power unleashed with devastating force. Boom! In an instant, their fists collide like two dragons, obliterating everything around them, ice shards flying and cracks spreading across the frozen surface. Waves of energy radiate outward. Agil's overwhelming strength seems to press down on Chen Fan, forcing him to retreat. You are losing. It appears victory will be mine. Agil's face contorts with malice as he gazes at Chen Fan. Feeling the immense power and overwhelming impact, Chen Fan's lips bleed. Am I truly to succumb like this? Am I to perish here? No, I have not yet become the strongest in this world. I have not yet reached the pinnacle. How could I fall here? In the next moment, Chen Fan's gaze hardens with unwavering resolve, and the black substance enveloping his fist takes on a tangible form. At that instant, his armament haki reaches the second stage, his power surging dramatically. With a single push, he overwhelms Agil. Agil, taken aback by the magnitude of this newfound strength, is filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Your armament haki has actually surpassed the second level. Before he can complete his thought, he hears a sickening crack as his own fist shatters, his flesh quivering, his entire body reeling from the force. In the wake of Agil's astonished gaze, he collapses heavily, his eyes wide as he fixates on Chen Fan in his final moments. Huff, huff. Having vanquished his opponent, Chen Fan slumps to the ground, panting heavily. He acutely senses that this battle was perilously close. Had it not been for a sudden breakthrough within himself, he might have perished. However, it was this very struggle between life and death that allowed Chen Fan's armament haki to ascend to the second tier. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Chen Fan swiftly vacated the area. Given his current physical state, encountering any other pirates would undoubtedly spell his demise. Before long, Chen Fan returned to level 5, whereupon he began to voraciously consume food. As he felt a faint warmth surging within, flowing into his organs like the refreshing dew after rain. It steadily mended his injuries. After devouring a staggering 30 pounds of meat, Chen Fan finally felt his wounds begin to heal slightly, and the external cuts commenced to scab over. One can only imagine the severity of his injuries. Nevertheless, the successful advancement of his armament haki to the second tier indicated that all this suffering was indeed worthwhile. The following day, under the blazing sun, Chen Fan sensed that his injuries had nearly healed, prompting him to resume his training as usual. He strapped a stone to his back and commenced doing push-ups. After completing 20,000 repetitions, he replenished his energy with food. Subsequently, he began to practice his horse stance, similarly weighted down by a massive boulder. Only through such exertion could Chen Fan truly feel the strain and fatigue. It was evident that his strength and physical prowess had grown exponentially since his arrival 3 years ago. As night fell, Chen Fan continued to train his armament haki and observation haki. Thus, the mundane and monotonous days passed, one after another, month after month. Time flowed like grains of white sand. 2 years later, having just finished his push-ups, Chen Fan discarded the massive stone from his back and wiped the sweat from his brow. His bones crackled, resonating with the sounds akin to thunder. With a casual flick of his fist, he could generate waves of forceful wind. His strength had evidently increased geometrically compared to 2 years prior. With both his observation haki and armament haki reaching the pinnacle of the second tier, he stood merely a step away from breaking into the third tier. Moreover, he had developed the second technique of the Navy's 6 forms. At that moment, beside him lay the lifeless body of a pirate from level 5, whose bounty exceeded 100 million and possessed the strength of a division commander. Yet, he had still fallen to Chen Fan. It was clear that Chen Fan's power now approached the level of a Navy captain. Initially, possessing strength akin to that of a Navy captain did not afford Chen Fan much confidence in escaping from prison. However, he recently learned from other pirates in 5th-level prisons that the warden of Impel Down had resigned a month prior, and Magellan had assumed the position. Upon hearing this news, Chen Fan resolved to escape. Magellan had yet to reach his peak strength and was certainly not at the level of an admiral, nor was Rain's stream at its zenith that it could be said that Impel Down was at its most vulnerable state. If Chen Fan did not seize this opportunity to escape, finding another chance would prove exceedingly difficult. It is well known that Impel Down is often referred to as a prison from which no inmate can escape, primarily because the warden is typically equivalent to an admiral in strength, complemented by 2 or 3 division commanders under his command. Furthermore, Impel Down is in close proximity to the Navy headquarters, meaning that if anyone attempted to escape, reinforcements from the headquarters could arrive in less than an hour. Therefore, attempting to escape solely based on raw strength would necessitate at least the power of an admiral, with a high probability of failure. After all, the warden of Impel Down is not to be trifled with. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan concluded that the current transition of power within Impel Down represented his best opportunity. Without hesitation, he prepared for his escape. With his current strength, he could find no adversary on level 5 that posed a threat to his life. Moreover, he had reached a bottleneck in his abilities, with neither his physical condition nor his haki likely to improve in the near future. If he continued to delay, it would be uncertain how long it would take to execute his escape plan. Most importantly, in a few years, both Magellan and Rain's stream would have grown stronger, making escape even more challenging. Resolute in his decision, Chen Fan had already formulated a plan in his mind. Without delay, he rested on level 5.5 to ensure he was in peak condition. After half an hour, he felt his physical capacity and strength nearing optimal levels. He then departed from level 5.5 and ascended to the ice surface. Chen Fan chose not to linger on level 5, but instead proceeded directly to the staircase leading to level 6. Without hesitation, he reached the entrance of level 6, a door forged from sea prism stone, impervious to even his formidable strength. Furthermore, a visual transponder snail was installed above it, ensuring that any attempt to breach this door would swiftly alert the Navy. Gazing at the imposing door, Chen Fan found it impossible to smash through. However, he possessed the means to unlock it. Having previously observed the lock mechanism, he wasted no time in using his homemade key to open the iron door. As it creaked open, Chen Fan stepped into the room, where 2 guards, previously seated with their legs crossed, were taken aback by the audacity of a pirate entering so brazenly. As they prepared to sound the alarm, Chen Fan executed the Soru, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the midst of their terror, he struck each guard with a powerful punch to their heads, causing blood to spray forth. The 2 guards collapsed, lifeless. Subsequently, Chen Fan seized the large set of keys from the table, each inscribed with numbers corresponding to every cell on level 6, along with the handcuffs and chains of each pirate. With the keys in hand, Chen Fan chose not to descend but rather ascended directly to level 6. Suddenly, an alarm echoed throughout the prison. Chen Fan realized that the Navy had detected something amiss through the visual transponder snail. He immediately quickened his pace, pushing open the door to reveal a beam of light flooding into level 6. A multitude of pirates turned their attention toward the light, having also heard the alarm. When they saw the long-dead Chen Fan standing at the doorway, astonishment washed over them. Am I seeing things? Is that really Chen Fan? Indeed, I remember the way he looked when he first entered the prison. Though he has changed drastically, I can still recognize him. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? How could he possibly appear here? Opening the door to level 6, the pirates were filled with confusion. Chen Fan, how did you end up here? Did you trigger that alarm? Are you really attempting to escape? A chorus of voices erupted, urging him to liberate them, offering their assistance in his bid for freedom. Yes, let me out. I'm a notorious pirate worth 400 million, but if you set me free, I'll join your crew. They clamored, each vying for Chen Fan's favor. Despite their pleas and promises of loyalty, Chen Fan paid them no mind. His own plans taking precedence, he approached Budek directly, tossing the keys to him. Budek, here are the keys. Unlock your restraints and follow me. We're about to escape. Do you have confidence in this? Budek asked as he fumbled with the keys, hope flickering in his eyes. Though I cannot guarantee success, we must certainly try. With that, Chen Fan led Budek toward the exit. The other pirates, witnessing Chen Fan's imminent departure, shouted, "Hey, where do you think you're going? Take us with you. I can help you escape. Release me to go outside. I am willing to bestow all my wealth upon you. I implore you, do not depart. Grant me my freedom, for I yearn to escape." The pirates, witnessing Chen Fan and his companion nearing the doorway, were instantly thrown into a state of panic. They glimpsed a glimmer of hope and wished to break free as well, not wanting to be trapped here for eternity. Some expressed a desire to join Chen Fan's crew, while others began to plead with him. However, Chen Fan remained unfazed, knowing that these pirates could serve a far greater purpose for him. He intended to enlist their aid in his escape. Chen Fan, let's go, Budek urged as he swung open the grand door, hastening Chen Fan to leave. No rush, trust me. Just a few more seconds, Chen Fan replied, standing still as he discerned the sound of the elevator arriving and the chaotic footsteps echoing from the staircase. Budek, his face marred with urgency, could only place his faith in Chen Fan. After silently counting to 3, Chen Fan deftly tossed the keys into their corresponding cells. The pirates, upon seeing the keys, erupted with excitement, most neglecting to express gratitude as they hastily began unlocking their shackles to make their escape. "Let us go. Let us take a gamble," Chen Fan declared, striding purposefully toward the staircase, with the ever-anxious Budek immediately following suit. Chen Fan was determined to release these pirates, as he needed to create chaos to facilitate his own flight. The reason behind his deliberate delay was to ensure that he would be the fastest to flee. The most crucial factor was Magellan, the current warden of the prison. Upon encountering such a situation, he would undoubtedly react without delay. There were only 2 routes available for ascent, the staircase and the elevator. Thus, Chen Fan opted to gamble on the staircase, wagering that he would not encounter Magellan. With their swift pace, Chen Fan and Budek soon reached the staircase. Meanwhile, the notorious pirates on the 6th level had successfully broken free from their restraints. Upon reaching the 4th level, Chen Fan and Haydn suddenly confronted a horde of guards rushing up. A smile crept across Chen Fan's face as he realized his gamble had paid off. Magellan was not present, nor was Reign of Hope, leaving only a band of mere lackeys. "Budek, eliminate them. Let us charge out together," Chen Fan commanded. The 2 then sprang into action, fiercely battling the guards. Meanwhile, Magellan, alongside Reign of Hope and a contingent of guards, had arrived at the 6th level. Their first sight upon arrival was the pirates who had just broken free from their bonds. "Look who we have here, our newly appointed warden and chief guard. Have you come to welcome us as we escape?" one of the pirates taunted. "Enough with the chatter, kill them and escape." Magellan's face was a mask of fury as he took in the scene of chaos. He was incensed to encounter such a disaster upon his arrival. He scanned the area, seeking the instigator of this upheaval, Chen Fan. After searching for a time, he realized he could not find him and immediately deduced that Chen Fan had fled via the staircase. "Reign of Hope, you must intercept that brat's son at the staircase. I will handle things here," Magellan instructed sternly. For once, Reign of Hope did not retort, understanding the gravity of the situation with so many pirates. "Do you believe you can manage? Don't get yourself killed," he cautioned, hesitating to pursue immediately, knowing that the pirates on the 6th level were not to be underestimated. "Trust me, we cannot let that culprit escape. I command you in my capacity as warden," Magellan reiterated with gravity. "Damn it, I'll begrudgingly comply this once," Reign of Hope conceded, aware that they could not allow Chen Fan to leave Impel Down. "Did you hear that? The new warden claims he can stop us all. How arrogant. We are formidable pirates in the new world." The pirates rallied, charging toward Magellan with a ferocity born of desperation. Most of them were enveloped in haki, indicating their formidable prowess. In stark contrast, Magellan's countenance remained stern as he unleashed his toxic abilities, enveloping the entire prison. "Altogether, we must recapture these pirates. If we cannot, we will eliminate them," he commanded, igniting a fierce battle between dozens of pirates and the guards under Magellan's command. Simultaneously, as the alarm rang out, the Marine headquarters received urgent reports that a figure, covered in magma and wrapped in bandages, soared away from the headquarters, heading toward Impel Down. Originally, Sengoku intended to dispatch Rear Admiral Borsalino, given his unmatched speed among the three nature-type users. Unfortunately, both he and Kuzan were currently on missions and could not return in time, leaving him with no choice but to send the injured Sakazuki. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Budek had successfully cut through the ranks of guards, as the ordinary lackeys posed no threat to them. Both men were at the pinnacle of Rear Admiral strength. Although Budek had been confined to the 6th level, he was aware of Chen Fan's escape plan, unlike others who had resigned themselves to despair. He maintained his daily training to replenish his strength. In his prime, Budek was not far from his peak fighting condition. With a clear path ahead, the duo burst through the first level's door and charged outside. Breathing in the long-mist fresh air and basking in the sunlight, both Chen Fan and Budek felt an overwhelming sense of relief. However, they knew they could not afford to waste time. They needed to commandeer a small military vessel to flee Impel Down. They understood that true safety would only come once they had completely left the prison. Just as they prepared to board a small warship, a figure clad in a white hat and wielding a renowned sword blocked their path. It was none other than Reign of Hope, who had arrived just in time. Chen Fan's eyes glinted with resolve, and he clenched his fists, as did Budek beside him. They recognized that this Reign of Hope was their formidable obstacle to freedom. Well then, let us finish this here, Reign of Hope declared, harboring no intention of capturing them. He aimed only to eliminate them. Onward, Chen Fan shouted, and in an instant, both figures vanished from sight, attacking Reign of Hope from opposite sides. Their fists were enveloped in haki, delivering a terrifying blow capable of shattering stone. Yet, Reign of Hope displayed no fear. Instead, his face radiated excitement as he brandished his sword, which was also coated in haki, ready to meet their assault. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that Reign of Hope's haki had reached the 2nd tier. With a resounding clash, their black fists collided with the sword, igniting a brilliant spark. Excellent power. I hope you can provide me with some excitement. With a face full of arrogance, Yuji Shilu brandished his renowned blade, imbued with terrifying power. Chen Fan and his companion dared not underestimate him. Summoning all their strength to launch an assault, the clashes were relentless, a fierce melee with every blow connecting with flesh. Against two opponents, Yuji Shilu astonishingly held his ground, even exuding an aura of subtle dominance. Budek's expression darkened. His mastery of armament haki was rudimentary, limited to the 1st level. He understood that if this stalemate continued, the longer they lingered, the more perilous their situation would become. Without hesitation, Budek's body suddenly expanded, towering from over 2 meters to 5 or 6, as brown fur began to sprout from his form. He transformed into a colossal bear, a manifestation of his devil fruit power, the bear fruit. The massive paw struck out towards Yuji Shilu. The sheer force momentarily caught Yuji Shilu off guard, causing him to stagger backward. Currently, he was far from his peak. His strength was merely a notch above that of Chen Fan and his ally. With Budek utilizing his devil fruit abilities, his power surged dramatically, allowing him to single-handedly suppress Yuji Shilu. Meanwhile, Chen Fan unleashed his full might, dark matter enveloping his arms, as he threw powerful punches at Yuji Shilu. Faced with the combined onslaught, Yuji Shilu found himself at a disadvantage. The intense combat echoed throughout the port of Impel Down, with only the sounds of their clashes remaining. As time ticked by, 10 minutes elapsed, while Yuji Shilu was now covered in wounds. Huffed, he gasped for breath, utterly overpowered by the two. Although Chen Fan and his companion bore their own wounds, they were in far better condition than Yuji Shilu. Yet, despite this advantage, their expressions revealed no hint of exhilaration. They were acutely aware of their proximity to the Navy headquarters. 10 minutes had passed. If this continued, by the time reinforcements arrived, they would be unable to withstand the pressure. They resolved to strike together to eliminate him. Chen Fan glanced at Budek, who shared the same sentiment. You, a pirate, and you, a traitorous naval officer, cease your boastful claims of defeating me. Why? Yuji Shilu seethed with rage as he was battered to such a state. Heavenly Abyss Blade. In the next moment, the aura of a swordsman erupted from Yuji Shilu, a terrifying sword intent soaring into the sky. This is also the reason why he would later be referred to as a monster, a nature-based fruit. Formidable offensive power, exceptional martial arts, and overwhelming domineering presence. Faced with such a behemoth, Chen Fan and his companion had little chance of victory. It seemed they were ensnared in a deadlock. The appearance of Sakazuki loomed like an immovable mountain, utterly obstructing their hopes of escape. Chen Fan was persistently contemplating strategies for fleeing, yet he could not conjure an effective plan. Moreover, could the formidable Sakazuki afford him the luxury of time to think? His pitch-black fist, enveloped in searing magma, surged forward with tremendous force. Confronted by this powerful blow, Chen Fan's right arm bulged with veins, his fist shrouded in the color of armament, retaliating with his own punch. Bang! The two ebony fists collided like dragons in combat, sending shards of stone soaring into the air. In that fleeting moment of impact, the overwhelming force caused Chen Fan to feel a sharp pain in his right hand, forcing him to stagger backward. Simultaneously, Budek's left foot, as dark as ink, descended like a colossal pillar, crashing down towards Sakazuki. With an expression devoid of emotion, Sakazuki merely raised his left arm, imbued with armament color, to block the blow, steadfastly absorbing the impact. Subsequently, his right fist, infused with boiling magma and imbued with terrifying power, was hurled forth. Witnessing this, the animalized Budek hastily sought to evade, but it was too late. Bang! The dreadful force sent Budek hurtling backward several meters, crashing into the ground and creating a small crater, dust billowing into the air. Sakazuki, I swear I will end you. The sight ignited a spark of fury in Chen Fan. Blood rage, his entire being surged with vitality, his organs pulsating furiously, his aura steadily escalating. This was the most powerful technique he had devised over the past 6 years, his ultimate trump card. Before long, Chen Fan exuded a palpable bloodlust, his strength amplifying by 1.5 times. Armed collapse fist. With his right hand enveloped in armament color, blood energy swirling around him, he concentrated all his might into a singular point, launching a powerful punch towards Sakazuki at an astonishing speed. Another dog. Sakazuki remained unflinching, not a trace of alarm upon his face, as the seething magma coated his right fist and erupted forth, transforming into a massive magma hound that surged towards Chen Fan. Boom. In an instant, the two terrifying attacks clashed like dragons, obliterating everything in their vicinity, debris flying in all directions, shockwaves radiating outward. The violent collision forced Chen Fan to retreat 5 meters, while Sakazuki was also pushed back a step. This marked the first time in their battle that Sakazuki had been forced to yield ground. Interesting, you pirate. However, being a pirate is your gravest mistake. This place shall become your grave. Sakazuki, though surprised by the sudden surge in Chen Fan's power, maintained his haughty demeanor. That's so. I believe my journey is far from over. This grave is better suited for you. With a cold expression, Chen Fan vanished from his position, unleashing a torrent of blood energy, a technique that, by its very nature, could not be sustained for long. Thus, he needed to conclude this battle swiftly. His fist, as dark as night, surged towards Sakazuki. Observing this, Sakazuki was entirely enveloped in seething magma, especially his fist, which was emanating steam as he vanished from his position, creating a small crater in the ground as he charged forward. Bang bang. In that moment, the two clashed fiercely, engaging in brutal combat, each strike landing with visceral impact, blood droplets staining the earth. From the onset of the battle, Chen Fan found himself at a disadvantage. His expression tinged with frustration. Even after unleashing his ultimate technique, he was still suppressed by Sakazuki. At this juncture, while Sakazuki had yet to reach the level of an admiral, he undoubtedly possessed the might of a top-tier vice-admiral, if not more formidable. Chen Fan, having unleashed his trump card, was merely momentarily on par with a vice-admiral's strength. It could be said that if Sakazuki were uninjured, this battle would be futile. As time elapsed, Chen Fan grew increasingly anxious, for he understood that the longer he lingered, the more perilous his situation became. Yet he found himself powerless, unable to best Sakazuki, merely struggling in the latter's grasp. It was clear that when Chen Fan's blood rage dissipated, so too would his chances of survival. That sudden surge of power is quite intriguing. However, it seems you cannot maintain it for long. Do you have any other trump cards? Otherwise, this will be your end. Sakazuki spoke slowly, having fully grasped the situation. Rest assured, you shall witness my prowess, Chen Fan declared, his expression filled with determination. He had planned meticulously for this moment and was unwilling to be recaptured. Moreover, should he be caught after escaping, death would likely be his fate. With that thought in mind, Chen Fan decided to fight with all his might. Armed secret technique, Overlord Fist. In an instant, Chen Fan's aura expanded to its zenith. Blood energy boiling within him, his right fist bulging with veins, pitch black and focused to a single point. That dark fist surged towards Sakazuki at breakneck speed. Desperate struggle, canine bite, crimson lotus. Sakazuki, retaining his haughty demeanor, gathered the searing magma in his right hand, his fist as dark as ink. He then hurled that magma-formed arm forward. The boiling magma shot forth, transforming midair into a colossal hound that surged towards Chen Fan. Boom! The blazing magma hound collided with the black fist, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion, fragments of rock flying and dust swirling as everything around them was annihilated. Ripples of force radiated outward. The overwhelming power left Chen Fan feeling a sense of helplessness. Within mere seconds, he was sent flying by the magma hound. Banged on a large crater formed in the ground as Chen Fan fell heavily, his body charred and marred with gruesome wounds. It was evident that this strike had left him grievously injured. Given Sakazuki's nature, he would not allow Chen Fan to escape. "You can perish now, Vol Pirate." Accompanying his words was Sakazuki's figure, his fist enwrapped in seething magma, charging directly towards Chen Fan. Trembling, Chen Fan attempted to rise and block the incoming blow. But he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, his injuries compounded by his significant loss of stamina. There was no way he could withstand Sakazuki's punch. The critical moment, as Sakazuki closed in within 5 meters of Chen Fan. A massive figure appeared before him. Bearwave palm. It was Budek, who had just regained consciousness after fainting. His enormous paw, pitch black and brimming with terrifying power, forcefully intercepted the searing magma fist. "Run, or we shall both perish here. One of us must escape," Budek shouted to Chen Fan behind him. After a brief pause, Chen Fan realized that together they could not possibly overcome Sakazuki. If they hesitated any longer, both would undoubtedly fall. Without further deliberation, Chen Fan activated Soru and raced towards the SEAD. "Oh, you think you can flee?" Sakazuki had no intention of allowing Chen Fan to escape. He unleashed a punch imbued with scorching magma, the terrifying force pushing Budek back several meters. Just as he prepared to pursue Chen Fan, Budek quickly followed suit, his massive paw striking towards Sakazuki's back. Faced with this turn of events, Sakazuki had no choice but to pivot, launching another magma-infused punch that once more forced Budek to retreat. "With me here, you shan't pursue him." Budek's gaze was resolute, though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating the severity of his injuries. It was evident just how grievous his condition was at that moment. "Think a defector from the Navy would dare to obstruct me? You truly seek death." Sakazuki was abruptly halted, a surge of fury coursing through him as molten lava erupted in an instant, raising the temperature around him and enveloping the surface in a fiery cloak. His form vanished in a heartbeat, and with a swift motion of his right fist, a colossal lava hound surged forward, aimed at Budek, intent on engulfing him. Confronted with this terrifying assault, Budek, with his massive bear-like paws enveloped in the might of Haki, thrust his arms forward, veins bulging with exertion. The moment those enormous paws collided with the lava beast, they were utterly consumed. The searing magma devoured Budek, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Simultaneously, Chen Fan leaped into the sea, eschewing the boat, fully aware that even aboard it, Sakazuki would pursue him relentlessly. Only by plunging into the ocean did he perceive a glimmer of hope for escape, for Sakazuki, as a devil fruit user, harbored a profound fear of seawater, observing Chen Fan plunge beneath the waves. Sakazuki prepared to follow, but just as he was about to elementalize and vanish from sight, a charred hand grasped him firmly. "As long as I am here, you shall not pursue this young man. Flee. Your future lies in freedom." With his last breath, Budek clutched Sakazuki's right foot tightly, shouting at Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan, swimming while turning back to gaze at the barely alive Budek, felt a pang of emotion, his face a canvas of regret and fury. "You fool, how could you, once a Navy officer, conspire with pirates?" Sakazuki's eyes glinted with coldness as his lava-infused fist was launched straight at Budek's form. "No," Chen Fan screamed in anger, yet he was powerless to intervene, forced to watch as Sakazuki's punch pierced through Budek's chest. Life ebbed away. Budek gazed at Chen Fan, who had swum nearly 100 meters from the shore, and whispered, "Run." Then, his eyes closed, his hands fell limply, and he succumbed to silence. "Budek!" Chen Fan roared, filled with rage, his fists clenched tightly. He vowed within himself to exact vengeance upon Sakazuki for Budek's demise. The teachings of the past few years, coupled with Budek's sacrifice to help him escape, had stirred something within Chen Fan, who, despite his cold demeanor, now regarded Budek as a mentor. Fueled by righteous fury, Chen Fan dove deeper into the ocean. Acutely aware that only by escaping could he hope to avenge Budek. The harbor, Sakazuki glared at the spot where Chen Fan had vanished, having swum several hundred meters and submerged himself. Anger surged within him. He could hardly fathom that his own hand had allowed this pirate to escape. Yet, surrender was not in Sakazuki's nature. In an instant, he elementalized his body and soared into the air above the sea. Great fire. The molten lava erupted to its zenith, a searing heat coalescing in his hands as Sakazuki raised them high. Countless streams of boiling magma shot forth like a volcanic eruption, raining down upon the ocean's surface. Boom! The explosion reverberated, shattering the tranquility of the sea, sending fireballs cascading into the water, creating whirlpools. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, lurking below, felt the rising temperature above him and hastened his swimming, noticing that his efforts had not drawn Chen Fan to the surface. Sakazuki's expression soured. In his future as an admiral, he would possess the power to devastate the surrounding waters, but for now, he lacked the strength and, as a devil fruit user, could not enter the sea. Above, Sakazuki employed Kinbunchika Haki, seeking to pinpoint Chen Fan's location. Though his observational abilities had reached their third tier, he still struggled to cover a wide area, and his search yielded no results. Concurrently, in the depths of Impel Down 6th level, a realm of endless hell, the ground was littered with corpses and unconscious pirates and guards. The majority of the notorious criminals lay dead, with only a few remaining unconscious. Similarly, Magellan, having unleashed unprecedented strength, was now slumped on the ground, drenched in blood, the surrounding venom dissipating. He lacked the stamina to maintain his devil fruit powers. It was evident how severely he had been injured. Of the nearly 200 guards, fewer than 10 remained. Though they had won this battle, it was a narrow victory, achieved at a tremendous cost. Thankfully, there were no truly formidable pirates present, like the likes of the Golden Lion. Moreover, most had been too lethargic to train or were simply too old, resulting in a significant decline in their combat prowess, barely half of what it had been upon their capture. At this moment, Chen Fan, submerged in the ocean, was consumed by rage, his heart set on killing Sakazuki. Yet he recognized that his current strength was woefully insufficient. As he dove deeper, fatigue began to set in, his limbs growing weary, nearing the limits of his endurance. Nonetheless, he refused to surface. He had to reach his breaking point before doing so. Otherwise, if Sakazuki found him, all would be for naught. After nearly 10 minutes of swimming, Chen Fan felt he could hold his breath no longer and slowly surfaced. He scanned his surroundings, relieved to find no sign of Sakazuki. Taking a moment to breathe, he gazed at the azure sky, acutely aware that he had not yet escaped peril. He needed to find a small island to hide on. He was still in a precarious situation. Knowing the Navy would dispatch ships to search for him, and Sakazuki would not return easily, the mere thought of Sakazuki ignited a fire of rage within him. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming desire to kill. He silently vowed to avenge Budek by slaying Sakazuki. As night fell, Chen Fan arrived at a remote island in the Sabaody archipelago, his injuries and fatigue pushing him to the brink of collapse. In truth, if he continued in this state, even if the Navy did not capture him, he would perish. Without hesitation, he burst into a nearby house. Inside, a burly man with a scarred face glared at him. "Who are you to invade my home? Do you know who I am? I am part of the giant tiger pirate crew." The man brandished a large blade, his expression menacing as he confronted Chen Fan. Without a word, Chen Fan's form vanished instantaneously, and amidst the man's shock and terror, blood sprayed as his head was reduced to a gruesome mess. Chen Fan then began to scour the house for food. Soon discovering a bountiful stash, feeling lightheaded, he wasted no time, devouring everything in sight. Warmth coursed through his body. It first entered his bloodstream and then surged into his organs, akin to refreshing rain after a drought. Steadily mending Chen Fan's ailing body, his nearly collapsing form stabilized at that moment. Meanwhile, Navy ships scoured the seas in search of Chen Fan. In the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, news reached him that a young boy had escaped from the 6th level of Impel Down. His hair stood on end in disbelief. Sengoku glared at Zephyr, Tsuru, Garp, and the others present. "How could we allow a mere child to escape from the 6th level? This is a disgrace to the Navy. Seize this last opportunity. The rest of you must capture that brat, the son of Wang Ji." As Sengoku's fury radiated, the others wore serious expressions, while Garp continued to munch on his donut, an amused smile on his face. "This little guy is quite interesting. However, his father was quite formidable, managing to withstand my onslaught for a full hour before succumbing. As we advanced into the city, the atmosphere was overwhelmingly somber that moment. Both Magellan and Rangy Lu were bound in bandages, a testament to the severity of their injuries. It is evident how grievous their wounds were. In this moment, neither of them spoke, nor did the guards under their command utter a word. They all understood that the legend of Impel Down, where no one could escape, had been shattered on this day. That myth was broken by a pirate still under 20 years of age. A month later, a young man appeared on a small island in the Qinghai Sea. This individual was Chen Fan, and on the second day of his recovery, he promptly departed from the Sabaody archipelago. After 2 fruitless days searching for Chen Fan in the vicinity, the Navy headquarters came to the realization that he had likely already left. They were forced to accept the harsh reality that the legend of Impel Down had been dismantled by a mere youth. 10 days prior, the Navy headquarters had announced a bounty on Chen Fan. Most notably, they learned his name from the pirates who survived on the 6th level, the only pirate to break the myth in decades. The Navy had set his bounty at an astounding 800 million berries. This figure was nothing short of terrifying, considering that Chen Fan's current strength had yet to reach the level of a rear admiral within the headquarters. Once the bounty was revealed, the news of the shattering of Impel Down's myth spread across the seas within 10 days. Pirates from the New World were taken aback. Am I seeing things? Has someone truly broken the myth of Impel Down? Astonishing. This fellow appears to be no more than 20, and yet he managed to escape from that fortress. That so-called myth that could never be broken seems to be nothing more than the Navy's grandiose claims. How could a mere youth, still in his adolescence, achieve such a feat? These Navy personnel are nothing but incompetent fools, a group of worthless individuals, the pirates of the New World, aside from their astonishment at Chen Fan's triumph. Were equally struck by the Navy's incompetence in allowing a youth under 20 to successfully break out of Impel Down. Meanwhile, in the latter half of the New World, the newly crowned Pirate King, Roger, caught wind of this news and couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha. What an interesting young lad. To escape from Impel Down, what a promising future lies ahead for the world with such talent. Though, I fear I might not witness it myself. With a gaze fixed on the horizon, no one knew what thoughts occupied Roger's mind. The shores of Kaya Island. Chen Fan had already been there for 2 days, gazing at the endless expanse of the sea. Some villagers, observing this scene, felt puzzled, wondering who this individual was, where he had come from, and why he had remained by the shore for 2 days. This curiosity led to a gathering of onlookers. However, Chen Fan paid little heed to their scrutiny. He was waiting for a surge of waves, anticipating the towering tide. He had one singular purpose for coming here, to acquire the Thunder Fruit. Renowned for its unparalleled offensive capabilities among the Logia-type devil fruits, securing this power was essential for him to swiftly catch up to Akainu. Upon his emergence, Chen Fan had 2 immediate objectives: to eliminate Rear Admiral Henry Davy and to defeat Akainu. For the first target, Chen Fan was confident that it would not take long before he attained the strength of a Rear Admiral. However, with Akainu's monstrous talent, while Chen Fan would undoubtedly grow stronger, so too would Akainu. Thus, acquiring the Thunder Fruit was paramount for Chen Fan to enhance his power rapidly. The gentle breeze caressed the surface of the sea, creating ripples as Chen Fan closed his eyes to meditate. Patiently waiting, suddenly he opened his eyes, for he noticed the entire sea had become tumultuous. In the next moment, a torrent of water surged skyward, resembling an inverted waterfall. Among the villagers who had gathered, some displayed astonished expressions, while most appeared unfazed. Clearly, as villagers who had lived on this island for decades, they had witnessed such inverted waterfalls before. Although it seemed miraculous, the wonders of the world of One Piece were hardly scarce. Observing the colossal stream of water, akin to a towering pillar, Chen Fan wasted no time. He intended to ride this current straight up to the Sky Island. Subsequently, he activated his moonwalk technique, propelling himself towards the water flow. The villagers behind him were left in awe. Am I seeing this correctly? Is that young man actually flying? Could he be a devil fruit user? They exclaimed. Look, he's about to plunge into the water flow. Surely he isn't seeking his own demise? I witnessed a massive wooden ship being swept away by this torrent, and within seconds, it was shattered into splinters, with its occupants reduced to mere remnants of flesh. Not a single soul surviving. Amidst the villagers' shock and confusion, Chen Fan had already plunged into the towering stream. Upon entry, he felt an excruciating tearing sensation throughout his body. He had not anticipated the sheer force of this ascending water flow. Quickly, he deployed his iron block technique to bolster his physical defenses, and only then did he feel some relief as the current propelled him skyward. The villagers, shaking their heads in lament, were filled with regret. They could not fathom why this young man, with such a bright future ahead, would willingly throw himself into the water column, courting death. In their view, Chen Fan had vanished into the torrent, completely obscured from sight. Within the surging waters, Chen Fan continuously felt as though his body were being sliced apart. Fortunately, his physical prowess was exceptional for an ordinary person. Attempting to ascend to the Sky Island solely through this current would likely result in being torn asunder upon entry. In but a brief moment, the torrent propelled Chen Fan to the surface of the sea. He gazed upwards at the white sea that, if his memory served him correctly, the Sky Island should be situated above this very expanse. Without hesitation, he began to swim upwards, and 2 minutes later, he emerged from the water, surveying the vast, white landscape that stretched endlessly before him. Chen Fan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Rising to his feet, he scanned his surroundings, only to find a blank expanse devoid of any structures. His expression soured slightly, for his intended destination was Baika Island, yet he was uncertain of its precise direction. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan resolved to move forward, hoping to encounter inhabitants of the Sky Island from whom he could inquire about the correct path. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his moonwalk technique, opting to expend a bit more stamina to traverse the Sky Island rather than risk running on the white clouds. After all, this ocean of clouds concealed certain areas that were deceptive and perilous. An hour passed, then 2, and then 3. Chen Fan took breaks every half hour to rest before continuing his aerial journey. Eventually, he paused, for he noticed that the endless white ocean had given way to a colossal hexagonal structure. As he soared through the air, the building began to seem increasingly familiar to him. Chen Fan recalled, "Isn't this the gate to heaven above the white sea? Upon entering this door, one finds oneself in the Sky Island." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan sprinted towards the celestial gate with remarkable speed. Upon crossing the threshold of the celestial entrance, he beheld a tunnel measuring several meters in radius, yet extending over hundreds of meters in length. Without pausing, Chen Fan continued his fervent run, covering nearly 1,000 meters, until he spotted a grand door ahead. Just as he intended to rush forward and open it, the towering door, several meters high, swung open of its own accord, revealing an elderly woman who stood just over a meter tall, resembling a gnome, with her purple hair wrapped up and her face lined with deep wrinkles. She appeared rather repugnant to Chen Fan. "Sky Islander," Chen Fan uttered slowly, recognizing her resemblance to the denizens above the sea, but more significantly, noting the pair of white wings sprouting from her back. At that moment, Amazon, holding a camera, glanced at Chen Fan. Seizing the opportunity while he was still processing the scene, she pointed her camera at him and began snapping photos in a flurry. After capturing a dozen shots, the old woman regarded Chen Fan and said, "Qinghai person, welcome to our Sky Island. I am Amazon, the overseer of the Sky Island. To enter, you must pay 15 billion extol." Her voice bore a certain raspiness. Chen Fan vaguely recalled that entering the Sky Island required a fee, and 15 billion extol sounded like a staggering sum. However, when converted to Bailey, it amounted to just over 100,000. "Is that so? May I ask you a question instead? Which way to Baika Island?" A cold smile crept onto Chen Fan's lips. Even if he had the money, he had no intention of paying. He turned his gaze towards Amazon and the wings behind her. "If you proceed towards the right, you will see Angel Island. Beyond Angel Island lies Baika Island." Amazon looked at Chen Fan with a hint of trepidation. "Do you truly have the funds? If not, I cannot grant you passage." Having elicited the desired response, Chen Fan replied, "Of course I have it, but you won't live to claim it." Almost instantaneously, Chen Fan vanished from his spot, his fist enveloped in the ominous power of Haki, striking towards Amazon with ferocity. Witnessing this, Amazon's face contorted in terror as she prepared to retaliate, but it was far too late. With a gruesome burst of blood, Chen Fan obliterated her skull with a single punch. Looking at the lifeless body, Chen Fan quickly searched her belongings, discovering a money pouch filled with unfamiliar currency, with the smallest denomination being 100,000. "This must be extol." Afterward, as he prepared to leave, he paused and directed his gaze towards Amazon's pair of white wings. The primary distinction between Qinghai people and Sky Islanders lay in those wings. Although Chen Fan was unafraid of the 4 divine officers in Ganfuer, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Until he located the Thunderfruit, he aimed to sidestep any complications. Before long, he tore the wings from Amazon's back and tucked them into his clothing. To an untrained eye, he now appeared indistinguishable from a Sky Islander. With his preparations complete, Chen Fan was about to employ the moonwalk when he spotted something intriguing. Before him, a seahorse resembling a shrimp appeared. Recognizing it immediately, he surmised it was the Sky Island's unique fast shrimp. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan leapt onto the fast shrimp, gripping its antennae as one would reins, and rode it towards the east. True to its name, the fast shrimp moved with astonishing speed, rivaling even Chen Fan's moonwalk that as time passed. Chen Fan gradually noticed a luminous opening ahead, radiating a brilliant white light. Without further thought, he urged the fast shrimp towards that direction with fervor. Boom! Upon bursting through the opening, Chen Fan found himself suspended in midair, only to plummet suddenly. He grasped the fast shrimp's antennae tightly to avoid being thrown off. Bang! He landed heavily on the clouded island. Steadying himself as he surveyed his surroundings, not far ahead lay a beach, beyond which stood clusters of buildings that it was evident that this was Angel Island. Chen Fan immediately dismounted the fast shrimp and dashed towards Angel Island, eager to conserve time. After all, Angel Island was not his destination. Baika Island was. In truth, Chen Fan was uncertain of the Thunderfruit's precise location. In his previous life, he had only encountered scattered information about it on online forums. He speculated that the Thunderfruit might be hidden within the temple of Baika Island. Thus, he resolved to head directly for the temple, and if it were not there, he would resort to the second option, tracking Enel from the shadows until he located the Thunderfruit, at which point he would seize it. However, this approach would take too long, as Enel was merely a child of a little over 10 years. Chen Fan had no idea when Enel would acquire the Thunderfruit. For now, he would have to proceed with caution. As he pondered this, Chen Fan entered Angel Island, where numerous buildings lined the streets, yet no one seemed to notice him. After all, he too bore a pair of wings on his back. He contemplated whether to utilize the moonwalk or a means of transportation to reach Baika Island. After a moment's hesitation, he opted for the latter, preferring to maintain a low profile until he obtained the Thunderfruit. He soon arrived at a shop where vehicles resembling motorcycles were parked. One of the Sky Island's unique products, the vibration. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with a beer belly, greeted him. "How much for this vehicle?" Chen Fan inquired, pointing to the one closest to him. 0.7 billion XTAL. The shopkeeper replied. "Very well, I'll take it," Chen Fan said decisively, retrieving 7 billion XTAL from his pouch. Having recently acquired the money, he was unconcerned about its expenditure. Seeing Chen Fan's readiness to pay, the shopkeeper looked surprised but said nothing further. After all, who wouldn't prefer a customer who didn't haggle? Once the exchange was made, Chen Fan mounted the vibration and sped away. Racing through the landscape, he felt the exhilaration of speed akin to riding a motorcycle. Before long, he had left Angel Island behind, heading straight for Baika Island, sending sprays of waves in his wake. However, one downside was that every half hour, he had to halt to replenish the tank, as the fuel ran out. It was not until the following morning, with the dawn breaking, that Chen Fan spotted a small island ahead, marked by a white shoreline and towering trees, fully immersed in the azure expanse. Without a doubt, this was Baika Island. Without hesitation, Chen Fan tightened his grip on the handlebars, feeling as if the Thunderfruit was beckoning to him. Upon reaching the shore, he discarded the vibration carelessly by the roadside and ventured onto the island. As he walked through the streets, he initially intended to inquire about the location of the temple. Just then, he noticed a crowd gathered around a certain spot, with some individuals shouting vehemently, seemingly in a fit of rage. Curiosity piqued, Chen Fan activated his observation haki to peer into the commotion. When he discerned what the crowd was surrounding, Chen Fan's expression shifted dramatically. In the midst of the throng stood a child who appeared to be around 10 years old, and for some inexplicable reason, he found the child strikingly familiar, for this is none other than Enelu during his childhood. At this moment, Enelu is surrounded by a throng of onlookers, with a baker holding a loaf of bread standing before him. "You, how dare you steal from my bakery?" the baker berates, pointing an accusing finger at Enelu. "I did not. It was thrown to me by someone else. I merely happened to be passing by," Enelu responds, his face awash with fear. "Ha! Who would believe such a tale?" the baker scoffs, his disbelief palpable. "Indeed, this detestable Qinghai person should be driven off the island." Another voice chimes in. "I concur, lacking even wings. How can such a lowly Qinghai individual reside on our Baika Island? Truly repugnant. Only a Qinghai would stoop to such petty thievery." Aside from the baker, none of the gathered crowd harbored a shred of belief in Enelu's innocence. In their eyes, he was merely a Qinghai, fundamentally different from them. "I did not. I truly did not." Enelu protests, his expression one of deep grievance. "You dare to claim innocence? Are you insinuating that I have wronged you?" The burly baker shows no hint of sympathy. Instead, he extends his right hand and delivers a resounding slap. Crack. It is worth noting that the baker's muscular arm is nearly the size of Enelu's head. The blow sends Enelu reeling, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he collapses in agony. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan feels no urge to intervene. In his view, as long as Enelu's life is not in jeopardy, it is none of his concern. The onlookers, far from feeling pity, were smiles of amusement. "Aklalu, your slap was too light. You should have knocked this little scoundrel unconscious," one spectator jeers. "Yes, this vile Qinghai dared to steal. If he is capable of theft, he might as well be capable of murder next time. You should have inflicted serious harm." The crowd, instead of expressing any compassion for Enelu, mock him further, suggesting that the baker's punishment was far too lenient. "I do not wish to be imprisoned for the likes of a Qinghai. Boy, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time you dare to pilfer bread, I shall ensure you are left half dead." Aklalu threatens, laughing heartily as he departs. The spectators, feeling the spectacle has lost its allure, disperse as well. Until their departure, Enelu keeps his head bowed, silent and voiceless. Though he knows he did not steal, these individuals presume guilt simply because he lacks wings. Clenching his fist tightly, his gaze darkens with rage. And he silently vows that if given the chance to rise, he would make these people pay dearly, ensuring that all of the residents of the Sky Island face consequences for their actions. Observing this scene from a distance, Chen Fan understands why Enelu would later become so ruthless. Anyone subjected to such treatment in their childhood would likely respond similarly. However, at this moment, Chen Fan is not concerned with Enelu's thoughts. Having witnessed enough of the spectacle, he decides to head towards the temple. He casually approaches a middle-aged man running a food stall, who regards him with curiosity. Normally, the inhabitants of Baika Island are expected to know the whereabouts of the temple. "You must be from Angel Island," the middle-aged man remarks, eyeing Chen Fan. "Indeed," Chen Fan replies. "What do you seek the direction to the temple for? It's a forbidden place. We are not allowed to go there." The man regards Chen Fan with suspicion. "I mean no harm. I'm merely curious. How much for these items?" Chen Fan gestures towards several food items. "For these, that would total 10,000 extals," the middle-aged man responds. His demeanor instantly warming upon realizing Chen Fan intends to make a purchase. "Very well. Please wrap them all up for me." Chen Fan says calmly. "Of course," the man exclaims, promptly packaging the items, seeing Chen Fan pay so readily. He continues, "The temple is just at the end of this street. Keep going left, and you will find it. However, it is a forbidden area. You can only view it from a distance, not approach." After a moment's reflection, the middle-aged man shares the temple's location with Chen Fan, considering that he has made a purchase. Furthermore, the temple's position is not a secret on Baika Island. "Thank you," Chen Fan replies with a smile. Gathering his purchased food before departing. As he makes his way towards the temple, he notices that someone has beaten him to it. Enilu. In the street, Chen Fan refrains from utilizing moonwalk or shave to hasten his pace. He walks normally, not wishing to attract attention before acquiring the thunder fruit. Meanwhile, a hurried Enelu arrives at the temple's exterior, hiding in a patch of grass, his gaze fixed intently on the inside of the temple. It seems he knows something, yet the guards stationed around the temple, armed with long spears, prevent him from approaching. One must realize that even the inhabitants of Angel Island cannot approach the temple, let alone a wingless Qinghai like him. The moment Enelu approaches the temple, he would undoubtedly be captured by the guards, and there exists the grim possibility of being killed outright. His eyes remain locked on the temple, filled with an unyielding desire. At this juncture, Chen Fan arrives outside the temple as well. He observes a grand structure resembling ancient Egyptian architecture, the temple's walls adorned with murals he cannot decipher. Surrounding it are guards on patrol. As Chen Fan approaches, he immediately attracts their attention. "Who are you? You cannot come any closer. Leave at once," one guard warns, approaching him. This warning is softened by the presence of Chen Fan's wings. Were he a Qinghai, the guards might have resorted to violence immediately. Chen Fan remains silent, making no move to depart, standing still in place. Seeing this, the guards converge around him. "I shall warn you one last time. The temple is a forbidden area. If you do not leave, we shall execute you here," the initial guard reiterates. This time, Chen Fan responds, not with words, but with action. He swiftly swings his right arm, delivering a rapid punch aimed at the guard's head. The strike is so swift that the guard cannot react in time, his pupils dilating in shock before blood erupts, and he collapses lifelessly to the ground. The guards witnessing this scene immediately comprehend Chen Fan's intent. "Overwhelm him and kill him," one guard shouts, and a dozen others rush towards Chen Fan. Yet, these guards, possessing only the strength of mere recruits, stand no chance against him. In an instant, Chen Fan vanishes from sight. His fingers claw-like, each strike claiming a life. The guards merely let out a blood-curdling scream before being slain by Chen Fan, who left them no chance to defend themselves in the brief span of 2 minutes. He eliminated all of the over a dozen guardians of the temple. As he surveyed the ground strewn with corpses and examined his blood-soaked hands, Chen Fan remained unfazed, resolutely advancing towards the temple. Concealed within the underbrush, Ainalu observed this scene, his mouth agape in shock, his gaze filled with terror at the sight of Chen Fan, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a demon. However, beneath the fear lay a deeper concern. He realized that this man was heading directly into the temple. He pondered whether this individual had come for that fabled object as well. As Chen Fan fully entered the temple, Ainalu stealthily emerged from the foliage. Following him discreetly, inside the temple, Chen Fan's gaze fell upon a towering golden statue, several meters in height, featuring 3 heads and 6 arms, rendering it unrecognizable. His pupils dilated slightly as his attention fixated on the right hand of the golden effigy, which held a spiraled sky-blue fruit aloft. Was this not the thunder fruit he had longed for? Overwhelmed with delight at the sight of the fruit, Chen Fan prepared to rush forward and seize it. Just then, an ancient voice echoed within the temple, declaring, "You have trespassed into a forbidden domain and slaughtered the temple's guardians. This is a grave disrespect to the divine," with a resounding boom. The voice had barely faded when Chen Fan turned towards its source, only to be met with a terrifying shockwave that erupted towards him, deafening in its intensity. Without hesitation, he rolled backward, evading the attack with ease. In an instant, a massive hole was blasted into the temple's wall, bricks cascading to the ground, a testament to the overwhelming power of the strike. Simultaneously, Chen Fan pivoted, his gaze fierce as he regarded the right side. There stood an elderly woman clad in white robes, her back adorned with a pair of white wings. Her expression was one of fury, undaunted by Chen Fan's icy glare as she issued a warning. "Intruder, depart at once. That fruit embodies sin and curses. Depart swiftly, or I shall mete out divine punishment upon you." With that, the elderly woman brandished a shock shell, aiming it squarely at Chen Fan. Witnessing this, a cold smirk crept across Chen Fan's lips, a smile reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. "You think you can obstruct me? Curses? Deities? How utterly laughable." No sooner had he spoken than Chen Fan activated his Soru technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. His fist enveloped an armament haki, propelling himself at the elderly woman with incredible speed. In response, the temple guardian unleashed a barrage of shockwaves, annihilating everything in their vicinity. The thunderous explosions echoed relentlessly as the temple suffered multiple breaches. Yet, despite the chaos, she could not lock on at Chen Fan, who effortlessly evaded her attacks. Within mere seconds, he stood before her. Observing this, the temple guardian attempted to unleash another shockwave point-blank, but Chen Fan retaliated with a powerful punch, sending blood spraying as a scream erupted from her lips. Her right hand shattered under the force, the shock shell tumbling from her grasp. In her state of horror and disbelief, Chen Fan seized the temple guardian by the neck, lifting her high. "Give up. That fruit, while it may grant power, is also an omen of doom." The elderly woman, in her final moments, attempted to dissuade him. How absurd, to possess such formidable power and not seize it for oneself. "That power shall ultimately belong to me. Curses, I believe only in strength as the singular truth." With a derisive laugh, Chen Fan tightened his grip. With a sickening crack, he snapped the temple guardian's neck. Meanwhile, Ainalu had stealthily approached the thunder fruit, his face alight with excitement. Envisioning the power he was about to wield, he yearned to make all of Sky Island pay the price, and to claim the title of king over it. Just as he reached for the fruit, Chen Fan snatched up the shock shell from the ground and hurled it toward Ainalu. In an instant, Ainalu felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. The shell embedded itself within. Within seconds, blood gushed forth, and Ainalu collapsed, consciousness fading, his eyes fixated on the coveted thunder fruit. A deep sense of regret welled within him, for he had been so close, so tantalizingly close, to obtaining that fruit and the immense power it promised. At that moment, Chen Fan approached the thunder fruit at a leisurely pace, having detected Ainalu's presence the instant he entered the temple. However, he had prioritized eliminating the temple guardian first. "You dare to compete with me for what is mine." Casting a glance at Ainalu's lifeless body, he grasped the sky-blue thunder fruit without hesitation. Without a moment's pause, Chen Fan bit into the fruit, an overwhelmingly foul taste exploding in his mouth as he swallowed. It felt as though his insides were churning. The flavor was far worse than excrement. No wonder even Luffy had struggled to consume a devil fruit. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, Chen Fan needed a moment to recover. After a few seconds, he began to sense the changes within his body. Tendrils of blue lightning enveloped his exterior, and he felt as if he could wield it at will, extending his right index finger. He pointed forward, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as his finger, surged forth, piercing through the temple wall. Truly, the thunder fruit lives up to its reputation, he mused. He then endeavored to harness the fruit's elemental transformation. Within mere seconds, his entire form transformed into cascading arcs of lightning, floating effortlessly in midair, while Chen Fan could only grasp the rudimentary applications of the thunder fruit for the time being. He was confident that with continued exploration, he would unlock the full potential of this immensely powerful natural-type fruit, allowing it to shine brilliantly upon the seas. In the next moment, he resolved to make no further delay. Vanishing from sight, his elemental form moving with unparalleled swiftness, feeling the surge of power coursing through him, the thunder fruit not only endowed Chen Fan with the might of lightning but also significantly enhanced his physical prowess. Having acquired the fruit, Chen Fan was now poised to embark on his next grand scheme, to dominate Sky Island. It was crucial to understand that whether forming a pirate crew or establishing a faction, substantial resources were indispensable alongside overwhelming strength. This was precisely why, upon his escape, Chen Fan had set his sights on Sky Island. First and foremost, it was due to the natural-type devil fruit, the thunder fruit. The second reason was the treasure trove of gold that lay within Sky Island. Securing the vast wealth of Sky Island would mean that he would likely never again have to worry about finances. Standing tall amidst the heavens, Chen Fan was enveloped in destructive lightning, arcs of blue electricity flickering around him. The atmosphere crackled ominously. The very sky seemed to tremble. At that moment, he resembled a deity of thunder wielding divine retribution. In the next instant, his form vanished once more, heading towards the heart of Baikar Island. Within mere minutes, Chen Fan found himself hovering above a resplendent palace, gazing down at the opulent structure with an expression devoid of warmth. Simultaneously, the soldiers patrolling outside the palace had spotted him. Am I seeing things? Is someone flying? Indeed, why is there lightning surrounding that individual? Who could that be? No matter who it is, everyone be cautious. The appearance of such a person above the palace bodes ill. Most of the guards were utterly astonished at the sight of a figure brimming with lightning soaring through the air. However, the captain of the guards bore a serious expression, alerting everyone to remain vigilant. Who are you? What is your purpose here? The robust captain of the guards stepped forward, casting his gaze upward at Chen Fan, his expression remaining as indifferent as ever. Chen Fan slightly raised his hand, and in response to the captain, a powerful bolt of thunder surged forth. Boom! The cerulean lightning descended with astonishing speed, resembling divine retribution as it engulfed the captain. His face contorted in terror. He attempted to evade, but there was no escape. In the next moment, the thick bolt of lightning, akin to a basketball in girth, completely consumed him. Bang! The ground was struck with such force that a small crater formed, leaving the captain charred and lifeless upon the earth. In that instant, all the guards recognized the true nature of their adversary. Fire arrows. Quickly, fire arrows. The vice-captain hurriedly commanded his subordinates. Instantly, the soldiers reacted, raising their cloud arrows. Unique to the Sky Island, they aimed upward, drawing their bows into a half-circle, and released the arrows. Whoosh! In an instant, thousands of cloud arrows cascaded down like a waterfall, hurtling toward Chen Fan at breakneck speed. Thunder punishment. Unfazed by the onslaught, Chen Fan raised his right hand. In that fleeting moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Terrifying bolts of lightning plunged downward, transforming in midair into long spears of thunder, imbued with unfathomable power, targeting the oncoming arrows. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed as the fearsome lightning spears consumed the cloud arrows entirely. Witnessing Chen Fan effortlessly neutralize their assault, the guards below were filled with awe and dread. Was he even human? How could he unleash such terrifying power? How could anyone command the force of thunder? It was utterly terrifying. How could we possibly stand against such an entity? This must be a deity. Otherwise, how could one wield the power of thunder? The guards below were in a state of panic, momentarily forgetting to continue shooting arrows. Silence. Anyone who disturbs the morale will be executed. Everyone, resume firing. The vice-captain shouted urgently. Though fear gnawed at his insides, he understood that he could not display his trepidation at this critical juncture. The vice-captain's command. The guards regained their composure, drawing their bows to release another volley of arrows. This time, Chen Fan did not even attempt to evade. His entire being was enveloped in blue lightning, allowing the cloud arrows to pierce through him harmlessly. unable to inflict any damage on his elemental form. At that moment, he floated in the air, radiating with destructive lightning, resembling a deity of thunder. Witnessing this scene, the guards were utterly shattered. They had never encountered such an opponent. Why did their arrows fail to harm him? This was inconceivable. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Chen Fan, having just acquired the thunder fruit, was disinclined to waste further time. Ultimate thunder punishment. With both hands raised high, dark clouds formed in the heavens, flickering with blue light. With a swift downward motion, thick bolts of thunder descended, resembling divine retribution, crashing down upon the 1,000 guards below. Faced with this annihilating attack, the guards had no thought of resistance. They immediately discarded their armor and fled in terror. Alas, their speed was no match for the lightning. Help! Help! I do not wish to die. Is there anyone to save me? Is this a devil? Has a devil come to destroy our nation? The cries of despair echoed incessantly below. The 1,000 guards, under the might of the destructive thunder, possessed no capacity for resistance, one by one turning into charred corpses, some even reduced to ashes, dissipating into the ether. The vice-captain collapsed to the ground, his spear clattering away as he gazed up at Chen Fan in a daze. He was bewildered by the identity of the figure above. Was it a deity? A demon? Was this being here to obliterate their nation? In the depths of his despair, a bolt of lightning struck him from above. Boom! A small crater formed in the ground, and his form vanished from this realm. Having completed his task, Chen Fan appeared as if nothing had transpired, utterly indifferent to the lives of mere insects. In the next moment, his form dissolved into threads of lightning, racing toward the palace's interior with astonishing speed. The king's army within the palace surged forth, attempting to halt Chen Fan's advance. Yet, within this sea of soldiers, Chen Fan moved as though traversing a void, each thread of lightning effortlessly reaping the lives of the king's men. The tens of thousands of soldiers could not even impede his progress. Inside the palace, the cataclysmic power of the thunder had already drawn the king's attention. A middle-aged man adorned with a crown stepped out of the palace. And upon witnessing the destructive lightning, a flicker of fear crossed his gaze. What is that? What should we do next? William George III inquired of his ministers, who had also witnessed the recent spectacle. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. No one knew how to respond. You worthless fools, you have no solutions in this critical moment. What use are you to me? William George III roared at his ministers in fury. Your Majesty, I believe you should flee the palace. That individual is too terrifying. He is nothing short of a demon that if he approaches, we stand no chance of stopping him, a noble interjected. Indeed, Your Majesty, we must leave at once. Or else it will be too late when he arrives, another noble urged. Your Majesty, hurry and depart. Leave the palace, and we will devise a strategy later, echoed the sentiments of the nobles. Hearing these words, William George III's expression darkened considerably. That he never imagined that as king, he would be forced to flee his own palace due to a single person, and none of his subordinates could devise a plan. Ellen, do you have any ideas? Or do you believe you can confront him? William George III turned to the armored officer at the forefront, the strongest general of his army, without a moment's hesitation. Ellen replied, Your Majesty, I do not have the confidence to confront him. If a battle ensues, I may not survive 3 exchanges. Therefore, the best course of action now is for you to temporarily leave the palace. Hearing even his strongest officer express such sentiments, despair washed over William George III. He understood that escape was the only option left. Everyone, escort me out of the palace. After William George III feebly issued this command, a figure of lightning materialized before them. As they felt the overwhelming power emanating from this presence, fear gripped their hearts. Chen Fan stood silently, uttering not a word nor making a single gesture. Yet, the destructive lightning surrounding him exuded an oppressive aura that made them all instinctively recoil, including William George III, who staggered back a few steps. Who are you? Why do you seek to slaughter my army? William George III managed to ask, suppressing his fear. No reason. It is the law of the jungle. Only the strong survive. This island now belongs to me, Chen Fan declared. Chen Fan's demeanor was chillingly indifferent. In the very next moment, he extended his right hand, his fingers pointing forward. A bolt of blue lightning, as thick as an arm and imbued with terrifying power, shot forth at an alarming speed towards William George III. Observing this scene, Ellen, though filled with trepidation, did not hesitate to protect the king. Brandishing his spear, he positioned himself before William George III, the ebony tip of his weapon aimed directly at the annihilating lightning. Boom! The overwhelming force compelled Ellen to stagger backward repeatedly. With a roar, Ellen swung his spear, managing to disperse the lightning with sheer force. Witnessing this, a look of intrigue crossed Chen Fan's face. Indeed, one could withstand my strike. However, this is where it ends. Those who oppose me shall perish. In the blink of an eye, lightning flickered, and Chen Fan vanished from sight, his speed unparalleled at that moment. The onlookers in the palace could only glimpse a fleeting shadow. Ellen included, who was unable to discern his movements. 2 seconds later, Ellen's expression morphed into one of horror just as he prepared to strike with his spear. Chen Fan's fist, imbued with lightning, had already appeared before his forehead. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, his brain matter splattered, and Ellen collapsed lifelessly to the ground, now a headless corpse. This sight sent the already fearful crowd recoiling in dread. None dared to step forward to impede Chen Fan any longer. "Who are you? If you spare me, I am willing to give you everything, including this kingdom," William George III stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at the flickering lightning that was Chen Fan, who seemed like a demon from the depths of hell. To kill you is to claim it all as mine. Chen Fan had no intentions of letting him off the hook. He extended his right hand slightly forward, unleashing a devastating bolt of lightning that struck William George III's chest. In the midst of his fear and horror, bang! William George III collapsed heavily to the ground, utterly silenced. Subsequently, Chen Fan turned to face the gathered nobles and ministers. "I offer you a choice. Submit to me or face death." A smile adorned Chen Fan's face, yet to the ministers, it appeared akin to the smile of death itself, an overwhelming pressure rendering them devoid of courage to utter a single word of dissent. With a collective gasp, the lords and ministers knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We are willing to call you king. We are willing to call you king." They bowed their heads, their eyes filled with terror, none daring to meet Chen Fan's gaze. Having effortlessly subdued an island, Chen Fan felt no sense of fulfillment. His ambition extended far beyond mere dominion over this singular isle. His sights were set on the entirety of Sky Island. And the choice of Baika Island was simply due to its proximity. The following day, as dawn broke, Chen Fan had casually selected a noble to oversee all affairs pertaining to the island. He sought to harness the resources of Sky Island to expand his influence, not merely to become its king. His primary objective remained the enhancement of his power. Thus, he could not allow trivial matters to distract him. Gazing at the sunlight cascading from the sky, Chen Fan hesitated no longer, transforming into arcs of lightning, his form vanishing from sight as he prepared to confront the 4 divine officers and Ganfuer. Had he not possessed the nature-type Thunder Fruit, these individuals might have posed a modicum of trouble. However, in this realm devoid of Haki, the nature type was virtually invincible. Otherwise, Enel would not have been dubbed a god. Upon departing Baika Island, Chen Fan soared through the sky, his form coalescing into threads of lightning, rapidly making his way toward the Island of Gods. In less than 5 minutes, he traversed tens of thousands of meters. Arriving above the fabled island, such speed surpassed even that of aircraft from his previous world, illustrating just how swift he had become. Suspended in midair, a colossal island loomed before him, adorned with towering trees, invoking the essence of a primordial forest. Crucially, this island was rich in soil, unlike several others where the surface consisted solely of island clouds. This was Appiato, known as the Island of Gods. Without pausing to admire the scenery, lightning flickered, and within mere seconds, he materialized on the island. As the thunderous resonance echoed, it immediately captured the attention of the island's guards. Nevertheless, Chen Fan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced with measured steps. Soon, over 100 guards wielding spears encircled him. These were the divine guardians of the Island of Gods, reputed to be capable of taking on 10 foes each. Yet, to Chen Fan, they were no different from ordinary guards. "You, from Qinghai, dare to intrude upon the Island of Gods." Truly audacious, the head guard, clad in silver armor, glared menacingly at Chen Fan. "Silence." Chen Fan slightly raised his right hand, pointing forward. A strand of blue lightning, brimming with formidable might, surged forth at tremendous speed towards the head guard. In an instant, there was no time to react. The guard's head was pierced through, leaving him lifeless on the ground. The remaining guards were paralyzed with fear upon witnessing this. "You may now perish." A smile crept across Chen Fan's lips as he summoned arcs of blue lightning to his hands. Before the guards could comprehend the situation, he thrust his palms forward. In an instant, the blue lightning transformed into arrows, hurtling towards the divine guardians. Save me." The guards had never encountered someone capable of wielding lightning. Their eyes were filled with dread and horror. They dared not resist, questioning whether this was truly a human or a deity. Frantic, they attempted to flee, but their speed could not outpace the lightning. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the over 100 divine guardians fell victim to Chen Fan, reduced to charred remains. This was the terrifying power of the Thunder Fruit, which possessed unparalleled destructive capability. It was precisely why those with nature-type abilities were regarded as nearly invincible in the first half of the sea. Their elemental forms and the formidable powers of nature rendered them immune to the vast majority of physical attacks. After effortlessly dispatching the divine guardians, Chen Fan, his entire being aglow with lightning, took to the skies, heading toward the heart of the island of gods with breathtaking speed, akin to a flash of lightning. Before long, he arrived at the innermost depths of the island, where a grand palace stood, surrounded by divine guardians. Boom! A sky-blue beam of light descended, drawing the attention of all the guards as they beheld the figure within. They were momentarily stunned, for they saw Chen Fan enveloped in arcs of blue lightning. Gonfuer, come forth to meet me. Chen Fan's resonant voice echoed throughout the palace. Instantly, Gonfuer, who had been within the palace, wore an expression of confusion, pondering who dared to call him in such a manner within his domain. Who are you? A middle-aged man soared from the palace, directing his gaze at Chen Fan. Upon seeing Gonfuer emerge, Chen Fan had no desire to waste time with these insignificant beings. With a flicker of lightning, he vanished from view, leaving the divine guardians in a state of shock. In less than a minute, Chen Fan materialized within the palace, standing before Gonfuer, flanked by the 4 divine officers. Who are you? Gonfuer inquired, sensing an immense threat emanating from Chen Fan's destructive lightning. Submit or die. Chen Fan, radiating with lightning, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. What right do you have to demand my submission? Though Gonfuer sensed a lethal threat emanating from Chen Fan, how could he, as a god of the Sky Island, easily submit? Thus, he resolved to confront death. Chen Fan's expression remained cold and indifferent. In the blink of an eye, thunder enveloped his entire being, vanishing from sight as a long spear of lightning materialized in his grasp. Thrusting directly towards Gonfuer, with his observation haki, Gonfuer barely detected Chen Fan's assault and swung his greatsword forward in defense. Clang! The sharp blade clashed with the lightning spear, resulting in a collision akin to that of colossal boulders. The sheer force propelled Gonfuer several steps backward, causing a tingling sensation in his right hand. Before he could stabilize himself, a voice echoed, "You have made the most foolish choice of your life." Accompanying this voice was a fist imbued with terrifying thunder. Caught off guard and filled with dread, Gonfuer pondered the identity of this individual. Why did he possess the power of calamity? How could he move with such speed that even Gonfuer could barely perceive him? Boom! With a flash of lightning, Chen Fan obliterated Gonfuer's head. Thud! He collapsed heavily outside the grand hall. The connection between his body and head oozing blood profusely. The 4 divine officials, witnessing this scene, were filled with horror and astonishment, for they were the most aware of Gonfuer's formidable strength. Even when united, they could not match him. This was precisely why Gonfuer was revered as the god of the Sky Island. Yet, in the face of this suddenly emerged mysterious figure, such a powerful being had merely endured 2 exchanges before meeting his demise. How could they not be shocked? How could they not feel fear? Submit or perish. Chen Fan regarded the 4 with a smile. However, this smile appeared to the 4 divine officials like the grin of a demon, signifying death. That we are willing to submit to you. We beseech you to spare our lives, my lord. Reacting swiftly, the 4 divine officials knelt, most of them driven by the fear of death. Excellent. Very well. You 4 are far more sensible than this fellow. I am not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent, Chen Fan remarked with a broad smile. Had it not been for witnessing Gonfuer and the fallen divine guardians outside, the 4 divine officials might have genuinely believed him. From now on, you shall reign as the king of this Sky Island. You need only heed my singular command. The rest shall be under your governance. Chen Fan gestured towards the foremost of the 4 divine officials. A man adorned in purple with hair resembling tentacles. Gaida's face was a canvas of astonishment. He mused, am I being promoted? Yet, he dared not display a smile, maintaining an air of utmost reverence. After all, he was unaware of the true nature of the sudden arrival who had slain Gonfuer. You comprehend. Chen Fan's gaze bore into Gaidas. Feeling the chill of that icy stare, Gaidas was overcome with fear and hastily replied, I understand, my lord. That is good. A satisfied smile graced Chen Fan's lips. He had no intention of wasting time lingering on the Sky Island. His sights were set on the new world. He did not wish to resemble the future Enel, trapped in the confines of the Sky Island like a frog in a well. As for appointing trusted subordinates as kings, Chen Fan had no such need for confidants. His own strength served as the ultimate guarantee. 15 days later, under the blazing sun, Chen Fan sat atop the palace of the Divine Island. In this span, he had not only completely subjugated the entire Sky Island, but had also acquired a vast fortune of gold. Furthermore, he had received delightful news from Gadas. The blueprints for the Ark Maxim had been procured. Upon gazing at the schematics before him, Chen Fan could not suppress his excitement. This was not merely a ship. It was a fully fledged flying vessel, with an unparalleled weapon system and an exterior crafted from gold. It could soar through the skies as long as it continuously discharged thunder. This ark was tailor-made for Chen Fan. Gadas, your foremost task now is to lead the denizens of the Sky Island to construct this ark as swiftly as possible, Chen Fan instructed. Understood, my lord, Gadas replied. The past 15 days had been a breeze for him. He had initially anticipated that this new deity would be difficult to engage with. Instead, he discovered that the god spent his days training relentlessly, leaving most matters to Gadas' discretion. Most notably, the 3 divine officials who once shared his status now obeyed his commands. This newfound authority filled Gadas with comfort and joy. The following day, as dawn broke, Chen Fan stood in a clearing, his entire being radiating with destructive thunder. He had devoted these days to honing the capabilities of the thunder fruit. With each passing moment, his mastery over lightning intensified. Yet, achieving a qualitative transformation proved to be no simple feat after all. He had only possessed the thunder fruit for a mere 16 days. His ability to wield such formidable lightning power was largely due to his own robust physique. Just as he prepared to continue his training, a figure emerged, interrupting his focus. It was Gadas. Have you made progress? How long until the ark can be completed? Chen Fan inquired coldly. Gadas, feeling a sense of trepidation, sensed an immense pressure in Chen Fan's presence, instilling a primal fear within him. Report, my lord, that I have consulted several shipwright masters on the Sky Island. It will take at least 2 years to complete the ark, Gadas said slowly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Fan's countenance. He had envisioned piloting the ark away from the Sky Island, but 2 years was an unfeasible duration. His time in Impel Down had taught him well. Mere training would not forge a true warrior. Only through the crucible of battle and the dance between life and death could one rapidly ascend in strength. Very well, I understand. I shall depart from the Sky Island for a time, ranging from a few months to several years. During this period, you will have full authority over the Sky Island. Remember, your primary objective is to focus wholly on the construction of the Arkansas. Do you understand? Chen Fan directed his gaze at Gadas. I understand, my lord, Gadas replied, though he was perplexed by Chen Fan's imminent departure. Yet, he dared not voice his questions. As for Chen Fan, he harbored no concerns about Gadas betraying him. For only if Gadas surpassed his own strength could he pose a threat. While there were methods for cultivating observation haki on the Sky Island, there were none for armament haki. This was why Enel, despite his lackluster physical prowess, could still ascend as the god of the Sky Island. Subsequently, Chen Fan resolved not to linger any longer. He prepared to leave the Sky Island. With a flash of lightning, his entire form vanished in an instant, leaving only Gadas in the clearing. An hour later, as sunlight bathed the land, Chen Fan reappeared over the White Sea. Possessing the thunder fruit, he wasted no time. Enveloped in crackling lightning, he plummeted from the sky, piercing through the White Sea. The rush of descent felt as though his flesh was being torn apart, yet as he transformed into a cascade of lightning, that sensation dissipated entirely. He effortlessly traversed the several thousand meters of the White Sea, emerging above the azure waves of the Blue Sea, gazing down at the cerulean ocean and the boundless sky stretching into the horizon. Chen Fan clenched his fists. Thunder crackled around him as he resolved to become the sovereign of this world, wielding supreme power. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Only the strong could dictate their own fate. With a flash of thunder, Chen Fan vanished from sight, leaving behind a streak of blue light that streaked across the sky. A day later, he found himself aboard a pirate ship bound for the West Sea. Although Chen Fan possessed the powers of a natural fruit, allowing him to soar through the skies, however, upon this vast expanse of ocean, without a clear sense of direction, one would flounder like a headless fly. Utterly lost. Thus, Chen Fan found himself aboard this pirate ship, captained by a mere fellow with a bounty of 70 million, a wielder of the Nyo fruit's powers. The day prior, upon learning of his journey to the West Sea, Chen Fan had eagerly followed suit, for he sought a navigator in those waters. After casually demonstrating his prowess, he successfully boarded the vessel, even assuming the role of the captain of the combat division, though in truth, he was the sole member of the team. Currently, including Chen Fan, The entire pirate crew numbered merely 15 individuals, as the captain had previously endured a naval ambush, leaving only 3 survivors. The remaining crew, including Chen Fan, were newly recruited, which explained why he was able to step into the captaincy so readily. Perched atop the mast, Chen Fan trained vigorously, a heavy iron weight upon his back, while the crew looked on in astonishment. Throughout the day, they came to realize that their combat division leader was undoubtedly a training fanatic. Aside from witnessing Chen Fan partake in meals, he devoted the remainder of his time to relentless training. Seemingly impervious to fatigue IT that moment, Adela, munching on his food, observed his newly appointed combat division leader's tireless efforts and couldn't help but feel fortunate to have found such a diligent ally. However, before he could revel in this thought for long, a lean man with green hair beside him, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "Captain, look, a warship has appeared ahead of us." Hastily, Adela's expression turned tense as he gazed in the direction indicated. The warship loomed large and opulent, clearly not the sort of vessel possessed by an ordinary officer. "Captain, what should we do now? That warship seems to be heading our way," the anxious navigator, Dabrun, inquired. The pirates were equally flustered, acutely aware that such a formidable warship was beyond their capacity to confront. Among them, only Chen Fan ceased his training, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded the approaching vessel. "Quickly, change course and retreat at full speed," Adela commanded urgently. They swiftly turned their small ship, adorned with the Great Bull flag, in an attempt to flee. Unfortunately, the massive warship was far too swift by the time they adjusted their direction. It had already closed the distance. Appearing less than 100 meters behind them, Chen Fan's gaze fixed upon the deck, where he discerned a short, lecherous man clad in yellow attire, adorned with a navy cloak and smoking a cigar. Instantly, Chen Fan recognized him as the future Rear Admiral Chabuda. It seemed fortune smiled upon him. His first encounter with the Navy brought forth such an intriguing opponent that a smile crept across Chen Fan's lips. While the pirates aboard the ship wore expressions of sheer panic, wishing they could escape in place of their vessel. Yet, regardless of their urgency, their humble pirate ship could never hope to match the warship's speed. "What do we do?" "Captain, it seems we cannot escape," the panicked navigator, Dabrun, implored Adela that moment. Adela understood all too well that their pirate ship was no match for the warship's speed. As he cast his gaze toward the naval officers on deck, particularly the commanding officer at the forefront, a flicker of anxiety crossed his features. He did not recognize this officer. After all, they were not in the New World, but merely in the West Sea, where the myriad of pirates rendered them unaware of many crucial tidings. Otherwise, they would not have failed to identify the unmasked Chen Fan. Although Adela was oblivious to the identity of the commanding officer, he was acutely aware that anyone capable of commanding such a grand warship must possess formidable strength, coupled with the recent harrowing experience of being routed by a division's rear admiral. Adela was left with a psychological scar. "Pirates ahead, surrender at once. We are the subordinates of Rear Admiral Chabuda from the Navy headquarters. If you wish to avoid annihilation, comply without resistance," a naval officer, standing beside Chabuda and wielding a megaphone, announced to Adela and his crew. Upon hearing the mention of a naval rear admiral, the expressions of the Great Bull pirate crew instantly shifted to alarm. Adela, too, felt a wave of dread wash over him as he recalled his prior encounter with a division rear admiral that had forced him to flee in disgrace. Now, faced with a commanding officer from the headquarters, how could he possibly contend? A look of hesitation clouded Adela's face as he pondered surrendering. He felt that capitulating now would be a profound humiliation. Moreover, the officer's declaration might not be entirely truthful. Perhaps it was merely a bluff? Yet, the sheer size of the warship belied the notion of deception. "What do we do, Captain?" "Indeed, Captain, what shall we do? Should we surrender?" As Adela hesitated, the other pirates aboard the ship clamored in a state of panic. In stark contrast, Chen Fan stood there, his expression serene and utterly unconcerned. Noticing Chen Fan's calm demeanor, Adela assumed he might have a plan and quickly inquired, "Chen Fan, do you have any brilliant ideas?" "Of course, we simply eliminate them all," Chen Fan replied with a disarming smile. The astonishment on Adela and the others' faces was palpable, with some even suspecting Chen Fan had lost his mind. "Chen Fan, do not jest. How could we possibly contend with them?" Adela thought to himself, questioning whether this newly appointed combat division leader was indeed sane. On board the naval warship, one of the burly officers suggested to Chabuda, "Sir, shall we strike at once?" Initially yawning, Chabuda's interest peaked as he spotted a figure on the pirate ship. Interesting. This individual appears here that it seems fortune favors me, he mused. With that, Chibuta executed the moonwalk technique. Swiftly traversing the distance to the pirate vessel, the naval officers observed in silence, contemplating their superior's intention to personally deal with the pirates. Conversely, the pirates aboard the ship were thrown into chaos at the sight of the rear admiral's arrival. An overwhelming sense of pressure engulfed them, particularly Adela, who felt the weight of impending doom. He now understood that the Navy was not deceiving him. This man could very well be a rear admiral. "Captain, let us surrender," suggested the navigator, Dabron, hastily. "Navy Rear Admiral, we willingly surrender. We never intended to become pirates. Please grant us our lives." Adela, devoid of any semblance of pirate pride, dropped to his knees, seeing their captain in such a compromising position. The other pirates followed suit, kneeling in unison. Yet, Chibuta paid them no mind. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Chen Fan, hands in pockets, cigar in mouth, breaking the myth of Impel Down. "Blood Tiger Chen Fan, that I never imagined I would encounter you here." "My luck indeed holds," he remarked. "Such an unflattering title. I too feel fortunate to have met a naval rear admiral so soon after setting sail," Chen Fan replied, his expression calm as he regarded Chibuta. Seemingly assured of his stance, the pirates aboard the vessel appeared bewildered, grappling with the unfolding events and pondering the nature of the exchange between these two figures, particularly Adela, who watched in astonishment as Chibuta conversed directly with Chen Fan. Wondered if this newly appointed combat division leader possessed some hidden identity. Meanwhile, the naval officers began to exchange glances, their expressions shifting as they recognized the name Chen Fan, a notorious figure whose bounty reached 800 million. "Surely I did not mishear. That individual is the Blood Tiger Chen Fan," one officer confirmed. "Indeed, I have seen that bounty poster. He bears a striking resemblance, though he appears even younger than the portrayal. A truly fearsome individual, having achieved such notoriety at such a young age. Nevertheless, how formidable could he be against Rear Admiral Chibuta? Capturing Blood Tiger Chen Fan would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement." Another officer remarked. "Indeed, if fortune is on our side, this mission may yield an extraordinary catch." The naval officers were initially astounded by Chen Fan's identity, only to subsequently feel fortunate. After all, they were well aware that Chen Fan had previously been regarded as the most exaggerated pirate with an 800 million bounty. His strength was said to be insufficient to rival that of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. However, as the sole individual to shatter the myth of Impel Down, he was uniquely deserving of such a lofty bounty. Unfortunately, they were unaware that within just a month, Chen Fan's prowess had undergone a dramatic transformation as for the pirates aboard the ship. They too overheard the naval officers' conversation. They did not comprehend the significance of breaking the myth of Impel Down. All they understood was what an 800 million bounty represented. Their gazes turned to Chen Fan, filled with astonishment and disbelief, especially Edra, who stood frozen in place, unable to fathom that he had unwittingly recruited a pirate with an 800 million bounty as a crew member. "Well then, you may have to endure that unpleasant title for quite some time. I will ensure you remain tightly bound to Impel Down." The lecherous brown pig smirked, drawing his twin guns, bullets coated with armed haki aimed directly at Chen Fan. "Is that so?" Chen Fan replied with a cold smile, his fists enveloped in an inky darkness, crackling with thunder, a terrifying force brewing within. He thrust his fists forward. Boom! With astonishing ease, he shattered the two bullets. Witnessing this, Brown Pig was taken aback, a foreboding feeling creeping into his mind. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of over a dozen bullets. The dense hail of projectiles, imbued with terrifying power, surged towards Chen Fan. In the next instant, Chen Fan's entire being radiated with thunder. He grasped forward, effortlessly binding the formidable bullets in midair with blue lightning, casting them aside. Rumble. The surface of the water erupted with waves. Subsequently, Chen Fan's figure vanished from the ground, soaring into the air, surrounded by an endless swirl of blue lightning. Upon witnessing this, Brown Pig's suspicions were confirmed. Could it be the legendary Thunderfruit? He too utilized moonwalk to ascend into the air. Staring intently at Chen Fan, his previously lecherous face now serious, he understood that at the time of Chen Fan's escape from prison, his strength had been near the pinnacle of a rear admiral. Now, having acquired the Thunderfruit, he had undoubtedly surpassed that level. In this battle, he had to give it his all. Otherwise, it was he who would likely perish. The multitude of pirates aboard the ship were utterly bewildered, unable to believe their eyes. Am I seeing things? Is our combat team captain really this formidable? They gasped, noting the lightning that enveloped him. Indeed, This is the terrifying aspect of an 800 million bounty pirate. My goodness, I have actually recruited such a being as a crew member. Those pirates who had never ventured into the new world were completely oblivious to the significance of the thunder fruit and the terror of Logia-type abilities. They merely recognized Chen Fan's might, while the captain was left in shock. Aboard the naval warship, the officers were momentarily stunned upon hearing the mention of the thunder fruit, for its renown was immense. It was known as the fruit with the strongest offensive capability among the Logia types, long thought to have vanished over a century ago. Initially, they had been filled with confidence, convinced their commander could easily defeat Chen Fan. However, that confidence began to wane. As they were well aware of the terrifying nature of Logia abilities in the air, Chen Fan mused, "The title Blood Tiger is far too unpleasant. I think Thunder God would suit me better." Thunder Spear. A cold smile graced his lips as he transformed into pure lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. His right hand, imbued with terrifying thunder, shot towards Brown Pig with breathtaking speed. "Once I capture you, I can help you change your title." Sandstorm Bullet. Brown Pig, still wearing a lecherous grin, fired his twin guns. .2 azure bullets coalesced mid-air, morphing into a colossal sandball that surged towards Chen Fan. Rumble. The destructive thunder clashed against the sandball, the horrific force of the thunder easily piercing through it. Simultaneously, Brown Pig withdrew, continuously firing bullets cloaked in third-stage armed Haki towards Chen Fan, faced with the relentless barrage akin to a torrential downpour. Chen Fan transformed into lightning, effortlessly evading all attacks amidst the dazzling blue sparks. Is this the extent of a rear admiral's prowess? You might as well surrender. I hear people say you truly have a rather unsavory appearance. Chen Fan regarded Brown Pig with derision, his entire form enveloped in lightning. "Shut your mouth. You'll die here," Brown Pig retorted angrily, detesting any remarks about his appearance. Water Flow Bullet. He unleashed 2 sky blue bullets, which converged mid-air to form a river, seemingly intent on engulfing everything in its path as it surged towards Chen Fan. Thunder Punishment. Remaining calm, Chen Fan gathered an incessant flow of blue lightning in his hands, and upon reaching a critical mass, he thrust it forward. Instantly, a lightning net surged towards the approaching river. As the thunder flickered, the vast river transformed into droplets, cascading into the sea, creating a flurry of splashes. Following this, Chen Fan vanished like a phantom, charging directly at Brown Pig. His speed was so astounding that Brown Pig had no chance to evade. He could only envelop himself in armed Haki and charge forward. In an instant, the two engaged in close-quarters combat, a brutal exchange of blows, flesh meeting flesh, the destructive thunder clashing against his pitch-black fists. The two moved with such swiftness that onlookers could only see fleeting shadows of their attacks. While Brown Pig's armed Haki might have slightly surpassed Chen Fan's, the terrifying destructive power of the thunder, combined with Chen Fan's formidable physical prowess, quickly turned the tide of battle in the blink of an eye. Brown Pig found himself at a disadvantage. Blood flowed freely, and gashes began to mar his body, the relentless thunder leaving behind hidden injuries that paralyzed him further. In stark contrast, Chen Fan bore only minor wounds. A clear disparity in their capabilities. The naval personnel below, witnessing their commander's techniques being effortlessly neutralized by Chen Fan, and noting that he was being overwhelmed in close combat, began to feel a sense of dread. What do we do now? It seems Rear Admiral Brown Pig is at a disadvantage. Should we assist him? Indeed, I have a bad feeling that if this continues, Rear Admiral Brown Pig will lose. We must find a way to help. But how can we assist? They're all Rear Admiral level combatants. None of us can intervene effectively. If we force our way in, we may become a burden and hinder the Rear Admiral. The lieutenant promptly called out to those eager to assist, fully aware that apart from Rear Admiral Brown Pig, the strongest individual on the ship was himself, a mere captain. Yet even he felt inadequate to join the fray. Others would only serve to impede. In stark contrast to the anxious expressions aboard the warship, the crew of the pirate ship, including Edra, was filled with excitement, realizing that Chen Fan was indeed suppressing the naval Rear Admiral. This meant they would not be apprehended by the Navy. Meanwhile, the battle in the air raged on, the sky ablaze with flickering thunder. Brown Pig, fully aware that his physical prowess was no match for Chen Fan, understood that if he did not create distance, he was doomed. He resolved to find a way to gain separation. However, Chen Fan would not grant him the luxury of time to strategize. His thunderous fists, brimming with terrifying power and an explosive sound, hurtled toward Brown Pig's face. As Brown Pig's pupils widened, he hastily fortified his arms with Haki. Bang! With a forceful impact, he braced himself against the punch. However, beneath the weight of the blow, The brown porpoise felt his arms tremble, as if the very bones within were on the verge of shattering, before he could gather his thoughts in the next instant. Chen Fan's pitch-black right foot, infused with the power of thunder, descended upon his head like a towering pillar. Without a moment's hesitation, the brown porpoise swiftly retreated a step, narrowly dodging the overwhelming kick. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled the trigger with his right hand. A bullet, enveloped in white smoke, was discharged, and in an instant, the air was thick with fog. Not daring to waste a moment, the brown porpoise quickly withdrew. Just as he had retreated a dozen meters, Chen Fan burst forth from the smoke, his entire being radiating with thunder, grasping a spear forged from lightning in his right hand, with astonishing speed. He charged directly at the brown porpoise. With a grave expression, the brown porpoise hastily squeezed the triggers of his dual guns, unleashing a barrage of bullets shrouded in armed color haki, the dense hail of projectiles. Imbued with formidable power, momentarily forced Chen Fan to halt his advance, while he twirled the lightning spear in a sweeping motion, effortlessly deflecting the bullet-sized stones. Bang! 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 In an instant, the bullets rained down into the sea, creating splashes of water. Observing Chen Fan momentarily halted, the brown porpoise let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally created some distance. Truly a monster, yet I shall still capture you, he thought with a sly grin, channeling an immense power into the muzzles of his guns. Water dragon bullet. In a flash, 2 water bullets were fired, merging together to form a formidable water dragon several meters long. Surging forth with immense power toward Chen Fan. The weak truly love to jest, Chen Fan remarked calmly, his entire form illuminated by destructive lightning as he raised both hands skyward. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, from which emerged a colossal thunder dragon, brimming with terrifying might, descending from above. Boom! At that moment, the water dragon collided with the thunder dragon, resulting in a thunderous explosion that seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path. Rippling waves radiating outward as the sea surged upward, forming towering columns of water. The soldiers aboard the naval ship and the pirates on their vessels felt the force of a fierce wind. In midair, the thunder dragon and the water dragon continued their fierce confrontation, accompanied by the rampaging blue lightning enveloping Chen Fan. Remarkably, the thunder dragon grew even larger, utterly dismantling the water dragon as the brown porpoise looked on in astonishment. The thunder dragon surged toward him at breakneck speed, rendering escape impossible. In the next moment, the thunder dragon enveloped the brown porpoise completely, causing an explosion in the sky, with lightning flickering all around. As the thunder dissipated, the brown porpoise lay charred and unconscious, crashing down like a massive stone. Witnessing this scene, the naval soldiers were filled with panic, and an officer immediately activated moonwalk to rush forward and retrieve the brown porpoise. Meanwhile, the pirates below were ecstatic, feeling as though they were in a dream. They had never anticipated that Chen Fan would truly defeat a naval rear admiral, and now they might not only evade capture but also possibly annihilate the naval ship's crew. The naval officers, observing Chen Fan, who appeared somewhat fatigued yet still formidable, were filled with a sense of dread. They realized that, though he was merely exhausted and injured, they were far from being able to contend with him in this state. Naturally, Chen Fan would not allow them to escape. He had already incurred the Navy's wrath, and encountering a rear admiral, he had no intention of letting them slip away. As lightning crackled around him, he prepared to descend upon the naval ship to finish them off. Suddenly, Chen Fan paused mid-air, turning his gaze to the right. A tall man, clad in a white vest and deep blue shirt, appeared on the surface of the water atop a bicycle, freezing the path he traversed into ice. Upon seeing this newcomer, the naval officer's expressions brightened with hope, dispelling their earlier despair. Chen Fan's expression grew serious as he thought to himself that his luck seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. It appears I have encountered a formidable foe. Kuzan, who had just completed his mission and was on his way back, first glanced at the severely injured brown porpoise on the naval ship, then turned his attention to the airborne Chen Fan. Even with his usual composure, a hint of surprise flickered across his face as the target of an enraged Admiral Kong. Kuzan was well aware of Chen Fan's strength when he escaped from prison. Yet, merely a month had passed, and now he had gravely wounded a rear admiral of the Navy. Clearly, this individual had undergone a significant transformation in that short time. My luck seems a bit unfortunate. But I am eager to test the strength of the so-called 3 great monsters of the Navy, Kuzan mused. With that, Chen Fan directed his gaze toward Kuzan below, fully aware that he was not yet arrogant enough to believe his strength could rival that of the Navy's 3 great monsters. However, since it was Kuzan approaching, He felt he need not retreat hastily, as he was not dealing with Borsellino. The speed of lightning was not something ice could easily match. Would you like to give it a try? Kuzan replied, raising his head to look up, his entire being emanating an icy chill, though he did not rush into action. Why not give it a shot? It would indeed be a pity not to. Chen Fan smirked coldly, unleashing the destructive lightning that engulfed him. 80 million volts of thunder. As he raised his hands, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and in an instant, a thunderous roar erupted as a massive thunder dragon descended from the heavens, charging directly at Kuzan. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Kuzan's expression shifted once more, contemplating. No wonder the thunder fruit is regarded as the strongest Logia-type fruit in terms of offensive power. Yet, encountering Chen Fan here, he felt compelled to determine whether he could capture him. Ice ball. Kuzan called out, his arm enveloped in ice as he released 5 ice pillars from his palm, forming a massive ice ball that soared upward to meet the thunder dragon. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying thunder dragon collided with the colossal ice ball, and the two immense forces generated a violent explosion, sending shockwaves rippling across the sea and erupting into towering columns of water. Subsequently, the two formidable natural forces dissipated in midair, leaving fragments of ice scattered upon the water's surface, forming patches of ice. Huff, huff. Chen Fan gasped for breath, the repeated use of the thunder dragon having significantly drained his stamina. Observing that Kuzan had withstood his most potent attack, as well as the third stage of his armed color haki, Chen Fan realized he was still not a match for Kuzan. If he continued to fight, it would only lead to his demise. I look forward to our next encounter. Chen Fan smiled, lightning flickering as he prepared to depart. Below, Kuzan, witnessing this scene, could not allow Chen Fan to escape so easily. Shrouded in an icy aura, he instantly elementalized to pursue him. However, Chen Fan had anticipated this, knowing Kuzan would not allow him to leave without a fight. Thus, destructive lightning coalesced in his right hand, forming a lightning spear. Before I depart, allow me to present you with a parting gift. Chen Fan smiled at the approaching Kuzan, then swiftly swung his right hand downward, launching the lightning spear at the unconscious brown porpoise below with incredible speed. The nearby officer, sensing the overwhelming power of the impending strike, felt a surge of anxiety, unsure if he could successfully intercept it. Nonetheless, he hesitated not, drawing his sword to shield the brown porpoise. Observing this, Kuzan wasted no time in altering his course, positioning himself before the brown porpoise at the fastest possible speed. As the lightning spear approached, he raised both hands, forming a massive ice shield. Clang! The lightning spear struck against the ice shield, attempting to penetrate it, yet after a brief struggle, its force waned, dissipating into the ether. As Kuzan lowered the ice shield, he looked skyward, only to find that Chen Fan had vanished from sight. At this moment, the surface of the sea was only occupied by the trembling pirates, save for the naval officers. They cast fearful glances at the raging navy, their bodies quaking involuntarily. Despair was etched on their faces. Edra and the others had once believed they had seized hope, only to find themselves confronting despair anew. Capture them all, and ensure that Vice Admiral Brown Dolphin receives medical attention, Kuzan commanded, though his demeanor was typically amiable. Yet, witnessing Chen Fan escape right beneath his nose stirred a hint of anger within him. He promptly instructed the naval soldiers to apprehend the pirates, having witnessed Kuzan's terrifying display of power just moments prior. The pirates dared not resist, surrendering themselves meekly to be taken into custody. As they were led away, the Vice Admiral was also escorted for treatment by the ship's medical personnel. Kuzan, having completed his immediate duties, stepped aside to grasp a transponder snail. Dialing the office of the Fleet Admiral, the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong was handling paperwork when the transponder snail rang. He answered, "What is it?" "Kuzan, Fleet Admiral, I have something to report. I encountered that blood tiger, Chen Fan. Before I arrived, he severely injured Vice Admiral Brown Dolphin, exchanged blows with me, and then fled. It appears he has consumed the nature-type thunderfruit, which enabled his escape," Kuzan reported in a languid tone. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's expression shifted dramatically, his voice laced with excitement. "Are you saying that the man who escaped from Impel Down not only defeated Brown Dolphin, but also consumed the thunderfruit?" "Indeed," Kuzan confirmed. Steelbone Kong, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, slammed his fist onto the desk in agitation. The era was already fraught with turmoil, with Roger crowned as the Pirate King and formidable figures like Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and Red Count posing significant threats. Now, a new contender had emerged, one who had not only escaped from Impel Down, tarnishing the Navy's reputation, but had also attained the formidable thunder fruit. If left unchecked, he would surely become a formidable adversary. After concluding the call, Steelbone Kong's countenance bore the weight of concern. He contemplated issuing a high-level extermination order against Chen Fan. However, such a decree would necessitate dispatching an admiral specifically to hunt him down. And only upon Chen Fan's demise would that admiral be permitted to undertake other missions. Given the current unrest in the New World, the Navy lacked surplus admiral-level forces to deploy. After much deliberation, Steelbone Kong resolved to elevate Chen Fan's bounty to 1 billion and employ a secondary extermination order. Under this level of decree, upon discovering Chen Fan's whereabouts, unless engaged in combat with a nearby vice admiral or a celestial dragon-related mission, any naval personnel would be required to abandon their current assignments and pursue Chen Fan with full vigor. It was evident how fervently Steelbone Kong wished to extinguish Chen Fan before he could fully realize his potential. However, in the days to come, Steelbone Kong would come to regret not having issued the highest-level extermination order. 3 days later, under the blazing sun, its rays cascading across the earth, Chen Fan stood upon an island in the West Sea. He gazed at his bounty, now escalated to 10 billion, with his title transformed to Thunder God. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he mused over the Navy's perceptiveness in altering his title accordingly. Initially, the Navy had no intention of changing it, but ultimately decided that it was imperative for their officers to recognize Chen Fan as the possessor of the Thunder Fruit. As he traversed the streets of the medium-sized island known as West Moby Island, Chen Fan made his way toward the Navy's branch office. His purpose for visiting was singular: to seek out Lafitte, who currently served as a prosecutor there. After all, a navigator was essential for sailing the vast oceans. Without one would flounder aimlessly like a headless fly across the boundless sea. Naturally, as Chen Fan's first intended crew member, Lafitte needed to possess formidable skills or strength. At present, Nami had yet to be born. And based on Chen Fan's knowledge, the only navigator he was familiar with at this stage was Lafitte, who would later join the Blackbeard pirates. Before long, Chen Fan arrived at the Navy branch office. Gazing upon the opulent structure sprawling over 10,000 meters, without hesitation, he prepared to enter, only to be halted by 2 naval soldiers. "Who are you?" "This is the Navy branch office. Unauthorized personnel must leave immediately." With little patience for idle chatter, Chen Fan's body crackled with electricity as he pointed toward the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered ominously, and before the 2 soldiers could react, 2 massive bolts of lightning descended, striking them down. Boom! In an instant, the ground was left with 2 small craters where the soldiers had stood, reduced to ashes. After this display, Chen Fan calmly walked through the entrance of the Navy branch office. The tremendous noise had not gone unnoticed by the soldiers within the 36th Division, but Chen Fan remained indifferent. Upon entering, he found himself surrounded by over 100 naval soldiers, armed with rifles, who began firing bullets at him. However, these bullets bore neither haki nor sea stone, making it impossible for them to inflict harm upon Chen Fan. Instead, his body shimmered with lightning, allowing the projectiles to pass harmlessly through him. Bang, bang! All the bullets fell to the ground. The naval soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily stunned, perceiving Chen Fan as a monster capable of defying bullets while wielding the power of lightning. Thunder God Chen Fan. "What brings you here?" Vice Admiral Agura regarded Chen Fan solemnly. The others were unable to recognize him, but as a vice admiral within the branch, he had seen Chen Fan's bounty poster and, coupled with the devastating lightning, recognized him at once. However, he felt no thrill of opportunity. Agura had just learned that even Vice Admiral Brown Dolphin had been defeated by Chen Fan. Had it not been for Vice Admiral Kazan's timely arrival, he too might have perished at Chen Fan's hands. Given that his own strength was comparable to that of a rear admiral, facing Chen Fan seemed a certainty of defeat. As he spoke with the burly man sporting a buzz cut, Chen Fan paid him little mind, instead directing his gaze toward the man beside him, donning a black hat and wielding a cane. "Lafitte, is it? I am here to extend an invitation for you to join my pirate crew." Chen Fan got straight to the point. "Interesting. Why would I want to join you?" Lafitte replied with a smile, pleasantly surprised that the thunder god Chen Fan sought to recruit him. "Because I have my sights set on you. I can take you to dominate the world," Chen Fan stated confidently. "How amusing. You truly are the thunder god Chen Fan, attempting to persuade me to betray the Navy with just 2 sentences." Lafitte remarked, intrigued rather than outright dismissive. Meanwhile, Agura had discreetly instructed his subordinates to contact him in his office, dialing the transponder snail to summon reinforcements from the Navy headquarters. Buzz, buzzed out at the Fleet Admiral's office. Steelbone Kong had just finished his tasks when the transponder snail rang. He answered promptly. Fleet Admiral Kong here. Sir, this is Major from the Navy's 36th Division in the West Sea. Thunder God Chen Fan has appeared at our branch office. We request immediate assistance. Upon hearing this, Kong's expression darkened with anger. He had just dispatched personnel to capture Chen Fan, only for the man to materialize right in his own branch office. Tell the Vice Admiral on duty to find a way to stall Chen Fan. I will dispatch reinforcements immediately. Understood, Fleet Admiral. Upon receiving the command, the colonel hastily dashed out, preparing to report to Agura. Simultaneously, Kong, having hung up the phone, immediately began searching for the naval admiral currently on a mission in the West Sea. Even Kong's demeanor betrayed a hint of urgency, for he was acutely aware that if a confrontation ensued, the admiral under Chen Fan's command would undoubtedly falter within 10 minutes. To defeat Chen Fan, at least the combat prowess of an elite admiral from the headquarters was necessary. However, such formidable strength was indeed hard to come by in the West Sea. After a prolonged search, Kong found no suitable candidates currently engaged in missions in the area. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to dispatch the swiftest, Borsalino, to the West Sea. He promptly placed a call, instructing Borsalino to temporarily abandon his task and make haste towards the 36th Division, even if capturing Chen Fan alive proved unattainable. He could not allow him to wreak havoc upon the naval division. On the other end of the line, Borsalino, upon receiving the order, remarked with a sly grin, "Is this Thunder God Chen Fan? How exceedingly terrifying." With that, he transformed into a flash of light and vanished into the horizon. The naval division. Agura's expression darkened upon receiving the orders. Was Kong's command not tantamount to a death sentence? To stall Chen Fan, he must first be capable of holding him off. Meanwhile, Lafitte and his companion continued their idle chatter, seemingly unfazed by Chen Fan's presence, who appeared to regard the naval division with utter disdain. "I am the prosecutor of the naval division. Why should I accompany you?" Lafitte inquired, though he found Chen Fan's words intriguing and aligned with his own ambitions. Yet, he believed that mere words could not compel him to leave. Perhaps an emperor might, but Chen Fan had yet to reach such heights. "That's quite simple. I will obliterate this naval division that I detest being repeatedly rejected. Should you refuse me once more, I shall take your life," Chen Fan retorted, his patience waning as he contemplated taking immediate action. Upon hearing this, Lafitte dismissed Chen Fan's threat, his interest piqued. "How fascinating. Very well, if you destroy this naval division, I shall accompany you." "What are you saying?" "Lafitte, you are a prosecutor of the Navy. How can you utter such words?" Agura interjected, challenging Lafitte. The other naval soldiers regarded Lafitte with confusion. Everyone harbors their own dreams. "I find the role of a naval prosecutor rather dull," Lafitte replied with a nonchalant smile. Chen Fan, upon hearing Lafitte's agreement, revealed a smile of his own. After all, he had never intended to spare the personnel of the naval division. As a pirate, he was their enemy. The thunderous force of annihilation erupted from him, arcs of blue lightning swirling around his form as he cast a cold gaze upon Agura. "Our conversation is concluded. It is time for action." In the next instant, Chen Fan's fist, enveloped in terrifying lightning, vanished from sight, hurtling towards Agura with astonishing speed. Despite knowing he was outmatched, Agura could not simply remain stationary to await his demise. Armament Haki. In an instant, Agura's right arm became shrouded in the second stage of armament Haki, his fingers clawing as he surged forward. Bang! The fists collided, and in that fleeting moment, the overwhelming force of destructive thunder sent Agura staggering backward for several meters before he barely managed to regain his footing. With no intention of holding back, Chen Fan charged forward once more. The naval soldiers, witnessing this, immediately drew their pistols, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Chen Fan. "Such bothersome insects," he remarked, halting his advance. The terrifying lightning coalesced around his hands, and with sheer force, he enveloped the hundreds of bullets, then propelled them back with blinding speed towards the naval soldiers. Filled with terror, many naval soldiers had no time to evade, and under the onslaught of over 100 bullets, blood flowed as dozens fell lifeless to the ground. "None of you are to intervene. He is beyond your capabilities," Agura warned, his anger boiling as he clenched his fists, veins bulging, charging directly at Chen Fan. "Interesting. Are you angry?" Chen Fan smirked coldly, his form crackling with lightning as he surged forward to meet Agura. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the two figures collided, their blows exchanging ferociously, blood spilling upon the earth, from the moment they engaged. Agura found himself at a distinct disadvantage. No amount of fury could bridge the vast chasm between them. His singular thought was to stall, to hold out until the headquarters reinforcements arrived, which he believed would not be long in coming. Regrettably, Chen Fan was unwilling to squander precious time. His fist, cloaked in darkness and lightning, flew towards Agura's head with astonishing velocity. The realization of his impending doom struck Agura. He quickly crossed his arms. Enveloping himself in armament haki, the immense force crashed against him, forcing Agura to retreat, feeling as though his arms might snap under the pressure. Yet, Chen Fan offered no respite, charging at him once more. Faced with this relentless assault, Agura gritted his teeth, bracing for the inevitable collision of fists, feet, and bodies transformed into weapons of war. The two combatants fought like beasts, yet it was a one-sided affair. If Agura were a wolf, Chen Fan was a fearsome tiger. The disparity insurmountable. As time wore on, Agura's injuries multiplied, and the toll of his prolonged exertion drained his stamina to its limits. If this continued, it would not be long before Chen Fan would beat him to death. Your courage is commendable, yet this world operates on the principle of the strong preying upon the weak, Chen Fan declared, delivering a kick imbued with lightning. Heh, I am a member of the Navy. You, a mere pirate, should not be so arrogant, Agura retorted, launching a kick of his own. Enveloped in armament haki. His astonishment, Agura managed to withstand Chen Fan's strike. Though no joy registered on his face, he soon realized that Chen Fan's lightning carried a paralyzing effect. Each time they clashed, residual lightning lingered on his body, leaving him feeling increasingly numb. With his martial prowess already inferior to Chen Fan's, the added sensation of paralysis dulled his reflexes and speed. It seemed an inescapable fate, devoid of any chance for reversal. The naval soldiers behind him wore expressions of desperation. They witnessed Agura, now riddled with wounds, glaring at Chen Fan with fury, yet felt utterly helpless. Their collective strength could offer no assistance, and any attempt to engage would only hinder their cause. The one capable of aiding, Lafitte, stood by, merely observing without any intention of intervening. This battle is about to conclude. You have proven a worthy adversary, enduring my onslaught for so long, Chen Fan proclaimed, delivering another punishing blow to Agura, then floating in mid-air. 80 million volt Thunder Dragon. With a surge of electricity enveloping his being, Chen Fan raised his hands skyward, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered ominously above. A terrifying Thunder Dragon, measuring over 10 meters, emerged, wielding the power to obliterate all in its path as it descended upon Agura below. Do not underestimate me. I am a member of the Navy. Agura's gaze held unwavering resolve, unafraid of death as he prepared for the imminent clash. Ultimate armament fist. In an instant, Agura's right arm bulged with veins, his blood surging as he concentrated immense power into his right fist. Cloaked in armament haki. As the Thunder Dragon charged forth, he propelled his fist forward, surging to meet it. Boom! In an instant, the devastating Thunder Dragon collided with the pitch-black fist, unleashing a terrifying force that engulfed Agura. He felt an overwhelming dread, as if he could barely withstand the onslaught. Yet, in the name of naval honor and to protect the naval division, he was reluctant to yield so easily. Despite his relentless struggle, the immense disparity in power rendered him incapable of triumph. It appeared that he had reached his limit. Agura's eyes brimmed with despair, just as he was about to succumb to the deluge of the Thunder Dragon. Admiral, hold on. His subordinates rallied behind him, their voices filled with encouragement. We believe in you, Admiral. You can do it. You must endure. Turning to face them, Agura felt a surge of resolve. He realized that surrendering was not an option. In an inexplicable moment of inspiration, he transcended his limits. With a roar, Agura's vitality surged once more, his power reaching its zenith. As if the black fist might shatter the thunderous dragon. Is this the strength of friendship and responsibility? How laughable. Then let me shatter it myself. Chen Fan, witnessing this scene, let out a cold sneer, and the destructive thunder around him flared anew. The once fading Thunder Dragon flickered ominously, becoming even more fearsome under this absolute might. Agura was consumed by a deep sense of hopelessness. He could no longer hold on, his body on the brink of collapse. In an instant, Agura was engulfed by the Thunder Dragon, reduced to ashes scattered across the heavens and earth. Boom! The Thunder Dragon crashed upon the naval division, creating a gaping pit several meters deep, sending dust and debris soaring. The naval soldiers below, witnessing their admiral's obliteration at Chen Fan's hands, were filled with rage. Their eyes bloodshot as they glared at him. Kill! Let us avenge the admiral. Together, we shall slay this pirate. Brothers, charge forth. The soldiers erupted with fervent resolve, hundreds rushing towards Chen Fan. Their determination and fearless spirit were deeply stirring. Chen Fan regarded the scene with indifference. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Endless retribution. In an instant, Chen Fan was cloaked in destructive thunder, raising his hands skyward. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and massive bolts of blue lightning rained down like colossal arms, engulfing the advancing naval soldiers. Their expressions twisted in terror as the specter of death shattered their fervor. With each bolt that struck, cries of anguish echoed as the soldiers were reduced to mere fragments. No one among them could withstand this horrifying thunder. Blood flowed incessantly. Even those hiding behind could not escape the fate of annihilation. The entire naval division transformed into a hellish landscape, while Chen Fan floated above. Surrounded by thunder, resembling a god of thunder wielding life and death, he observed it all with a dispassionate gaze, showing no mercy to his foes. The cataclysm of thunder lasted but 2 or 3 minutes, and by its conclusion, not a single naval soldier remained alive, including those in the rear. The already unhinged Lafitte gazed up at Chen Fan, who appeared as a devil, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Let us depart. Chen Fan had no intention of lingering, his gaze fixed on Lafitte, who stood proudly in midair, playfully toying with a small orb of thunder. His tone left no room for dissent. Lafitte understood all too well that refusal would mean certain death, yet he had no desire to resist, a smile creeping onto his lips. As you command, my captain. He removed his hat and bowed, presenting himself like a gentleman. Subsequently, Chen Fan descended, unleashing strands of terrifying thunder upon the ground. Moments later, the tempest dissipated, and he walked nonchalantly towards the outskirts of the naval division, with Lafitte obediently following behind. Their pace quickly brought them to the shoreline, where a modest pirate ship awaited, having recently been commandeered by Chen Fan. It appeared neither extravagant nor particularly large, and its original flag had been torn down and replaced with one bearing the emblem of thunder. Captain, how many members does our pirate crew have now? Lafitte quickly adapted to his new role and inquired. Point 2. Just you and I, Chen Fan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Lafitte felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Was he truly aboard a pirate ship? Yet, there seemed to be no alternative. He stepped aboard first, instinctively assuming the role of helmsman. Fortunately, the vessel was not of considerable size. Otherwise, he would have struggled to navigate it alone. Captain, where are we headed first? Lafitte turned to ask, observing Chen Fan doing push-ups on the deck. He thought to himself, is my captain a training fanatic? After a fierce battle, he shows no signs of rest and immediately resumes his workout. At the question, Chen Fan paused, contemplating whether to set sail for the New World directly. After all, he had already found a navigator and no longer needed to seek out other ships. Furthermore, the New World was home to many strong individuals, making it easier to recruit formidable crew members. Chen Fan's pirate crew aimed for an elite path, seeking either exceptionally skilled or uniquely talented recruits. As he pondered their first destination, a newspaper bird fluttered overhead. In the blink of an eye, with a flash of lightning, Chen Fan vanished from sight. When he reappeared, a newspaper was in his hand. He intended to check how much his bounty had increased following the recent events. However, upon opening the paper, he was captivated by the headline. Pirate King Roger captured by the Navy, scheduled for execution in East Blue's Lowtown in 1 month. Calculating the timeline, it was indeed the year when the pirate King Roger had surrendered. Upon this revelation, Chen Fan resolved their inaugural destination. He could not miss the monumental spectacle of Roger's execution. To East Blue, he declared, gazing towards the vast ocean. Understood, Captain. Lafitte, having noticed the content of the news, was taken aback. He had not anticipated the capture of the pirate King Roger. It was known that only a select few, like Chen Fan, were aware of Roger's surrender. As the sea breeze whistled and the sun beamed down, the waves undulated, and the thunder god sailed towards East Blue. Meanwhile, just minutes after Chen Fan's departure from the naval division, Borsellino finally arrived at the scene, though he possessed the power of the Pika Pika no Mi. The distance had been too great, compounded by Agura and his crew's inability to hold out for even 15 minutes, leaving Borsellino unable to arrive in time. Upon witnessing the devastation at the naval division, Borsellino's previously lecherous demeanor transformed into one of utmost gravity. He surveyed the charred corpses littering the ground, the sea of blood, a veritable mountain of death. Borsellino understood all too well that Chen Fan had slaughtered every last soul in the naval division. This is truly terrifying. The thunder god Chen Fan is utterly merciless. Borsellino's fists clenched involuntarily, a surge of anger coursing through him. As he descended from the air, his gaze fell upon the blood, some of which had yet to dry, indicating that Chen Fan and his crew had only recently departed. Without a moment's hesitation, Borsellino's body radiated brilliance, and he vanished from his original position, slicing through the sky towards the shoreline. However, by the time he reached the coast, there was no trace of Chen Fan's pirate ship, only the vast expanse of the sea before him. Borsellino understood all too well that he had arrived too late. Searching for an individual in such an endless ocean would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Subsequently, he retrieved a small transponder snail from his pocket and dialed the marshal's office. Preparing to report on the situation at the base. At that moment, in the marshal's office, Steelbone Kong was equally anxious, his brow furrowed in deep concern. He had attempted to contact the base, but no one answered. It was important to note that his call was of the highest priority. The lack of response from the base was decidedly ominous. Suddenly, the transponder snail rang, and Steelbone Kong hastily answered it. "This is Rear Admiral reporting. The mission has failed. By the time I arrived, Chen Fan and his crew had already escaped." Before Borsellino could finish his report, Steelbone Kong interjected. "What is the situation at the base?" The entire 36th Division has been annihilated by Chen Fan. Not a single Navy soldier, including Rear Admiral Aguirre, has survived. A.S. Borsellino conveyed this grave news. His expression was solemn. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's eyes blazed crimson with fury. Since becoming marshal, few things had ever incited such wrath within him. "Damn Chen Fan!" he roared, a shout that echoed throughout the Navy headquarters, leaving the officers outside pondering the cause of the marshal's ire. After hanging up, Steelbone Kong immediately summoned his guards. "Now, raise the bounty on Chen Fan to 11 billion. Additionally, I want every available vice admiral in the West Sea to search for Chen Fan with all their might. Remember, upon locating him, request immediate reinforcements. No1 below the rank of 2-star admiral is to engage him." At this moment, Steelbone Kong was consumed by fury. Had it not been for the majority of the admirals deployed to escort the pirate King Roger to Logue Town in the East Sea, he would have dispatched an admiral to hunt down Chen Fan himself. The extent of Steelbone Kong's anger was palpable, and he was acutely aware of the potential consequences if Chen Fan were allowed to grow stronger. 10 days passed, time slipping away like white sand. As dawn broke, sunlight cascaded over the ocean. At this moment, Chen Fan and his companion were on a small island in the South Sea. Having traveled thus far, they naturally needed to replenish their supplies on the island. During these 10 days, Lafitte had come to understand why their captain, Chen Fan, was so young yet possessed such formidable strength. His training sessions lasted an astonishing 14 hours a day, a feat beyond the capability of ordinary individuals, and even those who could endure it might not withstand the physical toll. "Let us proceed," Chen Fan instructed Lafitte, and the two walked along the island's streets in tandem. After Lafitte procured a significant amount of supplies with a few gold coins, they prepared to depart directly back to their ship. Chen Fan believed there was no merit in lingering on this small island. However, as they passed a tavern, he caught sight of a familiar small figure entering, though he struggled to recognize her at first. "Wait a moment," Chen Fan called out coldly to Lafitte. "Understood," Lafitte replied, refraining from questioning. Fully aware that his captain had a valid reason for halting, Chen Fan entered the tavern, with Lafitte following closely behind. Inside, the establishment was bustling with patrons, most of whom bore fierce expressions and adorned with distinctive tattoos. It was evident that this was no ordinary bar. Unfazed, Chen Fan approached a table and instructed, 2 cups of rum. The arrival of Chen Fan and Lafitte went unnoticed by the tavern's clientele. As Chen Fan's attention shifted to a small girl with green hair sitting alone in a corner, "Captain, is it for this girl that you entered this tavern?" Lafitte inquired. "Indeed," Chen Fan confirmed, now assured that he had not mistaken her identity. This was none other than Monet, the future user of the snow fruit, albeit appearing around 12 years old at present. With this realization, Chen Fan contemplated testing whether Monet had consumed the snow fruit. If she had, he would be interested in recruiting her as a crew member. After all, it was a Logia-type fruit, but Monet's subsequent development had been rather lackluster, and her physical prowess was notably weak. Otherwise, her future strength should not have fallen short of a rear admiral's. At this moment, Lafitte remained oblivious to Chen Fan's thoughts. He was taken aback by his captain's affirmative response, not having anticipated that Chen Fan would enter a tavern for a little girl. Could it be that he had a penchant for young girls? Although they had only known each other for a little over 10 days, Lafitte had formed a fixed impression of Chen Fan from day one, aloof, driven by the pursuit of strength, always composed in the face of challenges and utterly ruthless towards enemies. It was bewildering that such a person would have an affinity for young girls. Clearly, Chen Fan was unaware that Lafitte had misconstrued his intentions as he strode directly toward Monet's table. Observing Chen Fan's approach, Lafitte believed his suspicions were confirmed, yet he did not intervene to dissuade his captain. Upon reaching Monet's table, Chen Fan took a seat without hesitation. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Monet, clearly having had a few drinks, inquired with a slight flush on her cheeks. "That I do not know you," Chen Fan replied coldly. "Then could you please leave?" "I'm not in a good mood," Monet stated. Her irritation evident. "No, I must ascertain something." Chen Fan firmly rejected her request. Seeing this stranger sitting across from her and refusing to leave despite her displeasure only fueled Monet's anger. "If you do not leave, I will throw you out," she threatened, glaring at Chen Fan. Their escalating argument attracted the attention of other patrons in the tavern, who turned to observe the unfolding scene. "Did you see that? That guy seems new." "He's in for a rough time," one remarked. "Who would dare provoke that little witch in this tavern?" "He's just asking for trouble," another chimed in. Indeed, the last person who bothered her ended up frozen solid. A mountain bandit commented, shaking his head in pity for Chen Fan, who seemed destined to be thrown out by the little witch any moment now. Only Lafitte, with a curious expression on his pale face, pondered what his captain was up to. Upon hearing the threat, Chen Fan merely smiled faintly. "You may or wide at that moment." Monet could no longer contain herself. Her fists, imbued with ice and snow, launched towards Chen Fan. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his right hand enveloped in a dark substance as he extended it forward. The patrons, aside from Lafitte, wore expressions of anticipation, eager to witness Chen Fan's humiliation, for they had previously seen that neither bullets nor punches could harm Monet. In fact, they could not even touch her. However, in the next instant, as Monet's icy fist collided with Chen Fan's outstretched hand, he effortlessly grasped her fist. Monet's eyes widened in astonishment as she realized her punch had been caught. As a young child just over 10 years old, she had no comprehension of what armament hockey was. The remaining onlookers were left utterly speechless, their jaws agape at the sight before them. It was the first occasion they had witnessed Monet's fist being seized. Only Lafitte maintained an expression of tranquility. Upon observing the icy tendrils enveloping Monet, he had already surmised the intentions of his captain. "Follow me, and become my crew member," Chen Fan asserted, convinced that Monet had consumed the snow fruit. On what grounds? Monet, though taken aback by the unexpected capture, was reluctant to submit, with frost encasing her left fist. She propelled it towards Chen Fan. A cold smirk graced his lips as he extended his left hand, dark as night, effortlessly grasping Monet's fist once more. "Death or accompany me." Chen Fan's demeanor shifted to one of chilling indifference. His eyes glinting with an icy ferocity, with a firm grip on Monet's fist, he began to exert pressure. A cry of agony escaped Monet's lips as she felt the intense pain coursing through her. At that moment, even she, despite her previous bravado, recognized that this man was beyond her capacity to confront. The murderous intent emanating from his gaze was unmistakably genuine. Monet was certain that refusal would lead her to death. A fate she, as a young girl, certainly feared. "Big brother, could you please let go? I promise I will comply." Feeling as though her hands were on the verge of being crushed, Monet hastily pleaded for mercy. "Ah, now you understand," Chen Fan replied with a smile, gradually releasing his grip. "Come with me." He then stood, addressing Monet with a gaze laced with threat, as if warning her not to entertain any thoughts of escape. Resigned to her fate, Monet dared not consider fleeing, obediently following Chen Fan and Lafitte out of the tavern. The bandits nearby, witnessing the unfolding scene with expressions of shock, felt as though a colossal weight bore down upon them, rendering them unable to breathe until the trio had exited the establishment. Phew, the patrons inside the tavern finally exhaled, gasping for air. That was terrifying. The coldness in his gaze made my legs tremble. Indeed, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. It felt as though death itself was watching me, paralyzing me with fear. The bandits shared a collective sense of having narrowly escaped a dire circumstance. Meanwhile, the trio made their way to the coastline. Monet turned to Chen Fan and inquired, "Big brother, where are we headed? And what do you do?" "Pirate," Chen Fan succinctly replied before leading Monet aboard the ship. At that moment, Monet realized that by boarding this vessel, she was likely to become a pirate and leave this small island behind. Yet, she felt little attachment to the island, having lost her family long ago, save for a missing sister whom she still missed. Had fortune not favored her with the consumption of a devil fruit, her survival in this world would have been uncertain. From today onward, you will engage in basic physical training in the mornings and hone your fruit abilities in the afternoons. Remember, my pirate crew has no room for the inept, Chen Fan declared sternly, fixing his gaze upon Monet. Understood, Monet replied. Having learned from the earlier encounter not to contest Chen Fan.as, the sea breeze whipped around them and seagulls soared overhead. The Thunder God ship set its course towards the East Sea Point 10 days later. Under the blazing sun, the rays illuminated the ocean's surface. Chen Fan had just completed his physical training and was replenishing his energy with food. The warmth coursing through his body, repairing any fatigue and gradually enhancing his physical capabilities, that it was evident that such intense training would have overwhelmed anyone lacking his unique abilities over the past 10 days. Monet's thoughts had aligned perfectly with Lafitte's. Their captain was indeed a training fanatic, dedicating over 14 hours each day to rigorous drills. Under Chen Fan's relentless insistence, Monet felt utterly exhausted after merely 8 hours of training. As if her body were about to collapse. It was hard to fathom how one could sustain more than 14 hours of such exertion. At this point, Monet had come to admire Chen Fan. Her initial desire to escape the ship dissipating, she realized that under Chen Fan's grueling regimen, her strength was genuinely improving, and she was acquiring a wealth of knowledge. She had also come to understand that the fruit she consumed was of the Logia type, which rendered her immune to most physical attacks due to her ability to transform into an elemental form. Furthermore, she grasped that Chen Fan's method of capturing her was through the use of Haki. Meanwhile, thousands of meters away from the Thunder God, a colossal Navy warship sailed forth, an anticipated arrival rather than a chance encounter. Following Chen Fan's annihilation of an entire naval division, the task of apprehending him had been escalated to the highest priority level, just below the special category. Moreover, Chen Fan's immense potential, rather than his current rank of Rear Admiral, had spurred numerous brigadier and major generals to unite in pursuit of him. Major, look. The individuals aboard that pirate ship seemed to be the Thunder God Chen Fan, a colonel remarked, peering through a telescope at a major who wore a helmet adorned with a two-headed dragon insignia and donned a naval cloak. Upon hearing the name Thunder God Chen Fan, the ghost spider eagerly seized the telescope, directing his gaze towards the Thunder God ship, confirming that the figure in question was indeed Chen Fan. Fire Mountain Mole, come quick. It appears we've struck gold. We've encountered the Thunder God. Chen Fan, the imposing Fire Mountain, sporting a thick beard, quickly grabbed a telescope and peered ahead. Beside him, the suave Doberman, with his wavy brown hair and curled mustache, also took a look through the telescope. Let us make our move and capture him. We are bound to earn significant military merit. Ghost Spider urged the two. With a burning desire for battle in his eyes, Fire Mountain was eager to seize Chen Fan. Only Doberman maintained a calm demeanor, suggesting, should we request reinforcements, we might want to summon any nearby officers of the rank of Major or above to increase our odds. What are you saying? Doberman, that Chen Fan is merely at the level of a Rear Admiral. Although we are only Brigadier Generals, our strength has already reached the level of Rear Admirals. 3 against 1. Why should we fear him? Fire Mountain laughed heartily at Doberman's caution. Exactly. Moreover, if others join, they will only divide the spoils of military merit. Ghost Spider chimed in. With both of his companions insisting, Doberman fell silent, and they swiftly advanced towards the pirate ship. Ghost Spider then commanded the naval soldiers, who promptly began maneuvering the warship towards the pirate vessel at breakneck speed. Simultaneously, Lafitte, who was at the helm, noticed the Navy warship rapidly approaching them. Captain, a Navy warship is speeding our way. Lafitte informed Chen Fan, who had put down his meal to focus on the 3 officers standing on the deck. While their appearances had changed somewhat since their future encounters, the differences were not substantial enough to evade Chen Fan's recognition. Interesting, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Fire Mountain. Are they in such a hurry to capture me? Chen Fan observed with an air of calm. Should we make our escape? Lafitte inquired, no need. It's an opportune moment to stretch my legs. In Chen Fan's gaze, a fierce determination emanated. He had long been ensnared at the threshold between the ranks of elite Rear Admirals and Vice Admirals. He understood that to attain the level of an elite Rear Admiral, he must either elevate one of his dual-colored Haki to its 3rd stage or further develop the capabilities of the Thunder Fruit. Relying solely on his training would be too slow. He needed external pressure to propel himself forward. As for Deo Bowman and his 2 companions, they were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of elite Rear Admirals during their prime. Yet even Borsalino and his peers currently operated at the level of elite Rear Admirals. The trio before him now possessed at most the strength of a Vice Admiral, and Chen Fan believed that facing 3 opponents would provide him with the necessary pressure. At that moment, Monet, having never encountered such a formidable warship, sensed her anxiety. She recognized it as a naval vessel intended for capturing pirates, and her heart raced. However, upon observing Chen Fan's calm demeanor, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Meanwhile, the 3 from the Navy, now just hundreds of meters away, realized that Chen Fan and his companions had undoubtedly spotted them. Yet, to their surprise, Chen Fan did not flee. Instead, he remained stationary, seemingly waiting for them. "Be cautious. Those 2 beside Chen Fan are unfamiliar to me," Dao Bowman advised his companions, unaware of Rafit's allegiance to Chen Fan, as the rest of the Navy division had perished except for Rafit at that time. "Do not panic. It's just 2 additional individuals, one appearing frail and ghostly pale, and a little girl. What danger could they possibly pose? Rest assured, with the 3 of us working together. Unless Chen Fan has reached the level of an elite rear admiral, he stands no chance against us," Hiwashishin boasted. As time passed, and the sea breeze swept by, the immense naval vessel closed in to within 100 meters of Chen Fan and his group. "Thunder God Chen Fan, I have heard tales of your cruelty and composure, yet you seem quite unlike the legends. You notice us yet remain here. Is it an overconfidence in your abilities?" Hiwashishin taunted. Believing that Sakazuki and Brown Dolphin must be conspiring to make him fail, embellishing Chen Fan's reputation. "3 of you. Splendid. You shall serve as my stepping stones." Chen Fan did not respond to Hiwashishin's remarks, his gaze haughty as he regarded his adversaries. "How arrogant. You dare to consider us mere stepping stones. Perhaps you should contemplate how to survive today." Hiwashishin's expression darkened, anger igniting within him. He had never been so belittled. "Let us see if that's the case. You 2 just need to protect yourselves. I shall handle them alone," Chen Fan declared, his body radiating with lightning as he vanished from sight, standing proudly in midair. Dao Bowman, usually composed, felt a surge of anger at Chen Fan's dismissal of his allies. No one appreciates being underestimated. However, they were no fools. Each knew that confronting Chen Fan alone would be futile, and only through their combined strength could they hope to capture him. "Let us strike together without holding back, and seize him at the fastest pace possible," Dao Bowman instructed his companions before drawing his katana and activating moonwalk to ascend into the air, without hesitation. Guasia employed life return, manifesting 6 black arms, each wielding a katana, and took his position beside Dao Bowman. Similarly, Hiwashishin unsheathed his katana, positioning himself to Dao Bowman's right, observing their coordinated effort, with Guasia initiating with life return. It was evident that the trio was prepared to unleash their full might. Yet, Chen Fan exhibited no trepidation. Rather, he was invigorated, brimming with combat fervor. Only through such a battle could he transcend his limits. Arm Thunder Fist. As the thunder crackled, Chen Fan instantaneously vanished from his previous location, charging directly at Dao Bowman, his fearsome lightning-infused fist poised to obliterate everything in its path. Dao Bowman maintained his composure, his katana enveloped in the 2nd stage of armament haki, slicing towards Chen Fan with blistering speed. Bang! In an instant, the terrifying fist of thunder collided with the blade infused with armament haki. Dao Bowman immediately sensed a formidable force that compelled him to retreat. Simultaneously, Guasia and Hiwashishin, each wielding their katana imbued with the same 2nd stage haki, launched their attacks at Chen Fan. Despite the rapid onslaught from the 2, Chen Fan's expression remained unflustered. The destructive force of thunder erupted once more. Compelling Dao Bowman back, lightning coalesced in his hands, transforming into 2 blue thunder spears. The formidable lightning repelled their weapons. In the following moment, amidst the flickering lightning, Chen Fan vanished again, reappearing behind Hiwashishin and Guasia, aiming to thrust the sharp thunder spears downward towards their backs. Utilizing Kinbunshika Haki, Hiwashishin and Guasia swiftly reacted, their blades cloaked in armament haki easily intercepting the assault. At the same time, Dao Bowman's attack, brimming with immense power, surged from behind. Sorrow. Using the Navy's 6 styles, Chen Fan elementalized, evading Dao Bowman's strike as it cleaved through the air. In that moment, the battle reached an intense stalemate, with Chen Fan holding his ground against 3 opponents. However, the high-intensity exertion, coupled with the constant activation of Kinbunshika Haki, was taking a significant toll on his stamina. Recognizing this, the trio continued their relentless assault, denying him any opportunity to recuperate. In midair, a cerulean figure clashed fiercely with the 3 shadows, the air thick with the scent of blood as the destructive thunder filled the atmosphere. Below, on the Thunder God ship, Monet watched with concern, turning to Rafet. Do you think my elder brother can defeat these three? Uncertain. While it appears evenly matched now, in reality, the captain is at a disadvantage. This level of sustained exertion, even our captain cannot endure for long, Rafet remarked, his demeanor unexpectedly serious. The naval soldiers aboard the warship were largely oblivious to who held the upper hand. Only a few officers discerned the truth, eagerly anticipating Deo Bowman and his companions to vanquish Chen Fan, hoping to reap military accolades and promotions. In the air, Guasia, wielding his katana, gazed at Chen Fan with arrogance. I admit your strength is formidable. Any one of us alone would falter against you. Even two might not suffice. Yet, against three, your confidence in your abilities is misplaced. With such high-intensity exertion, how long can you possibly endure? Yield and allow us to take you back. Such utter nonsense, Chen Fan replied coldly, his thunderous fist relentlessly striking forward, fending off the rapid assaults of the three. Blood spilled onto the ground. Yet his lightning fists also landed blows on his adversaries. It became a contest of endurance. If this continued without any unforeseen developments, it indeed seemed likely that Chen Fan would face defeat. However, despite the circumstances, he remained filled with unwavering confidence as the destructive thunder surged forth. Breaking through his limits time and again. As seconds ticked by, the wounds on all four combatants deepened, blood cascading onto the sea's surface. Ha! Ha! Chen Fan gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, illustrating the immense toll on his stamina. Yet, Deo Bowman would not grant him any respite. The trio renewed their ferocious assault against him. You seek your own demise. With a piercing glare, Chen Fan unleashed a terrifying storm of lightning, his fists clashing with their blades. Clang! The sounds of their collisions echoed as the four once again stood locked in a fierce standoff. However, Chen Fan has transitioned from a back-and-forth struggle at the outset to being completely suppressed, forced into a state of incessant defense. Lacking the strength to counterattack, he observes this scene. With unwavering resolve, the formidable thunder god Chen Fan prepares to unleash his full power. Doberman bellows at the two, and the aura surrounding the three of them surges once more. Though their stamina has diminished, it is still significantly superior to that of Chen Fan. Engaged in a 1-against-3 scenario, the intense consumption of energy has placed Chen Fan at a distinct disadvantage. Gradually, fine scars begin to manifest upon his body. Below, Monet watches this scene with deep concern, pondering what to do. Rafet, the captain, seems to be on the verge of defeat. With no alternatives, they can only choose to trust the captain. Rafet understands well that if they intervene, the naval forces above, which surpass them in rank, will also strike, and at that point, it would be them who are at a disadvantage. The battle rages on. Sweat pouring as Chen Fan continues to swing his fists in response to the onslaught, the radiance of the thunder surrounding him waning. Yet, despite the threefold assault, Chen Fan's gaze remains resolute, as the dark substance enveloping his fist seems on the verge of becoming fully corporeal. In the heat of battle, every part of his body, fists, hands, feet, transforms into a weapon for him to wield. Unbeknownst to the trio, who still underestimate the gravity of the situation, they persist in their relentless attack, eager to subdue Chen Fan with utmost haste. However, their vigorous assault is also draining their stamina. Moreover, they soon realize a critical issue. In close combat, the destructive thunder that merely grazes them leaves lingering traces of electricity in their bodies, gradually inducing a sensation of numbness. Nevertheless, they pay it little heed, for they currently hold the upper hand. The sharp long knives continue to strike. At this moment, the black substance upon Chen Fan's fist seems poised to fully materialize. With the left hand wielding a knife, Fire Burn Mountain, enveloped in the second stage of armament Haki, charges towards Chen Fan with incredible speed. In an instant, Chen Fan is forced to retreat, simultaneously flanked by Doberman's two allies launching another assault from either side. At that moment, accompanied by a roar, Chen Fan's armament Haki materializes, successfully breaking through to the third level, his power surging in an instant. Under the cover of devastating thunder, Chen Fan forcefully repels Fire Burn Mountain. Subsequently, he draws back both hands, his thunderous fist hurtling towards Doberman and his companion like cannonballs. Clang! In an instant, the thunderous fist collides with the black long knife, the surrounding waters erupting as the tremendous force sends Doberman and his ally crashing backward. Witnessing the fully materialized armament Haki, the trio realizes that Chen Fan has surpassed his previous limits, indicating that the outcome of the ensuing battle is now uncertain. Following this breakthrough, a smile graces Chen Fan's lips. His combat spirit ignited as he charges towards the three, observing the pitch-black fists suffused with thunder. Doberman and his companions do not hesitate, rushing forward. The four figures collide once more, yet this time they are evenly matched. Faced with the trio's onslaught, Chen Fan, now bolstered by an increase in strength, accelerates his ability to repel his foes, allowing him to defend against the two others with greater swiftness. Consequently, he finds himself no longer at a disadvantage, instead continually discovering opportunities to counterattack. The grim expressions of Doberman and his companions betray their astonishment. They had not anticipated this terrifying opponent to achieve a breakthrough in the midst of battle. Below, aboard the pirate ship, Monai had initially been hesitant to watch. However, upon witnessing Chen Fan re-engaging with Doberman and his allies, holding his ground, he immediately inquires of Rafit, how has the big brother's strength suddenly increased? He is now evenly matched against those three. The captain's armament Haki has broken through to the third level. The outcome of this battle is now uncertain. Rafit's gaze remains fixed upon the battle above. Fully aware from the beginning that Chen Fan, facing three admirals, had no intention of retreating, indicating he had a strategy in mind. If the expressions of the two were filled with excitement. The soldiers aboard the naval ship wore visages more wretched than those who had tasted despair. After all, they could hardly have anticipated such a turn of events. In mid-air, the fierce clash continues, explosions echoing amid the thunderous roars. Doberman and his comrades are acutely aware that if they continue fighting in close quarters, they stand no chance against Chen Fan, whose armament Haki has ascended to the third level. We can no longer afford to waste time, Doberman declares to the others. Fireburn Mountain and Ghost Spider immediately grasp Doberman's intent. Thereafter, Doberman charges forward, his long knife imbued with formidable power. Unfazed by this strike, Chen Fan retaliates with a punch, enveloped in the force of thunder. Clang! At the moment of collision, Doberman is sent flying. Meanwhile, Ghost Spider and Fireburn Mountain, one on either flank, wield their long knives and swiftly advance towards Chen Fan. With an air of calm, Chen Fan channels terrifying strength into his fists, striking forward, sending all three adversaries staggering back several meters. Chen Fan, this must come to an end. All at once, the armament golden one slash, with blood surging through his veins, Doberman grips his long knife tightly, dark as night, and as he swings it, a golden sword aura materializes, slicing directly towards Chen Fan. Simultaneously, Ghost Spider and Fireburn Mountain unleash their own attacks, their life force surging, powerful energy coursing through their pitch-black long knives as they swing forward. In an instant, a black sword aura several meters long, a red sword aura of equal length, and a golden sword aura, all imbued with terrifying might, hurtle towards Chen Fan. You think you can defeat me with such feeble attempts? 120 million volts of Thunder Dragon. Observing the three formidable assaults, Chen Fan's demeanor remains as indifferent as ever. He raises his hands. In a heartbeat, the sky darkens with ominous clouds. Terrifying thunder rumbles as a massive blue dragon, spanning over 10 meters, materializes, obliterating everything in its path as it descends with lightning speed. Boom! In that split second, the thunderous dragon collides with the three sword auras, the sound of the explosion resonating as if mountains had met, annihilating everything in the vicinity and sending rippling shockwaves outward. The overwhelming aftermath propels both Chen Fan and Doberman's trio backward, the waters erupting as the massive naval vessel begins to sway. Not to mention the Thunder God ship, which nearly capsized. The four are hurled backward, flying several hundred meters before regaining their balance. Subsequently, they exchange glances, and after a moment of hesitation, Chen Fan, shimmering with lightning, vanishes first into the air above the Thunder God ship. Simultaneously, Doberman and his allies share a glance before retreating to their naval vessel. Let us depart from here. Upon returning to the Thunder God ship, Chen Fan's first command is for Rafit to set sail. Hearing this order, Rafit does not hesitate, promptly activating the Thunder God ship as it begins to navigate towards the horizon. The naval soldiers aboard witness Chen Fan's impending departure. Major, shall we pursue them? They are making to leave. Several officers urgently inquire. No need. Let them go. Doberman stands resolute, unmoving, as do the other 2.2 minutes later, the Thunder God ship accelerates, traversing several thousand meters away. Chen Fan can no longer contain himself. Pooh! A mouthful of blood erupts forth, the culmination of his battle pushing him to his limits. The shockwave from the recent collision has left his internal organs reeling. Earlier, before Doberman and his companions, he had suppressed his discomfort. However, Chen Fan surmises that the injuries sustained by the three must be no less severe than his own. Otherwise, Why would they allow him to leave? Certainly, even aware of their injuries, Chen Fan would not choose to fight to the death. His objective had already been achieved. Through this battle, his armament haki had successfully ascended to the 3rd level. If the fighting continued, even if Chen Fan were capable of killing all 3 of them, he would still face an entire ship of naval soldiers and officers. Engaging in such a conflict would likely result in mutual destruction. Big brother, how are you? Are you all right? Noticing Chen Fan's pale complexion as he coughed up blood, Monet hurriedly inquired with concern. Captain, are you okay? Should we hasten our departure to avoid being pursued by the Navy? Lafayette also asked. I'm fine, don't worry. Those 3 are more severely injured than I am, Chen Fan replied, before emerging from the cabin with an abundance of food, beginning to feast. Waves of warmth surged within him, flowing into his organs like precious rain after a drought, continuously mending his wounds. Once he felt stabilized, Chen Fan took up bandages and wrapped his wounds, closing his eyes to rest and recuperate. Meanwhile, aboard the naval warship, after witnessing Chen Fan's vessel retreat into the distance, Doberman could no longer contain himself, spewing forth blood as he sank to one knee. Beside him, Fire Fist Ace and Ghost Spider were in even worse condition. Their bodies pushed to the brink of collapse, blood seeping from their every pore. Seeing their plight, the naval doctor did not hesitate to take all 3 for treatment. At that moment, Doberman was filled with regret. Pondering why he had not held out for reinforcements from other officers, he understood very well that Chen Fan had also sustained grave injuries. Otherwise, he would not have been able to depart so swiftly. With just one more Vice Admiral level combatant, they would undoubtedly have captured Chen Fan. Yet regrettably, there is no remedy for remorse in this world. 2 hours later, Doberman, forcing himself to sit up despite his serious injuries, used a Den Mushi to report the failure of their mission to capture Chen Fan. In the marshal's office, upon learning that Chen Fan's strength had progressed so rapidly. Steelbone Kong was astounded that one individual could hold his own against 3 Vice Admiral level opponents. This indicated that Chen Fan's power had likely reached the level of an elite Vice Admiral. Otherwise, such a feat would be impossible. That little brat's growth is infuriatingly swift. I must ensure that once we deal with Roger, I will elevate the bounty on him, Steelbone Kong thought, resolute in not allowing Chen Fan to mature further in this chaotic sea. However, he had no choice but to set aside thoughts of Chen Fan for the moment, as the Navy's primary concern was the public execution of Pirate King Roger, scheduled for just days hence. Subsequently, Steelbone Kong ordered an increase in Chen Fan's bounty by another 100 million. At 1,100 million, the bounty on a boy not yet 20 years old was a truly daunting figure. As night fell, and the sea breeze howled, Chen Fan awoke, having recovered significantly after 2 rounds of healing warmth. Observing the fully materialized armament haki on his fists, he mused that his power was now nearly equivalent to that of an elite Vice Admiral. Then, comparing his strength to that of a Kainu, he shook his head. Acknowledging a discernible gap, Chen Fan reflected that in order to catch up to a Kainu, he needed to elevate his observation haki to the 3rd stage, as well as further develop the capabilities of the Rumble fruit. Despite dedicating over 4 hours daily to mastering the fruit's powers, his progress was rapid due to his formidable physical constitution. However, he lamented that his time with the Rumble fruit was still too brief, merely a few months. Achieving such a level of mastery in this short time was already impressive, while he felt he was close to breaking through the 3rd level of observation haki. Advancing further with the Rumble fruit would likely require at least 1 or 2 more months. With this in mind, Chen Fan set aside his hatred for Aku. Then, another name crossed his mind, the Vice Admiral Henry Davy, whom Budek had implored him to kill before his demise. Chen Fan had refrained from seeking revenge on this naval Vice Admiral earlier, because most held the strength of elite Vice Admirals. To confront him prematurely would surely be tantamount to courting death. Now, however, Chen Fan resolved to eliminate Henry Davy after the execution of Pirate King Roger. During this interim, he aimed to elevate his observation haki to the 3rd level. With that resolved, Chen Fan noticed that the wounds on his body had scabbed and fallen away. He promptly began some basic training on the deck. Observing this, both Lafayette and Monet displayed expressions of astonishment. Big brother, is he a monster? He sustained such serious injuries at noon, and now, merely 8 hours later, he seems almost fully recovered and is already training, Monet exclaimed, her mouth forming an oin disbelief. How fascinating. A captain like this is truly worthy of my allegiance. Lafayette remarked, a smile breaking through his pallid visage. Time passed. 18 days later, In the East Blue, at Low Town, with just one day remaining before Pirate King Roger's execution, Chen Fan and his companions walked the bustling streets of Low Town, each wearing large hats to obscure half their faces. The town was teeming with people, a throng of pirates mingling with numerous Navy soldiers and officers maintaining order, with the execution of Pirate King Roger set for the morrow. Countless notorious pirates flocked to witness the downfall of the legendary figure. However, despite their usual bravado on the high seas, the pirates in Low Town refrained from any mischief, as the Navy had demonstrated its formidable strength days prior. The naval heroes Kong, Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, along with a multitude of other vice admirals and rear admirals, were all present, with a significant portion of the Navy's strength concentrated in this location. With such figures present, the pirates dared not act recklessly, especially since the likes of the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Red Count were notably absent, leaving only their crew or other pirates behind. Given their current capabilities, they were utterly incapable of confronting the likes of Carp. Of course, they were not concerned about being apprehended by the Navy, as the Navy's foremost priority was the public execution of Roger. Their focus was on preventing any of Roger's crew from attempting a rescue, which also explained why Chen Fan felt emboldened to be present. As long as they did not provoke the Navy directly, it was unlikely they would take the initiative to capture pirates at this time. Big brother, if the Pirate King Roger is so powerful, why was he captured by the Navy? Monet queried, having heard much about Roger. Who knows, perhaps he turned himself in, Chen Fan said playfully. Naturally, Monet and Lafayette dismissed it as a jest, unable to fathom that the Pirate King would willingly surrender. Seeing their expressions, Chen Fan understood their disbelief, but chose not to elaborate further. He could not divulge that he knew Roger was gravely injured and had only a short time left to live. Preparing instead to herald the age of piracy with his own demise, as they strolled through the streets, Chen Fan spotted many future renowned pirates, including Marco the Phoenix from the Whitebeard Pirates, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and even the future world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. However, he refrained from approaching them, not wishing to instigate any incidents before the execution of the Pirate King. He had no intention of attempting to rescue Roger, as he lacked the strength to do so, especially with Carp and Sengoku at their peak. Should one dare to cause trouble, they would be courting death. The trio casually selected a tavern to settle in, at which point a figure clad in a wine-red hat, a white shirt underneath, and a striking red coat entered, notably wielding a sword of considerable height upon his back. This individual was none other than Dracula Mihawk, the esteemed Hawkeye, who had fortuitously walked into the same establishment. As Chen Fan observed Mihawk, who appeared to be of similar age, he contemplated the prospect of enlisting the future world's greatest swordsman aboard his ship. With this thought in mind, Chen Fan resolved to make an attempt, despite the slim chances of success. After instructing his companions to wait, he approached Mihawk. "Greetings, I am Chen Fan." He introduced himself as he took a seat. Upon hearing the name, Mihawk lifted his gaze. He recognized it, Thunder God Chen Fan, a name known throughout the New World among pirates. "What brings you, Thunder God Chen Fan?" Mihawk inquired, his sharp eyes fixed intently on him. "I seek to recruit you to my crew. Should you accept, I would gladly appoint you as my first mate." Chen Fan extended his invitation. My sole ambition is to become the world's greatest swordsman. "I have no desire to join your ship," Mihawk replied bluntly, rejecting the offer without hesitation. Unfazed by this, Chen Fan understood well that persuading Mihawk would not be a trivial endeavor. "State your terms or conditions, and I shall consider them, provided you agree to come aboard." Though he harbored hopes of simply convincing Mihawk through sheer will, he recognized that this was not the appropriate venue for such a confrontation. "If you can best me in swordsmanship, I will join your crew," Mihawk stated coldly. Realizing the impossibility of this challenge, Chen Fan reflected on his own lack of swordsmanship and Mihawk's prowess. Just then, a voice filled with fury called out, "Thunder God Chen Fan." Turning to see who had summoned him, Chen Fan was met by the sight of a diminutive, unsavory figure accompanied by a tall, exquisitely featured lady. Behind them trailed several naval soldiers. It was none other than Brown Pig and Ji Yuan, who were on patrol. "That I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just you, you repugnant little rascal," Chen Fan taunted. Unable to suppress his rage, especially in front of the lady, Brown Pig seethed. "Chen Fan, how dare you show your face here? You're courting death. Do you believe I won't have you detained immediately?" His eyes glinted menacingly at Chen Fan. "Is that so? Do you dare make a move? You, a mere defeated foe, have no right to threaten me." Little one, Chen Fan replied, reclining comfortably in his chair, displaying an air of arrogance. At this, Brown Pig could no longer contain himself and drew his dual pistols, prepared to strike. However, Ji Yuan restrained him. Do not act recklessly. Remember the Marshal's orders this time. Our focus is on the execution of Pirate King Roger. We must not create unnecessary disturbances. Hearing his goddess speak thus, Brown Pig was compelled to stifle his anger, glaring fiercely at Chen Fan. If looks could kill, Chen Fan would have perished multiple times over. Believe me, Mihawk, there will come a day when you will join my crew. Those whom I set my sights on do not escape. Farewell, Chen Fan said with a smile, beckoning to Lafitte and the others at the adjacent table. Little one, I look forward to our next encounter, he added, casting one last taunt at Brown Pig before departing. Seething with rage akin to a volcanic eruption, Brown Pig clenched his fists, yearning to confront Chen Fan. Yet, for now, he had to suppress his impulse to strike. As Chen Fan departed, Ji Yuan pondered the nature of this remarkable man who had managed to escape from the fabled Impel Down, and whose power had surged so rapidly. Most notably, he was exceedingly young. At merely 17, Chen Fan had already accomplished extraordinary feats and possessed immense talent. It was difficult to fathom what might transpire if such a pirate were to continue to grow in strength. One could foresee the emergence of another monarch upon the seas. After leaving the tavern with Monet and the others, Chen Fan swiftly exited the street. His brazen provocation of Brown Pig stemmed from the knowledge that the latter was no match for him. Even with Ji Yuan's assistance, they would not be able to subdue him in a short time without inciting significant chaos. This was the ultimate reason for their hesitance to engage, had it been Carp who approached. Chen Fan would have been met with a swift punch for his insolence, in his current state. Facing Carp at his peak would likely result in Chen Fan being overwhelmed in mere moments. Big brother, who was that person you tried to recruit? Are they strong? Monet inquired curiously. Quite strong. He may very well possess the strength of a great swordsman, Chen Fan replied with a smile, pondering that this individual was far from ordinary and would one day become the world's greatest swordsman. A great swordsman? What is that? Monet, having just arrived from the West Sea and only beginning to grasp the concept of haki, was unfamiliar with the term. A great swordsman can be understood as a pinnacle, a level equivalent to the highest mastery of swordsmanship upon the seas. Legends speak of a realm even beyond that of the great swordsman, though it remains but a myth, Lafitte explained to Monet. How impressive. No wonder Big Brother sought to recruit him, Monet remarked in awe. Monet contemplated, realizing that the seemingly aloof young man possessed such formidable strength. The journey was marked by silence as Chen Fan and his companions sought a place to settle down, awaiting the grand spectacle of the following day. Although they resided in an inn, Chen Fan remained committed to his foundational physical training. He performed push-ups relentlessly, yet with each repetition, he felt an increasing sense of frustration. No matter how many push-ups he completed, his body registered little fatigue. This was not a promising sign, indicating that standard push-ups were no longer sufficient to enhance his physical prowess, that he needed to intensify his training regimen. Previously, he had been accustomed to performing push-ups while carrying a massive stone, along with other basic exercises. However, this weight was now merely adequate for his current condition, and it would soon be insufficient as his physical capabilities advanced. He could not perpetually train with the weight of a mountain on his back. Pausing his training, Chen Fan pondered how to elevate the intensity of his workouts. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly recalled that the Navy possessed a device known as gravity rings, which could adjust gravitational resistance. With some weighing several tons, it seemed he would need to seize an opportunity to acquire one from a nearby division. With this thought in mind, he vanished from the inn, transforming into a bolt of lightning, racing toward the horizon. In the sky, Chen Fan emanated a dazzling aura of destructive lightning. Given the constraints of the inn for high-intensity training, he decided to focus on developing his devil fruit abilities. Strands of blue lightning danced around him as he sought to combine his previous bloodlust with his fruit powers to forge a mode that would amplify his strength. However, this was evidently no simple task. The evening breeze rustled around him, a night passed, and with the dawn's first light, Chen Fan ceased his development of the fruit abilities and returned to the inn. A sleepless night would not significantly affect him at this moment. After a brief wash, he joined his companions for breakfast, where Monet and Lafitte had also descended. The table was adorned with an array of over a dozen dishes. This was not due to Chen Fan's extravagance, but rather because he was capable of consuming such quantities. In a whirlwind of motion, he devoured the dishes, and within 10 minutes, they had vanished. Fortunately, Lafitte and Monet had modest appetites. Otherwise, they would have needed to order more that a warm surge of energy radiated through Chen Fan's body, coursing through his veins and subtly enhancing his physical condition, though it may seem a trivial amount. The cumulative effect over time could be extraordinarily formidable. It was conceivable that in a few years, or even a decade, Chen Fan's physical prowess might rival that of Kaido, the beast, after their meal. The trio departed the inn, making their way toward the square in Roguetown at 11 a.m. today. The execution of the Pirate King was set to take place by the time they arrived. The square was already a sea of faces. Predominantly pirates, with some notorious figures boasting bounties exceeding $1 billion. Such a gathering was unlikely to be witnessed again. Yet, amidst this throng of pirates, not a single soul dared to incite chaos. At the center of the square, upon a towering platform, sat two figures. One sported a crew cut, donned in a black suit, casually munching on a donut. The other wore frog-like spectacles, sported a lengthy beard, and had a seagull perched atop his hat. They were none other than the naval hero, Garp, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The mere presence of these two instilled a palpable fear among the assembled pirates, as only the sovereigns of the seas could challenge them. Figures like the immortal Marco, Mihawk, and Shanks were still too inexperienced in their eyes. Beside them stood three naval rear admirals, who, although younger compared to Garp and Sengoku, commanded respect due to their formidable reputations: Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kuzan. Known as the three natural disasters of the Navy, were the nightmares of most pirates in the New World. Rumor suggested that once they reached further heights of power, the Navy would usher in an era dominated by three admirals. However, today's focus was not on any of them, but rather on the Pirate King. Gold. Roger. Under the scorching sun, the crowd waited for an hour, yet no one exhibited impatience, only eagerness. All eyes were fixed upon the platform, including Chen Fan's. Boom, boom. The sound of sea stone chains clanking against the ground resonated as a figure was escorted onto the platform by two naval admirals. Though he remained silent and shackled, the man exuded a formidable presence that instilled a sense of dread in those who gazed upon him. Sakazuki and his comrades turned their attention toward this man. When Roger glanced back at them, his deep, penetrating eyes locked onto theirs. Despite merely exchanging a glance, Borsalino and his fellows felt as if they were facing a mountain, in the presence of the Pirate King. They were still too juvenile. Roger's gaze shifted downward, contemplating the monumental era unfolding before him. How unfortunate it was that he would not witness it. Seated, Sengoku wore a grave expression, while Garp hung his head in contemplation. Struggling to understand why Roger chose to surrender as longtime adversaries, Garp and Roger had developed a complex relationship akin to that of allies and enemies. When Roger was led to the execution platform, two executioners stood beside him, aware that he was on the brink of death. Yet, the Pirate King maintained an air of tranquility, unperturbed by his imminent fate. His composure in the face of death was nothing short of admirable. At that moment, Sengoku rose from his seat to recount the nefarious deeds of Gold. Roger, the infamous Pirate King, whose crimes were heinous and unforgivable. His speech lasted over 10 minutes, but most of the audience consisted of pirates who had little interest in the Navy's propaganda. Many displayed yawns and signs of impatience, yet none dared to voice their discontent, for Garp and Sengoku's might was evident. Accompanied by a plethora of rear admirals and warships, such a display of power rendered even the mightiest pirate crew powerless. "Now, we shall commence the execution," Sengoku declared, concluding his speech. At that moment, Garp also rose, determined to prevent any of Roger's crew from attempting a rescue, though he secretly wished for Roger's survival as a naval officer. He had a duty to fulfill. The pirates below eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, yet their hopes of a rescue were dashed as Roger's crew failed to appear. Instead, amidst the crowd, a man with a purple crew cut and an unremarkable appearance shouted, "Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasure you've found? Is it truly on the Grand Line? Have you obtained that legendary treasure, One Piece?" Gold. Roger lifted his head, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, countless transponder snails focused on him, broadcasting the execution of the Pirate King to the world. "Want my treasure? If you seek it, you can have it all. Go and find it. I've hidden all my treasures there," Roger proclaimed with a booming laugh, his words echoing powerfully and resonating with profound significance. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression shifted to one of urgency. "Act quickly. Execute him now." The two executioners swiftly brought down their gleaming blades. And with the flow of blood, the legendary era of the Pirate King, Roger, came to a definitive end. He had, with his life, ushered in a new AGAT that moment. The pirates in the audience erupted into madness. The Navy officers, tasked with maintaining order, were utterly powerless against the frenzy. Everyone was intent on seeking the treasure left behind by the Pirate King. Among them were those whose faces were etched with sorrow over Roger's demise. Notably, a young Shanks, barely in his teens, wept bitterly while clutching his straw hat, as the crew from the Pirate King's ship desperately tried to restrain him, fearing his impulsive actions. Instantly, chaos erupted in the crowd. If such disorder could arise here, amidst so many Navy personnel, what might be occurring in other corners of the world? Meanwhile, on a distant island, a shopkeeper, who had been tending to his wares, cast everything aside. Abandoning his store in favor of setting sail, some resorted to robbery in the streets, driven solely by the desire to procure a ship for their voyage. Others forsook their wives and children. Wholly consumed by the ambition to seek treasure upon the seas, the ocean was plunged into tumult in an instant. As for the pirates of the New World, their ambitions were palpable as they plotted to claim the Pirate King's riches. Across the seas, Navy branches found themselves under siege by the very pirates they sought to control. In the office of the fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong was overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos. He had been on the brink of a promotion, only to face this calamitous event. Most Navy divisions were incapable of withstanding the onslaught of so many pirates, leaving them with no choice but to call for reinforcements from headquarters. The entire world was engulfed in disorder. Thus, the era of great sailing commenced. In Rodtown, Chen Fan observed the pandemonium unfold but chose not to engage. Instead, he turned to Lafitte and the others. "Let us depart." With that, the three of them slipped away amidst the chaotic throng, followed by a multitude of pirates. Heroes like Carp and Sengoku would not allow the pirates to recklessly pursue their own demise in the wake of such excitement. Minutes later, the trio returned to the Thunder God. "Captain, where shall we head next?" Lafitte inquired. "A new era has begun, and this world is destined for chaos. The powers upon the seas will begin to shift. We shall set sail for the new world and aim to become its sovereigns." A smile graced Chen Fan's lips as he gazed out at the boundless ocean. "I am willing to follow you, Captain," Lafitte declared, removing his hat with a gentlemanly flourish. "It was his ambition to turn the seas upside down. I too wish to follow my big brother," chimed in the youthful Monet, still uncertain of what this new era truly signified. All she knew was that she felt less inclined to flee, finding life aboard the ship far more thrilling than her previous existence. As the gentle sea breeze wafted by, seagulls soared overhead, and the Thunder God sped across the eastern sea with remarkable swiftness. An hour later, under the blazing sun, Chen Fan was on the deck, diligently exercising while bearing a massive stone over 3 meters tall upon his back. Sweat streamed down his forehead, yet he continued his relentless push-ups. 99.98, 99.99, 10, 000. Only when the ache in his arms became unbearable did he cease his training. Rising to his feet, he took a moment to rest before devouring his meal. In just a few minutes, he polished off 5 plates of food, feeling the warmth coursing through him as the verdant energy worked tirelessly to mend his injuries and alleviate his fatigue. Mere moments after finishing his meal, the soreness in his arms vanished without a trace. Lafitte and Monet had grown accustomed to this spectacle, and under Chen Fan's subtle influence, they too began to intensify their training regimen. Monet, in particular, had mastered the first technique of the Navy's 6 styles and experienced a significant boost in her physical abilities, her strength having doubled compared to before. Just as Chen Fan was about to resume his training, he suddenly halted. Above the Thunder God, a colossal azure flame bird soared through the sky. Recognizing it instantly, he instructed, "Wait for me here. I shall be right back." With a brief explanation, he vanished in a flash of lightning. As a streak of thunder illuminated the sky, Lafitte pondered, the captain must be pursuing that azure giant bird. But why would he chase after Marco, the phoenix? Monet queried. "I do not know. We shall wait here." Lafitte replied with a shake of his head. Meanwhile, in midair, Marco, the immortal phoenix, noticed he was being followed. He ceased flapping his wings and hovered, turning to face the figure of lightning. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he asked, "Thunder God Chen Fan, what brings you here?" "I wish to engage in a spar with you, immortal phoenix Marco." Chen Fan had no intention of killing Marco. He understood that even if he were to defeat him, Marco would never betray Whitebeard. His pursuit was merely for the thrill of a fierce battle, to potentially break through to the 3rd stage of observation Haki or hasten his progress. "Interesting, Thunder God Chen Fan. You seek to challenge me with such confidence?" Marco's blue flames flickered to life. Chen Fan regarded the youthful Marco, now in his 20s, and slowly stated, "As a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Hearing this, Marco could not refuse the challenge issued in the name of the Whitebeard Pirates. "Very well. I, Marco the Phoenix, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, accept your challenge." In the next instant, blue flames radiated from his form as he transformed into his hybrid state. With wings of fire unfurled, he was engulfed in an unending blaze of azure flames. He had heard of Chen Fan's exploits and would not underestimate this young man before him. Lightning crackled as Chen Fan locked eyes with Marco, his expression devoid of any hint of disdain. That he knew well that while Marco had yet to reach his peak, he was still formidable, likely on par with an elite vice admiral. This was precisely why Chen Fan had come alone. If he were to falter, his terrifying speed would ensure that Marco could not catch him. Thunder Fist. Without hesitation, Chen Fan summoned the destructive lightning to coalesce around his fist, vanishing from sight like a ghost, and propelled his fist, imbued with immense power, straight toward Marco. Blue flame. Unfazed by the overwhelming thunder, Marco gathered blue flames around his fist and unleashed a powerful strike that resonated with a sonic boom. Boom! Their fists collided like dragons, the immortal flames clashing with the destructive lightning, unleashing two immense forces into the air. In an instant, two figures transformed into streaks of flowing light, relentlessly colliding with one another. The fierce battle was marked by bloodshed and brutal combat, with each strike landing with palpable force. From the very beginning, neither party harbored any intention of holding back. Chen Fan's right leg, imbued with the might of thunder in the advanced stage of armed haki, descended like a colossal pillar towards Marco. Undaunted, Marco ignited blue flames upon his arms, raising them defensively to absorb the impact of the blow. Subsequently, he exerted immense force upwards, compelling Chen Fan to retreat. In response, Chen Fan swiftly executed a roll in midair, regaining his balance. At the same time, Marco's right hand morphed into a claw, gathering endless flames which he hurled menacingly towards Chen Fan with a cold demeanor. Chen Fan summoned his own powerful punch, enveloped in destructive thunder. In an instant, blood erupted as a deep claw mark, several centimeters in length, marred Chen Fan's chest, still smoldering with residual blue flames. Conversely, Marco was also forced back by Chen Fan's strike. Stumbling several meters before he could steady himself, a charred patch marred his body as well. The thunder god Chen Fan. No wonder the Navy deems you a prodigy. Your talent and strength are indeed formidable. Marco regarded Chen Fan with a serious expression. Is that so? Then you had better put in some effort, lest I bring about your demise, Chen Fan retorted with a cold smirk, invigorated by the challenge posed by an equally matched opponent. Kill me? What a joke. I am the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco's gaze turned icy, and in an instant, boundless blue flames erupted, leaving a streak of light in the sky as they surged directly toward Chen Fan. Witnessing this, Chen Fan vanished from his position, unleashing a terrifying thunder that illuminated the entire sky. Bang! Bang! The two engaged in a relentless exchange, the air crackling with flames and destructive thunder, while explosions reverberated throughout the heavens. Drops of blood rained down upon the sea, stirring tumultuous waves. Meanwhile, over 1,000 meters away, Lafitte sensed the commotion and directed his gaze toward the battlefield between Chen Fan and Marco. However, Lafitte had no intention of intervening. He understood that Chen Fan had not summoned him or Monet, indicating that Chen Fan had his own strategy in mind. As time slipped by, half an hour later, the fiery silhouette and the thunderous figure collided once more, both being propelled backward. Huff, huff, Chen Fan gasped, his body drenched in blood, adorned with numerous wounds. Yet the blue thunder continued to swirl around him, crackling incessantly. Simultaneously, the immortal Marco was not faring much better. Wounds began to mar his body. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he gasped for breath. It is known that he is the so-called immortal bird, capable of instantaneous recovery from most injuries. Yet now, he bore several grotesque and terrifying wounds that were evidently beyond immediate healing. A testament to the severity of his condition. I can see that you are strong, but to defeat me, you will need more than that. Blue flame giant bird. In a flash, the blue flames enveloping Marco expanded, seemingly poised to incinerate everything in their path. He raised his hands aloft. A massive blue flame bird, measuring several meters in size, was birthed. Caw! With a piercing cry, the blue flame giant bird, imbued with the power to consume all. hurtled towards Chen Fan at an astonishing speed. The weak are eternally weak, while the strong remain strong. This battle shall be mine. 100 million volts of Thunder Dragon. In an instant, Chen Fan unleashed a cataclysmic thunder, raising his hands skyward, and the heavens darkened ominously. A colossal blue dragon descended, its claws outstretched as if to obliterate everything in existence. Boom! In a heartbeat, the Thunder Dragon collided with the Flame Bird. A deafening explosion ensued, obliterating everything around them, the sky shifting hues as shockwaves radiated outward. Both Chen Fan and Marco were violently thrust backward by the sheer force of the impact. After several seconds, the thunderous explosion finally subsided. Chen Fan and Marco, having been propelled hundreds of meters away, regained their footing at that moment. Both were battered and bruised, blood seeping continuously from their wounds. They exchanged glances, the blazing flames and terrifying thunder clashing in the sky above them. After such an intense confrontation, both recognized their strengths were evenly matched. If the battle were to continue, the outcome could very well tip in either's favor. It was evident that neither harbored a desire for a death struggle. Yet neither wished to retreat first. Thus, Chen Fan and Marco stood defiantly in the air, locked in a stalemate, neither willing to make the next move. After approximately a minute, Marco coldly declared, "The next time we meet, you will undoubtedly find yourself as my defeated foe." With that, he took his leave. He had come to the East Blue with a mission entrusted by his father, and could not afford to linger in a protracted confrontation with Chen Fan. "Is that so? I hope that when we meet again, you won't be too far behind," Chen Fan replied with a cold smile. Choosing not to pursue it, he was acutely aware that his chances of defeating Marco at that moment were less than 60%. More importantly, this battle served to test his own strength and hasten his breakthrough to the third level of observation Haki present. Chen Fan sensed the barrier of the third level of observation Haki looming before him. He was confident that with a few more days of training, he could transcend it. As the thunder crackled in the air, Chen Fan vanished from sight, heading towards the Thunder God ship. 2 minutes later, the cataclysmic thunder descended upon the Thunder God ship. Observing the streaks of blue lightning, Lafitte and the others displayed no fear. They understood that their captain had returned. As the thunder dissipated, Chen Fan, bloodied and battered, materialized before them. Witnessing this, Monet expressed surprise, unaware that Chen Fan had been engaged in battle. "Big brother, what happened? How did you come back so injured?" Monet quickly inquired with concern. "It's nothing, just a bit of a scuffle. I got a little carried away," Chen Fan replied succinctly, before sitting down and helping himself to some food. Instantly, a warm flow surged within him, gradually soothing his wounds, as the external injuries began to scab over in no time. Observing this, Monet pondered whether she was too ineffectual, questioning why she could not assist during battles. Clenching her small fists, she resolved to train harder, determined to be of help next time. Having spent several months aboard this ship, Monet had unconsciously developed a sense of belonging, even growing somewhat dependent on Chen Fan. Meanwhile, high above, the immortal Marco soared through the sky, blood trickling from his mouth as he recalled the devastating thunder. A flicker of apprehension crossing his features, his decision to withdraw stemmed not only from the mission entrusted to him by his father, but also from the realization that he had been at a disadvantage during their skirmish. Despite the faade of it being an even match, Marco understood that his body had begun to feel a tingle of numbness under the influence of the thunder, while initially manageable. In a life-and-death situation, even the slightest hint of numbness could prove to be crucial. The thunder god Chen Fan. This fellow possesses a truly terrifying power. It seems I must tread carefully in the future. The immortal phoenix, Marco, was filled with trepidation, and then his form transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing into the horizon. 2 months later, a pirate ship adorned with the banner of thunder emerged in the new world. At this moment, Chen Fan was as diligent as ever, training on the deck. Over the course of 2 months, he had successfully elevated his observation Haki to the 3rd level. His strength had genuinely reached the caliber of an elite vice admiral of the headquarters. Beside him, Monet had also intensified her training, increasing her daily regimen from 8 hours to 10, complemented by Chen Fan's guidance. She had mastered half of the Marine 6 styles. Similarly, Lafitte was relentless in his training whenever he found the time. They all understood that if they did not hasten to enhance their strength, they would only hinder Chen Fan's progress. "What is our first step, Captain?" Lafitte inquired. His primary motive for following Chen Fan was to stir the world into chaos. "We shall eliminate a Marine Vice Admiral, delivering a shock to the Navy. Let's seek a small island and procure information on Vice Admiral Henry Davy from the underground black market, Chen Fan replied, his expression turning cold. Understood, Captain, Lafitte responded without questioning the choice of Vice Admiral, for it was inconsequential to him. Subsequently, the Thunder God's vessel surged forward at full speed. Just as Chen Fan was about to resume his training on the deck, he abruptly halted. Before him, seated upon a makeshift raft, was a man clad in a wine-red hat, his back adorned with a renowned sword that it was hard to fathom who would dare navigate the vast ocean in such a manner. Chen Fan observed the man, who bore a smile, and realized that he had fortuitously encountered the famed swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. A grin crept across Chen Fan's face, and in a flash of lightning, his form vanished from sight. In the next moment, thunder descended as Chen Fan appeared atop Mihawk's raft. Lafitte and Monet, still aboard the Thunder God, caught sight of Mihawk. What is Big Brother planning to do? Monet asked Lafitte, her curiosity piqued by Chen Fan's departure. Clearly, he intends to recruit this swordsman. Lafitte replied slowly, yes, there's something you desire. Mihawk recognized Chen Fan immediately. Join my crew. Chen Fan reiterated his offer. Defeat me in battle or provide me with a compelling reason to persuade me. Although Mihawk was not averse to joining a pirate crew, he was accustomed to solitude. If you join my crew, you will encounter many formidable swordsmen, and you may battle them until you become the world's greatest swordsman, Chen Fan asserted. After contemplation, Chen Fan acknowledged that he possessed no conditions compelling enough to sway Mihawk. Thus, he merely stated a condition that was not truly a condition at all. What reason do I have to trust you? This condition is hardly a condition. Mihawk's keen, hawk-like eyes locked on at Chen Fan. Indeed, it is not a condition. However, I know that someone may have surpassed the level of the greatest swordsman. If you agree to join my crew, I will reveal their identity. Chen Fan understood that someone of Mihawk's caliber, the world's foremost swordsman, would find little allure in his offer. He was a man born for the sword, his ambitions undoubtedly aimed at reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Upon hearing of the existence of a swordsman beyond the greatest swordsman, Mihawk's gaze shifted slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. If you can tell me who possesses swordsmanship beyond that of the greatest swordsman, I shall join your crew. However, I have another condition. You must defeat me. I cannot acknowledge someone weaker than myself as captain. Mihawk's eyes bore into Chen Fan as he spoke. That is understood. As for the individual beyond the greatest swordsman, I shall divulge the identity of the sword master among the 5 elders, Chen Fan replied, agreeing to the terms. Of course, he was uncertain whether that individual had truly surpassed the level of the greatest swordsman. But he was certain that the old man's swordsmanship was far from mediocre. Thus it was not a complete deception. Upon hearing the name and its associated identity, Mihawk displayed little skepticism and instead fell into deep thought. He was far from foolish enough to challenge one of the 5 elders at this moment. He understood that he had only just reached the level of the greatest swordsman and still had a distance to cover to reach the levels beyond. Come, let us engage in battle. As I stated earlier, should you defeat me, I will allow you aboard my ship. With that, Mihawk unsheathed the legendary black blade, Yuru, one of the 12 supreme swords, gazing at the pitch-black blade. Chen Fan remarked, is this truly one of the supreme blades? Following his words, he was enveloped in crackling, destructive lightning. In an instant, 2 formidable forces clashed upon the sea, one embodying terrifying thunder, the other exuding an overwhelming sword intent. Aboard the Thunder God, Monet and Lafitte overheard the exchange between the two. Lafitte, do you think Big Brother can defeat this Mihawk? Monet asked, having never heard of the name before. This Mihawk is exceptionally strong. Reputedly the individual most likely to become the world's greatest swordsman. However, our captain is known as a prodigy among prodigies, Lafitte replied with a smile, which was one of the reasons he chose to follow Chen Fan. Meanwhile, high above, Chen Fan and Mihawk's battle commenced. Mihawk employed a footwork technique reminiscent of the Marine 6 style's moonwalk. Thunder Fist, Chen Fan shouted, vanishing from his position, surrounded by arcs of blue lightning. The annihilating thunderous fist, propelled by unbelievable power, surged towards Mihawk. With a cold demeanor, Mihawk gripped Yuru tightly, his sword imbued with the 3rd stage of armament Haki. He swung his blade forward with a sudden force, unleashing a green sword aura that obliterated everything in its path as it rushed toward Chen Fan. Clang! In an instant, the thunderous fist met the green sword aura in a clash reminiscent of a dragon's roar, sending waves of power that erupted the surrounding waters. The standoff lasted mere seconds before Chen Fan's terrifying thunderous fist shattered the green sword aura. Simultaneously, Mihawk closed the distance, his black blade Yoru poised for attack. In that fleeting moment, the two collided, the sounds of their weapons clashing echoing across the sea as the surrounding waters erupted. Both warriors fought with all their might, leaving nothing in reserve, engaging in a bloody melee where every part of their bodies became a weapon. With each drop of blood that fell, their speed of combat intensified. Below, Monet could only witness the blue and green figures colliding in midair, while Lafitte could merely glimpse the afterimages of their exchanges as time slipped by. After 15 minutes of fierce engagement, Chen Fan's right leg, as formidable as a towering pillar, struck fiercely toward Mihawk's head. With a cold expression, Mihawk blocked the blow with Yoru, its surface cloaked in thick, dark armament haki. Following this, Chen Fan unleashed a thunderous punch, crackling with terrifying lightning, aimed directly at Mihawk's chest. In response, Mihawk's expression remained unyielding. Showing no sign of fear or intent to evade, his left fist, equally shrouded in dark armament haki, met Chen Fan's punch head dash on. In that moment, both fists collided with tremendous force against each other's chests, and they were both sent reeling backward. Your strength is indeed formidable. No wonder you are referred to as the future world's greatest swordsman. Chen Fan felt the formidable power of Hawkeye Mihawk, and his desire to recruit him as a crew member grew stronger. After all, having a future world-renowned swordsman on board would undoubtedly bolster his plans. The moniker of Thunder God Chen Fan, a prodigy, is hardly an exaggeration when it comes to your capabilities. Hawkeye Mihawk was somewhat astonished by Chen Fan's exceptional strength, as it was rare for him to encounter someone of similar age who could engage him in such a back-and-forth battle. However, the victor of this clash would ultimately be me. You shall obediently become the captain of my combat squad. 150 million volts of Thunder Dragon. A confident smile graced Chen Fan's lips as the destructive lightning erupted. His arms raised high. The sky darkened instantly, thick clouds gathering above. Bolts of thunder rumbled within, and a colossal blue thunder dragon emerged, exuding an aura of unimaginable terror and the power to annihilate everything in its path. Charging directly towards Hawkeye Mihawk below. You were overly confident. Heavenly Abyss Sword. Hawkeye Mihawk gripped his black blade, Yoru, tightly, its surface imbued with fully manifested haki, the sword intent soared skyward, as if piercing the heavens, transforming into a formidable energy that enveloped the black blade. With that, Hawkeye Mihawk swung his supreme blade, unleashing a 10-meter-long dark green sword aura that seemed capable of obliterating all in its path. Boom! In an instant, the intense dark green sword aura collided with the terrifying Thunder Dragon, akin to a mountain crashing together, resulting in a violent explosion that threatened to annihilate everything around them. The heavens and earth changing color, sea columns erupting from the surface. After a tense few seconds, the green sword aura surprisingly cleaved through the Thunder Dragon. Although its power had diminished, it still raced toward Chen Fan at an incredible speed. Shocked, Chen Fan had not anticipated Hawkeye Mihawk's strength to be this formidable. Unable to evade, Chen Fan could only bring his pitch-black arms up to shield himself. In the next moment, the weakened green sword aura struck him directly. A searing pain tore through him, blood spraying out as he plummeted like a kite, with severed strings. Fate and Mo witnessing this scene, were taken aback. It was their first time seeing their captain in such a dire predicament against a peer. What should we do? Hurry and save Big Brother. He is a devil fruit user and can't fall into the sea. Mo exclaimed anxiously, yet she had yet to master moonwalk. Observing this, La Fate quickly rushed to provide assistance. Suddenly, he halted, for he saw that Chen Fan was once again enveloped in blue lightning, and it appeared even stronger than before, just as Chen Fan was about to plunge into the sea. He abruptly halted, the destructive lightning expanding around him. Zizi, the strands of lightning swirling around him seemed to transform into tiny serpents of thunder, truly powerful. No wonder he can be called the world's greatest swordsman. However, I shall not be defeated. Chen Fan's gaze turned icy as the lightning surged forth, filling the surrounding sea with its energy, before converging back onto him. Witnessing this, Hawkeye Mihawk's expression shifted slightly. He had not expected Chen Fan to be so tenacious, enduring his sword strike. Moreover, his power continued to rise, as if he possessed some hidden card. Nevertheless, Hawkeye Mihawk would not permit Chen Fan to unleash his trump card unimpeded. With a swift motion of his black blade, a green sword aura shot toward Chen Fan at breakneck speed. With an indifferent expression, shatter, a thunder spear materialized in Chen Fan's right hand, imbued with immense power, and he hurled it forward. Bang bang. In an instant, the thunder spear clashed with the green sword aura, a resounding explosion echoing as smoke billowed forth, both attacks vanishing into the void. Simultaneously, the lightning enveloping Chen Fan had reached its zenith. A towering figure of lightning, standing over 10 meters tall, manifested around him, the terrifying bolts flickering as if he were a deity of thunder. The true battle had just begun. A smile crept onto Chen Fan's lips. Despite the 2 gruesome sword wounds adorning his arms, clearly, this had not significantly affected his combat state. La Fate and Mo gazed in astonishment at the colossal figure of the thunder god, pondering when their captain had unknowingly developed such a technique. The sheer size and the surrounding lightning appeared overwhelmingly powerful. In midair, Hawkeye Mihawk remained silent, yet his expression was grave, his grip on the black blade tightening. Come and fight. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan vanished from his position, his fist clenched and thrusting forward. The manifested figure of lightning mirrored his actions, its fist clenched, radiating an incomprehensible might. Hurtling toward Hawkeye Mihawk at astonishing speed. Faced with such a powerful blow, Hawkeye Mihawk, with a cold demeanor, wielded the black blade, its surface dark as ink, entwined with potent sword intent, and swung heavily forward. Clang! In that instant, the massive thunderous fist collided with the supreme blade, unleashing fierce shockwaves, lightning scattering, and sword energy wreaking havoc. With this strike, Hawkeye Mihawk was sent reeling backward. Observing this, Chen Fan seized the opportunity. Bang! With a sonic boom, he vanished from his position once more, closing in rapidly. The colossal figure of the thunder god unleashed a tempest of relentless attacks. For a moment, Hawkeye Mihawk could only continuously swing Yoru, retreating while fending off the onslaught. In midair, the azure figure and dark green shadow clashed repeatedly. Blue lightning rampaged, while the boundless sword energy obliterated everything in the vicinity. Boom! As time ticked away, the fierce battle raged on. Bloodshed unceasing. Drawing upon the immense power of thunder, Chen Fan gradually gained the upper hand. His body bore numerous sword wounds. Yet, Hawkeye Mihawk was faring worse, his upper body charred and drenched in blood. You are strong, but I am stronger. Chen Fan gazed confidently at Hawkeye Mihawk, the thunderous fist brimming with destructive energy, crashing down toward his head. The expression on Hawkeye Mihawk's face remained impassive. He did not respond, but instead fortified his black blade with solid haki and soaring sword intent. Bang bang. In that moment, the colossal thunderous fist collided with the black blade, akin to a dragon in flight, annihilating everything around them. The waves erupting into towering water columns. In the next second, both combatants were sent flying. Chen Fan landing several dozen meters away before he came to a halt. Conversely, Hawkeye Mihawk tumbled through the air multiple times, stabilizing himself nearly 100 meters away. The two stood opposed, the destructive lightning illuminating half the sky, while the powerful sword intent pierced through the clouds, filling the other half of the sky. Instantly, 2 colossal forces clashed fiercely. This battle must come to an end. You shall prepare to obediently become my crew member. 200 million volts of Thunder Dragon. In a flash, Chen Fan's entire being radiated with annihilating lightning, as if bent on obliterating all. With his arms raised high, the sky above darkened, thick clouds gathering at a height of over 100 meters. Within those clouds, thunder rumbled incessantly. Zizizi, a massive thunder dragon, several dozen meters long, was born, its sharp claws and the terrifying lightning surrounding it appearing exceptionally fearsome. The thunder dragon, imbued with the power to destroy everything, surged toward Hawkeye Mihawk. Defeating me is a prerequisite. Unfazed by the horrifying attack approaching him, Hawkeye Mihawk's expression remained steadfast, a testament to why he would later become the world's greatest swordsman. Heavenly Abyss Sword. In an instant, Hawkeye Mihawk gripped his supreme blade tightly. Yoru, as his powerful sword intent soared skyward, his spirit converging to its peak at that moment. With that, he swung Yoru, unleashing a green sword aura that stretched for several dozen meters. Erupting forth, boom, the cataclysmic clash between the thunderous dragon and the exquisite green sword aura erupted in a violent explosion midair, sending tumultuous waves crashing upon the sea's surface as water churned relentlessly. This scene mirrored the previous one, yet this time the enhanced thunder dragon was not cleaved in two by the green sword aura. Instead, It ferociously shredded the several-meter-long green sword aura with its razor-sharp claws. In the next instant, the Thunder Dragon surged towards the formidable Mihawk with astonishing speed. With no avenue for escape, Mihawk's expression finally betrayed a hint of anxiety as he positioned his black blade. Yuru, defensively before him, acutely aware that this battle was lost, the Thunder Dragon was mere moments from colliding with Mihawk. A furious roar erupted from Chen Fan. His body crackled with surging lightning. Reaching a pinnacle of power, with a dramatic upward thrust of his arms, the terrifying Thunder Dragon abruptly altered its course towards the sky. Subsequently, a deafening explosion resonated, dissipating into the vastness of the heavens. Breathing heavily, Chen Fan appeared significantly drained, revealing that even redirecting the Thunder Dragon came at a considerable cost. Observing this spectacle, Mihawk realized with clarity that he had been thoroughly defeated. Aboard the Thunder God, Monet seemed perplexed, turning to Lafitte. Why did Big Brother suddenly redirect the Thunder Dragon? It's quite simple. Our captain's objective is to recruit Mihawk, not to vanquish or injure him. Having already achieved victory, that suffices. Lafitte replied with a smile. Monet responded, her expression shifting to one of understanding. In midair, Mihawk regarded Chen Fan earnestly. I concede that I have previously stated that should I lose, I would accept the terms of your crew. I will honor my word. Following this declaration, Mihawk made his way to the Thunder God, settling onto the deck to recuperate, as this battle had also drained him considerably. Witnessing this, Chen Fan, typically aloof, could not help but smile. With a flash of lightning, he too returned to the Thunder God. Monet, please prepare some food, Chen Fan instructed. Of course, Big Brother, Monet promptly dashed to the cabin. Meanwhile, Lafitte retrieved a medical kit and offered it to Mihawk. Accepting the gesture without refusal, Mihawk applied some ointment, bandaging his wounds. Simultaneously, Chen Fan treated his own injuries, though he only bound the 2 ghastly sword wounds on his arm, leaving the rest unwrapped. Minutes later, Monet emerged with a plethora of food, mostly consisting of puffed snacks and semi-prepared dishes. Let us dine together, Chen Fan smiled at Mihawk. Since he had already agreed to join the crew, Mihawk did not decline and began to eat as well. Taking a seat to Chen Fan's right, around the table, the 4 of them settled in, indulging in their meal. Chen Fan ate voraciously, the warmth flowing through him akin to refreshing dew after rain. Steadily mending his wounds, before long, his injuries ceased to bleed and began to scab over. Observing this, Mihawk's expression subtly shifted, as it was rare for anything to alter his demeanor. How astonishing, is it not? Our captain possesses a monstrous regenerative ability, Lafitte remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, Mihawk simply responded, astounded for the first time by the remarkable healing prowess of another, pondering whether Chen Fan belonged to some exceptional lineage. Such as the giants. After their meal, the Thunder God sailed onward into the New World, the sea breeze rustling around them. 5 days later, they arrived at the 13th island of the Sybaites archipelago. Characterized by its towering red trees, that a medium-sized pirate ship docked at the shore, proudly displaying the Thunder flag. The quartet set foot on the 13th island, which teemed with pirates, civilians, and Navy personnel, creating an atmosphere of chaos. Chen Fan's primary reason for visiting this island was to gather information about Henry Morgan. He vaguely recalled a bar named Sybaites Shakedown, run by a proprietress who had a favorable relationship with the Pirate King. Rayleigh, however, Chen Fan hoped to avoid an encounter with Rayleigh, as his current strength did not match that of the legendary figure. As they walked through the streets, the group witnessed some slaves confined in iron cages, while others were led like dogs by nobles. This scene starkly illuminated the dark underbelly of the One Piece world. Lafitte and Mihawk remained unfazed, accustomed to such sights, and aware that their power could not effectuate change. Chen Fan, with an expression of cold indifference, fully comprehended the world's nature. He resolved to grow stronger, for only by becoming the mightiest could he seize control of his destiny and influence the fates of others. Among the 4, only Monet appeared troubled by the sight, yet despite her youth, she understood that such occurrences were prevalent throughout the world. After a brief walk, they arrived at a tavern marked with a sign reading Sybaites Shakedown Bar. Here we are, let us proceed inside, Chen Fan declared, turning to his companions. One questioned his directive, for they recognized his disdain for dissent regarding his orders. Upon entering, they found the tavern filled with tables occupied predominantly by pirates and brigands, indicating that this establishment was far from ordinary. The tavern's proprietress was a woman with a mushroom haircut and bright, expressive eyes. Thunder God Chen Fan, and Hawkeye Mihawk. What an unexpected surprise to see you both in my bar. What brings you here? Sabaody exclaimed, instantly recognizing them, her gaze lingering on Chen Fan for several seconds. She had anticipated him to match the age noted in official records, yet he appeared to be barely 20. Making his accomplishments all the more astonishing, I'm searching for an individual, Chen Fan stated directly, wishing to avoid unnecessary delays. Very well. Follow me to the back, Sabaody replied, leading them away from the main area of the tavern, where discussions of business could be held with privacy. Once in the kitchen, she inquired, whose whereabouts are you seeking? I'm inquiring about the whereabouts and detailed information regarding Rear Admiral Henry Morgan of the Navy headquarters. Chen Fan replied slowly, the whereabouts and details of a Rear Admiral? I do possess such information, but it will cost you 50 million berries, a competent information broker. Sabaody refrained from questioning her customer's intentions for acquiring such intelligence. Upon hearing the price, Chen Fan did not hesitate. He produced a hefty gold ingot and tossed it to Sabaody. Keep the change. I simply wish to receive the information that it appears that Thunder God Chen Fan not only wields tremendous power and terrifying talent, but is also quite generous. Sabaody remarked, accepting the gold with a compliment before retreating to a separate room where she examined the documents. She extracted one specific sheet and returned to the kitchen. Big brother, should we not check on her? We wouldn't want her to escape. Monet expressed concern as Sabaody left the kitchen. There is no need. With the swiftness of lightning, Chen Fan harbored no fear of Xiaqi's potential escape. Moreover, the fact that Xiaqi had successfully managed this tavern for such an extended period indicated her credibility. Just as Chen Fan concluded his remarks, Xiaqi entered the premises. The last sighting of Henry David was a day prior, near the small garden, and now his warship was heading towards the naval headquarters. You should set out now. Intercepting along that route should lead you to them. By the way, here is his photograph and detailed information. Xiaqi briefed Chen Fan on the intelligence regarding Henry David's whereabouts. Very well. Chen Fan took the photograph and the document, initially glancing at the image depicting a stocky middle-aged man wearing a naval cap with a square jaw. Subsequently, he placed the photograph down and began perusing the information. Henry David, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, possessed a third-level observation haki, third-level armament haki, was a formidable martial artist, and a user of the beast-type tiger devil fruit. The document began with an overview of Henry David's abilities and concluded with a chronicle of his life. Let us hope you do not deceive me with false information, for the consequences would be dire. Chen Fan stored the intelligence away and cast a cold, piercing gaze at Xiaqi. I would never dare to do such a thing. I have been conducting business here for a long time, Xiaqi replied with a smile. That is reassuring. With that, Chen Fan turned and departed. Observing their captain stride towards the tavern's exit, Lafitte and the others followed closely behind. The renowned Hawkeye Mihawk had unexpectedly joined the ranks of the Thunder God Chen Fan's pirate crew. Wow. If these two fully realize their potential, this pirate crew is destined to become a formidable force. Xiaqi marveled at the departing figures of the 2.2 days later. Under the blazing sun, the Thunder God ship sailed upon the waves. For the past few days, Chen Fan and his crew had navigated the route between the small garden and the naval headquarters. Additionally, Chen Fan's ability to utilize the natural devil fruit to transform and soar through the skies enabled him to scout the surroundings effectively. His diligence ultimately bore fruit. With a crackle of thunder, Chen Fan materialized aboard the Thunder God ship, directing them southeast. Set sail in that direction, he commanded Lafitte. Understood, Captain. Lafitte promptly took the helm, aware that his captain had likely detected the Vice Admiral's trail. Moments later, the sea breeze howled as seagulls soared above the Thunder God ship. Notably, a colossal warship loomed ahead. Concurrently, the naval soldiers aboard the ship spotted the Thunder God pirate vessel. Upon seeing the emblem emblazoned with a streak of lightning, one soldier immediately recognized it as the Thunder God ship and hurriedly rushed to the deck. At that moment, Henry David sat leisurely, enjoying a meal. Observing his subordinate's anxious demeanor, he chastised, "Soldier, what is the matter? Did I not instruct you to remain calm in the face of adversity? Vice Admiral, I have spotted the Thunder God ship right behind us." Upon hearing this report, Henry David, who had just been reprimanding the soldier for his agitation, sprang to his feet in excitement. "Bring me the telescope," he commanded his adjutant, taking the instrument and peering towards the rear. Upon sighting the pirate ship adorned with the thunderous flag, his expression transformed into one of exhilaration. "It appears fortune is on my side. I have encountered the Thunder God ship here. The smile crept across Henry David's face, brimming with confidence. This confidence, however, did not stem from an overestimation of his ability to defeat Chen Fan. Typically, he would seek assistance, but today his warship was not solely under his command. Go wake Vice Admiral Kuzan and inform him that we have encountered Thunder God Chen Fan. Henry David instructed the sergeant who had just reported. He felt that military glory was beckoning him. Yes, Vice Admiral. The soldier promptly headed towards the cabin to rouse the resting Kuzan in. As the soldier descended, Henry David turned to the helmsman, commanding, "Change course and pursue that pirate ship at full speed." Meanwhile, Chen Fan noted Henry David's aggressive pursuit, feeling somewhat perplexed. Did he possess such confidence in capturing me without awaiting support from other naval officers? Chen Fan initially intended to feign a hurried escape to compel Henry David to chase him. Yet before he could enact this plan, Henry David had already closed in on him. In that moment, Chen Fan could not have anticipated an unforeseen turn of events. Gazing at the rapidly approaching Henry David, he hesitated momentarily before instructing Lafitte to alter their course. Regardless of the circumstances, unless a Marine admiral appeared aboard that warship, Chen Fan was confident that, alongside Hawkeye and Mihawk, they could overpower Henry David. Even with the presence of another vice admiral aboard as time progressed, the naval warship and the pirate vessel drew ever closer, now within 100 meters. On board the warship, Kuzan, who had been resting in his quarters, was abruptly awakened, his expression tinged with irritation. Even the usually easygoing Kuzan was incensed. One could only imagine the extent of their workload amid the chaos unleashed by the onset of the Great Pirate Era. As the number of pirates surged globally, consequently escalating the Navy's responsibilities without a feasible solution at hand, Vice Admiral Kuzan, "We have located Thunder God Chen Fan." The naval soldier, sensing Kuzan's ire, trembled slightly as he reported. The mention of Thunder God Chen Fan, the typically lackadaisical Kuzan stood upright. He recognized the terrifying potential of this man. If left unchecked, a new sovereign might emerge in the New World. He proceeded towards the deck. Upon his arrival, Kuzan beheld the naval warship now merely 100 meters from the pirate vessel. Noticing Kuzan's presence, Chen Fan's expression soured. "It seems my luck has run dry. However, merely a Kuzan shall not deter me from eliminating Henry David." Chen Fan silently rejoiced in having recruited Hawkeye Mihawk, for facing two vice admirals alone would surely compel him to retreat. In an instant, the naval warship and the pirate crew closed the distance. The naval personnel discerned the figure standing behind Chen Fan. Particularly Henry David's countenance darkened. His attention had been fixated on Chen Fan. Neglecting his own crew, based on prior intelligence, Chen Fan's crew had been perceived as mere bystanders until now. However, upon witnessing Hawkeye and Mihawk aboard Chen Fan's pirate ship, Henry David was taken aback. Though Mihawk had yet to claim the title of the world's strongest swordsman, his bounty had already reached 10 billion. Could only fathom the magnitude of his strength. Vice Admiral Kuzan, "Do you believe we should continue the fight?" Henry David inquired of Kuzan, fully aware of the latter's formidable reputation despite his own seniority. "Engage. Send a message for all naval officers of rear admiral rank and above to come to our aid. Given the current situation, even if we wish to retreat, Chen Fan and his crew will not allow it," Kuzan replied, his demeanor no longer relaxed as he regarded the advancing Chen Fan. The two men, Chen Fan and Kuzan, locked eyes, the air crackling with tension as thunder threatened to unleash its fury, while frigid ice seemed poised to erupt. Regrettably for Chen Fan, his true target was not Kuzan. And he understood that engaging Kuzan would not only be a challenge, but would also prevent him from achieving his goal within an acceptable time frame. Should the naval reinforcements arrive, the tide of battle would undoubtedly shift in an instant. "You shall remain here while we engage, and then make your retreat. Mihawk, I ask you to stall Kuzan for 20 minutes. I will swiftly deal with Henry David." Chen Fan addressed Mihawk beside him. Confident that with Mihawk's current prowess, restraining Kuzan would pose no challenge. "Very well," replied the hawk-eyed Mihawk, his gaze sharp as a falcon, directed toward Kuzan. Simultaneously, as thunder crackled, Chen Fan floated midair, surrounded by arcs of blue lightning. He extended a finger, a provocative smirk gracing his face as he taunted Henry David and his comrades. "Isn't it your intention to capture me, with mere clowns such as yourselves? Do you truly believe you can apprehend me?" Upon hearing this derisive remark, fury erupted on the faces of Henry David and the naval soldiers, while Kuzan remained composed. "Advance." Kuzan's calm demeanor belied his intent to engage, though he was uncertain of Chen Fan's motives. He recognized this as an opportunity to either capture or eliminate him. In an instant, icy winds surged forth, and Kuzan elementalized, vanishing from sight. Concurrently, Henry David, witnessing Kuzan's movement, swiftly employed his moonwalk technique to follow suit. In midair, Kuzan, encased in ice, manifested 2 ice spears in his hands and charged toward Chen Fan. Observing this, Chen Fan remained steadfast, his expression serene. As Kuzan approached within 10 meters, a shadowy figure interposed itself. The supreme blade, Knight, clashing with the ice spear, the impact shattered ice into fragments, and Kuzan was not surprised to see Mihawk intervening. Had Mihawk not acted in such circumstances, Kuzan would have found that truly remarkable. As the two engaged, lightning flickered. Chen Fan vanished from his position, his fists enveloped in terrifying thunder, launching directly at Henry David. Stunned, Henry David pondered why Chen Fan was charging at him instead of confronting Mihawk. Armed with his armed haki, he readied himself, but the overwhelming presence brooked no hesitation. Henry David's fingers transformed into claws, enveloped in the 3rd stage of armed haki, and he lunged forward. In an instant, their fists and claws collided, unleashing a tempest of thunder, forcing Henry David back 2 steps. That moment, Kuzan discerned Chen Fan's intent. He aimed to eliminate Henry David. Focus on battling me. Do not be distracted. A surge of sword intent erupted, enveloping the ebony blade Knight as Mihawk wielded it with rapid precision, unleashing a flurry of strikes toward Kuzan. Realizing the situation, Kuzan, initially considering aiding his ally, found himself compelled to defend. His form encased in ice once more, brandishing the frozen spear to withstand Mihawk's relentless onslaught. He understood well that Mihawk would not allow him to pass easily. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to swiftly eliminate this formidable opponent. Otherwise, Henry David might not withstand Chen Fan's assault. Without hesitation, a chill emanated from Kuzan, lowering the surrounding temperature as his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. In a matter of moments, the tide of battle shifted, momentarily suppressing Mihawk. Meanwhile, Chen Fan recognized that the outcome of this conflict hinged upon who could dispatch their adversary more swiftly. Thunder God mode. In an instant, Chen Fan unleashed a cataclysmic surge of destructive lightning, filling the sky with a brilliant blue hue, rendering the scene particularly fearsome. Crackling thunder reverberated, leaving Henry David momentarily stunned. He questioned whether he truly knew this individual. Why did he approach with such a vendetta? As if eager to exact a gruesome revenge, the terrifying storm of lightning raged above, ultimately converging into Chen Fan's form, revealing a towering figure of the Thunder God, whose massive physique radiated an intimidating aura. At that moment, the naval soldiers below were rendered speechless, having never witnessed such a supernatural spectacle. What in the world is this? Is this truly human? What manner of colossal lightning giant is this? Could Vice Admiral Henry David possibly contend with such a being? The soldiers felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from the Thunder God. Should we pursue? One naval sergeant inquired, pointing toward the Thunder God's ship, which had begun to change course. Vice Admiral David, shall we give chase? Henry David, poised to engage, halted at the call. Is it necessary for me to say it? Every pirate must be apprehended, he bellowed to the troops below. Full speed ahead in pursuit of the Thunder God. Upon his command, the naval vessels churned their oars, propelling forward at remarkable speed toward the Thunder God's ship. That I dare anyone to try, Chen Fan declared, pointing upward as a lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, crashed down before the naval fleet. Instantly, the sea erupted in an explosion, sending a towering column of water skyward. The scene incited fury among the naval soldiers as they glared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you seek your own demise. Henry David's expression was ablaze with rage, his formidable power surging forth. If you dare to pursue, I shall first eliminate all of you. Trust me, should I desire to eradicate you. Neither you, Vice Admiral Henry David, nor Vice Admiral Kuzan could stop me. Chen Fan smiled at Henry David, who, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, knew that Chen Fan spoke the truth, much to his chagrin. He understood all too well the terrifying speed and lightning-infused power Chen Fan possessed. If he intended to slay the soldiers aboard the naval vessels, he would be unable to intervene as the commanding officer of the ship. Should the crew perish, he would bear the responsibility, yet he could not allow himself to be outmaneuvered by Chen Fan. Just as Henry David grappled with his indecision, Kuzan interjected, cease pursuit. Hearing Kuzan's command, Henry David reluctantly acquiesced. Stay in position, halt the chase. Understood, The soldiers below promptly ceased the advancement of their ships that I in midair, Chen Fan declared. Now, I can focus entirely on dealing with you. His thunderous fists, enveloped in the third stage of armed haki, surged with speed toward Henry David. Do not underestimate me. I have sailed these seas long before you were even born. Beast form, Henry David, brimming with pride, transformed. His hands morphed into vicious claws, his form expanding to over 3 meters in height, his strength increasing by more than 50%, adopting a half-human, half-tiger appearance. With a resounding thud, he vanished from sight. His razor-sharp claws, imbued with armed haki, lunging forward. Boom! In that fleeting moment, their fists and claws met, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of thunder and ferocity, creating ripples in the air. Faced with the terrifying form of the Thunder God, Henry David did not retreat. He stood firm, absorbing the impact. One could only imagine the immense power bestowed by the Zoan-type devil fruit. In an instant, the two clashed violently. A brutal melee ensued, blood splattering across the ocean, as thunder roared in the air. Meanwhile, on the other front, Mihawk and Kuzan engaged in a fierce exchange. The two were momentarily at a stalemate, Kuzan's frigid ice seemingly capable of freezing all, yet every attack was deftly countered by Mihawk's precise strikes. Although the battle appeared to lean slightly in Kuzan's favor, the outcome remained uncertain. However, he was also acutely aware that this confrontation was a race against time, a contest to see who could vanquish their opponent first. With a swift motion of his right hand, Kuzan unleashed a torrent of ice spears that surged towards Mihawk. The Hawkeye, like a tempest, faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Mihawk remained undaunted, brandishing his supreme blade. The black sword Yuru, its obsidian blade sliced through the frigid projectiles, shards of ice cascading into the sea, solidifying the water into blocks of ice. Observing the ineffectiveness of his assault, Kuzan was not taken aback. He immediately transformed into his elemental form, vanishing from sight. Seizing the moment while Mihawk was preoccupied with deflecting the ice spears, a spear of ice materialized in Kuzan's right hand, thrusting towards Mihawk's back with remarkable swiftness. Yet, bolstered by his mastery of observation haki at the third stage, Mihawk instinctively retreated a step to evade the icy jab. He swiftly pivoted, his razor-sharp Yuru imbued with formidable power and soaring sword intent, aiming to strike Kuzan directly. Recognizing the potency of Mihawk's haki, Kuzan felt a flicker of uncertainty regarding this adversary, prompting him to once again dissolve into his elemental form to evade the impending blow. Nevertheless, in the next heartbeat, Mihawk surged forward, unleashing a relentless assault on Kuzan. Without hesitation, Kuzan enveloped his fist in ice in the third stage of armament haki, opting for a direct confrontation. Clang! The resounding clash of ice against the supreme blade echoed as countless shards of ice shattered and fell into the sea. Creating a frosty spectacle, waves of sword energy radiated outward, causing the ocean to erupt in bursts of spray. The two warriors engaged in a brutal exchange, each strike intent on annihilation, with no quarter given. Meanwhile, the Thunder God's ship, having sailed over 1,000 meters, came to a halt. Monet turned to gaze at the skies, where flashes of lightning and ice danced ominously. A pang of guilt washed over her. "Raffet, do you think I'm utterly useless? I can never seem to assist my big brother," she lamented. "Not at all. Your talent is remarkable, and your effort is commendable. With diligent training, you'll undoubtedly be able to lend a hand," Raffet replied, a smile gracing his pale face. Monet clenched her fists, resolved to train harder in the future, refusing to remain a distant observer during battles. In the air, the terrifying Thunder God had thoroughly subdued the ferocious tiger. Henry David, bloodied and battered, could hardly comprehend why this young opponent was so formidable. Whether in terms of fruit abilities, dual haki, or martial prowess, he had reached the level of an elite vice-admiral. The strength he prided himself on was utterly ineffective against this foe, making him feel as though he was battling a multifaceted warrior. Chen Fan observed Henry David, whose body was riddled with wounds and oozing blood, his expression brimming with exhilaration and ferocity. You remember Vice Admiral Budek? Chen Fan's tone was laced with indifference, his fists of the Thunder God relentlessly pounding away. Upon hearing that long-forgotten name, Henry David recalled it instantly, struggling to withstand the Thunder God's furious onslaught. "What is your connection to that traitor? He was my master. I am here today specifically to eliminate you," Chen Fan replied with a smirk. the devastating thunder erupting once more as a colossal bolt struck with blinding speed against Henry David's chest. Panic-stricken and unable to defend himself, Henry David was sent tumbling several meters, rolling through the air before finally halting. So, it is the worthless apprentice. No wonder you seem intent on dismembering me. Your wife and daughter have indeed made me feel quite comfortable, he spat, wiping the blood from his lips. In a desperate ploy to provoke Chen Fan into a fit of rage. He underestimated both his own capabilities and the true extent of Chen Fan's strength. If your aim was to incite my wrath, congratulations, you've succeeded. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise, and no one will be able to stop it. Chen Fan's veins bulged as the body of the thunder god expanded to an imposing 20 meters, his power surging to its utmost limits, his heart racing. 200 million volts, Thunder Dragon. In an instant, the colossal form of the thunder god raised its arms skyward. Dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, as arcs of blue lightning wreaked havoc above. Then, a massive, azure lightning dragon, measuring over 10 meters, emerged, descending upon Henry David with terrifying force. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, Henry David instantly regretted provoking Chen Fan. However, it was too late for remorse. Damn you, do you really think a mere child like you can kill me? When I ruled these seas, you were still figuring out your purpose. Ah, Henry David roared, his body swelling as his blood surged, claws swiping forward, generating a slashing force that formed the silhouette of a giant tiger. Charging upward, the clash was cataclysmic. The thunderous dragon collided with the golden tiger, obliterating everything in their vicinity, the sound of explosions ringing in the air. The sea erupted, waves crashing outward in chaotic torrents. The dragon's forelimbs pierced through the golden tiger's form, racing towards Henry David with relentless speed. How is this possible? How can this little brat defeat me? Fear gripped Henry David as he realized he could not escape. He could only envelop himself in armament haki, crossing his arms defensively. In that moment, the sound of an explosion erupted, lightning surged, and dust filled the air. Amidst the smoke, a battered Henry David plummeted from the sky like a falling stone. The officers, witnessing this spectacle, rushed to retrieve him aboard their warship. At that moment, Henry David's breath was faint. He had broken over 20 bones, his exterior charred and blackened. Even raising his hand caused him excruciating pain, rendering him utterly weakened. The naval soldiers stared in astonishment, unable to fathom Chen Fan's overwhelming strength, having defeated their vice admiral in less than 20 minutes. Their gazes soon shifted to Chen Fan, whose body, though marred with wounds, emanated an aura of impending doom, akin to a divine punishment. Meanwhile, Kuzan had also noticed Henry David's defeat. Observing Mihawk, though scarred, still capable of battle, he wore a grave expression, with a surge of ice power. Kuzan launched a punch forward, seeking to break free from Mihawk's grasp and return to aid his ally. Yet Mihawk would not allow such an opportunity. He blocked Kuzan's icy fist with Yoru and, in the next heartbeat, swung his blade once more to attack. In that moment, Kuzan found himself ensnared once again, forced to retreat while fending off Mihawk's relentless strikes. However, Chen Fan had already vanished from sight. Lightning cascading upon the naval fleet, the soldiers gazed upon this lightning figure with trepidation, paralyzed by fear, none daring to engage. Chen Fan's expression was devoid of emotion as his cold, piercing eyes fell upon Henry David. Step by step, he advanced towards him. The colonel who had just saved Henry David wore a face of sheer terror, yet he gripped his sword tightly, recalling his duty as a Navy officer. This seemingly youthful colonel, with a face still bearing the innocence of youth, was resolute as he faced the advancing Chen Fan. Stop right there, pirate. I, Harry Flynn, as a naval colonel, cannot allow you to harm my superior. We, the Navy, stand for justice. With a fierce roar, as if to bolster his own confidence, Harry Flynn charged at Chen Fan, wielding a long knife. The absurdity of justice was palpable. Chen Fan was indifferent to notions of youthful bravado or admiration. The destructive thunder enveloped his fist, and he struck forward with a tremendous blow. Blood erupted forth as Harry Flynn's head was obliterated, his body collapsing as a headless corpse onto the ground. Blood still gushing from the severed neck. Those who stand in my way shall perish, Chen Fan proclaimed, advancing step by step towards Henry David. The naval soldiers were gripped by terror, trembling in fear, and none dared to intervene. They were all shaken by Chen Fan's recent display of power. Most feared death, fully aware that rushing forward would be tantamount to a death sentence, especially after witnessing the fate of the young naval colonel. At that moment, Henry David, witnessing Chen Fan's relentless approach, shouted frantically, "Come on, you must assist me. I cannot withstand this any longer. I am your vice admiral. If you do not act now, do you wish to face a military tribunal?" His voice was hoarse and desperate. Yet, the soldiers could only gaze at Chen Fan, who, despite his battered appearance and evident exhaustion, radiated an overwhelming aura of destructive thunder, suggesting he was far from defeated. In their hesitation, no one dared to charge forward. As Chen Fan drew near, fear and dread filled Henry David's eyes. Regret consumed him. He lamented not having slain Budek when he had the chance. He longed to retaliate, but the severity of his injuries rendered him incapable of even standing. Soon, Chen Fan stood before Henry David. "You were fortunate to be able to die so easily," he said with a chilling smile that, to Henry David, resembled the grin of a deviled eye. In the next instant, Chen Fan's terrifying thunderous fist descended upon Henry David's head. No. Henry David let out a cry of defiance. Simultaneously, Kuzan rushed over, and upon witnessing the scene, he quickly conjured an icy spear in his right hand and hurled it forward in an attempt to stop Chen Fan. But such an attack was futile against Chen Fan. Without even glancing back, he effortlessly caught the icy spear in his left hand, which was enveloped in thunder. With a sickening sound, Henry David's skull was crushed, his body falling silent, utterly lifeless. In his final moments, he was engulfed by an unending terror and regret. If given another chance, he would surely find a way to eliminate Budek. He had never anticipated that Budek, once imprisoned and Impel Down, would train a disciple who would come seeking vengeance. "Master, I have avenged you. Fear not, for there is still another to come," Chen Fan declared as he shattered the icy spear, his gaze fixed ahead, recalling the figure of magma, his fist clenching involuntarily. In midair, Kuzan, witnessing the obliterated Henry David, was filled with rage. Though he was typically laid back, Chen Fan had crossed a line by killing a vice admiral of the Navy right before him. Observing the furious Kuzan, Chen Fan, surrounded by flickering lightning, floated in the air and taunted, "What's the matter? Do you wish to continue fighting, Vice Admiral Kuzan? Do you truly believe you can best us both? Even if you think you can you protect them?" As he spoke, he gathered blue, destructive thunder in his right hand, poised to unleash it at any moment. Kuzan, consumed by anger, looked at the thunderous Chen Fan and then at the still formidable Mihawk. Despite his injuries, rationality struck him. Engaging in a 1 versus 2 battle was unwise. Moreover, the primary concern was the lives of the Navy personnel aboard the ship. If Chen Fan chose to attack, Kuzan knew he could not prevent it with Mihawk by his side. However, he also pondered the implications of allowing Chen Fan to escape. Despite the odds against him, he resolved to stall until reinforcements arrived, hoping at the very least to ensure one of them would remain behind. As Kuzan hesitated, Chen Fan's voice broke through. "What's this, Vice Admiral Kuzan? Are you stalling for time? I will not indulge your whims. Mihawk, hold him off. I shall now present Vice Admiral Kuzan with a spectacle of slaughter." With that, Chen Fan turned his cold gaze towards the naval soldiers aboard the ship, the blue orb of lightning in his hand ready to be cast down. The soldiers, witnessing this scene and recalling Chen Fan's terrifying prowess, were filled with dread. Even the strongest among them, a rear admiral, hesitated to charge forward, fully aware that he could only withstand a few blows before succumbing. "What a disgrace," Kuzan muttered, his usual calm demeanor disrupted by the sight of his men's cowardice. He lamented how the soldiers under Henry David's command had been so poorly led. "Fall back. We are retreating," Kuzan acquiesced. He could not sacrifice the lives of an entire ship's crew merely to capture Chen Fan and Mihawk. "Indeed, we hope for another chance. Until next time," Chen Fan replied with a smile, moving to stand beside Mihawk. Kuzan, seething with anger, suppressed his fury, knowing he had lost thoroughly this time. He could not sacrifice everything as Sakazuki might, including the lives of his comrades, for the sake of capturing a pirate. Afterward, Kuzan elementalized and ascended to the ship, casting a warning to Chen Fan. "Leave, but remember not to pursue. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do." Chen Fan threatened Kuzan before summoning Mihawk to depart. He understood that naval reinforcements were imminent, and with Henry David dead, remaining was futile for defeating Kuzan. Chen Fan lacked the confidence in his current strength. Watching the dissipating thunder and the retreating dark figure, Kuzan clenched his fists, his heart brimming with rage. "What shall we do next, Vice Admiral Kuzan?" inquired a slender aide, stepping forward after Chen Fan and Mihawk had departed. Kuzan, Recognizing the aide as the only one capable of withstanding a few of Chen Fan's blows yet too frightened to act, felt a mix of understanding and frustration, he dismissed the aide's concerns and returned to the cabin, leaving the remaining naval soldiers on deck in disarray, alongside the headless corpse of Henry David. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Mihawk had returned to the Raijin ship. Upon seeing Chen Fan covered in blood, Monet rushed over to embrace him. "I'm sorry, big brother. I was unable to assist at ITS all right. Just strive a bit harder next time, and you will surely be of help," Chen Fan consoled her. A rare moment of tenderness, he then addressed Lafitte. "The naval reinforcements are on their way. Set sail at full speed." "Understood, Captain," Lafitte acknowledged, swiftly maneuvering the Raijin towards the open sea. Chen Fan and Mihawk tended to their wounds, with Mihawk bandaging himself and applying salves from his medical kit, while Chen Fan casually wrapped a bandage around his injuries before retrieving a substantial amount of food from the cabin to eat. Almost instantly, a weak warmth surged through him, akin to the refreshing rain after a drought, gradually healing his wounds. Before long, scabs began to form over his injuries, and he knew it would not be long before he fully recovered. The three aboard the ship had witnessed Chen Fan's monstrous healing ability more than once, so they were no longer as astonished as before. However, Chen Fan couldn't help but contemplate as he observed Mihawk resting nearby. Despite possessing the extraordinary ability to heal wounds through the infusion of green heat by consuming food, I am acutely aware that the others aboard the vessel lack such a capability. Should they sustain grave injuries, mere bandaging and the application of ointments may prove insufficient for recovery. Furthermore, if I were to find myself severely injured and rendered unconscious, my companions would remain oblivious to my unique restorative ability, thus leaving me reliant solely on my own recuperative powers. Contemplating this, I, Chen Fan, felt it imperative to seek out a ship's doctor. 10 minutes later, a gentle sea breeze caressed the air, and sunlight danced upon the surface of the ocean. Behind the warship commanded by Henry David, a larger vessel hastened towards us. Upon the deck of this imposing ship stood a robust man with purple hair, Admiral Zephyr, though he now served as the chief instructor at the Naval Academy. He still retained his rank of admiral. Upon observing the lifeless body aboard the warship, along with the somber expressions of the naval soldiers and the placid sea, an ominous premonition washed over him. He realized that he might have arrived too late. Unable to wait for the ship to dock, Zephyr utilized moonwalk to traverse directly to the other vessel. What transpired? Where is the Thunder God? Chen Fan. How did Admiral David meet his demise? Wasn't that little rascal Kuzan aboard as well? Even if they teamed up, they failed to defeat Chen Fan. And where is that lad Kuzan now? A barrage of questions filled Zephyr's mind as his authoritative gaze swept over the assembled crew. A nervous lieutenant stepped forward to respond. "Admiral Zephyr, Admiral David was slain by Chen Fan. As for Admiral Kuzan, he was detained by Hawkeye Mihawk and could not rescue Admiral David. Chen Fan departed 10 minutes ago, upon hearing that Chen Fan had single-handedly dispatched Admiral Henry David in such a brief span." Zephyr's expression grew grave. He calculated that it had taken him approximately 30 minutes to arrive after receiving the call from the snail. Thus, if Chen Fan had left just 10 minutes prior, it meant he had vanquished Admiral David in a mere 20 minutes. The astonishing speed of Chen Fan's growth left Zephyr astounded. He had previously instructed Sakazuki and the others, believing their talents to be monstrous. Yet, Chen Fan surpassed them all. If Sakazuki and his peers were monsters, then Chen Fan was a monster among monsters. Such a prodigious talent emerging as a pirate posed an undeniable threat to the Navy. Hearing Zephyr's voice, Kuzan, who had been resting in the cabin, emerged. Chen Fan had indeed grown to such an extent that he could kill Henry David in 20 minutes. Zephyr turned to Kuzan, who had just arrived. "Is it true?" "Yes, Admiral Zephyr," Kuzan replied. "Though I did not engage with Chen Fan, he certainly killed Admiral David within 20 minutes. Even I might not be his match at present." The realization that even Kuzan doubted his ability to confront Chen Fan plunged Zephyr into deep contemplation. He understood that if Chen Fan continued to grow unchecked, the seas would gain yet another sovereign as the sun dipped below the horizon. Darkness began to envelop the sky. The two warships returned to Marine headquarters. Marineford. The soldiers patrolling the coastline could only gaze in reverence as Admiral Zephyr and Admiral Kuzan disembarked, saluting respectfully. However, Zephyr bore an expression of urgency as he hastened towards the marshal's office. With Kuzan trailing closely behind, in no time, they arrived at the marshal's office. Zephyr pushed the door open. He found the room filled with personnel. Admiral Sengoku sat behind the desk, while Garp and Sengoku lounged on a nearby sofa, one indulging in a donut and the other in rice crackers. Rear Admiral Tsuru occupied another sofa, with Sakazuki and Borsellino seated nearby. These were the pillars of the Navy, gathered to discuss strategies for capturing Chen Fan. After hearing Kazan's report earlier that afternoon, Admiral Sengoku's mood had soured, for he realized that Chen Fan was nearing a phase of complete maturity. Such a situation could not be tolerated. The new world was already in turmoil, and the emergence of another formidable pirate would only exacerbate the chaos. Upon receiving Kazan's report, Sengoku had demoted all the officers aboard Admiral David's ship, deeming their cowardice unacceptable. He called for Zephyr and the others to convene and strategize on how to apprehend Chen Fan. If Chen Fan were aware of the commotion the Navy was causing in their pursuit of him, one could only imagine his thoughts on the matter. Now that everyone is present, let us share our thoughts. Should we issue the highest level of bounty on Chen Fan? Sengoku proposed, looking around the room. At this moment, Sakazuki stood up. Chen Fan's talent is alarming. If we allow him to continue to grow, the consequences could be dire. I recommend we place him under the highest level of bounty, with an admiral leading the charge to capture him. Just then, a female voice interjected, I do not support this notion. The death of Pirate King Roger has plunged the new world into chaos. Whitebeard and Red Count, two sovereigns of the sea, are watching closely, and the recent territorial aggressions from Kaido and Charlotte Linlin reveal their ambitions. At this moment, we must station several admiral-level forces in the new world. We cannot spare any to pursue Chen Fan. Moreover, if we do send admirals to chase him, what if he evades capture for an extended period? Hearing Rear Admiral Tsuru's reasoning, Sengoku found merit in her argument. Nevertheless, he also recognized that failing to deploy an admiral would make capturing Chen Fan exceedingly difficult, allowing him to grow into an even greater threat. What say the rest of you? Sengoku inquired of the others. I concur with Tsuru's assessment. Garp chimed in, munching on his donut, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the situation. With exasperation, Sengoku regarded Garp, wishing he could dismiss him altogether. Tsuru is right. We currently cannot afford to send an admiral solely to capture Chen Fan, as the uncertainties are too great. I propose that Borsellino lead a small team comprising 2 marine commanders to apprehend Chen Fan, while the remaining forces stand by for support. Should the team locate Chen Fan, they will request backup, with the 2 commanders engaging Hawkeye Mihawk while Borsellino handles Chen Fan. Borsellino is the only one among us who can match Chen Fan's lightning speed. He is the most suitable choice to confront him. Sengoku's suggestion alleviated the tension on Sengoku's face, as he looked upon him with gratitude, realizing that choosing him as a future candidate for Marine Marshal was indeed a wise decision. Very well, Sengoku's plan is sound. Borsellino will lead the effort to capture Chen Fando. Any of you have further objections? Sengoku addressed the assembly. Sakazuki's expression darkened. He still harbored hopes that the Marine headquarters would dispatch an admiral to confront Chen Fan. However, he felt his voice carried little weight compared to Garp and Tsuru, so he refrained from expressing his inner thoughts, allowing his demeanor to grow increasingly somber. Meanwhile, Borsellino wore a rather displeased expression. He had merely been counting down the minutes until his shift ended when he was suddenly assigned a significant responsibility. Borsellino, do you have any objections? Sengoku's authoritative gaze fell upon him, reluctantly facing the marshal's command. Borsellino realized he had no choice but to comply. Understood, Marshal, that I have no objections. Borsellino leered with a sly grin. Very well, let us proceed with the strategy of the warring states. Borsellino will lead the team to capture Chen Fan. By the way, increase Chen Fan's bounty to 1.4 billion, and Hawkeye Mihawk's bounty to 1.2 billion, that the traitorous Navy officer Lafitte will have a bounty of 500 million, and that natural-type Snowfruit user will have a bounty of 100 million. Steelbone Kong observed as the final plan was solidified, with the bounties for Chen Fan and his 3 companions aboard their ship all elevated. At that moment, Chen Fan, aboard the Thunder God, remained blissfully unaware that the Navy had dispatched a force led by Borsellino, comprised of 2 rear admirals from the Navy headquarters, to hunt him down. He continued his training as usual, carrying a massive stone on his back. However, after merely a few push-ups, he stood up and hoisted the over 4-meter-tall stone above his head, then hurled it towards the horizon. The colossal stone soared hundreds of meters away, crashing down with a resounding boom, sending waves crashing around it. At this point, even this several-ton weight could no longer satisfy Chen Fan's training needs for acquiring a larger stone. He found it inconvenient. He resolved to procure a gravity bracelet instead. He then addressed Lafitte and the others. While we passed that small island earlier, wait for me here. I will make a trip to Judicial Island to retrieve the record pointer. Chen Fan decided to venture to Judicial Island alone to seize a gravity bracelet, initially contemplating taking everyone from the Thunder God with him. However, upon reflection, he deemed it more practical to go with fewer people for such a mission, as his speed would render most unable to pursue him. Understood, Captain. Lafitte had never questioned Chen Fan's decisions and handed over the record pointer. Hawkeye Mihawk replied coldly, swinging his supreme blade. The black blade you. Monet, somewhat reluctant, inquired, Big brother, why are you going to Judicial Island? Take me with you. You focus on training, and I will be back shortly. Naturally, Chen Fan could not take Monet along. It would be more plausible to bring Hawkeye Mihawk instead, as Monet was still too young and weak to be of assistance. After receiving the record pointer, just as Chen Fan was preparing to depart, he suddenly reconsidered. Judicial Island was too close to Navy headquarters. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, it would be safer with an additional person. Mihawk, you will accompany me, Chen Fan stated. Very well, Mihawk replied without hesitation, ceasing his training to in an instant. Chen Fan, radiating with thunder, vanished from the spot, followed closely by Mihawk as they soared into the sky. Monet wished to say something, but before she could utter a word, Chen Fan and Mihawk had already departed. She could only pout in irritation, transforming her anger into strength, and resumed her training in the 6 forms of the Navy. 5 days later, under the blazing sun, on a medium-sized island, Chen Fan had just acquired the record pointer leading to Judicial Island from a black market on the island, given the speed of both himself and Hawkeye Mihawk. They had spent 5 days lost at sea, which was why Chen Fan's first task upon setting sail was to find a navigator. Afterward, Chen Fan did not set off immediately, but took the time to rest. After all, with the ability to elementalize and soar through the skies, he did not require physical stamina. However, Mihawk was different. His techniques in the air consumed energy and could not be sustained for long. Nonetheless, Chen Fan did not regret inviting Mihawk along. Although even Luffy had managed to storm Judicial Island with his strength, he possessed the protagonist's haloed in the event of any unforeseen incidents during Chen Fan's visit. Having an elite rear admiral by his side would increase their chances of survival. Most importantly, Chen Fan intended not only to acquire a gravity bracelet but also to raid the treasures within Judicial Island, such as the Devil Fruit and the Supreme Blade. After resting, Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk set off towards Judicial Island. The following day, as sunlight danced upon the ocean's surface, Chen Fan and Mihawk stood proudly in midair, gazing at the largest island before them, adorned with numerous buildings. The island was characterized by a circular center flanked by 2 smaller islets. This was the infamous Judicial Island, also known as the island that never sleeps. At that moment, guards patrolling on wolf-like hounds on the front island noticed the 2 figures, but before they could discern their identities, the figures had already appeared on the island. Lightning cascaded down to the earth as 2 silhouettes emerged from the blue thunder. Upon recognizing the intruders, the patrolling guards were instantly struck with shock. Thunder God Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk. This is bad. Quickly report to Commander Spandam that Thunder God Chen Fan is attacking Judicial Island. The captain of the guard shouted, but before he could relay the message, Chen Fan, enveloped in crackling lightning, pointed upwards, and a bolt of lightning descended at an incredible speed. The guard captain could not withstand it, and before he could even scream for help, he was engulfed by the lightning, reduced to ashes, along with the hound beneath him. The remaining guards stood frozen, their eyes filled with terror at the sight. Cover me here. I will go in and retrieve some items, Chen Fan instructed Hawkeye Mihawk beside him, determined not to waste time. In an instant, a massive sphere of lightning appeared in his right hand, which he hurled forward towards a group of over a dozen guards. Help! Help! Enemy attack! Thunder God Chen Fan is assaulting Judicial Island. The guards screamed in panic, fully aware of Chen Fan's terrifying power, and they dared not resist, fleeing for their lives. Yet, their speed could not match that of the lightning. In mere moments, the lightning sphere engulfed the group of guards accompanied by the sounds of anguished cries. Among the group of guards, only the one at the forefront managed to escape. The rest lay charred and lifeless on the ground. Witnessing this, Hawkeye Mihawk said nothing. He had long ventured into the seas and understood that mercy towards enemies was cruelty towards oneself. Meanwhile, the cacophony of destruction and the guards' desperate cries alerted other guards on the front island. They immediately sounded the alarm, notifying the central island of the enemy's ambush. Chen Fan paid no heed to this, his lightning flashing as he appeared before a fleeing guard. Where is the treasury of Judicial Island? Speak, and you shall live. Remain silent, and you shall die. Chen Fan seized the guard by his clothing, lifting him off the ground, his cold gaze piercing into him. The guard trembled in fear at the sight of the thunderous figure before him, his body quaking uncontrollably. Where is the location storing the berries and treasures of Judicial Island? Direct me, or you shall perish. Chen Fan's voice was laced with chilling indifference. Sensing the overwhelming intent to kill, the guard dared not resist. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he hurriedly replied. It's behind the high tower on the central island. I'll guide you there. Please don't kill me. After hearing this, Chen Fan, his body crackling with lightning, vanished from the spot, and the alarm bells of Judicial Island rang out. On the other side, at the central island, Spandam, who had been resting in his office, emerged at a leisurely pace upon hearing of the enemy attack, thinking it was merely a foolish pirate. However, upon catching sight of the thunderous figure, a name that had recently gained notoriety flashed through his mind: Thunder God Chen Fan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Spandam hurriedly rushed back to his office, dialing the din mushy. Meanwhile, in the office of the fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong was preparing to take a break after finishing his tasks when he heard the urgent ringing of the din mushy on his desk. Without hesitation, he answered it. Steelbone Kong, this is Spandam. Thunder God Chen Fan is currently attacking Judicial Island, accompanied by Hawkeye Mihawk, requesting reinforcements. Spandam spoke in a frantic rush. What? Upon hearing these words, Steelbone Kong's face contorted with fury. He had not anticipated that Chen Fan would be so nonchalant, repeatedly provoking the limits of their navy. You must do your utmost to stall them. I shall promptly send reinforcements, Steelbone Kong declared as he set aside the communication device. Subsequently dialing another phone at his desk to in the office, Borisolino, reclining lazily, was roused by the ringing of the communicator in his grasp. He yawned before answering. Borisolino, you are currently at the naval headquarters, correct? Expedite your journey to Judicial Island at once. The Thunder God Chen Fan is presently assaulting it alongside Hawkeye Mihawk. You must delay them. I will dispatch Kuzan to assist. Admiral Zifa has just completed his mission, and I will inform him not to return to the naval headquarters, but to proceed directly to Judicial Island. You need only hold them for half an hour, Steelbone Kong urged anxiously. Understood. Borisolino had not anticipated that he would be sought out by Chen Fan so soon. With a flash of light, he vanished from the spot, illuminating the sky. Simultaneously, Chen Fan had arrived at the central island, effortlessly dispatching any guards who dared to impede his progress. With thunder crackling around him, he shook his head, realizing why in the future Luffy could storm Judicial Island. This place, known as the Navy's court, was not significantly inferior to Impel Down or the naval headquarters. At that moment, Spandam cowered in his office, shrinking back in fear at the sight of the figure enveloped in lightning. Too terrified to even attempt to intervene, he had heard of Chen Fan's fearsome reputation. This was the man who had recently slain a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. 3 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived before a warehouse, which was secured by a formidable lock and guarded by 2 sentinels. Not inclined to waste time, Chen Fan pointed his right hand forward, and in an instant, 2 robust bolts of lightning surged toward the guards at breakneck speed. With expressions of terror and dread, the guards attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Their screams echoed as they were reduced to ashes. Witnessing this scene, the guard standing beside Chen Fan was paralyzed with fear, so much so that he lost control of himself. The treasury lies ahead. You promised you would spare me, did you not? The emaciated guard stammered. Allow me to impart a lesson. Do not trust the words of your enemies, Chen Fan replied coldly, unleashing a rapid bolt of lightning that obliterated the guard's head before he could finish his sentence. Without hesitation, Chen Fan unleashed a powerful punch against the treasury door. With a resounding crash, the iron door was shattered by his blow. Lightning flashed as Chen Fan disappeared into the treasury, where he was greeted by numerous wooden crates, a 5-tiered shelf, and a weapon rack. He began to open the crates, discovering them filled with berries and gold. But he merely shook his head. It was not that Chen Fan lacked interest. Rather, he could not carry such a burden without considerable inconvenience, especially given the proximity to the naval headquarters. Not wanting to squander time, he bypassed the crates and approached the 5-tiered shelf, which held various treasures, devil fruits, and renowned swords. After a cursory glance, he collected 7 valuable devil fruits. Then, He assessed the swords. None held significant value, with the finest being merely a 21 sword. Without further contemplation, he took 332 swords along with the large sword. Lastly, he approached the weapon rack, examining the firearms and ammunition with little enthusiasm. In the second row, he finally discovered a box containing gravity wristbands, marked with weights of 3 tons, 5 tons, 8 tons, 10 tons, and even up to 20 tons. After some consideration, he decided to take 2 sets of the 10-ton and 20-ton bands, leaving the rest behind. Observing his surroundings, he confirmed there was nothing of further value, and with his bag now full, he did not hesitate to vanish from the spot, though he yearned to wreak havoc upon Judicial Island. Chen Fan understood that lingering would only heighten the danger. "Let us depart," he said to in no time. He reached the shoreline. Meanwhile, Spandam, trembling in his office, dared not intervene, wishing fervently for the 2 formidable figures to leave swiftly. As for the orders to delay the Navy's reinforcements, his own life took precedence. Seeing Chen Fan laden with spoils, Mihawk realized that Chen Fan's purpose for visiting Judicial Island was to plunder its resources. The two prepared to depart, and as lightning crackled around them, Mihawk utilized his ability to momentarily soar through the air. However, just as they ascended a few hundred meters, a beam of light shot toward Chen Fan at incredible speed. Thanks to his formidable observation haki, he effortlessly evaded the attack. Moments later, a radiant figure materialized before them. Borsalino. Chen Fan's demeanor turned grave. He had not expected the Navy's reinforcements to arrive so swiftly. "Truly formidable, Thunder God Chen Fan," Borsalino remarked with a smirk, noticing the smug expression on Borsalino's face. Chen Fan mused that some individuals were simply born to be insufferable. Do you really believe you can impede us alone? "Let us go," he declared. Seeing that only Borsalino had come to confront them, in an instant, the two vanished from sight, but mere moments later, the luminescent figure reappeared before them. "Are you two gentlemen simply going to leave without acknowledging my presence?" Borsalino taunted with a grin. Chen Fan understood that he might not outrun Borsalino, especially with Hawkeye at his side. If this man was determined to pursue them, evasion would be impossible. Mihawk, place the package on the rocks below. "Let us entertain this Rear Admiral for a while," Chen Fan said with an impassive expression, aware of Borsalino's intentions to delay them while awaiting reinforcements. Without hesitation, Mihawk recognized the urgency of the situation and complied. Placing the package on the rocks, "Let us confront him together and swiftly resolve this matter." Chen Fan was acutely aware of Borsalino's strength. He knew his chances of victory alone were slim. Only by joining forces with Mihawk could they hope to defeat Borsalino in a timely manner. Thunder God mode. Chen Fan's body shimmered with destructive lightning, illuminating the sky with vibrant blue bolts. Soon, a towering figure of lightning emerged, standing over 10 meters tall, exuding an aura of terror. Mihawk, too, drew his supreme sword, the Black Blade Yuru, unleashing an overwhelming sword intent that seemed poised to cleave through the very fabric of reality. Both Chen Fan and Mihawk understood that remaining in this location for too long would only escalate the peril they faced. "How terrifying. You two have chosen to engage from the outset," Borsalino remarked, his previously lewd demeanor now replaced by a serious expression that he recognized the gravity of facing such formidable opponents. Light God mode. In the next instant, he was enveloped in luminous particles, casting a radiant glow across the sky. A torrent of power surged around him, paralleling Chen Fan's Thunder God mode, albeit with Borsalino shrouded in light, while Chen Fan manifested as a colossal lightning titan. Kill, the massive fist of the lightning giant, imbued with tremendous power, hurtled toward Borsalino with blinding speed, a sky-splitting cloud sword. Above the hands of Borsalino, a sword of light materialized, which he promptly grasped and swung forward. In the next instant, a resounding clash echoed as the thunder fist collided with the sword of light, sending ripples of force radiating outward. Simultaneously, the attack from Mihawk descended, the exceedingly sharp black blade, Yuru, aimed directly at Borsalino's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Borsalino unleashed a tremendous surge of power, forcibly repelling Chen Fan, and then raised the Amatsukami sword to deflect the Yuru. The sound of clashing weapons reverberated, and the two combatants continued to wield their arms with fervor, engaging in a fierce exchange. On the other side, Chen Fan resumed his assault, throwing punches with relentless vigor. In that fleeting moment, Borsalino found himself at a disadvantage. Despite his superior strength over both foes, the odds of facing two opponents simultaneously, coupled with his inherent weaknesses in hand-to-hand combat, became glaringly evident. Polysolino understood that he could not persist in this manner, or he risked defeat. Channeling his elemental powers, he transformed into a flash of light, evading the dual onslaught and attempting to create distance. However, in the next heartbeat, a colossal thunder fist surged towards him. Witnessing this formidable strike, Polysolino's expression turned grave as he raised the Amatsukumi's sword in defense, absorbing the impact of the punch that sent him hurtling backward several meters. He had momentarily forgotten that one of his adversaries possessed speed that matched his own. His face darkened with realization. It was exceedingly difficult to create space between them. Polysolino, who had always toyed with his opponents due to his speed, found himself at a loss without that advantage. Yet, neither Chen Fan nor Mihawk would grant him the luxury of contemplation. Their intentions were clear: to unleash their full might and incapacitate Polysolino in the shortest time possible. Ensuring he could not hinder their plans, thunder raged, and sword energy cleaved through the clouds as their combined onslaught bore down upon Polysolino. In that instant, he glimmered with radiant light, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand their relentless assault. Even the formidable Polysolino, under such concentrated attack, began to accumulate wounds, droplets of blood staining the earth below. This scene left Spandane, who observed through a telescope, utterly astonished. He had initially believed that the appearance of Vice Admiral Polysolino would spell doom for these two, considering the Vice Admiral's potential to ascend as the next admiral. Yet now, Spandane beheld Polysolino being overwhelmed and marred by injuries, and he felt a surge of relief for not venturing forth to meet his demise. Meanwhile, the battle in the skies raged on. Thunder cloaked half of the expanse above the sea, while the other half shimmered with brilliant light. Despite his weaknesses in physical combat, Polysolino continued to forcefully parry the attacks of his two opponents. This resilience was precisely why he would later be regarded as one of the three admirals of the Navy. Chen Fan and Mihawk grew increasingly impatient as they discerned a figure encased in ice emerging several hundred meters away. "Give it up, Thunder God Chen Fan, Mihawk. You shall not escape today," Polysolino taunted, his expression one of defiance. Though his body bore numerous wounds, none were grave, and he retained approximately 90% of his combat effectiveness. This exemplified the terrifying nature of Polysolino. If Mihawk embodied the caliber of an elite vice admiral, and Chen Fan was slightly stronger, then Polysolino approached the threshold of admiral-level strength, which elucidated his ability to contend against two foes without faltering for an extended period. "Do you think we will yield?" Chen Fan scoffed, as the terrifying thunder erupted anew. The two once more charged at Polysolino, with a spear of destructive lightning materializing in Chen Fan's right hand. While the razor-sharp Supreme Blade, Yuru, sliced through the air with astonishing speed in that instant, confronted with their combined assault, Polysolino's demeanor shifted to one of solemn determination. He firmly gripped the Amatsukumi's sword and swung it forward. Attempting to block their fierce onslaught, the clang of weapons resonated as Polysolino was forced to retreat under their overwhelming pressure. Seizing the opportunity, the colossal left fist of the Thunder Giant barreled toward Polysolino. With no time to evade, Polysolino sought to elementalize and escape, but it was already too late. His right arm was enveloped in the third stage of Haki. With a resounding thud, Polysolino plummeted downward as Chen Fan and Mihawk capitalized on the moment to continue their assault. Yet, an immense ice bird, wielding the power to freeze all it touched, charged towards them. Realizing the imminent danger, Chen Fan and Mihawk hastily diverged to either side as the nearly 10-meter-tall ice bird soared past, vanishing into the horizon. Boom! Accompanied by an explosive sound, it shattered into countless shards of ice that rained down upon the sea, freezing patches of water in its wake. At this moment, Polysolino regained his footing. Chen Fan, witnessing that their full-on assault had failed to severely injure Polysolino, recognized the predicament they now faced. At that moment, Kuzan, encased in ice, appeared beside Polysolino. "Look for an opportunity to escape. If possible, take that package with you. If not, it cannot be helped," Chen Fan whispered to Mihawk at his side. "You won't be leaving," Kuzan declared coldly, his demeanor devoid of warmth. Though he often exhibited a laid-back attitude, the previous defeat at Chen Fan's hands had ignited a desire for retribution. Just as Kuzan prepared to confront Chen Fan, a hand reached out to halt him. "Go after Mihawk. I will handle Thunder God Chen Fan. You cannot keep pace with him. Prevent his escape." Polysolino's face, tinged with irritation, betrayed the anger that had built up from being subjected to such relentless pressure. Understood, Kuzan did not object, fully aware that his speed fell short of Chen Fan's. This was precisely why Sengoku and Steelbone Akainu had opted for Polysolino as the chosen one to apprehend Chen Fan. Rather than themselves. In the next moment, a flash of light enveloped Polysolino, who vanished from his position, wielding the Amatsukami sword as he surged towards Chen Fan with astonishing swiftness, with a grave expression. Chen Fan recognized that there was no evading this confrontation. The terrifying thunder erupted once more as the massive fist of the thunder giant advanced forward. Rumble. In an instant, the two combatants collided with a thunderous fury. Brilliance radiating in all directions. The air was thick with the scent of blood as they engaged in a fierce melee, trading blows with relentless ferocity. Though Borsalino bore some injuries, he still matched Chen Fan stroke for stroke. Meanwhile, Kuzan, cloaked in a chilling frost, summoned two icy spears that he hurled towards the formidable Mihawk. The legendary Black Blade, Yoru, clashed incessantly with the icy projectiles, shards of ice scattering with each impact. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the ice reformed as both warriors unleashed their full might without reservation. While Kuzan held a slight advantage over Mihawk at present, determining a victor was far from straightforward. In the distance, Spandane watched with exhilaration. Initially dismayed at the loss of the treasure, fearing reprimand or even demotion as the head of Judicial Island, he now reveled in the presence of Kuzan and Borsalino, confident that these two would not let Chen Fan and his companion escape. Spandane chuckled with satisfaction, entirely forgetting his earlier cowardice. In midair, the battle raged on, three forces of nature erupting above, generating explosive sounds that reverberated through the tumultuous sea below. Mihawk's overwhelming sword intent seemed poised to pierce the heavens. For the moment, the four warriors engaged in fierce combat could not discern a victor. However, the longer the stalemate persisted, the more grim expressions appeared on Chen Fan and Mihawk's faces. They understood that despite the current equilibrium, their chances of survival in a life-or-death struggle were merely 40%. Unfortunately, they were unaware of the greater peril looming on the horizon. Admiral Zifo was en route. Panting heavily, Chen Fan felt the weight of fatigue from the intense battle. Beside him, Borsalino was in a similar state, gasping for breath and marked by multiple wounds. To stall Chen Fan, Borsalino had no choice but to engage him in close combat, a style that was not his forte, especially in light of his recent injuries. Thus, the once slightly superior Borsalino now found himself at a disadvantage against Chen Fan. Conversely, after a prolonged confrontation and taking into account Mihawk's earlier exertions, Kuzan, with his formidable strength, began to gain the upper hand. Chen Fan's expression darkened as he realized the precariousness of their situation. He noted that while Borsalino and Kuzan were fighting with all their might, they did not appear to be intent on a deadly struggle. Rather, they seemed to be biding their time, perhaps waiting for reinforcements. It was not difficult for Chen Fan to deduce that these two were anticipating the arrival of a powerful ally. Likely an admiral, faced with both Borsalino and Kuzan, each possessing only a 40% chance of victory. The situation would become dire should another admiral join the fray. Break through, split up, Chen Fan shouted to Mihawk, who recognized the urgency and immediately took off to the left. Without hesitation, Chen Fan darted to the right, his mind already formulating a plan. Borsalino and Kuzan exchanged glances, resolute in their pursuit of the fleeing adversaries. Determined not to allow Chen Fan and Mihawk to escape so easily, radiance enveloped them as Chen Fan barely managed to evade, only to find a glowing figure relentlessly pursuing him. Clearly, Borsalino's speed matched his own, making it impossible to shake him off. In the expanse above, a golden and a blue streak sliced through the sky, one pursuing and the other fleeing. Jadamir, Borsalino exclaimed, his body aglow as he concentrated the light into his right hand, forming a mirror of luminescence. In the next moment, a beam shot forth from this mirror, tracing a Z-shaped trajectory that ultimately intersected Chen Fan's path. In an instant, Borsalino vanished from his previous position, using the light to swiftly close the gap, blocking Chen Fan's advance. Have you ever been kicked by light? Borsalino taunted, his right leg gathering radiance as he launched a rapid kick towards Chen Fan. Oh, and have you been struck by thunder? Chen Fan retorted, his expression stoic as he summoned the destructive power of lightning to his fist and thrust it forward, with a resounding boom. The violent clash of thunder and blinding light erupted like a dragon's roar, sending shockwaves through the air. Both Chen Fan and Borsalino were propelled backwards several meters. However, Chen Fan had no desire to linger. With a flicker of lightning, he began to elementalize and retreat towards the horizon. Yet, Borsalino was not about to let him escape so easily, continuously assaulting him with radiant strikes. Chen Fan could only fight back as he retreated, his movements slowing, aware that it would not be long before the Navy reinforcements caught up. Thunder God Chen Fan, you won't escape this time. You might as well give up and come quietly. Your strength is too formidable. I don't wish to engage you, Borsalino said with a mocking grin. His foot charged with light as he aimed a powerful strike at Chen Fan's head. Why don't you just let me go? Chen Fan countered, drawing upon the terrifying power of lightning in his right leg and swinging it forward. With a thunderous impact, their feet collided, unleashing a dazzling display of light and sparks of thunder. This won't do. Your talent and power are too frightening. If I let you escape, I would have a hard time explaining to the Admiral. Borsalino maintained his insufferable demeanor. Chen Fan could only roll his eyes at Borsalino's antics. For all his bravado, he was just as ruthless. Tired of engaging in meaningless banter, Chen Fan surged forth, his body crackling with lightning as he made his escape. Watching this unfold, Borsalino was perplexed. After all, Chen Fan could not possibly evade him. At this pace, their reinforcements would be upon them in no time. What could Chen Fan's goal be? Meanwhile, on the other side, Mihawk had been caught up by Kuzan. As he faced the icy figure blocking his path, he realized there was no further escape. Moreover, fleeing was not in his nature. Gripping the legendary blade Yuru, Mihawk's sword intent soared to its zenith. Sensing the razor-sharp aura emanating from Mihawk, Kuzan dared not underestimate him. The chilling frost around him erupted, lowering the temperature in the vicinity. Ice blade. Kuzan exhaled a breath of icy air, which rapidly transformed into a blade of ice. Grasping the ice blade firmly, he transformed, moving with blinding speed towards Mihawk. With a calm demeanor, Mihawk tightened his grip on Yuru, its dark surface gleaming ominously. Imbued with immense power as he advanced to meet Kuzan's attack, with a resounding clash, the icy blade met the sharp edge of Yuru, the sound of steel ringing out as shockwaves spread through the air. The two warriors, known for their taciturnity, engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, fragments of ice cascading into the sea, coalescing into small icebergs. Waves of sword energy scattered across the ocean, causing tumultuous surges. Both combatants unleashed their full power, leaving nothing in reserve, as seconds turned into minutes. The air was thick with the scent of battle, each strike echoing with the sound of flesh meeting flesh. As drops of blood mingled with the sea point, two heavy breaths echoed in the air, revealing Kuzan's chest marred by a gruesome sword wound, while the formidable Mihawk appeared increasingly disheveled, his body riddled with scars. Portions of his arms and legs were encased in ice, rendering them immobile, and even with his immense strength, he found it impossible to break free in such a short span of time. Though it seemed their clash was evenly matched, it was evident that if the battle continued, Mihawk would ultimately succumb to the encroaching frost. The likelihood of Kuzan emerging victorious loomed large, with a grave expression. Mihawk recognized this reality, pondering how to navigate the predicament he found himself in. Yet, Kuzan was not inclined to grant him the luxury of contemplation. Whoosh! In an instant, Kuzan vanished from sight, and as the icy wind swirled, two frozen spears materialized in his hands. Armed with these glacial weapons, he surged toward Mihawk with astonishing speed. With no time for hesitation, Mihawk gripped his supreme greatsword tightly, enveloping it in the third stage of his armament Haki, and charged forward to meet him. Clang! In a heartbeat, shards of ice scattered as the two resumed their fierce confrontation, the sound of explosions resonating through the sky. Their velocity was so extraordinary that any ordinary observer would only catch fleeting silhouettes colliding in rapid succession. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was desperately fleeing into the distance, his body marked by numerous fine wounds that it was inevitable. Both he and his pursuer were evenly matched in strength, with one on the offensive and the other retreating. The outcome was all too clear at this moment. Borsalino remained perplexed about Chen Fan's intentions. However, he was unperturbed, relentlessly pursuing him, for Zifa and the others were nearing their destination, drawn by the lifeline paper. How frightening! Thunder God Chen Fan, such youthful power. Yet today, it seems likely you shall remain here. A sly grin crept across Borsalino's lips as he extended his hands forward. In an instant, two beams of laser light, imbued with tremendous force, shot toward Chen Fan. With no intention of facing them head-on, Chen Fan utilized his elemental transformation and, relying on his formidable observation haki, evaded the two attacks. Boom! The next moment, the beams collided in the sky, resulting in a violent explosion that sent plumes of smoke billowing. Observing Borsalino's mocking expression, Chen Fan's countenance darkened, thinking to himself how much he longed to teach this scoundrel a lesson. If not for the fear of naval reinforcements arriving, he would have relished the opportunity to engage in a proper battle and leave his mark on Borsalino. Just as Borsalino prepared to strike again, Chen Fan abruptly ceased his retreat and charged downward. Upon spotting the 79 islands formed by the trunks of red trees, Borsalino's expression shifted to one of alarm, as he surmised Chen Fan's strategy, using the lives of innocent civilians as leverage against him. At that moment, a smile graced Chen Fan's lips. After fleeing for so long, he had finally arrived. He headed directly toward the nearest island. Borsalino, hot on his heels, radiated light as he wielded the sword of heaven, launching a rapid assault toward Chen Fan. With an expression devoid of emotion, Chen Fan gathered the power of thunder in his fist and turned to unleash a powerful blow forward. Boom! In an instant, the two forces clashed like dragons, resulting in an explosive sound that sent them both staggering backward a few meters. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan, crackling with lightning, surged toward the densely populated island below. On Island 73, ordinary citizens, pirates, merchants, and nobles alike were alerted by the earlier explosion, glancing skyward to witness a figure of thunder and a radiant one fleeing while the other pursued. Who are those two? Flying through the sky, and one is enveloped in lightning. The one behind seems to be Rear Admiral Borsalino. As for the one being chased, I have no idea. You don't know? That's the recently renowned thunder god. Chen Fan. It said he is the only one to ever shatter the myth of Impel Down, that I've heard of him too. At barely 20 years old, he possesses the strength to defeat an admiral. Such talent is truly terrifying. The crowd below buzzed with speculation about the identities of the two combatants. Meanwhile, Chen Fan approached within 100 meters of the island. Endless thunder punishment, but a blue lightning coalesced around him. Chen Fan raised his hands skyward. Instantly, dark clouds gathered overhead, with bolts of lightning flickering within. The next moment, thick, arm-like strands of lightning descended from the heavens, bearing unimaginable force, aimed at the people on the island. Seeing the impending doom, the citizens, nobles, and pirates on the island were paralyzed with fear, scrambling to escape in a frenzy on the other side. Borsalino's expression darkened as he witnessed the unfolding scene. He never anticipated that Chen Fan would resort to such measures. Without hesitation, he transformed into his elemental form, appearing several meters above the island. Laser beams. Borsalino shone brightly as he thrust his hands forward. In an instant, beams of light shot forth, hurtling towards the destructive thunder. Boom! The clash between thunder and light erupted in a cacophony of explosions, sending ripples through the air, shrouding the skies in smoke, and altering the very colors of the world. Countless smaller bolts of lightning rained down, causing buildings on the streets to collapse into ruins. Some unfortunate citizens were caught in the devastation, either buried beneath rubble or struck by stray bolts. In that moment, cries of despair filled the air. Help! Someone save me! I don't want to die. Who will rescue me? I'll give them all my money. Panic and pleas echoed as Borsalino's face grew increasingly grim, while he could counter Chen Fan's attacks. The sheer force of their clash posed a threat far beyond the capacity of ordinary people to withstand. Now, shall I call Kuzan and have him release Mihawk, allowing you to vanish from my sight? Or shall I offer the lives of everyone on this island as your funeral companions? Chen Fan's lips curled into a smile, bolts of lightning swirling around him, as his right hand birthed a massive orb of thunder, poised to strike. Caught in a moment of hesitation, Borsalino realized that if he failed to capture Chen Fan now, the next opportunity would be even more elusive. Moreover, given this individual's alarming talent, it was likely his power would only continue to grow. In an instant, even Borsalino found himself at a loss for a plan. After a brief moment of contemplation, he retrieved the den mushy from his pocket and made a call in the Admiral's office. Upon seeing the red den mushy, the Admiral promptly answered. Admiral, Chen Fan is currently on Sabati Archipelago, threatening me with the lives of the ordinary citizens on this island to let him and Mihawk go. If not, he intends to take all of them down with him. Borsalino quickly relayed the situation. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that such a young man would resort to such ruthless tactics. using an entire island's populace as leverage. How about it? What are you contemplating? If you don't make a decision soon, the lives of the citizens on this island will be lost, Chen Fan said with a smile, fully aware that the longer he delayed, the more perilous his situation became. In the Admiral's office, after several seconds of deliberation, Steelbone Kong concluded that sacrificing the lives of a single island's inhabitants to eliminate Chen Fan was a worthwhile transaction. After all, should Chen Fan grow in power, the threat he posed to the Navy would far exceed that of one mere island. With that thought in mind, Steelbone Kong issued orders to Borsalino. Do not concern yourself with the lives of the ordinary citizens on this island. You must detain Chen Fan and prevent his escape. Zifa is nearly there. Upon hearing this, Borsalino's expression darkened, as he had not anticipated that Steelbone Kong would choose this course of action. However, after much hesitation, he ultimately decided to comply with the command. Understood. Once he hung up the phone, Borsalino's entire being radiated with brilliance, and the Amatsukume sword materialized in his right hand. Chen Fan observed this scene with a grim demeanor. Having already guessed the outcome, he was taken aback by the ruthlessness of the Navy. What justice does your world government uphold? It's truly laughable. You are but the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. He scoffed, no need for more words. You will remain here today. Borsalino, for once, spoke in a normal tone, indicating his inner dissent regarding Admiral Steelbone Kong's decision. Very well, let the ordinary citizens on these islands be my companions in death. Accompanied by a thunderous aura, Chen Fan's body vanished in an instant, intent on dragging the common folk of the island into his demise, although he was aware that his plan was likely doomed to failure. He felt compelled to test whether the Navy was truly bluffing. Just as Chen Fan plunged downwards, Borsalino, aglow with light, pursued him closely. As they approached the island's surface, their expressions shifted simultaneously. Chen Fan's was one of exhilaration, while Borsalino's was fraught with concern. They both beheld a man, clad in a bubble helmet and white garments, huddled in the corner of a building. Such attire could only belong to a celestial dragon from the world of pirates. Rosward Saint had been strutting down the street with 2 guards when he encountered the fierce battle between Borsalino and Chen Fan. The shockwaves from their clash reduced his guards to ashes, leaving him momentarily stunned and unsure of what to do within the confines of the building. Without hesitation, Chen Fan thought himself fortunate and immediately surged towards the celestial dragon with utmost speed. At that moment, Borsalino was unable to catch up. He had intended to create distance to hinder Chen Fan's advance, but now it was impossible to pursue effectively. Just as Chen Fan closed in on Rosward Saint, a profound sense of deathly threat surged from behind him. Without a moment's pause, Chen Fan spun around to face it, a black fist imbued with the 4th stage of armament Haki hurtling toward him with destructive force. The assailant was none other than Zephyr, who had just arrived, and, upon seeing Chen Fan's intent to seize the celestial dragon, unleashed his full might. The overwhelming power instilled in Chen Fan a visceral fear of death. Instinctively, he knew he could not withstand the blow. It was crucial to remember that Zephyr had yet to lose an arm and was not the frail figure of his later years. He still possessed the combat prowess of an admiral. The might of Zephyr's punch was, therefore, formidable. With his expression darkening and nerves taut, Chen Fan attempted to elementalize away, but at such close range, it seemed he would not make it in time. Am I to perish? He thought. No. I have yet to claim my throne in this world. I have not reached the pinnacle. I cannot die like this. Confronted by the specter of death, a potent force within Chen Fan surged forth, breaking through barriers and erupting into existence. A wave of energy akin to a mental assault radiated outward, creating a powerful aura that caused the surrounding common folk to faint instantly. Simultaneously, Zephyr's punch, poised to strike, faltered for a fraction of a second. In that fleeting moment, Chen Fan fully elementalized, lightning crackling as he vanished from sight, awakening the conqueror's Haki in his final moments. Boom! The black fist, imbued with dreadful power, crashed into the earth. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, countless fragments flying, dust swirling, and a deep crater forming that spanned several meters. The magnitude of Zephyr's punch was thus revealed. Had Chen Fan taken the blow, he would not have survived unscathed. Meanwhile, having awakened his conqueror's Haki just in time to evade the strike, Chen Fan found himself beside Rosward Saint, now 100 meters away. In the face of the latter's evident fear, Chen Fan seized him by the neck, lifting him effortlessly, his gaze cold and unfeeling. However, he did not exert excessive force. He merely intended to restrain Rosward Saint. preventing any escape. Should this man perish by accident, Chen Fan would lose his bargaining chip. But on the other side, Zephyr and Borsalino watched this scene with grim expressions, astonished. Particularly, Zephyr was taken aback by the unexpected awakening of this young man's conqueror's haki. Caught off guard, he had been momentarily stunned. What surprised him most was the strength of this newly awakened ability. It was evident that it was remarkably potent, as even in his unprepared state, it had managed to daunt him for that brief interval. Release me, you wretched slave, you insect. I am of noble lineage, a descendant of the illustrious creators. If you release me now, I may yet spare your life and allow you to serve me as a slave. Rosward Saint struggled desperately against Chen Fan's grip, but his strength was utterly insufficient. What a worthless creature! Chen Fan regarded Rosward Saint with an icy glare. Merely the intensity of his gaze instilled fear within the celestial dragon. You two, one an admiral and the other a vice admiral. Is it? Hurry and save me. I am a celestial dragon. Rosward Saint pleaded urgently to Zephyr and Borsalino. Chen Fan, release the celestial dragon, Zephyr commanded. His authoritative gaze fixed upon Chen Fan, his formidable presence bearing down on him. Yet, for Chen Fan, it was of no consequence. Admiral Zephyr, what jest is this? This is my only means of survival. How could I possibly let go? Chen Fan smiled at the two men. Release me, you lowly ant. I am a revered celestial dragon. Rosward Saint continued to prattle on, to the point where Chen Fan grew irritated and tightened his grip around the celestial dragon's neck. In an instant, Rosward Saint found himself breathless, his complexion turning ashen as he struggled futilely. Witnessing this, Zephyr and Borsalino, their expressions darkened, called for a halt. Wait, what must we do for you to release the celestial dragon? Zephyr clenched his fists, casting a reluctant glance at Chen Fan, but he understood that the initiative now lay in Chen Fan's hands. At that moment, both Zephyr and Borsalino harbored a desire to eliminate the celestial dragon. They had been on the cusp of success, only for this man to appear and reverse the situation. It's simple. Release me, and also contact Kuzan immediately to free my crew member, Mihawk, or else prepare to collect his corpse. Chen Fan stated with a smile, easing his grip. Huff. Rosward Saint gasped for air, having nearly succumbed to asphyxiation moments ago. Zephyr and Borsalino exchanged hesitant glances, unwilling to forego this opportunity. Is there still a need for deliberation? You must act swiftly, lest I inadvertently apply more pressure. Chen Fan chuckled, eyeing Borsalino and Zephyr before turning to Rosward Saint. It seems that those two do not wish for you to survive. Shall I send you on your way? Are you two Navy officers mad? I am a noble celestial dragon. If anything were to happen to me, you would all be doomed. Rosward Saint, now having learned caution, refrained from shouting at Chen Fan, but was still audacious towards the Navy. Such insults. Both Zephyr and Borsalino wore grim expressions, yet as Navy officers, their duty to protect the celestial dragons left them with little recourse. Borsalino, call Admiral Kong and explain the situation. Zephyr forcibly restrained his fury and spoke, with some reluctance. Borsalino had no choice but to once again retrieve the miniature transponder snail from his pocket. Hurry up, my patience is limited, he said. Chen Fan wore a smile as he observed the two at that moment. Zephyr wished he could rush over and eliminate Chen Fan directly. However, seeing the celestial dragon tightly grasped in his hand, he could only suppress his wrath. In the marshal's office, Steelbone Kong was anxiously awaiting. Upon seeing the transponder snail ring, he assumed it was good news and immediately answered. Once connected, Borsalino's voice resonated from the other end. Marshal, an unexpected situation has arisen. A celestial dragon has appeared here, and Chen Fan has captured him, threatening us. If we do not release him along with Mihawk, that celestial dragon will face dire consequences. What did you say? A celestial dragon has been captured. Steelbone Kong was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Yes, Kong Marshal, what should we do now? Borsalino's tone was unusually serious, a stark contrast to his typical demeanor. Steelbone Kong fell into contemplation, his fists clenched tightly. He was unwilling to let such a prime opportunity slip away from Chen Fan. Yet, if the celestial dragon were to perish under Chen Fan's grasp, he would find it impossible to explain himself to the five elders. Caught in indecision, Steelbone Kong ultimately felt compelled to make a quick decision. On the other side, Chen Fan urged, hurry up. Have you reached a conclusion? Otherwise, this fellow will perish right here. He shot a fierce glare at St. Rosward. His cold, piercing gaze was akin to that of a ferocious tiger, causing Ward to cower in fear. What are you Navy thinking? The world government is supposed to protect us celestial dragons. You worthless fools, what are you hesitating for? Agree to his demands and save me. Upon hearing such insults, the expressions of Zephyr and Borisellino darkened considerably. And far away in the marshal's office, Steelbone Kong also caught wind of the words through the transponder snail. Sighing, Steelbone Kong ultimately made his decision. He could not afford to let a celestial dragon die due to the Navy's inaction. Release Mihawk and Chen Fan, and save the celestial dragon. As he uttered this command, his face was filled with reluctance, his fists tightly clenched. Understood. Borisellino initially intended to say more, but decided against it, responding simply with, understood. Did you hear that? Marshal Kong has issued the order. As long as you ensure the celestial dragon's safety, we will let you and Mihawk go, Zephyr said, his fists clenched tightly, appearing as though he longed to strike, but could only force himself to endure, gazing at Chen Fan. How amusing. Just a moment ago, when I threatened you with the lives of innocent civilians, you hesitated not at all, yet now, faced with a single celestial dragon, you choose to let me go. Truly, the world government is the epitome of justice, Chen Fan mocked. Enough. How we, the world government, conduct ourselves is not for a pirate like you to dictate. Zephyr felt a twinge of shame within. Borisellino felt similarly. He contacted Kuzan, instructing him to release Mihawk. Zephyr addressed Borisellino. You know there are no alternatives. Borisellino dialed the miniature transponder snail once again. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Kuzan and Mihawk was nearing its conclusion. Mihawk was covered in wounds, blood continuously flowing from his body. Huff, huff, he gasped for breath, his hands trembling as they gripped the black sword Yoru. Yet his gaze remained sharp. Kuzan, although also injured with several severe sword wounds, was in a significantly better state than Mihawk. As the battle progressed, Kuzan maintained the upper hand. It would not be long before Mihawk succumbed. The two faced each other midair, both aware that defeat was a distinct possibility. However, given Mihawk's character, surrender was not an option. He firmly grasped Yoru, his sword intent soaring skyward, prepared to continue fighting. Kuzan, too, was enshrouded in a chilling aura, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Just then, the transponder snail nestled in Kuzan's arms began to ring. After a moment's thought, he decided to answer, knowing it was a black transponder snail, indicating an urgent matter. I am in the process of capturing Mihawk. What is it? Kuzan answered, his gaze fixed on Mihawk. Release Mihawk. Chen Fan has captured a celestial dragon and is threatening us to let them go. This is the marshal's order. Borisellino's lecherous voice came through from the other end. Upon hearing this, Kuzan was momentarily stunned. Mihawk seized the opportunity, poised to attack, when suddenly, his own transponder snail rang as well. Realizing that few knew his transponder snail number, Mihawk paused and answered the call. I have captured a celestial dragon, threatening the Navy to let us go. Depart immediately. Kuzan will not dare pursue you. If he does, call me right away. Understood. Hearing his captain's words, Mihawk acknowledged, glancing at Kuzan, who, after answering the call, had indeed ceased his offensive intentions. Mihawk then turned to leave. While he would never concede defeat, it did not mean he sought death. Kuzan watched this unfold, feeling a mix of unwillingness and helplessness, unable to defy Marshal Kong's orders. Minutes later, on the other side, Zephyr gazed at the now arrogant Chen Fan, unable to contain himself any longer. Now can we proceed? Mihawk has safely departed. You can release the celestial dragon, can't you? Indeed, let me go. Ward, firmly grasped by Chen Fan, urgently shouted before Chen Fan could respond. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall snap your neck. Chen Fan glared menacingly at Ward. Confronted with such a devilish gaze, Ward promptly fell silent. Though arrogant, he was not foolish. He valued his life. I can release him, but you too must leave my sight. Otherwise, if I free this celestial dragon and you pursue me, I shall have no means to escape, Chen Fan said, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the two. Impossible. If we both leave, we cannot guarantee the celestial dragon's safety. Should you kill him, we would be powerless to stop you. Zephyr flatly rejected. In that case, Borisellino, you shall depart from my sight. Zephyr, you remain here while I hand over the celestial dragon to you. Otherwise, we shall all perish together. Chen Fan's expression grew stern. He no longer wished to prolong matters, fully aware that wasting time could allow the Navy to encircle him, leaving him with no escape. Very well, Borisellino, you may leave first. Zephyr gritted his teeth as he uttered this. Wishing he could obliterate the celestial dragon with a single punch, a dignified admiral, he felt utterly humiliated to be led around by this small fry. Hearing Zephyr's words, Borsalino could only comply and swiftly departed, his body glowing with golden light. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. After 5 or 6 minutes, once not even a shadow remained. Chen Fan finally relaxed slightly. Now can we proceed? Zephyr looked at Chen Fan, fearing that remaining any longer would provoke him into action. Certainly, Chen Fan replied with a smile, then turned his gaze toward the celestial dragon. At that moment, the celestial dragon, sensing Chen Fan's sinister intentions, began to panic. What are you planning to do? Did you not say you would let me go? Of course I will let you go. Without further ado, Chen Fan hurled the celestial dragon forcefully toward the sea. Whoosh! Subsequently, the thunderbolt surged forth, soaring directly into the heavens. Zifa, taken aback by Chen Fan's unexpected maneuver, had originally planned to wait until Chen Fan returned the celestial dragon before unleashing his full strength in pursuit. Curious to see if he could catch up. However, the current situation was unforeseen by Zifa. He glanced at the celestial dragon, perilously close to plunging into the ocean, before shifting his gaze to the rapidly vanishing silhouette of the thunder. After a moment's hesitation, Zifa chose to rescue the celestial dragon. In an instant, Zifa's blood surged with vigor, and his form vanished from the spot. It was evident that with a short burst of extreme effort, his speed would be astonishing. Just as the celestial dragon was about to fall into the sea, Zifa appeared above the water, grasping the dragon's clothing and pulling him to safety on the shore. You worthless fools, it took you this long to rescue me. I am a celestial dragon. If I sustain any injuries, you shall all face dire consequences, roared St. Roswald, still brimming with indignation after being saved. Zifa, the admiral, wore a displeased expression but chose to remain silent, placing the dragon on a small island. He then made a phone call, instructing someone to come and retrieve him before departing. Zifa had no desire to endure the incessant complaints of this insufferable individual. Meanwhile, Chen Fan dared not linger. Enveloped in thunder, his speed remarkable that he glanced at the burden he carried and was relieved that Borsalino shared his sentiments regarding protecting these items from damage or dispersal during battle. Otherwise, he would have been unable to fight while bearing such a load. After approximately 20 minutes, Chen Fan confirmed that no Navy forces were in pursuit and gradually came to a halt. During his journey, he had already contacted Mihawk, instructing him to wait on a small island previously recorded with their log posts. Now, Chen Fan had arrived at this small isle, situated in the middle of the ocean. Measuring only a few thousand square meters, adorned with dense forests, half of which was a lush green expanse. Without hesitation, Chen Fan descended towards the island. As thunder rumbled down, Mihawk, seated on a stone and resting, sensed the disturbance. Just as he was about to rise, he felt the overwhelming power of the thunder and promptly sat back down. How are you? Chen Fan inquired, observing Mihawk, who was covered in wounds. Realizing he indeed needed to find a ship's doctor. Not bad. Nothing major, Mihawk replied coldly. Despite the numerous wounds adorning his body, none were life-threatening. Upon hearing Mihawk's assurance of no significant injuries, Chen Fan's form flickered with lightning. Vanishing from sight and heading into the forest that a few minutes later, he returned, dragging the carcass of an elephant. Chen Fan then proceeded to start a fire and began preparing roasted meat. Moments later, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. All right, it's ready to eat, Chen Fan called out to Mihawk. Without decline, Mihawk, having fought for so long, felt the pangs of hunger as they both settled down to enjoy the meal. Chen Fan, already ravenous, began devouring the meat voraciously. The instant the food entered his mouth, a subtle warmth radiated throughout his body, akin to the refreshing rain after a drought, continuously healing his injuries and subtly enhancing his physical prowess. Though the improvement was slight, over time it would accumulate to an astounding degree. Half an hour later, Mihawk had consumed only 5 or 6 pounds before feeling full, whereas Chen Fan had devoured the majority of the elephant. It was evident just how immense his appetite was. However, Chen Fan paid no mind to this, as many strong individuals in the pirate world were known for their prodigious appetites on the other side. At the Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office, Sengoku's expression was exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated such a prime opportunity, where both the thunder god Chen Fan and Mihawk could have been captured, would be thwarted by that celestial dragon. Furious, Sengoku felt an urge to curse. Across from him, Zifa and Borsalino shared equally grim visages. Even the typically laid-back Borsalino felt a twinge of regret. After all, he was primarily responsible for this operation, and failure meant greater difficulty in the future. This is truly troublesome, Borsalino mused inwardly, contemplating how he merely wished to clock out for the day, yet this task proved arduous. This Chen Fan possesses a terrifying talent. If he continues to grow, he will undoubtedly become yet another formidable adversary for us in the Navy. Furthermore, this individual is unscrupulous, willing to threaten our lives with the lives of civilians to survive. We can no longer allow his growth to continue. That we must implement the highest level of capture orders against Chen Fan, and Zifa, you will lead this operation. Additionally, raise his bounty to 1.4 billion. After much deliberation, Sengoku ultimately resolved to allocate an admiral specifically to apprehend Chen Fan. He could not bear to witness the potential power Chen Fan would amass in the future. Understood, Zifa acknowledged. Fully aware of Chen Fan's ruthless nature, such a person could not be permitted to flourish. Meanwhile, Borsalino felt a sense of relief at Sengoku's decision. At least this troublesome matter would no longer be his burden. 2 days later, under the blazing sun with the sea breeze blowing, two figures approached the Thunder God ship from the horizon. As thunder crackled, Monet, who was training at the time, recognized that Chen Fan had returned. Big brother, are you hurt? Monet rushed forward to embrace Chen Fan. Rest assured, I am unscathed, Chen Fan replied, shaking off Monet's embrace before unveiling the burden he had brought back. He first glanced at the 7 devil fruits before addressing Lafitte. Choose one of these devil fruits. There are 2 paramecia and 5 zoan types. I recommend this one, the Dordor fruit. How did Chen Fan know the identities of these devil fruits? Naturally, he had taken the opportunity to acquire a devil fruit encyclopedia along the way. Upon discovering that one of the paramecia fruits was the Dordor fruit, he felt a surge of excitement. He thought to himself that his luck was quite favorable, as this particular fruit was likely still unconsumed by its original user from CP9 in this timeline. And he had fortuitously obtained it. Chen Fan had initially intended to gift the Dordor fruit to Mihawk, as it would enhance his strength further. As for whether he would be surpassed, Chen Fan felt no anxiety. After all, at his current age, he was still in a period of rapid growth, combined with the powers of the Thunder Fruit and his gradual physical enhancements, with over 13 hours of training each day. If he couldn't surpass others, he might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. However, when Mihawk learned of the fruit's capabilities, he hesitated for a few seconds before declining Chen Fan's offer. Chen Fan considered this and realized that Mihawk had become the world's greatest swordsman without consuming a devil fruit, suggesting either a disinterest in them or exceptionally high standards. Lafitte examined the devil fruit that resembled a dragon fruit. Holding it in his hands, Chen Fan then proceeded to explain the fruit's effects and potential development paths. The Dordor fruit, you say? Quite intriguing, Lafitte remarked, contemplating the fruit after hearing Chen Fan's suggestions. After a few moments of thought, he decided to consume the Dordor fruit. The first bite was horrendous, tasting akin to excrement, and he nearly retched. Ha! As Monet beheld the scene, she collapsed to the ground in fits of laughter, well aware of the repugnant nature of the devil fruit. Having tasted its bitterness herself, after a considerable interval, Lafayette finally regained his composure. Subsequently, he began experimenting with the powers of the devil fruit he had just consumed, extending his right hand. He reached out toward the air before him, and in an instant, a grand door materialized. However, it vanished after merely a few seconds, as Lafayette, having only just ingested the fruit, could manage no more at this juncture. Gazing at the door that had appeared from thin air and recalling Chen Fan's earlier description, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation regarding the potential strength this fruit might bestow upon him. And what about my dear brother? Monet, observing Lafayette with his newfound devil fruit, pondered whether she too might receive a gift. Hearing Monet's request for something, Chen Fan retrieved a gravity bracelet from his satchel. This is for you, he said, handing the bracelet to Monet. Big brother, what is this? Monet inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the circular gravity bracelet. This is a gravity bracelet. You see the button in the center? Simply pressing it will allow you to experience gravity, while the 2 buttons on the sides adjust the gravitational force. However, you cannot use it just yet. The lightest setting is 10 tons, and it can be adjusted up to 15 tons, Chen Fan explained, regretting that he hadn't brought her a lighter version. All right, Monet replied, though she felt a tinge of disappointment at her current inability to use it, her face still illuminated with joy at receiving a gift. Chen Fan surveyed the boundless sea and the majestic thunder god ship sailing upon it, feeling quite satisfied with his recent enlistment of 3 crew members. Lafayette, as a navigator, already possessed remarkable combat prowess. Although Monet had originally been recruited due to her snow fruit abilities, this little one trained diligently every day, and who knows, in a few years, she might become a formidable ally at AS for Mihawk. There was no need to elaborate. He was destined to be the world's greatest swordsman, his potential indisputable, and his current strength already at the level of an elite vice admiral. He was undoubtedly Chen Fan's most significant support at present. "Captain, where shall we head next?" Lafayette inquired, glancing at Chen Fan, who was gazing out over the sea. Contemplating the question, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. The Navy had sent Admiral Borisellino and Zephyr to capture him. And had it not been for his sudden mastery of Conqueror's Haki in the encounter with that foolish celestial dragon, he would have faced dire consequences. Moreover, having escaped this time, it was certain that the Navy would intensify their pursuit, possibly dispatching admirals directly to apprehend him. If he were to create a stir in the New World with his current elite vice admiral strength, the danger would be too great that it would be wiser to cultivate his strength further. The Navy had not received any news from him for quite some time, which would surely reduce their pursuit intensity. "Let's find a deserted island to train and enhance our abilities," Chen Fan declared to the trio. They offered no objections, fully aware of their own immaturity and the precariousness of their current situation. "Understood, Captain." Lafayette began steering the Thunder God ship in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Zephyr tirelessly searched for Chen Fan's whereabouts in the New World, during which he abandoned all other missions. However, Chen Fan and his Thunder God pirates seemed to have vanished from the ocean, leaving no trace behind. 2 months later, as chaos engulfed the New World, Steelbone Kong found himself compelled to order Zephyr to cease the pursuit of Chen Fan and focus on other notorious pirates instead. A year and a half later, on a nameless small island in the West Sea, the air was thick with unending thunder. A bolt of blue lightning coalesced around a young man with jet black hair and exquisitely chiseled features, seated at the center of the island. As the young man opened his eyes, they glimmered with destructive lightning, radiating an aura of Conqueror's Haki. In that instant, all living creatures on the island experienced an unprecedented sense of oppression, a profound terror that resonated within their very cores. Most of the animals in the forest fainted outright, while the stronger ones knelt, trembling uncontrollably. The destructive lightning flickered across the sky, transforming the island into a realm of thunder, a truly fearsome sight. Amidst the myriad bolts, Chen Fan slowly rose to his feet, the lightning swirling around him, some of it even tinged with purple. In the next moment, an infinite torrent of lightning converged upon him at astonishing speed. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous roar, Chen Fan became enveloped in a mantle of lightning, radiating destruction all around him. At that moment, he floated in midair, feeling as though he had complete mastery over the lightning. Standing proudly in the sky, a vast expanse of dark clouds rumbled above him, while the island below transformed into a tempestuous sea of lightning. With his body aglow with destructive energy, blue pupils shining fiercely, and hair whipping wildly, he resembled a deity of thunder, reigning supreme in the center of it all. After a year and a half, Chen Fan had not only mastered observation and armament Haki to their pinnacle 3rd stage, but had also deepened his understanding of Conqueror's Haki. Most importantly, he had developed the 2nd stage of Thunder God mode. On the shore, Monet and Lafayette, aboard the Thunder God ship, gazed in awe at Chen Fan, who appeared as a thunder deity amidst the tempest. Both momentarily dumbfounded, while Mihawk maintained a semblance of composure. "Big brother, this is utterly terrifying. I feel as if that destructive lightning is entirely under your command," Monet exclaimed in astonishment. "The captain's strength is growing ever more formidable. I truly hope we can soon stir up a storm on this sea." Lafayette smiled, recalling how he had joined the Thunder God pirates, inspired by Chen Fan's vision of changing the world and rebuilding it amid chaos. This was precisely why Lafayette had boarded the ship. Though Mihawk's expression remained unperturbed, he was acutely aware of Chen Fan's current strength and his terrifying talent. Over the past year and a half, they had engaged in countless duels, and without exception, Mihawk had narrowly fallen short against Chen Fan. Now, with this powerful Thunder God mode, a sense of urgency washed over him. He did not wish to be left behind. Above the center of the island, Chen Fan, having completed his experiments with the 2nd stage of Thunder God mode, descended from the sky as the lightning scattered upon the earth. The majestic figure resembling a deity walked forth, causing the island's thunder to gradually dissipate, along with the regal aura that had enveloped it. The animals that remained conscious in the forest sensed the oppressive weight upon them lift, and upon regaining their ability to move, they hastily fled toward the island's edge, not daring to linger for a moment. Upon returning to the island, Chen Fan stood still, his formidable observation haki extending outward. In an instant, he perceived the movements of every creature on the island. Despite its relatively small size, covering several thousand meters, this was the extraordinary range achieved with his third-stage observation haki. Over the past year and a half, Chen Fan had devoted most of his time to mastering the abilities of the Thunder Fruit. In addition to developing the second phase of the Thunder God mode, he also created the Heart Network. Naturally, there was another remarkable feature that Chen Fan had conceived a year prior: the possibility of using thunder to refine the body. Through his relentless experimentation over the course of 2 months, Chen Fan successfully harnessed the power of thunder to enhance his physique, allowing minute traces of thunder to permeate his body, continuously stimulating the vitality of his cells. This thunderous body refinement, combined with the influx of green thermal energy, resulted in a transformative enhancement of Chen Fan's physical capabilities. The most tangible manifestation of this was that, a year and a half ago, Chen Fan had trained with a 10-ton gravity bracelet, which was now insufficient. He now required a 20-ton gravity bracelet for his training. It could be said that, a year and a half ago, Chen Fan's physical prowess was somewhat inferior to Sakazuki due to his age. However, now he was on par, if not surpassing him. It is noteworthy that Chen Fan is only 18 years old, and his physical qualities and strength are still on the rise. Under the dual enhancement of thunderous body refinement and green thermal energy, it is difficult to fathom the level of physical strength Chen Fan will achieve in a few years. Perhaps he may even rival the physical prowess of Kaido of the 100 Beasts. After retracting the Heart Network, Chen Fan clenched his fists, feeling the formidable power coursing through him. A year and a half ago, he had only reached the standard of an elite vice admiral. Now, having pushed his dual haki to the pinnacle of the third phase, alongside the enhancements to his physical abilities and the development of the second phase of the Thunder God mode, Chen Fan could now be considered to have attained the combat prowess of a quasi-admiral. As the thunder dissipated, Monet and the others rushed over from the ship. "Big brother, your strength has increased again." "How impressive," Monet exclaimed, running up to embrace Chen Fan. Looking at the clingy Monet, Chen Fan felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, pondering how this little girl seemed to be growing more attached to him. "Captain, where shall we head next? Shall we continue our training on this island?" Lafitte inquired. Meanwhile, Dracul Mihawk turned around, eager to seek out a duel with a master swordsman, feeling that he had reached a bottleneck. If he were to continue training, it would take a considerable amount of time to achieve a significant breakthrough. At that moment, Chen Fan shared a similar sentiment. He wished to push his dual haki to the fourth phase, and mindless training would consume far too much time. It was essential to engage in intense battles to break through limits, thus accelerating the pace of his advancement and further enhancing his strength. Hearing this question, Chen Fan gazed out towards the vast azure ocean. Over the past year and a half, not only had he reached the level of a quasi-admiral, but Lafitte had also attained the rank of a vice-admiral within the headquarters. As for Mihawk, he was slightly weaker, existing between the thresholds of quasi-admiral and elite vice-admiral. Even the weakest Monet had managed to learn all 6 forms of the Navy and the life return technique during this year and a half. It could be said that each of them had improved compared to a year and a half ago. Chen Fan reflected that it had been a year and a half since they had received any news regarding the Thunder God pirates, and perhaps some might even believe they had perished in these waters. After contemplating, Chen Fan turned to the others and declared, "It is time to depart, setting sail towards the new world in this chaotic era. The throne must have a place reserved for the Thunder God pirates." "All right, how wonderful. We can finally go out and explore," Monet exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Lafitte and Mihawk also felt a surge of exhilaration. Lafitte was eager to stir up the seas once more, while Mihawk anticipated a duel with skilled swordsmen. Subsequently, as the sea breeze swept through and the azure waters flowed, the Thunder God ship sailed towards the new world. The next day, under the blazing sun, Chen Fan, who was training with thunder on the deck, suddenly paused and looked ahead. Through the Heart Network, he detected a massive surge of combat energy directly in front of him. Soon, he spotted a fleet of over a dozen warships approximately 10,000 meters away, all bombarding an island with the intent to obliterate it entirely, erasing it from the ocean's surface. This scene, combined with the current timeline, reminded Chen Fan that it was the Navy's extermination order against O'Hara. Boom! Boom! As the largest cannon fired, Mihawk and the others took notice, their gazes fixated on the front. "Captain, there are over a dozen warships ahead. Should we change direction and retreat?" Lafitte inquired of Chen Fan that we must go there. It's time for this sea to remember the name of the Thunder God pirates once more. Otherwise, if we remain silent for too long, people might forget us, Chen Fan replied with a smile, gazing at the island being destroyed. According to his memory, the two vice admirals leading this operation were Sakazuki and Kuzan. This was another reason Chen Fan chose to approach. He wanted to gauge the current strength of Sakazuki and see if he had a chance to defeat him. Additionally, Chen Fan was intrigued to discover what the historical text truly recorded, necessitating the presence of an expert. "Understood, Captain." Following the command, Lafitte steered the pirate ship at full speed towards O'Hara as they neared the island. The warships also took notice of the approaching pirate vessel. On the foremost Navy ship, some soldiers failed to recognize the pirate ship. "What is that pirate ship? Are they seeking death? Can't they see our fleet of warships?" one soldier remarked. "Indeed, these pirates are not only ruthless but also lack intelligence. This is perfect. Once we complete our mission, we can eliminate a pirate ship as well," another soldier added, dismissing the threat. However, some seasoned veterans spotted the thunder flag flying from the pirate ship, their pupils dilating in realization. "Not good. That's the Thunder God pirates, and Thunder God Chen Fan, along with Mihawk, is on that ship," one soldier shouted in alarm. This exclamation drew the attention of the previously conversing Navy soldiers, who quickly recalled the notorious name. The Thunder God pirates. Instantly, the expressions of the majority of the Navy soldiers changed dramatically, their earlier jovial demeanor replaced with fear. They were all aware of Chen Fan's terrifying capabilities. Not only had he killed a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, but he had also obliterated a Navy branch and shattered the myth of no one escaping from Impel Down. "Major, what should we do now?" Vice Admiral Sakazuki and Kuzan are currently on the island. One Navy soldier anxiously reported to a major, "Wait for my instructions. Do not act recklessly. Thunder God Chen Fan is not someone we can handle," the burly major with a crew cut responded. Promptly retrieving a miniature transponder snail from his pocket, he dialed Sakazuki's transponder snail, without hesitation at that moment. Within O'Hara, gurgle, gurgle. Just as Sakazuki finished destroying the library's archives with magma, he heard the miniature transponder snail ringing in his pocket. Without hesitation, he answered the call. "Vice Admiral Sakazuki, the Thunder God ship has appeared in front of our fleet, less than a few thousand meters away. Thunder God Chen Fan and Dracula Mihawk are currently aboard. We request immediate support." The anxious voice of the major came through the connection. "What?" Upon hearing that the Thunder God pirates and Chen Fan, who had been missing for over a year, had suddenly reappeared, Sakazuki was momentarily taken aback. After a second of shock, his expression turned fierce, and he clenched his fists, contemplating. "Chen Fan, you were hiding away, and I couldn't find you. Now you've come seeking death. I'll send you on your way." He then instructed the major on the other end of the transponder snail, "Major Mihawk, do everything you can to delay Thunder God Chen Fan. Do not let him escape, that I'll be there in a few minutes. And also get in touch with Vice Admiral Kuzan." After finishing his words, Sakazuki abruptly severed the call with the Din Mushi, his entire being transforming into magma as he soared towards the island. He was indifferent to the immense cost that Mike and the others might incur to delay Chen Fan in his eyes. Sacrificing a little was worth it if it meant capturing the heinous pirate. At that moment, aboard the warship, Mike's expression grew troubled upon receiving Sakazuki's orders. He was acutely aware that, despite their fleet of over a dozen ships, it would not pose a significant threat to the Thunder God Chen Fan. If Chen Fan and Mihawk truly launched an assault on their fleet, they would hardly be able to withstand for long. To hold back the Thunder God, they would have to pay with lives. Yet, they had no choice but to heed the orders of Vice Admiral Sakazuki, who was the commander of the operation. The Thunder God pirates drew ever closer to their fleet. Mike contemplated contacting Admiral Kuzan. Otherwise, even Vice Admiral Sakazuki would find it impossible to face two foes alone. Subsequently, Mike dialed the Din Mushi at this moment. On the coast of O'Hara, two figures stood facing each other. One was enveloped in ice, while the other possessed a massive physique. They gazed at one another in silence. Suddenly, A sound emanated from the din mushy in Kazan's arms, causing the typically indifferent Kazan to feel a hint of irritation at the interruption. Nevertheless, he answered the call. Vice Admiral Kuzan, the Thunder God pirates have appeared before our warships, with Chen Fan and Mihawk among them. Vice Admiral Sakazuki is on his way back and requires support. Mike's anxious voice came through the line. Upon hearing the news, Kuzan was taken aback that the Thunder God pirates had shown up here. He also felt a temptation to use this opportunity to spare his friend Saron and the little girl who was desperately fleeing. After much hesitation, Kuzan ultimately concluded that his duty as a Navy officer prevented him from doing so. My priority is capturing the traitorous Vice Admiral Saron. Tell Sakazuki that once I handle my business, I will come to assist, Kuzan stated before hanging up on the other end. Saron overheard this conversation, a bitter smile appearing on his lips as he remained silent. He understood that everyone had their own motivations. Kuzan, adhering to his principles as a Navy officer, would never let Saron go, even as his friend. Meanwhile, Mike's expression darkened upon disconnecting the call, his gaze fixed on the approaching Thunder God pirates. He pondered how to delay them. On the Thunder God pirates' ship, Chen Fan furrowed his brow as he surveyed the fleet of warships ahead. Through his mind network, he realized that neither Sakazuki nor Kuzan were aboard those ships. It was evident that they were currently on the island. After some contemplation, Chen Fan decided to head directly to the island's coastline. Change course to the right, towards the coast of O'Hara, he instructed Lafitte. Understood, Captain. Although Lafitte was puzzled by the sudden change in direction towards O'Hara, he refrained from questioning, knowing that Chen Fan despised having his decisions challenged, with the sound of the propellers churning through the water. The Thunder God swiftly adjusted its course, racing towards the coast of O'Hara. Meanwhile, the vigilant Navy soldiers and officers watched in confusion as the Thunder God suddenly altered its direction. However, Mike let out a sigh of relief. At least Chen Fan was heading towards the island, sparing them from a desperate struggle on the other side. Sakazuki was racing towards the island. Hearing the din mushy ring again, he did not hesitate to answer. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, the Thunder God has suddenly changed course towards the coast of O'Hara, Mike reported immediately. Hearing this, Sakazuki felt puzzled. What could Chen Fan possibly want at O'Hara? Did the scholars there hold some significance? After pondering for a few moments, he dismissed the thought and hung up. He was determined to capture Chen Fan, regardless of his intentions. Boom! Countless boulders flew through the air as the ground cracked and flames erupted. At this moment, O'Hara was being relentlessly bombarded by cannon fire. At this rate, in less than 10 minutes, the entire island would vanish beneath the waves. On the coastline of O'Hara, Kuzan and Saron had already engaged in battle, and the fight was overwhelmingly one-sided. However, out of respect for their past friendship, Kuzan had been holding back, unwilling to strike with full force. Saron, if you come back with me now, I can plead your case to Admiral Akiji. He urged. Ha 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 ha. No need for that, Kuzan. Once you understand the darkness of the world government like I do, you'll share my perspective. Saron replied with a hearty laugh, fully aware that he could never return to the Navy. His views had long since shifted. Meanwhile, the 8-year-old Nico Robin was desperately fleeing towards the ocean, where a small wooden boat prepared for her by Saron awaited. Kuzan, covered in ice, gazed at the obstinate Saron and the fleeing Nico Robin. His fists clenched as his expression shifted. He ultimately decided to stop holding back, as the extreme cold radiated from Kuzan. The temperature around him plummeted. Realizing that Kuzan was about to unleash his full strength, Saron understood that his life was in imminent danger. However, he felt no regret. He only wished for Nico Robin to escape and carry the last ember of hope for O'Hara. I'll ask you one last time. Saron, surrender and return with me, and I will personally ensure that little girl is brought back safely, Kuzan stated, locking eyes with Saron, still hoping to offer his friend one final chance. No need, Kuzan. That child is O'Hara's last hope. I hope you can spare her life, Saron replied with a smile, seemingly unafraid of his own fate. Hearing this, Kuzan ceased his pleas. In an instant, an ice spear materialized in his right hand. The next moment, he elementally transformed, vanishing from sight as he charged towards Saron. Despite his battered body, Saron knew he was outmatched. Nevertheless, he resolved to fight fiercely, striving to buy Nico Robin the chance to flee. His massive fist, enveloped in advanced haki, surged forward. Bang! The ice spear collided with Saron's colossal fist, the tremendous force sending him staggering backward. Immediately, Kuzan pressed the attack, conjuring another ice spear in his left hand. 2 ice spears. imbued with formidable power, hurtled towards Saron at breakneck speed. With no time to evade, Saron could only brace himself, his arms shielded by Haki. Bang, bang. The overwhelming force sent shards of ice scattering. Saron was forced further back, ice clinging to his arms. From the moment they clashed, he was utterly at a disadvantage. It was inevitable. Kuzan's strength was mere steps away from the rank of Rear Admiral, while Saron was merely an ordinary Vice Admiral. The disparity in their power was insurmountable. Moreover, having already been injured, Saron was rendered incapable of mounting a counterattack from the outset. Before Saron could stabilize himself, Kuzan's relentless assault resumed, his icy fist crashing down upon him with tremendous force. There was no way to evade it. Bang! The terrifying icy power sent Saron's massive form reeling several steps back. Once he steadied himself, Saron coughed up a mouthful of blood, revealing the severity of his injuries from that last blow. Before he could wipe the blood from his lips, Kuzan's attack came once more. Frozen moment. Before them, Kuzan unleashed an overwhelming chill, sending forth a wave of frigid ice that steadily encased Salong's form. A flicker of terror danced across Salong's face as he struggled against the encroaching frost, yet he was powerless to break free from its grasp. The piercing cold relentlessly ascended his body, inching ever closer to complete entrapment. At that moment, Nico Robin, who had nearly reached the shore, witnessed this harrowing scene. No, Salong. The young Nico Robin cried out, her voice filled with desperation as she beheld Salong, now encased up to his waist in ice, his expression a portrait of helplessness and despair. She stood frozen in place, yearning to assist, unwilling to witness Salong perish before her eyes. However, she realized her own strength was insufficient to make a difference. Run, you carry the hopes of all O'Hara, flee. And remember, your mother loves you, Salong shouted with all his might, before his massive form was entirely entombed in ice, transforming him into a mere statue of frost. As she watched this tragic transformation, tears streamed down Nico Robin's cheeks, her face contorted in anguish and sorrow. Recognizing the relentless approach of Kuzan, Nico Robin understood that the weight of O'Hara's hopes rested upon her shoulders. She had no choice but to turn and flee toward the coastline. Yet, given her speed, how could she possibly outrun Kuzan? At that moment, a pirate ship, adorned with the flag of thunder, appeared at the shore. Upon spotting the vessel, Kuzan came to an abrupt halt. Bring that girl aboard, Chen Fan instructed Monet, who stood nearby, for he required someone knowledgeable in the annals of history. Understood, big brother, Monet replied, and in an instant, she transformed into an elemental form, dissipating into ice and snow as she sped toward Nico Robin. Witnessing this, Kuzan attempted to intervene, but was enveloped in ice, vanishing from sight. However, midway through his attempt, a leg imbued with the power of thunder struck out toward him. Caught off guard, Kuzan was sent flying several meters before regaining his balance. That a figure, crackling with blue lightning, materialized before him, its cold gaze piercing through the air. Kuzan, you shall not pass while I stand here. Chen Fan's expression remained serene, yet his tone brooked no dissent. The thunder god, Chen Fan. Kuzan regarded Chen Fan with a chilling demeanor, yet his clenched fists betrayed his simmering anger. In an instant, the frigid ice erupted forth, plummeting the surrounding temperature as the shoreline began to be draped in frost, resembling an icy realm. How intriguing, Chen Fan remarked with a cold smile, unleashing a wave of devastating thunderous power that crackled ominously. As the cacophony of thunder resonated around them, the terrifying force of lightning began to spread. Mere moments later, the coastline was divided, one half a world of ice, the other a tumultuous ocean of thunder. An equilibrium of opposing forces. Kuzan and Chen Fan locked eyes, neither willing to make the first move. Meanwhile, Monet had reached Nico Robin's side, but the young girl, having just endured such a calamity, was in a state of disbelief. Tears still glimmered in her eyes as she grappled with the reality of her mother's death, the destruction of her island, and the loss of her protector moments prior. Despair and sorrow enveloped Nico Robin. Do not worry, we are here to save you, Monet reassured her, though she was uncertain of her big brother's motives in rescuing this girl. Yet it was clear that this young girl seemed truly pitiable. Nico Robin regarded Monet with skepticism, her doubt evident. I understand this is our first encounter, and that you do not trust me. However, I assure you, we have come to rescue you if we intended harm. We would have acted long ago. She spoke. Monet's icy touch transformed the ground beneath them into a blanket of frost. Realizing that this girl possessed formidable power, Nico Robin understood she had no means to resist. Even if there were ulterior motives at play. I know this is overwhelming, but rest assured, you will come to accept us. We are truly good people, Monet continued, observing the heartbroken Nico Robin, although still doubtful. Nico Robin pondered why these strangers would wish to assist her. Nevertheless, she recognized that her options were limited on the other side. At the heart of the coastline, the clash of destructive thunder and piercing ice continued unabated. Thunder god Chen Fan, stand aside. Kuzan's gaze was icy as he addressed Chen Fan. A year and a half ago, your words would have carried weight. Now, they do not. Allow me to test the extent of your progress over this time. Chen Fan smiled, the blue lightning swirling around him growing increasingly formidable, transforming from mere serpents into colossal pythons. Kuzan remained silent, his expression impassive, but the tension of impending combat was palpable. Just as they prepared to engage, a terrifying force surged forth, a magma-infused hound charging toward Chen Fan with alarming speed. This scene echoed the chaos of Impel Down, yet the present Chen Fan was not the same as before. Sensing the impending threat, Chen Fan made no attempt to evade. In an instant, he enveloped his fist in the power of thunder and struck forward. Boom! The collision between the thunderous fist and the magma hound resonated like a great boulder, sending debris flying and magma splattering in every direction as the thunder raged. Chen Fan's formidable punch obliterated the magma hound. Thunder god Chen Fan, conceal yourself. I haven't sought you out yet. And now you present yourself to meet your demise. Sakazuki, shrouded in magma, appeared beside Kuzan, his gaze fierce as he fixed his stare on Chen Fan. You barking mutt. Today I shall turn you into a lifeless husk. Chen Fan's eyes turned icy, the lightning power erupting from him. Whoosh! The next moment, accompanied by the crackle of thunder, Chen Fan launched a thunderous punch at Sakazuki. Unfazed, Sakazuki charged forward, his body enveloped in magma and his fist reinforced with haki. Boom! In an instant, the collision of the thunderous punch with the magma-infused fist erupted like a dragon's roar, scattering bolts of lightning and splattering magma in all directions. The two adversaries, after 2 years, met in their first clash, both staggering back 7 steps. Surprised by the strength behind Chen Fan's blow, Sakazuki had not anticipated that, after 2 years, Chen Fan would be able to withstand his assault. Lifeless mutt, it seems you have made little progress over the past 2 years, Chen Fan remarked with a hint of mockery. You seek your own demise. This was the first time Sakazuki had been called a lifeless mutt, and his rage ignited as he surged forward once more, encased in magma. Chen Fan, seeing this, was undeterred, the terrifying thunder enveloping him as he advanced. Bang, bang. In an instant, the red and blue figures collided, ascending from the ground into the air. Engaged in a fierce battle marked by bloodshed and brutality, every strike landing with ferocity. The destructive thunder obliterated all, while the searing magma consumed everything in its path. Neither could gain the upper hand. Below, Kuzan, caught in turmoil, hesitated to intervene, his gaze drawn toward Nico Robin that he grappled with the dilemma of whether to spare her, torn between the dying request of a friend and his duties as a Marine. As he contemplated, a figure wielding a black blade appeared before him, none other than Mihawk, the Eagle Eye. Come, let us engage. As Hawkeye's Mihawk unsheathed his black blade. Knight, it was evident that since his captain had engaged with Sakazuki, he too would not hesitate to confront Kuzan. Particularly, a year and a half prior, Mihawk had suffered defeat at Kuzan's hands, leaving a lingering sense of indignation within him. Observing the formidable sword intent radiating from Mihawk, Kuzan dared not underestimate his opponent. Summoning a chilling frost that enveloped him in his hands, 2 frozen spears materialized, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. Armed with the icy projectiles, Kuzan surged towards Mihawk with fierce determination. With an expression of calm resolve, Mihawk enveloped his supreme blade. Knight, in the 3rd stage of armament Haki. In a flash, his own figure disappeared from the ground. In that brief moment, the clash between the black blade and the ice spears sent shards flying. The razor-sharp knight shattered the frozen weapons effortlessly. Kuzan's expression shifted slightly, as he discerned that the strength of the man before him had undoubtedly surged since their last encounter. Yet, Kuzan remained unfazed. Ice Ball, he announced, extending his arms to unleash 5 icy pillars that hurtled towards Mihawk at breakneck speed, aiming to encase him in a frigid prison. However, Mihawk, endowed with formidable observation haki, sensed the impending danger. Gripping Knight tightly, he swung the blade with great speed, unleashing powerful green sword waves that obliterated the colossal ice columns, reducing them to mere fragments that fell to the ground. transforming the terrain into a frozen wasteland. Once more, Mihawk vanished from sight, his formidable sword intent emanating as he charged towards Kuzan. In response, Kuzan summoned a torrent of icy energy, forming an ice dagger in his right hand, and propelled himself forward. In an instant, the two collided again, icy shards raining down upon the earth, while sword energy dispersed in every direction. The surroundings were utterly ravaged. The ground lay strewn with ice and fissures marked the battlefield. For a time, only their silhouettes could be discerned as they clashed repeatedly, their powers seemingly evenly matched, making it impossible to ascertain a victor in the short term. On the coast, Nico Robin observed the fierce battle between the four adversaries. Her mind momentarily clouded in disbelief. However, her gaze toward Kuzan was laced with fury, for it was he who had slain Vice Admiral Saron. Igniting her curiosity at that moment, Robin pondered the origins of these formidable foes. How could they stand toe-to-toe with a Navy Vice Admiral? She recalled Saron's words about the Navy's three monstrous powers, one wielding the ice fruit, another the magma fruit, and the last the light fruit. Though none held the rank of admiral, their prowess far surpassed that of ordinary vice admirals, rendering them akin to prospective admirals. Having witnessed Kuzan's terrifying might firsthand, Robin was astonished that these two newcomers could contend with such titans. In an instant, hope flickered within her. Perhaps she could escape this dire predicament. She vowed silently to herself that she must flee, for she bore the weight of O'Hara's hopes on her shoulders. She could not afford to disappoint the souls lost from O'Hara, nor could she let her mother down, nor Saron. With this resolve, Robin turned her gaze to Monet beside her, recognizing that her only chance of evading the clutches of the Navy lay with this pirate crew. "Sister, what is the name of your pirate crew?" Robin inquired of Monet. Surprised to hear Robin speak, Monet felt a surge of delight, realizing that this girl was far stronger than she had anticipated. "We are the Thunder God Pirates, and the one radiating lightning is our captain, Thunder God Chen Fan. The other is our first mate, Hawk Eyes Mihawk," Monet succinctly introduced. "Thunder God, Chen Fan," Robin echoed, the name stirring a sense of familiarity within her. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of astonishment, recalling that Saron had mentioned this name previously. Thunder God Chen Fan, the singular individual who shattered the myth of Impel Down, had slain a Navy headquarters vice admiral before even reaching the age of 20. Contemplating this, Robin resolved to rely on Chen Fan to escape the Navy's pursuit. Meanwhile, in the skies above, thunder roared incessantly as magma rained down. The fierce battle between Chen Fan and Sakazuki raged on. Both combatants unleashing their full might, each strike aimed at the other's destruction. The more they fought, the more astonished Sakazuki became, unable to fathom how Chen Fan had progressed so rapidly, just 2 years prior. Even while injured, he had managed to dominate their encounters. Now, after merely 2 years, Chen Fan's strength, martial prowess, and mastery of his devil fruit abilities were on par with his own, and he sensed he was subtly falling behind. This realization left Sakazuki in disbelief. He had always been hailed as a prodigy since childhood, that in the past 2 years, aside from executing missions, he had dedicated himself to training, elevating his power from elite vice admiral to quasi-admiral. How could this man have caught up with him? "You seem weaker than before, old dog. Are you losing your edge?" Chen Fan taunted as he pressed his assault. "You're courting death," Sakazuki seethed, his inner fury erupting like a volcano. Dog bite Red Lotus, his fist darkened ominously, enveloped in searing magma, which he hurled toward Chen Fan, transforming midair into a colossal magma hound, exuding an intense heat. "Thunder Dragon." Chen Fan's expression remained unflinching as he channeled destructive thunder into his fist, propelling it forward to manifest as a massive blue dragon in the air. With a deafening explosion, the magma hound and the thunderous dragon clashed, causing the heavens to tremble and ripples to spread outward. After their powerful blows met in a stalemate, they resumed their assault. Chen Fan's foot, as dark as ink and crackling with lightning, descended like a giant axe toward Sakazuki. Filled with rage, Sakazuki braced himself. His arms cloaked in darkness and suffused with scorching magma, attempting to absorb the impact of the strike. The collision rang out, sending Sakazuki crashing downward like shattered stone, before he could regain his footing. Chen Fan vanished once more. "Old dog, this is where it ends to the next moment." Chen Fan's voice echoed from behind Sakazuki. With claws formed from his fingers, imbued with the power of thunder, he lunged toward Sakazuki's nape with blinding speed. Utilizing his third stage of observation haki, Sakazuki reacted just in time, spinning around to unleash a torrent of molten magma from his right hand to deflect the attack, with a sickening sound. Blood flowed as 5 deep claw marks marred Sakazuki's arm, exposing bone and appearing grotesquely vicious. "You bastard, you're asking for death," Sakazuki roared. Incensed by the injury, one could say that the ordinary onlookers could only perceive 2 fleeting shadows engaged in an incessant clash. Near the coastline, the sailors aboard the warships gazed upon this cataclysmic spectacle, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. They pondered amongst themselves whether their own admiral and this Chen Fan were indeed monsters. Yet, amidst their astonishment, they remained duty-bound to fulfill their tasks. Boom! The cannonballs were incessantly fired, the sound of explosions resonating in a continuous cacophony, apart from a brief pause in bombardment when the Thunder God ship arrived. The remaining vessels continued their relentless assault, shrouded in a haze of artillery fire. O'Hara, merely a medium-sized island, would not withstand such onslaught for long. It would soon vanish beneath the waves on the shore. Kuzan and Mihawk were embroiled in a fierce confrontation. Certain parts of Mihawk's body had already been encased in frost, yet he swiftly dispelled the ice, although the frostbite within him would take longer to remedy. Conversely, Kuzan was not faring much better, his exterior marred by vicious sword wounds that it could be said that after this prolonged struggle, the two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Boom! Another collision ensued within a realm of ice. Where the essence of swordsmanship flourished, both combatants staggered backward. Covered in frost, Kuzan regarded Mihawk with a newfound seriousness. He had not anticipated that in a year and a half, Mihawk would have advanced his prowess to such a degree. He found himself unable to subdue him, let alone dominate the fight. On the other hand, Mihawk radiated an intense battle spirit, firmly gripping his supreme blade, the black sword Uru, while he longed for a duel with the great swordsman. He also yearned to avenge his previous defeat at the hands of Kuzan. Thus, he unleashed his full power without reservation. Bang! A small crater formed beneath him as Mihawk vanished from his previous location. His powerful sword intent soaring skyward, with his hands tightly clasping the black blade, dark as ink, he surged toward Kuzan with astonishing speed. Unfazed by the razor-sharp assault, Kuzan advanced resolutely, his entire being enveloped in exquisite frost. Summoning an ice blade in his right hand as he charged upward, clang! The sounds of their clashes echoed relentlessly as they engaged in a brutal struggle, a blood-drenched melee, whether through armed haki, observation haki, or their respective fruit abilities and swordsmanship. Both warriors exerted their utmost might. Each sought to defeat the other swiftly, in hopes of providing support to their allies. In the air, thunder raged and magma spewed forth. Huff, huff. Heavy breaths emanated from Sakazuki, who felt his stamina severely depleting after such intense combat. Nearby, Chen Fan was in a similar state, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his own energy significantly diminished. However, thus far, he had suffered fewer injuries, placing him in a slightly advantageous position. Dead dog, it seems you are faltering as well. After a year and a half, you have made little progress. How utterly useless. You might as well submit to your demise at my hands, Chen Fan taunted, standing amidst the chaos, his body crackling with thunder. With a wretch like you, you think you can kill me? 2 years ago, I bested you, and I can do so again, Sakazuki seethed, provoked by Chen Fan's relentless mockery. Land of magma. Ah! In an instant, as Sakazuki roared in fury, his body enveloped in searing magma, he disappeared from view. Reappearing on the ground below, upon witnessing this, Chen Fan followed suit, lightning flickering around him. Sakazuki's hands, infused with molten magma, struck the earth. In an instant, the ground transformed into a vast sea of scalding lava. Seeing this, Chen Fan was determined not to let Sakazuki unleash his ultimate technique unopposed, vanishing from his location and propelling himself forward, his fist charged with the essence of thunder. However, Sakazuki abruptly lifted his gaze, his right hand brimming with searing magma, thrusting it forward. Boom! The molten power erupted, forcing Chen Fan back several meters. Chen Fan waved his hand, shaking off the magma that clung to him, astonished by the sudden surge in Sakazuki's strength. As he was pushed back, the molten lava continued to coalesce around Sakazuki. In that fleeting moment, Sakazuki's power surged exponentially, seemingly reaching a critical threshold. Observing this, Chen Fan wasted no time. Dead dog. Do you think you are the only one with a trump card? Thunder God Mode, Stage 2. In an instant, Chen Fan was enveloped in crackling lightning, suspended in mid-air. Boom! The heavens darkened, swirling clouds gathered, as streaks of blue lightning flickered and roared. Below, arcs of lightning radiated outward, transforming the surrounding area into a tempestuous sea of thunder. Suspended in the air, Chen Fan's hair danced wildly, surrounded by coils of blue lightning that resembled serpents. Most terrifying were the flickers of purple lightning that occasionally emerged. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder resonated as serpentine bolts of lightning descended from the stormy heavens, illuminating the coastline below with arcs of electricity. In the midst of these two formidable forces, boundless energy converged upon Chen Fan. That moment, his aura surged, the lightning pulsating beside him. He seemed to embody the very essence of a thunder god, commanding the elements. Meanwhile, Monet and Lafitte stood in awe, captivated by the spectacle, their mouths agape in astonishment. Goodness, big brother, this is simply terrifying. He can't truly be turning into a god, can he? Monet exclaimed in wonder. This is the captain I wish to follow. He possesses the power to upheave the world, Lafitte remarked, a smile playing on his lips. Nearby, Nico Robin was rendered speechless, her pupils dazed, her resolve to join the crew strengthening. For only such a formidable ally could aid her on the shoreline. Sakazuki had gathered all the magma around him, his power reaching its zenith, the scorching magma enveloping him entirely as he gazed upward at the devastating lightning. A solemn expression crossed his face. He had not anticipated Chen Fan's fruit ability evolving to such an extent, further enhancing his strength. In the air, Chen Fan, resembling a deity, glanced down at Sakazuki with disdain, proclaiming, "The weak shall ultimately meet their demise. You believe you can defeat me?" Sakazuki's countenance was filled with fury. With his innate talent, he could not fathom being bested by someone of his own generation. Whoosh! With his body elementalized, Sakazuki surged skyward, his fist, shrouded in darkness and searing magma, hurtling toward Chen Fan with a force greater than before. Confronted by this formidable strike, Chen Fan remained impassive, radiant with destructive lightning, the very essence of thunder coalescing in his fist as he propelled it forward. Boom! In an instant, the clash of thunderous fists and magma-laden fists erupted into a violent explosion, the world around them trembling as natural forces rained down, creating deep craters in their wake. In the next heartbeat, the azure figure and the crimson figure collided in mid-air, each of their strikes reverberating with the sound of shattering stone and metal. The annihilating lightning seemed poised to obliterate all, while the searing magma sought to incinerate everything in its path. Thunder Dragon. Chen Fan's fist transformed into a fearsome lightning dragon, surging towards Sakazuki to engulf him. Underworld Dog. Sakazuki, undeterred, channeled the boiling magma into his fist, morphing it into a colossal magma hound that erupted forward. Boom! The two powerful assaults collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air, creating explosions that scattered even the clouds. Both combatants were forced to retreat over 100 meters. Dead dog. After 2 years, this is the extent of your growth. Having just steadied himself, Chen Fan's lips curled into a mocking smirk as the destructive thunder erupted forth. 500 million volts of endless thunder punishment. In an instant, as Chen Fan raised his hand skyward, dark clouds swiftly gathered above, unleashing a cacophony of thunder, which transformed into serpentine bolts of lightning, cascading downward to engulf the beleaguered Sakazuki below. Killing you will suffice. Great fire. Sakazuki's face contorted with ferocity as the power of magma surged forth, coalescing in his hands before expanding, accumulating strength until it reached a critical mass. Countless magma-infused fists shot upward like meteors. Boom! In that fleeting moment, the lightning serpents and the magma fists collided mid-air, creating a symphony of explosive sounds akin to boulders crashing together. The surrounding environment was obliterated, engulfed in a maelstrom of annihilation and swirling dust, rendering the scene one of utter devastation. At this juncture, whether it was the approaching naval warships or the trio accompanying Lafitte, all eyes were riveted on the magnificent explosion unfolding in the sky. The sheer force of nature's clash left them awestruck, paralyzed in shock. This violent confrontation persisted for nearly a minute, transforming the coastline into a desolate wasteland littered with fallen thunderbolts and plummeting magma. Originally, this area had been intentionally spared from cannon fire by the Navy, but such measures were now rendered unnecessary. Amidst the ruins, Kuzan and Mihawk continued their fierce battle on the coast. The residual waves from the titanic clash proved lethal, to ordinary folk. Yet they only caused minor disturbances for these formidable warriors. In the air, 2 heavy breaths echoed, clearly indicating the exhaustion that had set in after such a titanic display of power. Even Chen Fan and Sakazuki felt the toll of their immense energy expenditure. Yet both remained filled with an indomitable fighting spirit, each intent on vanquishing the other. Chen Fan, crackling with the essence of thunder, wore a chilling expression. Sakazuki, cloaked in magma, bore a visage of ferocity. The two glared at each other in midair. This time, no words were exchanged as they instantaneously transformed into their elemental forms, vanishing from sight. Thunder raged, magma erupted, suspended in the air, their figures intertwined, engaging in a relentless melee, with time ticking away as drops of blood fell to the earth. And gruesome wounds continued to mar their bodies. Nevertheless, they unleashed their full might with no intention of relenting. Below, aboard the Thunder God, Monet anxiously observed the clash above, turning to Lafitte with a question. "Do you think the captain can defeat that dead dog?" "Have a little faith in the captain, at least from what I can see. He seems to have a slight edge." Lafitte, possessing superior strength, perceived more than the others. Although the aerial battle appeared evenly matched, the thunder had begun to subtly erode the magma, suggesting a potential pivotal shift in the battle's outcome as time progressed. The naval warships that had arrived were filled with soldiers and officers, all nervously watching the fray. Isn't Thunder God Chen Fan and Mihawk too powerful? Kuzan and Sakazuki seem unable to subdue them. How could we possibly lose? Kuzan and Sakazuki are renowned as the Navy's monsters. These two appear to be merely in their 20s. How could they possibly contend with Sakazuki and Kuzan? That's true. Our Navy embodies justice and will surely prevail. Many enlisted soldiers blindly believed in Kuzan and Sakazuki's inevitable victory. However, a few rear admirals discerned the underlying tensions. They first focused on the battle below, where Mihawk and Kuzan were locked in a fiercely contested struggle, leaving the outcome uncertain until the final moment. Yet, in the air, it was evident that Chen Fan was subtly beginning to gain the upper hand over Sakazuki, albeit marginally. For warriors of their caliber, even the slightest advantage could decisively tilt the balance of the battle. As the discussions continued, the combat in the sky raged on, the explosive sounds resonating incessantly as the two figures clashed. At this moment, both bore numerous ghastly wounds upon their bodies. Chen Fan's fists, charged with thunder and armed haki, surged towards Sakazuki's face. With a grimace, Sakazuki raised his arms defensively, enveloped in magma and haki. Bang! Sakazuki withstood the blow, propelled backwards several meters in an instant. Chen Fan vanished from sight, lunging forward, his right leg descending like a colossal axe, crackling with arcs of lightning, aimed directly at Sakazuki's midsection, stabilizing himself. Sakazuki gathered the power of magma into his right leg, swinging it forcefully forward. Bang bang! The collision of their immense powers generated a violent explosion, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Yet this was far from over. The two continued their relentless struggle, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. In that moment, they resembled wild beasts, utilizing fists, hands, feet, and heads as weapons in their ferocious onslaught. As time marched on, blood continued to spill onto the ground. And after several minutes of grueling combat, Chen Fan, infused with the destructive essence of thunder, and Sakazuki, enveloped in scalding magma, clashed in a titanic strike. The force generated an explosive roar, forcing both combatants to stagger backwards several hundred meters. Huff huff! Chen Fan gasped for breath, his body trembling, his skin marred with scorched wounds, a testament to his nearing limits in the second stage of Thunder God form. Huff huff! Sakazuki appeared even more disheveled, his heavy breaths accompanied by beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, his body covered in grotesque wounds infused with thunder as the power of magma began to wane. Chen Fan, today I will certainly capture you. Sakazuki glared at Chen Fan, seething with rage. You're just a worthless dead dog. Perhaps you should be more concerned with how to survive today. Chen Fan's eyes were icy with determination. You dare to seek death. Sakazuki's inner fury erupted like a volcano, magma sea. In an instant, Sakazuki unleashed the full extent of his magma power, raising his hands forward as the searing magma coalesced in his grasp, forming a grand circle. Subsequently, torrents of magma, several meters in diameter, shot forth, merging in midair to create a vast sea of magma, surging toward Chen Fan. Sensing the overwhelming might of this attack, Chen Fan's expression remained resolute, driven solely by the desire to vanquish the dog before him. 800 million volts of thunder chillin. Chen Fan's entire being crackled with destructive lightning, particularly the rare violet bolts that began to surge violently as he raised his hand skyward. Dark clouds swarmed overhead. Zee! Countless arcs of lightning flickered within, and from those ominous clouds emerged a colossal thunder chillin, over 100 meters in size, radiating an aura of terrifying divinity, heralding a scene that seemed destined to obliterate all. Swiftly, this thunder chillin charged toward the magma sea with astonishing speed. At that moment, all eyes, except those fixated on the fierce battle between Mihawk and Kuzan, were drawn to the sky, where it was clear to everyone that the outcome of this clash would soon be determined. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the thunder chillin collided with the magma giant sea, unleashing two immensely terrifying attacks that resulted in a cataclysmic explosion. This was a fierce contest of nature's forces. In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed color, and the air was punctuated by a series of explosive sounds, obliterating everything in the vicinity, leading to the annihilation of all things. The explosion generated a powerful shockwave, radiating outward in concentric circles of AI. At this moment, both Chen Fan and Sakazuki, having reached their limits, found themselves at the epicenter of the explosion, unable to withstand its might. They were violently propelled away, with Chen Fan plummeting like a hill, while Sakazuki descended rapidly like a droplet of water. After a few seconds, two deep craters marred the ground, debris flying in all directions, and dust swirling into the air. At this juncture, both the Navy and the three members of Lafitte turned their gazes toward the scene, filled with anticipation regarding who would ultimately claim victory. As the smoke began to dissipate, Chen Fan stood trembling, gasping for breath, his body marred by ghastly, horrific wounds, some so deep they exposed bone, presenting a truly terrifying sight. The devastating thunder that had enveloped him had completely dissipated, leaving him in a state of utter exhaustion. On the other side, Sakazuki lay in the pit, his body riddled with injuries, his stamina and wounds having reached their utmost limits. He attempted to struggle to his feet, only to be met with excruciating pain coursing through him, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, rendering him utterly immobile. Witnessing this scene, everyone understood that Chen Fan had narrowly triumphed. "You miserable dog. It appears that victory is ultimately mine," Chen Fan declared with a maniacal grin. Channeling the last remnants of his strength into his fist, imbued with the destructive power of thunder, as he thrust forward, a thunderous dragon surged toward Sakazuki. Filled with rage and unwillingness, Sakazuki sought to resist. But the agonizing pain within him, as if every bone had shattered, left him incapable of movement. In that moment, regret consumed Sakazuki. Why had he not seized the opportunity to eliminate this foe before he grew to such formidable heights? Just as the thunderous dragon was about to engulf Sakazuki, a piercing ice spear shot forth at an astonishing speed, shattering the thunderous dragon in an instant, the ice spear vanishing into the void. In the next moment, a figure cloaked in ice appeared before Sakazuki. Kuzan had intervened, rescuing Sakazuki, having finally extricated himself from the clutches of Mihawk. At this moment, Kuzan was also covered in wounds, yet none were life-threatening. Meanwhile, Mihawk, with a powerful intent, shattered the ice that had ensnared him, gripping his black blade, Knight, with a fierce glint in his eyes as he glared at Kuzan, observing Kuzan's timely intervention to shield Sakazuki. Chen Fan's face was etched with disappointment for failing to eliminate Sakazuki. "Will you continue to fight, Thunder God Chen Fan?" Kuzan inquired, eyeing Chen Fan and Mihawk, with a fleet of warships looming behind him. Beside Chen Fan stood Mihawk and the trio from the Thunder God ship, though Nico Robin hardly counted as a combatant. Most critically, Chen Fan was now utterly drained. The thunderous dragon had expended his last vestiges of strength. Emotionally detached, Chen Fan gazed at the now prostrate Sakazuki, filled with fury, his fists clenched, yearning to end Sakazuki's life. However, upon assessing their respective battle strengths, he recognized the impracticality of such a desire. Continuing the fight would likely result in mutual destruction with Kuzan and Mihawk, while Lafitte and Monet, one a commodore and the other a colonel, would undoubtedly fall to the overwhelming force of the dozen warships. Should the battle persist, their chances of victory would dwindle to less than 30%, with the best outcome being a mutual demise for someone intent on conquering the world like Chen Fan. He had no desire to perish alongside Sakazuki. "You truly are weak, dead dog," 2 years have passed with scarcely any progress. This time, you were fortunate. I shall reluctantly spare you. When we meet again, I hope your luck holds." Chen Fan taunted, a smirk of derision gracing his lips as he regarded Sakazuki. Hearing the mockery, Sakazuki seethed with rage, struggling to rise, but the overwhelming injuries within him brought forth waves of agony once more. "Withdraw," Chen Fan commanded before his body flickered like lightning, vanishing from sight. Mihawk, recognizing that prolonging the conflict would lead to mutual annihilation, sheathed his blade and moved toward the Thunder God ship, Kuzan, encased in ice. Silently observed the unfolding scene, showing no intent to pursue, understanding that continuing the fight would yield no advantage for the Navy. Moreover, Chen Fan possessed the Conqueror's Haki, though such a level of Haki had limited effect on the powerful. It was lethal to ordinary soldiers. The Navy personnel aboard their warships exhaled in relief. They had not anticipated the strength of the Thunder God pirates, nor that Thunder God Chen Fan could defeat Vice Admiral Sakazuki, an outcome they had never envisioned. Upon returning to the Thunder God ship, Chen Fan ordered Lafitte, set sail at full speed. He was eager to distance himself from the scene, mindful of the potential for Navy reinforcements. Although he had not slain Sakazuki, he had gauged his strength, knowing that if he could defeat him once, he could do so again. With the sea breeze blowing and the sun shining brightly, the Thunder God ship surged forth. At that moment, Monet emerged from below deck with an abundance of food. She understood that after sustaining severe injuries, her older brother required nourishment to replenish his strength. Observing the food, Chen Fan cast a glance at Monet before unceremoniously beginning to devour it ravenously. With each morsel consumed, a wave of green energy coursed through his body, akin to refreshing rain, gradually mending his wounds. In an instant, the nearly shattered state of his body stabilized, and the wounds began to scab over. However, the internal injuries and the grotesque lacerations on his exterior would not heal in an instant. It would require at least 2 or 3 days of rest to recuperate, underscoring the severity of Chen Fan's injuries. On the Navy ship, after witnessing Chen Fan's departure, Sakazuki could no longer hold on. Feeling lightheaded and on the verge of unconsciousness, just before succumbing to darkness, his expression was fraught with disbelief. He realized he had lost. Had it not been for Kuzan's timely appearance, he might have perished at Chen Fan's hands that he could not fathom how, despite 2 years of relentless training and possessing considerable talent. This individual had managed to catch up to him in such a short span. Consumed by resentment, Sakazuki faded into unconsciousness on the stretcher. Nearby, Kuzan wore a complex expression 1.5 years prior. He too had battled Chen Fan that time. Chen Fan had been slightly weaker than him, yet now, after 1.5 years, he had bested Sakazuki. Moreover, Mihawk had shown a terrifying rate of improvement, matching Kuzan's strength in just a brief period. These two were indeed monsters. Their emergence in these chaotic seas would undoubtedly stir a formidable tempest, Kuzan mused internally. As night fell and the evening breeze rustled, the temperature dropped significantly compared to the day. Aboard the Thunder God ship, Chen Fan was wrapped in bandages. Mihawk, though slightly less injured, also tended to his wounds, lacking a ship's doctor and resorting to applying bandages and ointment. Sitting on the deck, Nico Robin observed the two men, having witnessed their formidable strength firsthand. She understood that to survive and evade the Navy's pursuit, she could not rely solely on herself. She needed others' assistance. After a moment of hesitation, her resolve hardened, and she approached Chen Fan. "Greetings, Thunder God Chen Fan. I wish to join your pirate crew." The childish voice of Nico Robin rang out at this moment. Chen Fan was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this, as he had been contemplating how to persuade Nico Robin to join his ship. After all, he was quite curious about what the historical text actually contained. However, before he could even voice his thoughts, Nico Robin unexpectedly expressed her desire to join his pirate crew. Yet, as Chen Fan pondered, he realized that this young girl, having escaped, would undoubtedly be pursued by the Navy. She surely wished to survive. And his pirate crew, along with his strength, could aid her in that endeavor. "Why do you wish to join my pirate crew?" Chen Fan inquired of Nico Robin. "You are strong, and I seek refuge. Moreover, I wish to translate the historical text and unveil the hidden truths of the world government," Nico Robin replied, her eyes brimming with anger when she mentioned the world government, for it was they who had destroyed the island where she had grown up, slaughtering all its inhabitants. Upon hearing Nico Robin's words, Chen Fan feigned contemplation. He had already intended to welcome Nico Robin aboard, regardless of her response. This was merely a formality. Big brother, she is so pitiful. The entire island was annihilated by the Navy. Let us take her aboard, Monet interjected at that moment. Chen Fan's gaze turned to Nico Robin, perceiving the resentment she harbored towards the world government. Very well, from now on, you shall be a member of my Thunder God Pirates. Thank you, Captain, Nico Robin thought to herself, finally finding a place to belong. She was determined to unravel the historical text and expose the world government's atrocities. Monet, upon hearing that Chen Fan had accepted Nico Robin, was filled with excitement. Big brother, I will accompany Nico Robin to select a room. With a radiant smile, Monet took Nico Robin's hand, unable to contain her exhilaration. Typically, she was the only one speaking on the ship, while the other three remained as silent as clams, particularly Chen Fan and Mihawk, who were always training. Now, with Nico Robin's inclusion, Monet finally had someone to converse with. Meanwhile, Kuzan and the severely injured Sakazuki had returned to the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Kuzan had received rudimentary treatment for his injuries at the hospital and was heading directly towards the Admiral's office. As for Sakazuki, who lay beside him, he was receiving intravenous fluids, his body bound in bandages, still unconscious. It was evident just how grave his injuries were. In the Admiral's office, Steelbone Kong sat with a complex expression behind his desk, flanked by Sengoku and Tsuru, both wearing equally grave faces. Only Garp, seated on the sofa, wore a broad smile as he munched on a donut. Knock. A knocking sound echoed. Come in. Steelbone Kong had already surmised who it was and promptly invited the person in. Kuzan pushed the door open and walked in, his expression grave. Kuzan, has Chen Fan truly improved his strength so rapidly? He defeated Sakazuki head-on at O'Hara, and even that Hawkeye Mihawk fought you to a standstill. Steelbone Kong inquired incredulously. Although he had gleaned some information during the call, he still found it hard to believe that in just a year and a half, these two individuals had made such remarkable progress. Indeed, Admiral Kong, Chen Fan's strength has undoubtedly reached the level of a vice admiral. He battled Sakazuki for an hour before ultimately prevailing. As for Hawkeye Mihawk, he has also made significant advancements. If a year and a half ago I had confidence in defeating him, I cannot guarantee the same now, Kuzan replied, his expression revealing that there was no exaggeration in his words. After listening to Kazan's affirmative response, the expressions of Sengoku and Tsuru grew even darker, particularly Steelbone Kong, whose brow furrowed tightly. Wow, how impressive. These two youngsters have made such rapid advancements in just a year and a half. Imagine how much stronger they will be in a few more years, Garp exclaimed, laughing heartily from the sofa. Steelbone Kong, however, was left speechless, internally contemplating that Sengoku was indeed the better choice for the next admiral. Garp's carefree demeanor was entirely unsuitable for the position of admiral. From today forth, we shall issue the highest level of wanted notice for Chen Fan, with Admiral Zephyr leading the charge to capture him. Additionally, Chen Fan's bounty shall be raised to 1.5 billion, while Hawkeye Mihawk's will be set at 1.3 billion. Steelbone Kong, resolute, did not seek anyone else's opinion but swiftly acted on his decision. He could scarcely imagine the ramifications if Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk were allowed to grow together. It could very well lead to the emergence of a dual emperor crew on the high seas. Such a prospect was terrifying, and Steelbone Kong was determined to prevent it from materializing. He lamented his earlier decision not to impose a vice admiral level wanted notice on Chen Fan from the very beginning. Now, after a year and a half, he had only allowed Chen Fan to grow stronger. With this thought, Steelbone Kong was resolute in his determination to capture Chen Fan. Otherwise, should Chen Fan endure the solitude and hide away for 8 or 10 years, it was likely that even admirals would not be his match. This time, neither Sengoku nor Tsuru raised any objections, fully aware of the immense potential possessed by both Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk. If left unchecked, they could undoubtedly become an emperor crew. After concluding his directives, Steelbone Kong turned his gaze towards Garp. As he met Steelbone Kong's gaze, Garp abruptly ceased his donut consumption. A sense of foreboding washing over him. The current state of the seas was too tumultuous, and with Zephyr tasked with capturing Chen Fan, reinforcements in the New World were critically insufficient. Garp, your leave has been revoked. Once the situation stabilizes, you may take your leave, Steelbone Kong informed Garp. In no way. My grandson just arrived. We agreed that I would return to hold him, Garp responded, instantly losing his jovial demeanor upon learning that his leave had been denied. Halting his donut consumption, Thus it is decided. Steelbone Kong understood that Garp's grandson was just born, yet there was no alternative. The new world was rife with conflict and chaos. The Navy required sufficient Vice Admiral-level strength to maintain order in the new world, lest it lead to significant upheaval. Acknowledging Steelbone Kong's uncompromising stance, Garp realized he would not be able to return to hold his grandson anytime soon. Sigh. Even Garp, usually so carefree, couldn't help but let out a sigh at this moment. In the new world, at Whitebeard's territory aboard the Moby Dick, Marco was seated on the deck, perusing a newspaper. Upon seeing the thunderous figure in the center of the paper, he was filled with astonishment. In just a year and a half, you've grown to this extent. To be able to defeat Sakazuki head-on, the newspaper's headline proclaimed, Thunder God Chen Fan defeats Navy monster Sakazuki. It is worth noting that Sakazuki's reputation as a monster was not self-proclaimed but earned through his relentless efforts. With formidable magma powers, terrifying physical skills, and dual-color haki, he was nearly invincible among his peers. Even some older pirates were no match for him. It could be said that Sakazuki truly lived up to his title as a monster. Yet, it was this very monster who had been vanquished by someone younger than himself. One could only imagine the shock among those pirates who were aware of Sakazuki's prowess. My son Marco. What are you so engrossed in? A towering man with a white beard as round as the moon spoke up, exuding an overwhelming aura just by standing there. He was none other than the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard. It's nothing, old man. Remember the powerful guy with the lightning fruit ability I told you about? He has returned after a year and a half and defeated Sakazuki, Marco replied, handing the newspaper to Whitebeard. Oh, is that so? This little fellow has quite the talent and strength to defeat that Navy brat. However, my son, you haven't lost your confidence, have you? Old man remembers you telling me that you would definitely defeat this guy. Whitebeard directed his gaze towards Marco. Indeed, old man, I will surely defeat him and not disappoint you at this moment. Marco was also confronting his inner self, as a flicker of fear had unexpectedly arisen within him, leading him to doubt his ability to overcome Chen Fan. Gulalala, that's right. This is my son, Whitebeard, Whitebeard exclaimed, observing the renewed confidence radiating from Marco, bursting into laughter. 5 days later, at the very onset of the new world, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, its rays reflecting off the ocean's surface, while a gentle breeze whispered through the air and seagulls soared overhead. That a pirate ship adorned with the emblem of thunder sailed across the vast expanse of the new world. At that moment, on the deck of this pirate vessel, Chen Fan and his companions paused their training to indulge in their meal. Most of the food consisted of frozen provisions, which they could readily consume. For none among them possessed the culinary skills to prepare a meal. Of course, some had entertained the idea of attempting to cook, such as Monet. However, after Monet produced a pot of inky, charred concoction, which resulted in their immediate and severe gastrointestinal distress, no one dared to let her cook again. The others had similarly abandoned any aspirations of culinary experimentation. Gazing out at the sea, Chen Fan contemplated the necessity of finding a ship's doctor, as well as a competent cook. However, he sought individuals with a modicum of strength. Otherwise, they would hinder his progress. Chen Fan had always aspired to follow an elite path, preferring a smaller crew composed of the capable rather than a multitude of inept individuals. The individuals he recruited needed to either possess formidable strength and unique talents or exhibit immense potential. The Thunder God continued its voyage across the waves. A massive pirate ship emerged in their path. Upon the deck stood a colossal figure clad in a cumbersome helmet. Captain, it appears there is a pirate ship ahead, a lean pirate murmured to Bondi Wald. Upon hearing this, Bondi Wald shifted his gaze and noticed it was merely a small pirate crew. What business do we have with such a diminutive vessel? Just fire the cannons and obliterate it, he declared, irritation etched across his features as he glared at his subordinate. Exercise caution, that is the Thunder God pirate crew. At that moment, a diminutive and frail figure named Benjack, who had been perched upon Bondi Wald's shoulder, recognized the ship. Brother, what sort of pirate crew is the Thunder God? I seem to recall that name. Bondi Wald, puzzled, struggled to remember. The captain of the Thunder God is the only individual to have escaped from Impel Down. It is said he can contend with a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, and his talents are quite formidable. We must tread carefully, Benjack warned. What of someone who can merely contend with a vice admiral? Brother, what is there to fear? I am the world destroyer. Bondi Wald initially pondered the caliber of the individual capable of escaping Impel Down, but upon realizing the level of their power, he dismissed any notion of fear. having dispatched vice admirals before. Full speed ahead. Bring the ship closer, he commanded his crew. Immediately, the massive pirate ship surged forward at full speed towards the Thunder God. Observing this scene, Benjak refrained from voicing any objections, for he was well aware of his brother's strength. Typically, an ordinary vice admiral posed no threat to him. Furthermore, eliminating Chen Fan, the Thunder God, would significantly enhance their reputation. Yet, Benjak remained oblivious to the fact that defeating a vice admiral was merely a testament to Chen Fan's power from a year and a half prior. Meanwhile, on the Thunder God, the crew had also spotted the colossal pirate ship advancing towards them. Chen Fan looked out and recognized the familiar massive figure on the deck. None other than Bondi Wald, known as the World Destroyer. "Captain, shall we evade or confront them head-on?" Lafitte inquired of Chen Fan. "Let us confront them. It is an opportune moment to face a worthy opponent, marking our Thunder God pirate crew's first battle in the New World," Chen Fan replied, a smile gracing his lips. Both pirate crews were eager to vanquish the other to bolster their renown. As they hurtled towards one another, the distance between their ships quickly shrank to less than 100 meters. "Ha! The Thunder God pirate crew dares to face me, the World Destroyer? Then taste my cannonball," Bondi Wald bellowed, hurling a cannonball forward, 50-fold cannon. In an instant, the cannonball swelled to 50 times its original size, rocketing towards the Thunder God at breakneck speed. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Monet and Nico Robin wore expressions of astonishment. However, amidst her surprise, Monet's face was alight with confidence, firmly believing that her elder brother would effortlessly counter this assault. "Interesting. No wonder he is dubbed the World Destroyer," Chen Fan remarked, his expression cold as flashes of lightning danced around him. Thunder Dragon. With a swift motion, Chen Fan unleashed his thunder-infused right fist, resulting in the emergence of a blue thunder dragon that surged towards the colossal cannonball at incredible speed. Boom! In an instant, the thunder dragon collided with the massive cannonball in midair, generating a resounding explosion that sent dust swirling and shockwaves radiating outward. The ocean below roiled violently from the impact. "Ha ha! You little brat possess quite the strength, capable of withstanding my attack. However, everything that stands in my way shall be obliterated," Bondi Wald declared, a triumphant grin plastered across his face as he gazed at Chen Fan. "Fool," Chen Fan retorted coldly, "how dare you insult me?" Bondi Wald, incensed by the insult, set aside his elder brother and prepared to retaliate. Moonwalk. He instantly activated the sixth form of the Navy's 6 styles, levitating in the air as he charged towards Chen Fan. Unfazed, Chen Fan summoned his lightning and vanished from sight, unwilling to allow his ship to be destroyed. In the next moment, he reappeared in midair, enveloped in the radiance of destructive lightning. "You have arrived just in time," Bondi Wald boasted, his massive fist cloaked in the third stage of armament Haki, hurtling towards Chen Fan, with a calm demeanor. Chen Fan's fist, shrouded in an inky darkness and imbued with the power of annihilation, surged forward to meet Bondi Wald's assault. Boom! In that fleeting moment, their fists collided with the force of a tempest, generating ripples of immense power. "Remarkable! You managed to withstand my strike. Let us go again," Bondi Wald exclaimed, exhilaration evident on his face as he charged at Chen Fan once more. Chen Fan, however, could not be bothered to respond, his expression remaining composed. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of their physical clash as lightning surged and power multiplied. Bondi Wald, leveraging his increasing velocity, found himself evenly matched with Chen Fan in this fierce exchange. Their limbs clashed continuously, each blow resonating with the force to shatter mountains and split stone. Those below could only witness the titanic forms of the two combatants entwined in a relentless struggle. A testament to their incredible speed, 50-fold speed-enhanced hammer, Bondi Wald declared. Amplifying his speed once more, he clasped his hands together, forming a fist akin to a colossal axe, and aimed a devastating strike at Chen Fan, producing a thunderous sonic boom as it approached. "Intriguing," Chen Fan murmured, preparing his own counter. Armament Haki. With a terrifying surge of thunder, Chen Fan unleashed a cataclysmic force, his fingers transforming into claws entwined with dark matter and the raw power of lightning. He lunged forward. In an instant, the thunderous claws collided with the colossal fist. Chen Fan's right hand, imbued with two formidable energies, effortlessly intercepted the massive blow. Despite the stark disparity in size, the forces were nearly equal, leaving Bondi Wald with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Seizing the moment of surprise, Chen Fan exerted his strength, unleashing a devastating wave of thunder that forcefully pushed Bondi Wald several meters back. In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming aura of a king radiated from Chen Fan. In that fleeting moment, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift, the world transforming into a watercolor masterpiece, momentarily stunning Bondi Wald, who was poised to attack. The pirates aboard the ship below felt as though they were gazing upon a sovereign, their spirits crushed beneath an unseen weight. Most of the crew from the Ward pirates collapsed, dazed by the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, leaving only a handful of stronger pirates still standing. This was the culmination of Chen Fan's comprehension of Conqueror's Haki over the past year and a half. Although he had yet to master the second stage of Haki, he had learned to emit it in a directed manner, avoiding indiscriminate harm. "You bastard! How dare you harm my brother? I will kill you." Bondi Wald seethed, his gaze filled with fury as he looked at the unconscious Benjak, 0.60 times the speed. With renewed vigor, Bondi Wald accelerated once more, charging at Chen Fan. The power of thunder erupted, enveloping him in a terrifying blue aura as he surged forward. The two figures, one large and one small, collided once again in midair. Bang! Bang! The explosive sounds of air pressure rang out, both combatants intent on annihilating one another. On the Thunder God, Mihawk drew his black blade, Knight, his hawk-like gaze fixed on the remaining dozen pirates aboard the ship. Always a man of few words yet fierce demeanor, he vanished in an instant. A powerful sword intent bursting forth as he soared toward the massive pirate vessel at astonishing speed. Altogether now, this guy is a great swordsman. Do not underestimate him. Gara recognized Mihawk and rallied his comrades to advance. The moment Mihawk landed on the deck, Gara charged forward, unleashing a barrage of square blocks towards him. With an expression of calm determination, Mihawk swung Knight, effortlessly slicing the blocks in half. Simultaneously, the remaining 10 pirates attacked him. Undeterred, Mihawk remained composed, wielding his blade with unwavering resolve. As he swung Knight, a crescent of green sword energy erupted, cleaving through the air toward his assailants. The pirates, faces filled with dread, raised their weapons to defend against the onslaught. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as 5 of the 10 pirates were sent flying. While 2 were cleaved in 2, only 3 managed to remain standing. Do not fear. Let us together slay him. The surviving pirates exchanged glances, charging at Mihawk. With Gara leading the charge on the Thunder God, Nico Robin observed Mihawk besieged, her brow furrowed with concern. Should we assist him? No need. How could they possibly match Mihawk? Monet replied to Robin, fully aware that both Mihawk and their captain were of a similar ilk. Powerful and composed in midair, the clash between the two formidable figures persisted. Chen Fan's thunder-infused fist hurtled toward Bondi Wald at breakneck speed. In response, Bondi Wald unleashed his monstrous fist, shrouded in darkness, as they collided like 2 dragons in a tempest. The explosive sound of their clash reverberated, both fighters staggering back several meters, observing Bondi Wald. Chen Fan mused on why this individual was dubbed the World Destroyer. His fruit power, martial prowess, and dual Haki were indeed impressive. Yet, that alone would not suffice. A cold smile crept across Chen Fan's lips as boundless thunder erupted around him. Thunder God Mode, Stage 1. In an instant, the sky darkened, dense clouds swirling as bolts of lightning flickered ominously, cascading toward Chen Fan. Bondi Wald, having regained his balance, sensed a palpable surge of power emanating from Chen Fan. What trickery is this, boy? Though perplexed, he understood he could not let Chen Fan proceed unimpeded. 0.70 times the speed. Slash. Bondi Wald's enormous fist morphed into a palm, forming a hand blade as his speed surged to 70 times. Bang! The atmosphere trembled as Bondi Wald's formidable hand blade descended upon Chen Fan as the immense force of the blade approached. Chen Fan radiated destructive lightning, summoning a colossal thunder giant. The titanic hand of lightning seized Bondi Wald's blade with unyielding strength. Gazing at the towering thunder giant, nearly his own height, Bondi Wald's eyes widened in astonishment. However, Chen Fan paid no heed to his thoughts. His fist, infused with terrifying lightning, surged toward Bondi Wald's head, with the 3rd stage of observation Haki. Bondi Wald barely managed to react, his darkened arms raising to shield his head. Boom! The sound of their collision echoed, the overwhelming force sending Bondi Wald stumbling several meters back, before he could steady himself. Chen Fan's relentless barrage followed, each strike from the blue lightning giant carrying the power to obliterate. Bang! Bang! The relentless sounds of impact filled the air as lightning wreaked havoc, Bondi Wald quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. As droplets of blood fell to the ground, Bondi Wald, besieged by Chen Fan's tempestuous onslaught, could do little but retreat and defend, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. That it was evident that Chen Fan had complete control over the battlefield. Meanwhile, the pirate ship was awash with blood. Corpses of pirates lay strewn across the deck, each marred by sword wounds. Only Gara remained capable of fighting among the 11 who had stood against Mihawk. Panting heavily, Gara's expression was a complex mix of emotions, disbelief at the strength of the man before him. In mere minutes, his comrades had been decimated, leaving him alone. He stood no chance against this adversary. Filled with trepidation, Gara contemplated escape. Unfortunately, Mihawk would not grant him the luxury of time for such thoughts. After the battle, Mihawk appeared unscathed, his attire merely slightly soiled, a testament to the one-sided nature of the conflict. Whoosh! Mihawk's figure vanished, his right hand gripping the supreme sword, Night, suffused with formidable energy, charging toward Gara with blinding speed. Filled with terror, Gara thrust his hands forward, launching 2 massive cubes in a desperate attempt to halt Mihawk's advance. Yet, it was in vain. With a swift arc of green sword energy, the cubes were effortlessly cleaved in 2, barely delaying Mihawk for a second. "I will fight you to the end," Gara declared, summoning all his strength for a final gambit. Cube Fist. Garam let out a fierce roar, his body enveloped in the ominous aura of Haki, and his fist morphed into a cube-like form, brimming with formidable power, aimed directly at the illustrious Mihawk. With an expression of calm determination, Mihawk's right hand gripped the black blade. Yuru, infused with Haki and powerful sword intent. The clash of their 2 forces resonated in a sharp, metallic sound as the ultimate blade entwined with the Haki-laden fist collided instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, the cube-like fist crumbled upon contact, akin to tofu striking stone. Blood gushed forth as Gaelram emitted a pained scream, his gaze towards Mihawk filled with sheer terror. In the next instant, accompanied by a blinding flash of white light, blood sprayed violently as Gaelram's head was severed, leaving a headless corpse sprawled upon the deck, blood pooling beneath. In his final moments, Gaelram's eyes reflected utter horror as he faced the inevitability of Mihawk's sword. Aboard the Thunder God, Nico Robin, with her youthful visage, gazed at this scene with wide-eyed astonishment, taken aback by the strength of her first mate, who single-handedly dispatched over a dozen pirates in mere minutes. "Is our first mate truly this powerful?" she mused. Yet, she quickly recalled that their captain was even stronger, having defeated Mihawk to recruit him. Monet, overhearing Robin's praise for Mihawk, immediately interjected. Upon hearing this, Nico Robin lifted her gaze towards the tempestuous skies, acknowledging that even the monstrous Sakazuki had fallen to the might of the man before her. Such innate talent and prowess were indeed the most terrifying of all. Contemplating this, Nico Robin felt a renewed sense of hope for her survival and the revelation of the truth. In the midst of the ongoing battle, Bondi Wald surveyed the carnage below, witnessing the demise of half his crew, with the remaining members now succumbing to the effects of Conqueror's Haki. His inner fury erupted like a volcano. "You little punks, I will annihilate you." In an ultra-limit state, he unleashed 100-fold speed with a punch. Utilizing the full extent of his devil fruit abilities, Bondi Wald's velocity surged, propelling him another 30 times faster. The sound of sonic booms echoed as his colossal, pitch-black fist, amplified by 100-fold speed, bore down with the force of a missile. "You think you can kill me?" Chen Fan remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as ever. The destructive lightning flickered incessantly, serpentine tendrils of blue electricity coiling around him. The massive lightning giant thrust forward with a powerful palm strike. Boom! In an instant, their fists met, the collision of 2 immense forces sending shockwaves rippling outward. The sheer power of Bondi Wald's ultimate state forced Chen Fan back. "You little brat, I warned you that you were no match for me. Prepare to be slain." Bondi Wald's arrogant grin widened as he witnessed Chen Fan's retreat. Once again unleashing his 100-fold speed, his massive fists raining down upon Chen Fan like a tempest, the storm of lightning raged on, with the lightning giant struggling to fend off the relentless barrage. And in that moment, Chen Fan found himself at a disadvantage. Bondi Wald grew bolder, unleashing his full strength without restraint, each blow aimed at eliminating Chen Fan. Chen Fan could only counter, sustaining numerous wounds as the destructive lightning began to wane. Despite appearing to be on the losing end, his expression remained devoid of panic. Below, Mihawk and the others observed the unfolding scene with calm faces, showing no inclination to intervene, fully aware that their captain had yet to unleash his full potential and was still conserving his strength. In the air, explosions reverberated, blood spilling onto the ground, as arcs of lightning detonated upon the surface of the sea. "You little brat, today is your day of reckoning." Bondi Wald's expression radiated arrogance as he continued his relentless assault. "Is that so? If this is all the strength you possess, then this battle is about to conclude." A cold smirk graced Chen Fan's lips as his aura erupted forth. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not realize that I am the one in control here?" Bondi Wald, though perplexed, pressed on, channeling his devil fruit abilities to their utmost, each strike imbued with the potency to shatter stone. Once again, his colossal fist surged toward Chen Fan. The darkness enveloping his arms clashed with Chen Fan's defensive stance, the overwhelming power sending the towering lightning giant hurtling backward over 100 meters. "You have slain many of my crew, and for that, I shall savor your blood and feast upon your flesh." Bondi Wald's satisfaction was palpable as he watched Chen Fan falter once more. Though his gaze shifted to his ship below, filled with sorrow for his fallen crew, whom he had painstakingly gathered. Thankfully, his brother lay merely unconscious, unharmed. Unperturbed by Bondi Wald's declaration, Chen Fan's expression turned icy. Entering the second phase of Thunder God mode, the skies darkened as lightning crackled ominously, ominous thunder resonating through the gathering clouds. The blue lightning surrounding Chen Fan shifted, morphing into an ethereal purple hue. In an instant, the heavens were cloaked in an endless storm of lightning, weaving a massive net across the sky above the sea, creating a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation in that fleeting moment. The very essence of destruction converged upon Chen Fan, his hair dancing wildly as his pupils shimmered with a hint of purple, his aura steadily ascending. The crew aboard the Thunder God gazed in awe, their expressions betraying a sense of wonder. Though this was not their first encounter with such a spectacle, the miraculous display still captivated them. In midair, Bondi Wald stood momentarily stunned, acutely aware of Chen Fan's transformation into a more formidable opponent. He finally comprehended why this young man had carried himself with such audacity. Without hesitation, Bondi Wald unleashed a 100-fold speed hand chop, his right hand morphing into a lethal blade, his body becoming a blur as he darted towards Chen Fan. Each movement accompanied by a succession of sonic booms. With an expression of cold indifference, Chen Fan raised his hand just as Bondi Wald's strike was about to land, summoning forth the terrifying lightning. Bang! In that moment of impact, Chen Fan astonishingly withstood the colossal hand chop. Subsequently, as Bondi Wald's astonishment mounted, the fury of Chen Fan's lightning surged violently, propelling Bondi Wald several dozen meters away with a single forceful push. Once he regained his footing and turned his gaze back to Chen Fan, he found him enveloped in an awe-inspiring display of lightning, the blue arcs resembling serpents of thunder, with additional threads of purple lightning surrounding him, symbolizing the very essence of annihilation. In that moment, Chen Fan truly embodied the persona of a thunder god. "You think that mere enhancement in strength will suffice to defeat me? I am Bondi Wald, the world destroyer." While Bondi Wald sensed Chen Fan's newfound power, his pride as a formidable warrior left no room for retreat. At a 100-fold speed punch, his massive, pitch-black fist, propelled by incredible speed, surged towards Chen Fan with overwhelming force. Lightning fist. Chen Fan's expression remained serene as the destructive lightning coalesced upon his right fist, dark as ink, striking forth like a dragon unleashed. Rumble. The colossal fist collided with the thunderous strike as two figures, one large and one small, appeared akin to an elephant and an ant. Yet, the disparity in their power was far from trivial. The terrifying force of thunder compelled Bondi Wald to retreat, with astonishment etched upon his face. He gazed at his slightly trembling right hand, unable to fathom the reality before him. Before he could stabilize his stance, accompanied by flickers of lightning, Chen Fan swiftly closed in, materializing behind him. His right hand manifested a cerulean thunder spear, thrusting forth at an astonishing speed. With no means of evasion, Bondi Wald could only pivot, raising his right arm to block. His massive limb enveloped in the aura of armed color as blood gushed forth. Bondi Wald's right arm was pierced clean through, the gaping wound revealing bone, an alarming sight indeed. Yet this was merely the beginning, as Chen Fan unleashed a torrent of relentless assaults upon Bondi Wald. At that moment, even with all his might, Bondi Wald could barely defend himself, blood ceaselessly spilling, fresh scars continually marking his body. The tide of battle had completely reversed. "Impossible. This cannot be. I am the world destroyer. How can this little brat possess such strength? How could he possibly defeat me? Bondi Wald's face was a mask of disbelief as he unleashed his fists at 100-fold speed, yet it was all in vain. Before the figure of Chen Fan, cloaked in the devastation of thunder, every strike was effortlessly repelled. The weak, after all, remain weak. Chen Fan's gaze was icy, his fingers curling into claws, imbued with the fearsome essence of thunder. Reaching for Bondi Wald's chest, with no time to evade, fear flickered in his eyes as blood flowed. Chen Fan seized a piece of flesh from Bondi Wald's chest the excruciating pain compelled Bondi Wald to cry out. I will kill you. In a fit of rage, Bondi Wald summoned immense power in his fists, launching them towards Chen Fan. With serene composure, Chen Fan gathered the power of thunder in his right fist, entwined with the might of armed color, and struck forward. Boom! The two fists collided like mighty dragons, the sound of the explosion echoing as surrounding clouds were dispersed. Bondi Wald's massive form was sent staggering back over 100 meters before he regained his footing. In contrast, Chen Fan stood proudly aloft, shimmering with the destructive aura of thunder. I will kill you. I will kill you. Bondi Wald's face twisted with madness, his entire being surging with vitality, veins bulging on his arms. 100 times speed, cannonball punch. He clasped his fists together, akin to a cannonball, imbued with terrifying power, propelled forward with an explosive force that resonated in the air, crashing towards Chen Fan. World Destroyer, you shall be the first adversary vanquished by our Thunder God pirates in the New World. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Chen Fan unleashed a torrent of boundless thunder. 600 million volts. Thunder Chilin. He raised both hands skyward, and in an instant, the heavens darkened, lightning flickering amidst the ominous clouds. From within the massive clouds emerged a colossal blue Chilin, radiating an aura of unfathomable power that descended rapidly, charging towards Bondi Wald. Boom! In that fleeting moment, the Thunder Chilin collided with Bondi Wald's cannonball-like fists, unleashing waves of shockwaves that rippled outward, altering the very fabric of reality, as everything around them was obliterated and the sea roiled violently. Bondi Wald, sensing the cataclysmic force, was filled with terror, realizing he could not dispel the thunderous Chilin. Within mere seconds, the weakened Chilin enveloped him entirely. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated through the sky. Amidst the chaos, a massive figure, riddled with injuries, plummeted like a mountain. Thud, just a few meters from the pirate ship. The gravely injured Bondi Wald managed to regain his senses and stabilize himself. He landed on the pirate vessel, collapsing to one knee. Spurt. A mouthful of blood erupted forth, his bones shattered, and his body marred with scars still crackling with thunder. Bondi Wald, filled with unwillingness, glared up at Chen Fan that he trembled as he attempted to rise and continue the fight, but his grievous wounds left him with little combat ability. Surviving is not too shabby. No wonder you are called the World Destroyer, Chen Fan remarked, observing Bondi Wald's struggle beneath his thunderous Chilin with a note of admiration that on the pirate ship, a voice echoed, "Run, you are no match for him. Flee." It was Ben Jack, who had just regained consciousness. "Brother, how are you? Hurry and escape. I will cover you." Bondi Wald, now acutely aware of his dire predicament, wished to protect his brother. "Do you wish to flee? Have you consulted me?" A cold smile crept upon Chen Fan's lips as lightning flickered around him. Mere seconds later, he appeared on the pirate ship, Thunder, without uttering a word, and under Bondi Wald's furious and fearful gaze. Chen Fan gathered lightning in his right hand and pointed forward that a bolt of thunderous energy shot straight at Bondi Wald. In a desperate attempt to resist, Bondi Wald struggled to rise, but the pain from his injuries rendered even the slightest movement excruciating, let alone a counterattack. Just as despair enveloped him, a diminutive figure stepped in front of him. The lightning beam pierced through Ben Jack's chest. "Run." In his final moments, Ben Jack turned to Bondi Wald, summoning his last vestige of strength to speak. "No, brother, I will kill you. I will kill you." Bondi Wald's face contorted with rage, a heart-wrenching scream escaping his lips. From an unknown source, strength surged within him. His fists cloaked in the aura of armed color as he unleashed a final blow towards Chen Fan's head. To become a pirate is to be prepared to face the cost of death. Chen Fan's eyes were devoid of mercy, resolute in his intent. The power of thunder coalesced in his right fist as he thrust forward. The colossal thunder dragon erupted forth, hurtling at breakneck speed towards the oncoming Bondi Wald, consuming him whole. Boom! The relentless thunder ravaged the surroundings, and Bondi Wald's final strike never even grazed Chen Fan. His entire being was engulfed by the thunderous dragon, vanishing into the ether. Having concluded all, Chen Fan floated as if nothing had transpired. To him, this was merely a life-and-death struggle, devoid of any possibility for leniency, for he believed, had he lost this battle, Bondi Wald would surely not have spared him. Standing proudly in the air, Chen Fan raised his hands, gathering the annihilating thunder overhead. A colossal thunder sphere was born, and with a forceful toss, he hurled it downwards. The thunder sphere obliterated Bondi Wald's pirate ship, followed by a resounding explosion. The unconscious pirates aboard the Ward pirates were swept away alongside their massive vessel, disappearing into the depths of the sea. After completing this, Chen Fan elementalized and returned to his ship. The Thunder God, let us set sail, he instructed Lafitte beside him. Yes, Captain. Lafitte promptly steered the Thunder God forward. It must be noted that the world destroyer, Bondi Wald, had been vanquished by Chen Fan. Yet, Chen Fan appeared utterly indifferent to the monumental act. Mo Nai observed the scene with an expression of envy and admiration, pondering when she might possess such strength as her elder brother. Meanwhile, Nico Robin reflected on how correct her previous choices had been. 3 days hence, beneath the blazing sun, rays of light cascaded upon the surface of the sea in the New World. The news of the world destroyer, Bondi Wald, being vanquished by Chen Fan, along with the entire pirate crew being obliterated by the Thor pirate crew, spread like wildfire throughout the New World. Those pirates who had lingered in this realm for an extended period were taken aback upon hearing this news. They were well aware of the formidable prowess of the world destroyer. That individual had previously slain 2 or 3 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, yet here he was, unexpectedly dispatched by a fledgling newcomer. Initially, these pirates believed that Chen Fan's escape from Impel Down was merely a consequence of the Navy's incompetence or perhaps sheer luck. However, they now recognized the terrifying capabilities of Thunder God Chen Fan. They deemed the Thor pirate crew to be one of the most formidable contenders for the title of sovereign in the New World. Aboard the Thunder God, Chen Fan had just removed his gravity rings, ceasing his training. His expansive observation haki seemed to extend outward, allowing him to perceive the flow of life forces within tens of thousands of meters nearby. Most significantly, his observation haki had now progressed to the stage where he could anticipate his opponent's movements. To his surprise, he realized that his observation haki had outpaced his armed haki, advancing to the 4th stage more swiftly. As he marveled at this breakthrough, he acknowledged the logic behind it. After all, he had dedicated 1.5 years to honing his observation haki to master the heart net. Dismissing further thoughts, he ceased his training and seated himself, for it was now midday, the time for lunch. However, today's meal was graced by an additional presence, that of Dracul Mihawk. This moment, Mihawk, with an expression of indifference, presented the dishes he had prepared. Soon enough, the table was laden with over 20 delectable dishes. Witnessing Mihawk's demeanor, a smile crept across Chen Fan's face, as it was he who had requested Mihawk to cook. Mihawk, utterly perplexed, inquired of Chen Fan how he had known of his culinary skills. "How did you know I could cook?" Mihawk could not help but ask as he observed Chen Fan devouring his meal. "I am not entirely sure. It was merely a guess," Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Initially, when Chen Fan had broached the subject of cooking, Mihawk had outright declined. However, upon hearing Chen Fan suggest that if he was unwilling to cook, they could have Monet prepare their meals, Mihawk's expression had shifted dramatically, leading him to acquiesce. "Mihawk, your cooking is truly exquisite. However, I can't shake the feeling that my own culinary skills surpass yours. How about I take the reins for the next meal?" Monet remarked as she savored her food. "No, absolutely not." Chen Fan and the others exclaimed in unison, their expression shifting in alarm at the thought of Monet taking over the cooking duties. "Humph, if you don't want it, then I shan't make any," Monet huffed, placing her hands on her hips, her lips pouting in mock indignation. "Well, we certainly don't mind," Chen Fan and the others thought, relieved that Monet would not be cooking. After finishing their lunch, everyone resumed their respective tasks. Most began their training, as having a captain who was a training fanatic, alongside Mihawk, who could also be considered a training enthusiast, set the tone for the crew. The others spent a significant portion of their time training as well, including the newly joined Nico Robin, who was currently learning the Navy's 6 styles while developing her devil fruit abilities. Chen Fan adjusted the gravity rings to their highest setting and commenced physical training. Over time, he had not only learned to consume food to replenish his stamina and alleviate fatigue, but he also employed lightning to enhance his physical prowess gradually. This was the reason he could adapt so swiftly to the 25-ton gravity rings at their maximum level. As the sea breeze gently wafted by, time flowed steadily, and after 2 hours, a medium-sized island emerged on the horizon. The island resembled a colossal turtle, adorned with lush forests and various structures, clearly indicating that it was inhabited. Captain, an island has appeared ahead. It seems there are inhabitants. Our supplies are dwindling. Should we disembark to replenish? Lafitte inquired, turning to Chen Fan, who was still training. That is acceptable, Chen Fan replied, pausing his training and heading toward the washroom. Upon hearing Chen Fan's affirmative response, Lafitte deftly maneuvered the Thunder God, propelling it swiftly toward the island. Wonderful, Robin, we can go ashore and explore, Monet exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she called out to Nico Robin nearby. Indeed, Robin replied simply, equally eager to disembark. Before long, Chen Fan emerged from the washroom. Having changed into fresh attire, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with chiseled features and a cascade of lustrous black hair, Monet found herself momentarily mesmerized. It was only when Chen Fan seated himself that she regained her composure. At that moment, the Thunder God reached the island, anchoring alongside the shore. Subsequently, Chen Fan and the others disembarked, leaving Lafitte aboard to oversee the ship. Swiftly, the group traversed the coastline and arrived in town, where the bustling streets were filled with lively pedestrians, their laughter and chatter creating a joyous atmosphere. Monet gazed at this scene, her face aglow with enthusiasm, though she was still quite young at merely 14. Her innate inclination as a girl prompted her to drag Nico Robin around for shopping sprees. Naturally, the berry she possessed had been gifted to her by Chen Fan. He was unconcerned about these trivial expenses, as the gold they had brought from Skypiea was more than sufficient for some time, and should they run low, they could always return for more. Pondering this, Chen Fan calculated the time. The arc must be nearing completion. It seemed prudent to find an opportunity to return to Skypiea. While the two girls indulged in their shopping, Chen Fan and Mihawk ventured into a shop, procuring a substantial quantity of supplies. Primarily semi-prepared foods that merely required cooking for immediate consumption. Although Mihawk's cooking skills were commendable, Chen Fan had no intention of relegating Mihawk to the role of a full-time chef, as it would be counterproductive to hinder his progress and strength. After completing their purchases, Chen Fan called out to Monet, "It is time to depart." "All right, big brother," Monet replied, having gathered an assortment of clothing and accessories with Nico Robin. Although reluctant to leave, she would not defy her big brother's command. Just as the four were about to return, both Chen Fan and Mihawk abruptly halted their steps. Ahead, they spotted two figures. The one on the right bore crimson hair, adorned with a straw hat, 3 scars across his face, and flip-flops on his feet. The one on the left had a mass of golden curls, a headband upon his forehead, and a notably prominent sausage-like mouth. The two were none other than red-haired Shanks and Yasop. "What a coincidence! Mihawk, you are here as well," Shanks exclaimed, having just arrived in the new world from East Blue, greeting Mihawk with palpable excitement. "Indeed," Mihawk replied calmly, clearly indicating their prior acquaintance. "Would you care to join my pirate crew?" Shanks offered with a smile, extending an invitation to Mihawk. "No, thank you. I already have a pirate crew." Mihawk declined outright. Hearing this, Shanks was taken aback, for he had attempted to recruit Mihawk a year and a half prior, only to be rebuffed. He was now curious as to who had managed to enlist Mihawk as a crew member. Is it not somewhat inappropriate to recruit my first mate in my presence? Chen Fan remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Shanks. "My sincerest apologies, but you appear quite familiar," Shanks replied. Red-haired Shanks fell into contemplation, as he felt an uncanny familiarity with Chen Fan, yet could not recall where he had seen him before. "Captain, this is Thunder God Chen Fan, a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion that we have encountered his name in the newspapers before," reminded Jesus Burgess, casting a wary glance at Chen Fan. "Oh, I remember now." Shanks recalled having seen him indeed in the papers. "Big brother, who are these two?" Monet asked with a puzzled expression directed at Chen Fan. After all, the current red-haired Shanks had just set sail and had yet to make a name for himself. Red-haired Shanks, a crew member of Pirate King Roger, and Jesus Burgess, a formidable sniper, Chen Fan explained. Looking at the two. Upon hearing that Chen Fan recognized him, Shanks was somewhat taken aback. Jesus Burgess, on the other hand, was even more astonished, pondering how Thunder God Chen Fan could possibly know him. Considering he had never been to sea before. So you are the Thunder God Chen Fan. I've heard of you. You are quite formidable. I look forward to our encounter in the new world. Shanks remarked with a smile toward Chen Fan. Oh, interesting. Are you intending to challenge me, Shanks? Chen Fan replied with a smile as well. Challenges are typically initiated by juniors to their seniors. If I recall correctly. I set sail before you, so it is you who should be challenging me. Shanks continued. Is that so? Then let me test your skills. Chen Fan's demeanor turned cold. In an instant, those nearby sensed an intense tension in the air. Let us see, Shanks replied, his smile fading, showing no sign of retreat. That moment, Chen Fan's eyes glinted with a sharpness, a kingly will emanating from him. The sky above transformed to a clear blue. As his conqueror's haki, akin to blue lightning, struck directly at Shanks' psyche. Faced with this overwhelming conqueror's haki, Shanks showed no fear, unleashing his own kingly aura. In an instant, the two forces of conqueror's haki clashed, altering the very fabric of the world. Ziz! Thunder roared continuously, splitting the sky above the island into two halves, one blood red, and the other crackling with lightning. The two powerful conquerors' auras remained locked in battle. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the inhabitants of the mid-sized island were left dumbfounded, none daring to hesitate, as they fled in a frenzy to escape the center of the chaos. Fortunately, both Chen Fan and Shanks possessed directed conqueror's haki. Otherwise, most people within several kilometers would have been rendered unconscious. The two exchanged glances, their conqueror's haki continuing to battle fiercely. Mihawk's expression darkened, as he hoped to prevent the two from coming to blows. As time ticked away, the heavens rumbled and thunder flashed. After 2 minutes, the two formidable auras of conqueror's haki dissipated simultaneously. You are truly strong, Shanks complimented involuntarily. You are not too shabby yourself. I look forward to our duel in the new world. Chen Fan replied politely. Let us depart. He then called to his crew, signaling their readiness to leave. Neither of them had any intention of engaging in a full-blown fight. They merely sought to test one another. Given Chen Fan's disposition, he had no reason to offend a formidable adversary without sufficient benefit, especially considering Mihawk standing. As Chen Fan announced their departure, Nico Robin and the others followed suit. A minute later, Chen Fan and his company gradually moved away. Shanks spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you all right, Shanks? Jesus Burgess asked with concern. I am fine. That Chen Fan is indeed powerful. A hint of apprehension crossed Shanks' face as he reflected on the clash of their conqueror's haki, which had seemingly ended in a draw, yet he realized he had been at a disadvantage. This revelation astonished Shanks. After all, Chen Fan appeared to be no older than himself, yet he could overpower him. One could only imagine how terrifying this individual's talent was. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and his companions returned to the Thunder God ship. As the ship set sail, a gentle sea breeze accompanied the cries of seagulls overhead. Chen Fan gazed out at the boundless new world, his heart racing at the thought of formidable figures like Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, and Red Count. Leaning against the ship's railing, he savored the sea breeze until a few minutes passed. He then resumed his daily training, to the point where even Mihawk could not help but remark on his captain's relentless dedication to training. A month later, at dawn, the Thunder God was navigating through the new world. Chen Fan was training aboard the ship, his body crackling with electricity as faint arcs of lightning coursed through him, invigorating his cells and making his organs pulse. Sustaining this process, his physical attributes gradually increased at an extremely slow pace. Although the gains were minimal, over time, they would accumulate to an astonishing degree. After half an hour, the faint lightning surrounding Chen Fan dissipated, and he prepared to begin his basic physical training. Suddenly, his gaze turned upwards toward the vast network of his observation haki. Probing ahead. In an instant, he sensed a powerful aura moving rapidly toward the Thunder God. Who is it? Chen Fan wondered, surprised. As the aura grew closer, Mihawk, wielding his supreme blade, also ceased training and looked up. The others, noticing their captain and first mate's focused expressions, immediately halted their exercises. Big brother, what are you looking at? Monet asked with curiosity. A strong presence is approaching us, Chen Fan replied, his expression serious. That moment, a figure slowly descended from the horizon. When they were only a few hundred meters from the Thunder God, Chen Fan and his crew could clearly see the figure, a man with somewhat disheveled golden hair, a ship's wheel embedded in his forehead, and notably, his legs comprised of two formidable swords. Gold Lion Shiki. Chen Fan instantly recognized him. Upon hearing this name, Mihawk and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. It could be said that few in these waters were unfamiliar with the name and deeds of Gold Lion. Hasn't he just escaped from prison? Big brother, why do I feel like he is heading straight for us? Monet asked anxiously, looking up at Gold Lion. That moment, a rare seriousness appeared on Chen Fan's face. Finally found you. Gold Lion hovered in midair, fixing his gaze on Chen Fan. What do you want? Chen Fan asked fearlessly, regarding Gold Lion with curiosity. You must be Chen Fan, the adopted son of Wang Ji. How about joining me and my pirate crew to rule the world together? Your father was once one of my most capable subordinates, Gold Lion confidently declared, revealing the purpose of his visit. He believed that someone like Chen Fan, who had just set sail, would undoubtedly accept his invitation. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as he had hoped. No, my adoptive father is my adoptive father. I have no intention of joining your pirate crew. Chen Fan replied bluntly, having never entertained the idea of submitting to anyone, not even if that person were the strongest in the world, let alone Gold Lion, whose ship's wheel adorned his head, and whose legs were crippled, leaving him with diminished prowess. Hearing his rejection, Gold Lion's expression twisted with fury. You little brat, do you know what you're saying? I am Gold Lion. How dare you refuse me? Do you wish to die? The words and gaze of the Golden Lion were imbued with a palpable sense of menace. Below, the trio of Raffid appeared somewhat flustered, despite Mihawk's calm demeanor. His hand instinctively reached for the supreme blade, Black Blade Knight. They had grown up hearing tales of the Golden Lion, and thus understood the extent of his terror. If it were the peak of your powers speaking to me, perhaps your words would hold weight, but do you possess the strength to slay me now? Chen Fan, crackling with thunder, met his gaze with icy resolve, devoid of fear. Had the Golden Lion been in his prime, Chen Fan would have undoubtedly fled without hesitation. Yet, the current state of the Golden Lion, attempting to compel his retreat with mere words, was insufficient. Little brat, very well. You are courting death. The Golden Lion's expression seethed with fury as he swept the renowned blade. Sakuragi, forward, unleashing a torrent of golden sword energy that surged toward Chen Fan below. Thunder Dragon. With an impassive expression, Chen Fan's radiance of thunder intensified, and as he thrust his fist forward, a thunderous dragon, brimming with unfathomable power, surged forth. Boom! In an instant, the Thunder Dragon collided with the golden sword energy, resulting in a violent explosion that sent gusts of wind spiraling, causing the sea below to roil. Interesting, little brat. I grant you another chance. Submit to me, the Golden Lion, or face death. The Golden Lion's gaze bore down on Chen Fan, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Old man, what right do you have to dictate my demise? Chen Fan's expression radiated confidence as he met the gaze head-on. Beside him, Mihawk unsheathed the supreme blade, Black Blade Knight, ready to strike in unison. Nico Robin and the others appeared increasingly tense. No need for that. Allow me to handle this relic of the past alone. Chen Fan interposed, halting Mihawk. With a flash of lightning, he vanished from sight, the destructive power of thunder converging on his right foot as he launched a direct kick at the Golden Lion. It seems I have been away for too long. Many have forgotten my name. Today, allow me to show you what it means to be a true monarch. The potent aura of the Golden Lion erupted forth, and in an instant, his figure vanished, the Sakuragi blade slicing directly toward Chen Fan. Boom! In that fleeting moment, the two clashed, and simultaneously, the might of their regal presences radiated outward. Above, the skies darkened with ominous clouds, and crimson lightning crackled incessantly. The very essence of the world shifted, waves of energy rippling outward, causing the sea below to churn violently. Such a young lad, yet you possess the conqueror's haki. No wonder you refuse to submit to me. Nevertheless, today you shall ultimately confront death. The Golden Lion's gaze was fiercely menacing, a surge of bloodlust emanating from him as his left fist, cloaked in the fourth stage of armament haki, hurtled toward Chen Fan with astonishing speed. Is that so? A new era has dawned, and you, a remnant of the old, shall quietly fade away. Chen Fan remained unfazed, his fist shrouded in darkness, entwined with the essence of destructive thunder.